Alright, well, I definitely have some sort of computer virus. It's my computer is fucking up right now. Alright, so I can't move my OBS around. I can't turn the bots on. I can't even fucking open up. Like, I click on Firefox and it won't open. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on, man. Oh, so this stream's fucked. Sorry. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fix it. Computer's broke, man. It's opening like multiple tabs of shit for no reason. Opening shit I don't even click on. Not opening stuff I wanted to open. As you can see at the bottom of the OBS, it shows I'm not live on any platform. 0 on YouTube, 0 on Twitch. I don't know what this is, man. Yeah, not really a good morning over here, man. Don't really know what to do. A lot of weird stuff's going on, man. That doesn't matter, Joker. That doesn't tell me anything right now. On YouTube's end. This isn't a YouTube thing. I'm running out of storage or something. I've never had this happen before, man. Like I can't open Firefox even though I have it open already. I click on it and it, oh, maybe everything has resolved itself. Let me see. Oh, maybe, I don't know, maybe this resolved itself somehow. It looks like it might have. So far it looks like it's letting me turn the bot on. I don't even know what I did, dude. I I need to put it on this other screen so I can do this quicker. Alright, I got that. I'll get some music playing while we're here. I did on having a little something going here. Alright, now I get the Twitch bot up. Jeez, man, what is going on this morning? Thanks for bearing with me, everybody. This is a weird, very weird. I'm just hoping it's not a sign of it starting to happen, or like is it going to become some sort of morning routine? Twitch bot should be up, and it's not missing here. And I'm all out of it, dude. I didn't get that one. Okay, alright. Oh, jeez. 1 second, I gotta get everything else working now, too. Oh my god, I gotta make a new... I have to make a new fucking Rumble stream. I don't know, do I? Oh, we're good. Alright. Dang it. That's there. Everything else here. I know, dude, this is way organized right now. I do everything in a very specific order, and whenever something like this happens, it really throws me off. We're getting there, slowly but surely. lot. There's a lot of steps to this, man. I know y'all really can't tell because I've gotten pretty quick at it in the morning, but some of the stuff should have already and it would have been done before the stream started. Alright, that's there. Oh, come on. It is giving me as many problems as it can right now. Oh, alright. Few more steps here. Stuff should be popping up on the screen now when you say something. OG should now be popping up on the screen. Okay, height meters on. Now I'm going to blast all the different height meters. What am I doing wrong here? Alright, now here about ready. Boy, this is so disorganized right now. That through that. Alright, got them all in there. Oh, here. Height meter. Height meter is fully loaded. We got YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, DLive, Facebook, and X. And Africa TV should also be live. Alright, what? Dude, what am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. Dude, I think I do something. Are we good? God, what just happened this morning? Joe Kroger, one man, we're back. Henry's Stitcher, good morning. Hey, thanks for the heads up, Joker. It's kind of weird that it did that though with the YouTube side of the game. It usually wouldn't do that. By the way, last night's stream got blocked. Remember that comedian I played, the candy cap comedian? I played him for like a minute. Yeah, he took my stream down. Well, his people took my stream down. I appealed it this morning. Take a little while to get my stream back, but whatever. Asshole. What an asshole, man. Really? And the handicap guy got me. Look at that. I'm out here like getting the word out that he exists, and he strikes me. I mean, he didn't strike me, but he took my screen, bro. But we got a little bit of a problem because it's not showing YouTube viewers on here. Because, dude, everything. Man. It'll probably start working like in an hour. It's horrible. Worst stream beginning ever. I cinched it today. I don't blame you if you go somewhere else right now. Like, I would if I were you. Motherfucker, why are you here? What are you doing here? Go do something productive. Stop being a loser. Stop being a loser, stop being a loser, go do something productive now. Yeah, I'm just gonna probably fucking say 0 all day. Whatever. I'm not playing, stop being a fucking loser, go do something productive. Don't be like me, man. Say Bitcoin, Bungle, Thomas, Ted.
Thank you all for being here. This morning, our state is in shock, and I want to take this moment to speak directly to the people of our state. To our first responders, I'm in awe of you. I'm in awe of your courage. I'm in awe of your strength. I'm in awe of everything you do for each and every one of us. You saw a crisis, and you said, what can I do to help? And our response teams are doing everything in our power to rescue and recover.
Holy fucking shit! I got so much fucking wrong with this stream.
People who, as we speak, are out there.
There's a fucking live shot that I'm totally blocking out.
People who right now are working to save lives.
Fuck.
And are doing it because the state asked. And we will update the public as the work continues. To our partners inside and outside of government, I know this has been a long night. We started coordinating immediately after the Key Bridge collapsed. We've been standing together every step of the way, from our county leadership, to our city leadership, to our state leadership, to our federal leadership. And I'm grateful to call each and every one of you not just colleagues, but I'm grateful to call you friends. And to the people of Baltimore, and each and every one of the 6.3 million Marylanders who call our state home. I recognize that many of us are hurting right now. I recognize that many of us are scared right now. And so I want to be very clear about where everything stands. We are still investigating what happened, but we are quickly gathering details. The preliminary investigation points to an accident. We haven't seen any credible evidence of a terrorist attack. Our administration is working closely with leaders from all levels of government and society to respond to this crisis, and not but just by addressing the immediate aftermath, but also by building a state that is more resilient and a state that's more safe. That is our pledge, and that's our commitment, and we're going to keep that commitment. And lastly, to the victims of this tragedy and their loved ones, all of our hearts are broken. We feel your loss, we're thinking of you, and we will always be thinking of you. We pray for the construction workers who are on the Key Bridge, and we pray for everyone who has been touched by this tragedy, and their families, and all of their loved ones. But Maryland, We will get through this because that is the Maryland spirit, and that's what Maryland is made of. We are Maryland tough, and we are Baltimore strong. So in the face of heartbreak, we come together. We embrace one another, and we come back stronger. That's what we've always done. That's what we'll continue to do. And that's what we're going to get done together. And we're going to pray for Baltimore. And I'd like to turn this over to Senator Van Hollen, who's done a remarkable job in our fellow delegation in providing support. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Governor. As the governor said, we come together. We come together in Baltimore, we come together in Maryland. First of all, our hearts go out to all those who are on the bridge and their loved ones. We pray for them. Our gratitude goes out to the first responders who, as we speak, are out there continuing to conduct search and rescue operations. I want to thank the governor, the mayor, the county executive, all the people gathered here as part of Team Baltimore and Team Maryland. And the federal government is with them as a partner. The Coast Guard, as we speak, is also part of this mission. Coast Guard cutters, Coast Guard aviation assets. I spoke twice today with Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg has pledged that they will do everything they can to very quickly release emergency response funds for this important project. The National Highway Transportation Administrator is on his way to Baltimore if he's not here already. They will be releasing those early funds once all the parties are fully engaged. Second, the National Transportation Safety Board. I talked to the chair this morning. She and her team will be conducting an investigation of what happened. And finally, the Army Corps of Engineers, naval assets for looking below the surface and clearing. All of this is going to be part of the effort. The governor is leading Team Maryland. The mayor and the county executive, of course, Team Baltimore. But I'm just here to say, together with Ben Cardin, Senator Cardin, and Congressman Fume and others, the federal government is your partner in this effort. Thank you, and again, to the people of our state and the people of this great city. We're with you. We love you. We will get through this together. Thank you, Governor.
Good morning again. Paul Wiedefeld, Secretary of Transportation. Just a few updates since our meeting this morning. The crew that was out there working was basically repairing potholes. Just so you understand, that had nothing to do with a structural issue at all on the facility. At this time, one person has been rescued, and so far, and our efforts continue in terms of that. Engineers are on site right now, determining both some of the structural issues, obviously some of the debris field, and we'll start to work that, but we'll work hand in hand with the NTSB before we take any further action in that area. With that, I did want to introduce the FBI for a few comments as well.
Hello, my name is Bill Del Bagno. I'm the special agent in charge of the Baltimore field office. First and foremost, I want to say that our hearts go out to everyone that is impacted by this tragedy, especially the victims and their families. On behalf of the FBI, I would like to say that we are with you, we're with Baltimore, and we're with the partners.
I think it's a terrorist attack.
The FBI,
come on,
on very first, looking at and assessing this matter from an investigative standpoint, I want to be clear that there is no specific or credible information to suggest that there are ties to terrorism in this incident.
Just can't believe that. Do you guys really believe that somebody in charge of this just happened to go the wrong fucking way? Was he even going the right way? Why, like, this bridge didn't... Was he capable of going through this way? Is what I want to know. Like, if he wasn't, it seems a pretty freaking sus, dude.
Been part of this response from the beginning. We came within 1 hour to the command post and quickly lashed up with our very strong partners all along the way. We will bring whatever resources that the FBI has to bear. We've already brought our crisis response, our victim services, and just recently our underwater search evidence recovery teams are on site. And we will continue to provide all those resources as long as it takes. And as the investigation goes on, we will take it to its logical conclusion along with our partners. To the people of Baltimore, to the public, I ask you to be patient as we go through this and as information becomes available to us. And lastly, I want to say thank you. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to everyone who in the FBI and counts on the FBI. We will always bring what we need to the people of Baltimore, and we are with you. I'd next like to introduce the Coast Guard.
Good morning. The Coast Guard is still actively searching at this time. We are using response boat crews from 2 of our local Coast Guard stations, one of our helo crews from an air station in Atlantic City, and also one of our cutter crews on one of our 87-foot patrol boats. We will continue to work with our local, state, and federal partners during this tragedy. Thank you.
Governor, as far as
dude, this is the governor. There, they have a black governor in Baltimore. I mean, in Maryland.
Was the collapse of that bridge inevitable as that ship hit that part of the bridge?
No, we're still in the process of investigating exactly what happened. So we don't have any further details about whether or not it was inevitable or not.
But no structural issue with the bridge?
No, there was. In fact, the bridge was actually fully up to code, so we have no further information about what happened during that time.
Governor, is all shipping in and out of the port now stopped completely? And do you have any estimate very early on as to how long it will be before shipping can resume to the Port of Baltimore?
Yeah, we don't have any estimates on timeline because right now our exclusive focus is on saving lives. Our exclusive focus is on search and rescue.
Could you give us a better sense for the number? Because we'd heard, I know Mr. Wiedefeld said one had been rescued, but earlier from Baltimore we heard that 2 have been rescued. Can you tell us the total numbers we're talking about that maybe that you're searching for, and how many have been rescued?
Well,
There are 8 individuals. 6 are being searched for right now. 1 is was taken to the hospital, and 1 is not in the hospital that we're
Ain't live anymore.
So 6 unaccounted for.
Yes.
And does that involve individuals that may have been in vehicles that went in the water?
Or is that just the construction?
We believe it's the construction crew.
What about
So we don't think there's anyone in vehicles in the water?
No, we do not believe so.
Okay, we'll take questions right here. Take this question here.
Governor, 2 questions. How quickly did you find out about what happened here, and what was your reaction when you heard the scale of what just occurred at that bridge earlier today?
well, I mean, I think it was probably within minutes of everything, less than an hour, when I know that my phone first rang, and first from the mayor of Baltimore and also from our chief of staff, and it was. We know the Key Bridge. I've ridden over the Key Bridge countless times. So many of us know the Key Bridge because it is our normal commute. This is a place that is a normal commute route for over 30,000 Marylanders every single day. And so to hear the words that the Key Bridge has collapsed, it's shocking and heartbreaking. And immediately the first thought and the first ideas go back to what happened to the people, what was the impact on human life. But for every single one of us who are Marylanders, the words that the Key Bridge is gone, it still shakes us, because for 47 years, that's all we've known. And so this is This is not just unprecedented from what we're seeing and what we're looking at today. It's heartbreaking.
Governor, can you confirm that the crew on the ship alerted authorities that it had lost propulsion and was in trouble?
We can confirm that the crew notified authorities of power issue. Yes.
And that they had lost power on the ship.
Yes.
Was there any ability to shut down the bridge? Or I'm going to take the question right here.
Sorry, can you please repeat the numbers? You were looking for 7 people and 2 have been rescued. And now you're looking for 6 people, but 1 has been rescued, so 3 people has been rescued in total.
Total of 8. Excuse me. A total of 8. 1 rescued and in hospital. 1 not in hospital, but it is, we have communicated with that person, and then 6 that we are searching for.
And all construction workers working on the pothole? With all 8 of them?
Yes, they were all related to the construction program, yes.
We heard that multiple vehicles went into the water. Any word on how many vehicles went into the water and the condition of those people that were in the vehicle?
Not at this time.
All right, we'll shift over here.
Was there any way to shut down the bridge? Was there enough time for that distress call to trigger something like that?
Now, the thing that we know is that, even as the boat was coming in, we had a ship that was coming in at 8 knots. So coming in at a very rapid speed. We do know that the investigation is currently going on.
Wait, hold on.
But I have to say, I'm thankful.
8 knots is 8 knots. It's not a very rapid speed. I mean, I guess it is for something this big, but come on, bro. It's like less than 8 miles an hour.
For the folks who once the once the warning came up and once notification came up that there was a mayday, who literally by being able to stop cars from coming over the bridge, these people are heroes. They saved lives last night.
Governor, the focus is on rescue now and humanity. But looking forward, is there any vision for how long it could possibly take to remove the wreckage, to rebuild, how it could possibly be done? Can you look into the future at all at this point?
This is going to be a long-term build. It's going to be a build that's going to require every facet and every aspect of our society. It is something
but wait.
I can tell you.
Hold up. Don't we have to rebuild Gaza, though? We can't do this. This is going to fuck up our plan on rebuilding Gaza and Ukraine. We got to rebuild those first. Fuck, man. What are they doing to us? This dude, I think this is a terrorist attack. I think somebody caused the propulsion system to go out. You know what I mean? Somebody was paid a lot of fucking money to make this happen, probably, dude. This doesn't just happen, dude. Come on.
We are going to get this done. We are going to make sure that this is not just rebuilt, but that we are going to rebuild in a way that remembers the people who this tragedy has impacted, and also do it in a way that that honors the community that it serves. But right now, I could not give you any form of estimate on timing or cost. Right now, my and all of our exclusive focus is we're just trying to save lives.
Can the mayor talk on the state of emergency locally, please?
Yes, thank you. Listen, we know the governor issued a state of emergency, but we at the local level felt the need to do that too, because there may be some things that we have to encumber with our fire department and other agencies that we'll be able to pull down support for as we all work together, again, as we're focused right now on saving lives and working through this unspeakable tragedy.
In the interim, I know that there's obviously the focus is on the rescue and the recovery, but this is such an important thoroughfare here in Baltimore for drivers, people trying to get around. How are they going to be able to manage while that is also going on?
Yes.
Hold on. They got a black mayor and a black governor. Like, how many black people? Oh, there it is. Baltimore demographics: 61.25% black, 28.42% white. How did Baltimore get so black, dude? Was it something to do with the Civil War and they like welcomed them to come up there and hide or something? It's such a cold area for black people to want to live.
So we've also already been in touch with people about alternative routes and ways people can navigate now that this tragedy has happened. And I don't know, Secretary, if you want to speak to that as well.
Just to give you a sense of scale, roughly about 35,000 people a day use that facility. About double that use the Harbor Tunnel, and double that again use the Fort McHenry Tunnel. So basically, we don't have those two other options. We'll make sure that we have as much personnel out there to deal with any incidents, because as you know, that can cause the backups very quickly. And we will basically put out a lot of communications on different alternatives. We're also looking at transit alternatives as well.
What role will the legislature play in this response?
Legislature. It definitely had to do with look at this. With the upswell of urbanization and industrialization, Baltimore experienced a boom in population, with its African American population growing from 54,000 to 79,000 between 1880 and 1900, and its total population. So black people were moving up there, I guess, to work in industrial plants. Maybe cheap labor. They were cheap labor, I bet, at one point.
What role will the legislature play in this response? Are there any policies, any state funding that's going to be freed up in the coming weeks?
Oh yeah, no. So we are, in fact, we have our Senate President here. We have members of the legislature here. The legislature is going to have a role in all of this, as will our local elected officials, as will state officials, as will the federal government. Everybody is going to have a role in terms of how we think about the rebuild.
Governor, how long do you expect shipping to be closed down through the port? Do you have any estimate in terms of the port here?
We don't at this point. We don't at this point.
Ships are going in or out at this time.
Correct. Yeah, we don't have an estimate on timeline as of yet. Our focus really is right now on just make sure we're saving lives.
One last question.
Did that person die in the hospital? Are they able to get out at all, or no?
I'm sorry, say it again.
The ships the vessels that are currently docked at the port, are they able to get out or no?
The one that's captured under the is that
still at port?
Oh, yes, that one's still at port. Yes.
We'll take one last question.
Was the ship being guided out by tugs, firstly? And secondly, did you just say that it issued a mayday in enough time that you were able to stop all traffic from entering both sides, so that the only casualties we expect are the workers on the bridge?
Yes, ma'am. So the investigation is still going on, so we're going to have all the full details and also all the full details about the timeline and the TikTok that took place. But we're thankful that between the Mayday and the collapse that we had officials who were able to begin to stop the flow of traffic, so more cars were not up on the bridge. And I can.
There were some on the bridge, or not? Were there any
during the collapse?
Yeah, were there some on the bridge? There have been reports that have been sonar that have detected vehicles at the bottom of the water. So as well as the 8 people, there could still be people trapped inside or potentially have died in vehicles. Is that correct?
I think, the investigation is still going on to find out exactly how many people and what was the situation. But the thing that we do know is that many of the vehicles were stopped before they got onto the bridge, which saved lives in a very, very heroic way.
Thank you all very much. We'll have another update later. Thank you.
This is a huge detail. We don't know how to use it.
David, any thought on time?
So they have the 5th largest population of African Americans in the country. It says that unlike many other northern cities whose African American populations first became well established during the Great Migration, which was in Great Migration, sometimes known as the Great Northern Migration or the Black Migration, was the movement of 6 million African Americans out of rural southern United States to urban Northeast, Midwest, and West between 1910 and 1970. Baltimore has deeply rooted African American heritage, being home to the largest population of free black people half a century before the Emancipation Proclamation. The migrations of Southern and Appalachian African Americans between 1910 and 1970 brought thousands of African Americans to Baltimore, transforming the city into the second northernmost majority black city in the United States after Detroit. The city's African American community is centered in West Baltimore and East Baltimore. The distribution of African Americans on both west and east sides of Baltimore is sometimes called the Black Butterfly, while the distribution of white Americans in central and southeast Baltimore is called The white L. What does that mean? Does it make an L shape? Or are we just losers? Was it a they lost the middle to the white people. Dang it. In the 1790 census, the first census in the history of the United States, African American constituted 11.7% of Baltimore's population. From 1800 until 1840, African Americans were between a fifth and a quarter of Baltimore's population. Decreased in the 1850s to around 17%. That's weird. Because of war? Wait, no. Simon, fuck Simon, go on, man, damn. He always does that shit when I start to read, because he thinks I'm like calling him in here and I need him now. Come over here, I need you now, I need you on my lap right now, I need you.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, African Americans moved from southern United States to Baltimore in search of better socioeconomic conditions and freedoms from segregationists, Jim Crow laws, and lynching, and other forms of anti-black racism. Baltimore was a major destination for southern and Appalachian African Americans, with many coming from the states of Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. By 1960, they had 325,000 African Americans, 34.7% of the population. By 1970, it was at 46.4%, and on the verge of becoming the majority for the first time. Well, now we know why it was burning down all the time. There's so many of them there, man. Sarah, I'm a little... Dude, what? Simon, you act like I didn't fucking do everything for you today, the day before that, the day before that. What do you want? Bro. Come here. I'm really getting tired of the routine, man. Come on. I want a different day every now and then, you know? I just want a different day, Simon. I just have a day where it's not the same shit. It's literally every fucking day he comes in here at 8:40 wanting to sit on my lap, and then I gotta get up in 20 minutes and go get his medicine ready. And he's gonna sit here for 2 fucking hours. Right. I'm not petting you, dude. Lay down, do what you want. Fuck.
Okay, great.
Oh, it was. Yeah, we said something about that earlier. That they had slaves. It says the history of African Americans in Baltimore, 17th century, when the first African American slaves were being brought to the Providence of Maryland. Dude, why are all the screens going down? Fuck, man, he sleeps next to my head for 8 hours a night, dude. Now, and how much time does the cat need with its owner? Is this normal? Already here all day long, man. You gotta sleep here, though. I ain't gonna be Simon. This shit, god dang, bro. Can't you just switch it up a little bit sometimes? We wait till after I give the medicine. I can't be. Y'all notice he does this every day, right? He comes in roughly 20 minutes to an hour before I'm supposed to give him his medicine, and he'll want to lay here. Lately, it's been right around 8:40. Like, why does he go in there to begin with? You know, like, what is he doing? Why does he feel the need to go lay in there and stare at the wall for 2 hours after he eats? What is that shit? He's not even looking out of a window or anything. He just goes in there where it's dark, sits on the couch and stares. Doesn't sleep, just sits there and stares. It's as if he's waiting, hoping that I'm gonna, like, take his bowl and refill it with food. And he's, like, sitting there, and, like, so he can see me when I'm going to do it or something. I don't know what else it could be. Fucking Simon's entitled. You want to talk about entitled? I hadn't even smoked weed this morning. I doubt he has the munchies. He's eaten 80 grams of food already. Almost half a can of very nutrient-dense food. Huh. He loves me so much, I guess. You love me so much, huh?
Anyway, mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Microphone
That's
check,
because I'm
1 2
actually
3,
very sweet to him,
4
even though
5
y'all
6,
see me
mic
go
check.
off on him and shit. He's still
Test 1 2
sitting here.
3 4
He
5
doesn't
6.
get upset about me
Okay, I'll crank it up
yelling
as
at
much
him a
as I
little
can.
bit. I'm not screaming
But
at
it's
him.
okay. But your
He
hearing
knows
sounds
my
clean.
frustration. He knows me better than you know me.
Thank you. All right, I'll crank it up a little bit. Okay, thank you so much. No, you're good right there. Thank you. Yeah, you'll see where everybody is. People have left.
I'm extremely loving to Simon every day from the time I get up and the time I go to sleep. Sometimes I get a little frustrated. I don't know.
Okay, you know you got me in trouble last time we was up here. Yeah, you got me in trouble last time we were up here.
Just when it interrupts me reading it, pisses me off. You piss me off something. You know that. I'm reading something. Let's see if I can find something else on this. Enough about the blacks of Baltimore. What about Maryland, dude? Maryland, how do they have a black governor? Because of Baltimore? Race. So, they actually are majority white people at 57.3%, only 31.7% black. How did they end up getting a black governor? That's weird.
Sir, Sir.
Very Democrat too. All, like, aren't they all? Aren't all the black governors Democrats?
Excuse me, everyone. Are you
Yep,
for the
he sure is.
So the NTSB is moving
Westbourne,
briefing to
Democratic
1 o'clock
Party.
because the White House is having their press briefing at 12. And
Well, they'll probably get money right off the rip to fix the bridge. Federal government sent it right over to them. They're Democrats. They're Republican. They have to beg for it. Biden, please help us. Biden's going to see this and be like, oh, Democrat state, what can we do for you? That's what I've noticed. When any natural disaster happens, that's how it works. Like when the tornadoes hit Tennessee, there was a Republican city that had to ask for donations from the internet. But the Democratic cities, Biden was fucking going to them and talking to them and shit. Preferential treatment to Democratic-run states and cities by the Biden administration.
Nothing big, very, very. Yeah, it's fine, but I mean, he has to go live. Okay. Yeah. Once we do our news, we're pretty good.
I'm saying it's going to cause. Definitely not in the new budget they just put on the table. Maybe they can take some money off of like the $1.5 million they're spending to get New York to play more video games. Apparently that was part of it, part of the bill. Did y'all see that? I can't find that.
I forgot my mic stand. Yeah, I was here before they even started. Hey, Paul, stop creeping, man. I see. Them kids want to crack us like God. I had 2 bottles of water trying to curb this.
I didn't break my specified.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can have a banana to help you. I didn't even want to eat because I was feeling like that. Better now,
Are you live in the
This is the United States of America.
Hey. Oh. Great Hall. Hey. Guess what's up, man? Chino Fest! A large amount of fish. Yeah.
This is the United States of America, damn it.
I ain't gonna get here so much, Simon. If we are best buddies, we play with each other and hang out all day. Speaking of which, I gotta get some more litter ordered today. Litter other day. I'm gonna start to tip a delivery driver for delivering cat litter, 80 pounds. It's not that far away either. Yeah, I'm helping them get a workout.
Hang on, so if you're up there, you're going to be in people's way.
Everything is in nice and 1? Yeah. 1 p.m.? 1 p.m. Yeah. Sam is going to send a note. I just responded to that.
Sounds like we're gonna get something in an hour.
I meant in this over there, so like the beginning of the bridge, right? That's what
Thank you very much.
Sorry, y'all, it's something I need to do for Simon. Gotta get in some new stuff. His litter box starting to go low. And I might be ending. Okay, that's ordered. I gave him $5. Hopefully it's good. A 10 spot? Too late. Too late for that. I'm not, dude. Yo, if he doesn't want to fucking pick it up, he doesn't have to. You know what I mean? They can see what the hell's on the order before they go get it. If they don't like it, they don't have to go get it. Plus, it's 2 40-pound bags. They're not that bad. Too late. I've already given it. Dude, look how long it took you to respond. Dude, what do you want from me? You must be a delivery driver or something. I mean, it's not like he has to get it to me while it's still hot or anything, or make sure that it doesn't mess up my pizza. All he's got to do is pick something up, put it in his car, and bring it here. Don't they pay him for that? Shit, I don't give UPS a fucking tip for bringing me something that weighs 100 pounds. Do you? What's the difference? If they don't want to do that work for what tips they're getting, which I'm sure oftentimes they get 0 tip. I know for sure oftentimes they get 0 tip, dude, because people are like that. They'll be alright with the 5. Huh? Capiche? Capiche? I'm not fucking balling over here. You know what? Dude, I can barely afford to live as it is. Going into every month I go into further debt. It's not my job to pay the delivery driver's rent. Huh? Maybe delivery driving is the right word. You're not getting enough money doing it. If you rely on tips for delivering shit on Uber or whatever, DoorDash, whatever site it is, probably you're not doing that hot. See, it's the thing. These companies don't pay their fucking employees enough, and they expect us to pay them with tips. They expect us to make them want to work for their company. It's not my fucking job to get their employees to want to work for their company. Now is it? It's their job. It's the employer's job to do that. But they would love for it to shift, wouldn't they? They'd love for it to shift up so that we just pay them their salary and the employer doesn't have to pay them hardly anything. I'm not the one. Are you rich? I know people say, well, don't use it. Don't use it if you can't tip. Well, I did tip, though. I just didn't tip, which you might have wanted me to tip. So does that mean that I didn't tip however much this guy wanted me to tip, so I shouldn't use the delivery service? No. I'm getting 0 backup on this, and I've been talking about it for 4 minutes straight. You guys are something. Right. Talk about it. Give them $100. Isn't that better? That'd be best, wouldn't it? If there's lag on your end, it's because you don't fix it by pressing the like button. It's not me, it's you. I'm on ultra low latency, which means there should only be roughly 3 seconds. Do you see that right there? I can't. See right here. Ultra low latency. Those are the lowest amount of latency I can possibly do. I was operating a session, it was all one bag. Oh, yeah, no, they don't have to pick up an 80-pound bag. No. I mean, I would have actually started feeling like a cheapskate if the majority of chat started being like, hey man, $5? What? Well, y'all would have started peer pressuring me a little bit. It was starting to bug me that nobody was saying anything a little bit. I was starting to be, what am I that far out of the loop right now? Like, here's another reason I think food delivery is different. There's a much stricter time limit on food because it has to get there hot. You know, people are hungry. This thing can get here. It doesn't have to be here till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, dude. That's not really a big rush on any, like, 12 to 3 is my time slot. So, there's a lot of differences in food delivery versus, like, item delivery for me. I've delivered food before. I've delivered items before. I never expected to get a tip on delivering items. I delivered flowers at one point. You know what? Most of the time, you don't get a tip delivering flowers. Why would you? And oftentimes people are pissed off when they receive them because it's because of a breakup, a fight, they're cheating on them, and they're like, oh, this motherfucker. Yeah, no, I don't want them. You know, that kind of shit. So not only are you like mad that you're showing up, you don't get a tip. You just drove out there for nothing. You get your hourly wage. I've worked for companies that you get tips many times. How much is the order? I don't remember. $62.73. That's with the tip and tax. So I gave him roughly 10% of the order. Yo, we got fresh fish in the house. Buttons aren't working. It was nice when everything wasn't broken. Well, Alright, 5 times 1. Alright. 10%. So maybe 15% every time you get something. 15% applies more for like a waiter or a waitress that gave you really good service. Because like that's way more work being someone's waiter and trying to stay nice and get their food and get their stuff filled up and you know what I mean, do everything. But there's so much more interaction going on there that it deserves the 15. But it's just going to picking some stuff up for me and bringing it to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like I said, food delivery, that's a little different. Food delivery, because the time is much quicker. It's like within an hour it gets to you. It's got to get hot. It's got to get hot. It's got to get to you. Like I've seen some people getting pizzas delivered, and it's like all on the side and messed up and looks like shit. It's like the pizza looks like a freaking mess in the box. For it to not show up looking like that, there has to be a lot of care involved. They gotta keep it flat. They gotta keep it in the bag. They gotta get it in a certain amount of time so it stays hot. There's much more personal like care going on for your product in a situation like that, and that deserves maybe a little bit more than the 10%. And then that used to be 10% back in the day until they increased it to 15%. Alright, Simon, let's get your medicine. We're so comfortable, getting more comfortable and shit. I just stretched. Alright, man, I'll be right. I gotta measure this out real fast. Buddy. It's a little bit easier now. I fixed my pill splitter. I had to take a piece of plastic out of it because it sucked. It was messing it up. It was didn't build it correctly. Dude, this is gonna be hard. I swear he's doing this to make this harder for me to give him this medication. I might need you to sit up. Like, he lays on my lap before medication time just in hopes that I won't give it to him. Up. There you go. Good boy. Because it's hard to give it to him when he's laying down. I'll be back. Here's. I don't like that stuff, probably. Alright, we're doing stuff today. You're getting it done, buddy. Give a two $1 lottery. Is that what you do? You give lottery tickets as a tip? Maybe share. That's an interesting idea. I think people would be pretty stoked on getting lottery tickets. You can't get those off the internet, can you? You have to go to the store and get it. That's good. I'll do his litter later. Alright. Read the Outlaw King. Like what? Dude, Outlaw might be in some serious relapse right now. Very odd that he's been MIA for so long. You got a seizure? Really? Damn, man. What kind of mushroom was it?
Dude, I was the only one of all of these people to have love. That's fucking shocking. Holy shit. And that was my first choice of, I'm like, I'm not, I actually, when I was walking out today, I'm like, I'm not taking a guy. Yeah, never leave home without it. Didn't think that. Yeah, no.
Oh, this is empty, I wonder. It's like full of product.
Oh, yeah. Probably, huh? Nah, this one's fully charged, so. I would. Are you ready? 1 second. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check, 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 check. You're welcome. Anybody else? Check, 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 check. 1 4 3 4 5. I got you. I got you. Cool. All right. Beautiful. Not that bad.
Oh, here, can I check out this one? That way it's more close. Hold off.
Yeah. I'll fix it for you.
Thank you. I have the mic stamp. I forgot it. I feel like an idiot. Like, go one day I need it.
Yeah, because I never used it ever, and now I happen to have this here.
Right.
But I always have like black tape in my bag.
Oh my god, dude, I dated this chick a long time ago in 2006, and that's crazy. I talked about her the other day, or like a year ago, about how I found out she worked at the Long Beach Post.
So today, we're out here.
That's wild. She's protesting and shit because apparently they laid off a bunch of people. She must have been one of them. Yo, actually, I finger diddled her. That's about as far as we got. I went to the church Denzel Washington goes to with her too, like on Easter, some shit. It was all black. I was like the only white person there. She's really into like the black agenda and like black need to get more coverage on the news and like she was just, I just saw her recently talking about it on Reddit. Somebody posted her. I was like, oh my god, that's her again. It's crazy. Small world, man. When I met her, she lived in Hollywood and she was pursuing a music career as a singer.
It's actually not mine.
She drove a Nissan Altima.
Well, it's not mine, but I'm sure he's cool with it.
I'm ready for
She's from out of state. I think St. Louis or something.
kids in spring break and
Right. You're like, I'm at the bridge class.
Small world, man. She was much like
6-year-old, 4-year-old.
more slender back then.
What happened?
Right.
She's got a little rounder. Dude, I remember during the movie we went to, I still have it too, this white Adidas, I don't know what it's called, it's a jacket without a hoodie. And she had, I don't remember if she had a wig on or if it was a real hair, but it had a bunch of brown shit in it, dude. And I remember by the end of the night, my shoulder had a bunch of fucking like brown oil on it from her hair because she kept leaning on my shoulder. Bro, I was like, really? It's like this? Because at the time I hadn't dated that many black women. I mean, I had a black girlfriend already by the time actually, but she never left black stains on my clothes like that. Or brown stains. She didn't put a bunch of crap in her hair, I guess. Yeah, man. Her name's Jackie. Jackie Ray. Used to have her card.
Levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
So she's out there protesting
1, 2, 3, 4,
today.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Levels.
He's so wild. Hey, how you been? Long time no. You remember me? Probably won't even remember me. Out there streaming their protests. It's definitely her though. I know 1,000,000%. It's the third time I've seen her now. There aren't that many black women named Jackie Ray that are living out here that I would recognize instantly when I saw her. Before I even saw her name, I was like, yo, Jackie. I used to get down with the jungle fever, man. I grew out of it, though. I learned how like here's how it works, man. Black women, no matter what, are always a little bit racist. I'm sorry, dude. They are though. It's gonna come out eventually, man. You simply can't be a white man unless you're gonna be extremely subservient. You probably aren't gonna be able to be with a black woman as a white man. You're gonna have to kind of cower down. They're gonna be trying to run that show. Test it. Oh, you need to test that. I tested it 3 times. With something about like it always comes back. You know, I mean, they black people are never gonna forget the whole slavery thing, dude. It doesn't just go away. And in a relationship, when you're getting in an argument or something, they start thinking about that shit. No, I didn't run in. Well, I ran into her on the internet 3 times, not in person. The numbers. What are you saying? I should actually be like, "What's up, Jackie?" No. She's just. I don't like her views. political views. I can tell she's a Biden voter, dude. For one. Nope. I looked at her Instagram. She was wearing a Biden shirt or something one day on one of her posts. Nope. She checked the box for that one for me. Dude, the world's so small. One time I was at a rave in Colorado Springs. It's dark in raves. 10,000 capacity venue. Huge. I bump into the dude. It's like, John? And I forget his name now. And I'm like, dude! It's a guy that I had lived with for like a month in Memphis. He sold me fake acid that night too. Asshole. Small world, dude. An asshole. A whole vial. A whole fucking vial of fake acid. At that. 100 hits.
Alright, so I've used 16. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Bruh. Shouldn't have sent in. What? I fell back, it went black. I felt like I was drowning. What the hell, man? How much did you take? Do you know what you took? Was it in chocolate, or could you actually see the mushroom? Because if it's in chocolate, you don't know what's in that chocolate. They could have put research chemicals in it. I'm trying only to get the chocolates from people I really trust. So what was it? Could you tell by, could you ID it by looking at it? Was it just a Kaminsky? Cubes all pretty much look the same. Unless they're albino or penis envy. Penis envy look like little penises. God, oh, you don't know mushrooms like that? Well, they weren't red and white like that, were they? Because that's Amarena muscaria, and those are actually extremely toxic to the liver. I've OD'd on those before, not knowing how dangerous they were. Just to boil them or something first and get out the toxic something that's in them. And I actually had a really bad night with those once that I couldn't stop throwing up. I couldn't even lift my body up. I had to stay in the hunched over position. My girlfriend at the time couldn't even drive the car without me getting super nauseous. We were stuck in a parking lot for hours until I got over it. And we were like an hour and a half away from home. Khaki tan, blue spots. I mean, those are probably Cubensis. Interesting. That's really weird. I've had what felt like my calves were going to start cramping up while I was driving from them. But let's see here, I'm looking that up. I used to do silly stuff when I was younger. I don't know if I would drive on them. Now, it's really not that hard to drive on mushrooms, honestly. But, it is hard to drive on nitrous oxide. That one I definitely don't recommend. That's when I was extremely young and dumb. There it is. This is the first report case of electrographically confirmed seizures associated with classic psychedelic drug use. Interesting. Large increase in typical seizure frequency coincided with the ingestions of large doses of the mushrooms. We present a case of psychedelic mushroom-induced seizures in a person with refractory right temporal lobe epilepsy implanted with a responsive neurostimulation system. Dude, maybe you got some underlying stuff going on, Miss Bongo, and it triggered it. I wonder if there's like a way you could get tested, checked out. Because, dude, that's serious, man. If that happens while you're driving, like out of nowhere. This is talking about it. This person had epilepsy, and that's why it happened. The only way it would have been super potent is if it was something other than Cubensis, which usually don't look like the same. I wouldn't even think they would turn blue like that, because Cubensis are like, that's one of their telltale signs, is they turn blue when they're cut. Of course, it could have just been a really strong one. Do you have any epilepsy in your family? Yeah, there's multiple, it looks like multiple sites talking about epilepsy, psychedelics, and seizures, but here's something. Here's something. National and regional trends in seizures of shrooms. Oh no, this is like seizing them. Seizures. They're about seizures. There we go. 2022. Prevalence and associations of classic psychedelic-related seizures in a population-based sample. Previous studies have reported links between classic psychedelic use and seizures, but little remains known about prevalence and potential risk factors of classic psychedelic-related seizures. Among those who reported lifetime classic psychedelic use, 1.5% reported classic psychedelic-related seizures, a statistic that comports with the prevalence of epilepsy in the U.S. population. Among those who reported seizures while using a classic psychedelic, almost half reported co-use of antidepressants, mood stabilizers, or opioid replacement therapies at the same time of the seizures. Notably, classic psychedelic-related seizures were more commonly reported in certain respondents, especially those with personal or family history of epilepsy. Conclusion: the results suggested that classic psychedelic use could increase the risk of seizures in certain populations, particularly those with personal or family history of epilepsy. So, I don't know, it might be something to keep an eye on, right? I don't know anything about epilepsy, really. I'm glad you're doing all right. At least you're not stuttering or anything, right? You haven't slowed down on one side of your body or anything, right? You don't feel the left side don't feel weirder or anything. I don't even. It could have been damaged. Right. Can a seizure like screw up something? Or is that just an aneurysm?
Later, talk about it. No, later. We're set in stone for 1 o'clock. NTSB is going to appear at this podium. A brief is setting up right now, changing out with Mark. No, you don't. You will have a designated at the podium. So, we got that.
Maybe that's just the aneurysm that does that.
You work with them more than I do. Well, the issue is if you're going to keep me as a sidebar story on people and reactions in the community, or if you're going to have somebody else or me. I'm trying to do two positions, but I'm getting a...
All right.
Good times.
You got the...
I got a thing on one of these on there, and it says green.
Oh no, it does say a very small number of people find they have temporary weakness or can't move part of their body after they've had a seizure. This is called Todd's paralysis or Todd's paresis.
All this other stuff. You're good now, right?
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, cool.
Alright. That's still something you might want to talk to your doctor about. Maybe they could do, like, if you got insurance, that is. I mean, kind of hard to bring that up, though, ain't it? Nah, doctor, I was doing illegal drugs. I think I had a seizure. It's not a good look, is it? Then they put that in your medical record, but your medical record is confidential. Yeah, I mean, for real, Joker, that's real. Because next time it could happen while you're on the road. I mean, at the same time, though, you got to be really careful with reporting seizures, man. They could take a driver's license away. Fuck, man. Man. I'm sorry you got to go through all this boggle. Lot to think about. Is Biden supposed to be on right now?
Make it safer in this country.
Yeah, so we're waiting on two things. We're waiting on the White House, which should be momentarily. Also waiting on NTSB. That's where Tommy Clark is this morning to hopefully fill in some of the blanks. But right now, I think one of the most telling reports that we've had, I think you both will agree, came from Kate as she was talking to people who knew the names.
Yes,
and knew the
gentleman
whereabouts.
she noticed was in distress.
Yeah.
And he didn't speak a lot of English. She remembered enough of her Spanish and was able to communicate with him and realize that these are his friends.
Yeah, painted the picture. I mean, it was something else.
Incredible.
I think we're hearing that
Tommy Clark. Yeah,
is standing by now.
Yeah, hey guys, so we're still waiting on the NTSB here. You know, the White House is going to speak first, and we will then hear from the NTSB here. They've been switching around times a little bit, but
I got him back here. Whenever he starts, it'll just start auto-playing.
With Governor Moore, it happened about 45 minutes late, so it's no surprise it could be a little late, but we will be on it when it happens. You know, the latest update we have is still those 8 people who had to be rescued. 6 they're still searching for. 2 have been rescued, so 8 total. 2 rescued. 1 is at shock trauma and serious condition. The other one refused treatment, while 6 more people they're searching for right now. They have dive teams underwater. They're looking for vehicles as well, because as I've been saying, I asked in the press conference earlier, and no reply when it came to how many vehicles, if any, were on that bridge. That is the big question at the moment. So we're waiting to hear that, but when...
This is how it happened.
Units responding on to alarm.
Boom! That's crazy, bro.
13 persons possibly in the water. There was a 13-person construction crew operating on the bridge.
Shock 5 on the run.
141.
EMS 6 in route.
EMS 6, 141. Units responding on to alarm. I-695 East. Be advised, 13 persons possibly in the water. There was a 13-person construction crew operating on the bridge, possibly in the water at this time. 146.
6 to communications. Are you advising there's 13 people in the water?
Possibly 13 people in the water at this time. A construction crew.
Okay. Let's go ahead and special call Baltimore County Marine Unit 269 and Marine Unit 216.
Man, that's crazy.
County to also stand by for their boat.
Communications copy. 144. Units responding on rescue alarm Key Bridge. No units access the Key Bridge. I repeat, no units access the Key Bridge. 159.
Engine 57 to command.
Command, go ahead.
We've done a quick search up here on the bridge with our TIC and visually. We're clear of any other cars or civilians on this side. We just got us and a few police officers here, and they cleared out all the rest of the traffic. You want us to just stand by up here?
That's correct. Go ahead and stay by where you are.
Copy.
Rescue 1 to command. The police boat's here at Port Armstead. I have 1 victim conscious. Do we have a medic on the scene?
That's correct. We do have one medic unit up here on top of the boat ramp. Can you advising a priority of this patient?
I'm trying. At least a priority 2.
Okay, copy. A priority 2 patient, medic 9, stretcher to the top of this boat ramp for a priority 2 patient.
9 copy.
Tank 1 to Tank 6. You got the Fort Armistead side?
That's correct. Command post is established at Fort Armistead.
Okay, if you want to set up a different area for our side, also, I'm trying to get visual on top of the bridge to see if there's any remaining cars up top side and get cleared. We also have MTA police. He's here with night vision. He's scanning the water from the North Shore.
Well, it caught on fire for a second right there.
Okay, I copy that.
Fire Rescue Boat 1 to command, we're on scene. Would you like to stay out here and search around for people in the water, or you want us to come over to Fort Armistead?
Go ahead and proceed searching if you can from a safe area. Avoid any areas around the bridge that may be in danger of further collapse.
Copy that.
Why the heck was it going the wrong direction though? It
couldn't. Cargo ship.
It can't go through there anyway. Oh, could it go under? Maybe it would have been able to fit here.
Rescue coming.
Yeah, it looks like it would have.
8 construction workers were on the bridge, according to the construction worker.
Why couldn't they steer it without power though?
He said there was a dump truck, a pickup truck, a large truck, and a Nissan car that he knew of that were on the bridge
hydraulic, I
at
guess.
the time of collapse. But there is at least 7 unaccounted construction workers.
Okay, I copy.
So we're unable to get to the park. We're on the other side of the bridge at BC1.
Tank 1 to 6.
That's just crazy how easy it is to knock a bridge down. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often.
He's with me. He's reporting there's no cars remaining on top bridge. We're trying to confirm. Also, do we have a structural engineer around?
Standby 1, BC1. 6-1, do you have a liaison with somebody from MD, the transportation?
Some bridge have to do with coffee.
Yeah, he's here. He has night ops goggles on. He's scanning out on the water. We have a cargo ship taking down the complete center span. He's not picking up any.
Oh, it's the electricity
Okay,
right there.
Ascertain from them if the bridge was open at the time of the collapse.
Fire Rescue Boat 2, we're also on the scene. We're patrolling the area. Recommend Foxtrot if it hasn't already been requested.
Foxtrot's down. Maryland State Police have been requested. I believe we got an aircraft already overhead. Battalion Chief 1, go ahead with your message.
They're saying that the bridge was open, limited traffic, like one lane each.
Francis Scott's Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware, either on train or by car. Been in Baltimore Harbor many times. And the bridge collapsed, sending several people and vehicles into the water, into the river. And multiple U.S. Coast Guard units, which are stationed very nearby, thank God, were immediately deployed along with local emergency personnel. And the Coast Guard is leading the response to the port, where representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, the FBI, the Department of Transportation, the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Maryland officials and Baltimore Police and Fire, are all working together to coordinate an emergency response. Officials at the scene estimate 8 people were unaccounted for still. Not still, were unaccounted for. That number might change. 2 have been rescued, 1 without injury, 1 in critical condition. And the search and rescue operation is continuing for all those remaining as we speak. I spoke with Governor Moore this morning, as well as the Mayor of Baltimore, the county executive, both United States senators and the congressman. And my Secretary of Transportation is on the scene. I told them we're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. And I mean all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild that port together. Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives. Our prayers are with everyone involved in this terrible accident and all the families, especially those waiting for the news of their loved one right now. I know every minute in that circumstance feels like a lifetime. You just don't know. It's just terrible. We're incredibly grateful for the brave rescuers who immediately rushed to the scene, and to the people of Baltimore who want to say, we're with you. We're going to stay with you as long as it takes. And like the governor said, you're Maryland tough, you're Baltimore strong, and we're going to get through this together. And I promise we're not leaving. Here's what's happening now. The search and rescue operation is our top priority. Ship traffic in the Port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice, and we'll need to clear that channel before the ship traffic can resume. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the spot and is going to help lead this effort to clear the channel. The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs, and I've been there a number of times as a senator and as a vice president. It handles a record amount of cargo last year. It's also the top port in America for both imports and exports of automobiles and light trucks. Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year.
The hell's hanging from his wrist? What's that?
Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year. And we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible. 15,000 jobs depend on that port. And we're going to do everything we can to protect those jobs and help those workers. The bridge is also critical for travel, not just for Baltimore, but for the Northeast Corridor. Over 30,000 vehicles cross the Francis Scott Key Bridge on a daily basis. And it's virtually...
I know what that is. That's his leash. That's where they hook him in whenever they want to, like, you know, you get the kid leashes. That's the presidential leash. He's the only one that has ever had one.
For the economy in the Northeast and the quality of life. My transportation secretary is there now. As I told Governor Moore, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible. And we're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland and whatever they ask for. We're going to work with our partners in Congress to make sure the state gets the support it needs. It's my intention that the federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge. And I expect the Congress to support my effort. It's going to take some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt. You know.
Hold on. Wait a second. Oh, and then they're going to sue the shipping company for all that money, right?
Until this job gets done. Not leave until then. So I just want to say God bless everybody who got everyone harmed this morning and their families. And may God bless the first responders, who many of them risked their lives.
AKA China.
I'm not going to take a lot of questions. There's remaining issues that are open, and we've got to determine what's going to happen in terms of the rescue mission and the like.
Do you plan to go to Baltimore, sir? And if so, how quickly?
I do, and as quickly as I can.
You said the federal government's also going to pay for the repairs. I'm just curious. This was a ship that appears to be at fault. Is there any reason to believe that the company behind the ship should be held responsible? And then also,
that could be, but we're not going to wait for that to happen. We're going to pay for it to get the bridge rebuilt and opened.
What did you make of Israel's decision not to attend this meeting this week?
Oh, I don't want to get into that. I'll have plenty of time to talk about Ross.
You mentioned the port. Pass my card. About the port.
Thanks for working out. Thanks for working out. Thank you. All right.
And he said as soon as he can.
He's on his way to Carolina and then figure that out next.
Let's head out to Deb Weiner. What did you make of what the president said?
Well, I thought the headline was the plan for the federal government to pay for a new bridge, and the fact that, as you said, the president says he will be coming to Baltimore as soon as possible. You know, right now it's clear that so much of the focus remains on this search and rescue mission at this point.
2:30. Something else came up that she had to attend, and we're moving to 2:30. I don't have that information.
2:30.
2:30.
It was supposed to happen at 12, and now it's happening at 2:30. But it was supposed to happen at 1, and now it's happening at 2:30 maybe.
From the governor exactly who and what they're looking for, whether it is just, not just, but whether it is the construction crew members, or in addition to vehicles that were traveling on the bridge. And clearly the president has spoken to everyone, the governor, the mayor, the county executive, and the U.S. senators as well, and pledging to send all federal resources that are needed.
Yeah, he did mention. Go ahead.
No.
He did mention the May Day call that was, vital in keeping people from, getting on the bridge.
Yeah. And also the scope of the whole, like he helped you understand why we're on television for so long and why the President of the United States is talking about it. The number of cars that go through here, the number of jobs, and then the idea that this is definitely a connecting point that's important to the Northeast. So without it, we're in trouble.
He described it as vital to commerce in the Northeast.
Well, and like so many of us
Dude,
as
this
well,
is gonna take a
described
while
the
to
personal
build,
relationship
man.
with the bridge, right? Talking about going over it many times as
This is gonna fuck America up for real.
Delaware, to Washington. So he talked about his own relationship. I think so many of us are feeling that today, as we just continue to take a breath and to wonder when the shock will wear off.
Gotta be terrorist
I'm not
attack,
sure it
man.
will, right? I'm really not sure it will.
But another thing that was interesting, you felt the urgency. Like you felt like, and not just, I don't want to just put it on the president, I think you felt it through Governor Moore, you felt it through
because this is where they would attack us, dude.
Maryland
our ports.
Transportation Authority. Like there's an urgency to get the process moving.
Absolutely, because of the importance of this bridge, not just for, like we're saying, for traffic reasons around here. No, this is something that is vital to especially this part of the country, but it's also, the port of Baltimore is vital to the world.
Right. Did he? I believe.
And they don't want it, like they wouldn't
imports
take
and exports in the country go
responsibility because no one's busted yet. There's no reason to take responsibility. No one's been called out for screwing up on their job intentionally yet.
Corps of Engineers working on clearing that channel, but right now we just continue to hope for the best when it comes to the families and the lives affected from this catastrophe.
And you think about the ginormous tasks ahead.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
From clearing the channel to, developing plans for the bridge, and I mean, it's massive.
Yeah. Well, one presser down, another to go. We're waiting on the NTSB. We're going to leave you, Deb, and let you reset. We'll go to Tommy now. She's standing by there, and that crew is gathering, and looks like we're still waiting in that area. And to give folks an idea, you're really close to things. Right over your left shoulder, I mean, without those reporters, you'd be able to see that cargo ship, and now you hear help is on the way, potentially, to get things righted.
That's right, Jason. We are right on the edge. I'd say in front of me, there's maybe half a mile of reporters, photographers from across the world here, not just the nation, across the world here set up. We are on the edge, as close as we can be to where the cargo ship is. You can see it just a little bit over my shoulder, the cargo ship, and then the key highway bridge. It just cuts off. You can't even imagine what it's like looking at this, just seeing that the bridge is gone. Now that the president has spoken, we are expecting NTSB. They were supposed to speak earlier. It got pushed back so that the president could have his word. But the NTSB, they will be here in Dundalk, right in front of me here.
They place the Singapore flag. It's not Chinese.
1 p.m., but it will likely be a little bit later. But they're going to talk about the investigation in this case, of course, locally, but nationally. There's going to be an investigation into what exactly happened.
It's only 9 years old,
this
too.
Collision. Now, the latest that we got was a press conference with Governor Moore. He had a message for all those involved,
wait a
all
second.
the families involved. Take a listen.
It goes back and forth from here to China, though.
Of this tragedy and their loved ones. All of our hearts are broken. We feel your loss. We're thinking of you. And we will always be thinking of you. We pray for the construction workers who are on the Key Bridge, and we pray for everyone who has been touched by this tragedy and their families and all of their loved ones. But Maryland, we will get through this, because that is the Maryland spirit, and that's what Maryland is made of. We are Maryland tough, and we are Baltimore strong. So in the face of heartbreak, we come together. We embrace one another, and we come back stronger. That's what we've always done. That's what we'll continue to do. And that's what we're going to get done together. And we're going to pray for Baltimore.
Hi, Carter. This is James with Fox News Channel. I just
Of course, along with the search and rescue of 6 at least
That's right,
individuals that
Cato.
they are looking for. You know, those are contractors, folks who were working on potholes, construction workers on the bridge. We don't know about vehicles, if there were any on that bridge, but they are searching to find that out. As that happens, secondly, there's an impact, of course, majorly on the Port of Baltimore. That's what President Biden mentioned a bit earlier, but that's also what we're going to be talking about with the NTSB. And of course, the latest is that traffic is halted, vessels are halted. The only thing going through here is trucks are still going through the Port of Baltimore. We're hoping, I'd say, in the next 30 minutes to hear from the NTSB. Time will tell, but as soon as they set foot here in Dundalk, we will be hearing from them, and we'll bring it to you. Back to you.
All right, Tommy, thank you. Ashley Hinson here. Kyrie joining us, taking over for Mindy and Jason, who've been doing a fantastic job covering.
Who's going to Sri Lanka?
It is just unbelievable. I don't know about you, but I woke up this morning, saw it, and I know everyone's been saying the same thing, but absolutely shocking.
It has been an unbelievable sight. It has been shocking. It has been so many things. I mean, we've all seen the Key Bridge. We've driven over it. Yeah. And most of us many times. And to see that night view, first off, of the cargo ship hitting the bridge and the bridge going down, and then to see this in daylight, it is really awful.
The whole crew is
and
Indian.
I think a lot of us think about
22 crew members, they're all Indian.
Have this fear of bridges. You know,
says right here.
Drive over a bridge and you really.
Shut up. God, that fucking news, dude, sucks, dude. They just try to keep you fucking listening to them talk about nothing for hours. As per ship management company Synergy, the crew of 22 on Dolly, the cargo ship that collided against the Francis Scott Key Bridge, Baltimore, is all Indian. They are piloted by local crew until they are out into the bay and are also guided by tugboats. Where's the tugboat? Was there actually a tugboat on it? There wasn't. There wasn't somebody on a fucking... This thing wasn't being tugboated, or it wouldn't have ran into that. Fucking moron. You know, if it had tugboats, the tugboats would have made sure it didn't hit anything. The Evergreen vessel managed by BSM that was stuck in the Suez in 2021 too had all Indian crew. Yeah, local pilots, not the crew, were guiding the ship at the time of the accident. Dolly ship operator warned about port infrastructure before bridge collision. Newsweek. The founder of the Dolly's operating company had warned that port infrastructure posed critical problems to the industry nearly 3 years before the ship caused a major bridge collision in Baltimore. That's a little sus. That specific ship talked about the bridge. Synergy Marine Group's founder and CEO Rajesh Uni had warned about the dangers that existed infrastructure posed back in April 2021 when he told Bloomberg, "Traffic on the seas is different from what it was 10 years ago. How do we adapt as an industry?" he asked. "It's convenient to blame the captain, but we need to look at how the port infrastructure needs to change, how ships transit." More than 12.4 million passengers and commercial vehicles went over it last year. Let's divide that by 356 and you get how many per day. What is that? So roughly 35,000 vehicles a day on average.
Today, but most of them are looking for information. We'll send it back to you.
Kate, before you go,
this
is a little bit minutia, but I wanted to see, just to give people a little bit more perspective in terms of the workers and what all they're doing. Did Jesus give you any background details about how long the workers had been on the bridge? We know that this crash happened at 1:30, but did he give you any other details about what he knew about the circumstances of the work?
He may have, and I have a translator working on a translated transcript of our interview right now, so I can probably get back to you with more information. Again, he was not on this crew, but he works with them, and he's done this job before. He told us he'd been working with this company for about 8 months, and he'd been on this, put on one of these work details before, but I was not able to, at least from our initial conversation, my Espanol is very rusty. It's not very extensive, and I was not able to tell what the shifts looked like. Was it, an 11 to 8, or a midnight, or that's one of the things that we're trying to glean. And as soon as I get the translation back, we'll be able to give that information to Kai.
Okay, this is for you and for everyone else too. That NTSB press conference has been pushed back to 2:30, so we'll be standing by for that, waiting for that, hoping more information will be coming out to pass on to you as well. And Barry Sims is here in the newsroom for us as well.
Yeah, Barry, you have some information about the history of the ship or the bridge, one or the other, we know.
We actually have information about the bridge. Of course, it was built to deal with congestion. The bridge was named to honor Francis Scott Key, and it was an important part of Baltimore's infrastructure as well as city and U.S. history. Now, these are pictures of its beginnings from the Maryland Department of Transportation. And according to Maryland historians, construction began in August 1972. It officially opened to traffic March 23rd, 1977. And according to Preservation Maryland, the bridge was considered a major milestone in developing Maryland's highway system as it completed the Interstate 695 circuit around Baltimore. The cost to build, $100 million. The span of the steel truss bridge had 4 lanes and stretched 1.6 miles over the Patapsco River. It just had its 47th anniversary. Now, originally 2 tunnels were considered before the bridge was built, and again it was named after Francis Scott Key, who watched the bombardment of Fort McHenry during the War of 1812. It inspired Key to write the poem that inspired the Star-Spangled Banner, the national anthem.
It's named the Francis Scott Key Bridge because it's believed that Key was about 100 yards away from it when he penned what would today become the Star-Spangled Banner back in September of 1814. And then on the other side of it is Fort Carroll, which you can see, which is a historic fort down below it. So it's a very historic part of the harbor, and it was from there that obviously not only today can you see Fort McHenry, but it was visible to Francis Scott Key, which is why it's named in his honor.
So a lot of history here. Nicholas Redding says the impact of what happened is profound. This impacts everyone in this area and the families of those who lost their lives as well. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Barry. So many questions I know will continue about the bridge and the people are watching this across the country, all over the world. We just heard President Biden say that the federal government is going to do everything it can to make sure that it's built as quickly as possible. And then Dave Collins earlier had brought up the questions of the bumpers around the pillars, and everyone probably, I'm sure, looking at what exactly happened and looking at other bridges across the country to see what to do.
Yeah, and you think about, I know they talked about those bumpers around the pylons back in 9/11, if they were going to add them for safety reasons. Of course, the terrorism alert was high then. They say they didn't because of the cost, right? But then you look at what it is going to cost now, and the exorbitant amount of money it will take to rebuild. Like you mentioned, Mr. Biden said that the federal government will be covering that. Also, interesting in that press conference, we heard a reporter ask, "What about the company? What about the boat company? You know, what is their responsibility in this?" And he said he wanted to get the bridge built immediately, and so we'll take care of that later. So very interesting.
And all of that will come out in the investigation, as you said. We know the NTSB is going to be holding a press conference at 2:30, so hopefully we will get a lot more preliminary information at that point. We do want to get to Kim Dacey, who is at Stony Beach. She has been there for quite some time. Kim, I know you've spoken with a lot of people there. Tell us about what they've been telling you.
Yeah, here at Stony Beach, a lot of folks have been coming out who live here, but people from all over really coming to look and see what is left of the bridge. You get a different vantage point here and kind of a different perspective on this, how it's affecting work at the port. I'm joined now by Betty Clark. She has been working at the port for 6 or 7 years now. She's obviously not working today, but she said her husband is there at the port working today. Tell me, what has he told you it's like?
Quiet. It's a somber mood. It's, you know, not many people around. Yeah.
So they have no ships coming in or out right now, is that right?
Yes, no ships.
And Betty and her family, her whole family, they work at the port, and this is their livelihood. This is how they make their living. And tell me, if the port is closed or ships can't come in and out for an extended period of time, tell me how that's going to affect your family.
Oh, it's going to affect it a lot. A lot of families down there. It's going to affect. That's their main source of income. So it's really going to affect a lot of people.
And you said if the ships don't come in, you don't get paid, right?
No, we don't get paid. Nope. Nope.
So there's no telling how long it will be. Now, you mentioned something, the union is in meetings right now?
Yes, they're in meetings right now. We don't have word what's going to happen yet, so we're just waiting to hear something. Yeah.
So the union is for the port workers, so hopefully they're working to secure something. But you're afraid that some of the younger members, like your daughter, are going to be more affected by this.
Yes, she's a single mom. Yes, and they're going to be affected because their seniority's low, so it's really going to hit them too. Yep.
So this is going to affect a lot of people in the area. There are a lot of people around here who work at the port.
Yes, a lot. A lot. I have my family, my daughters, my son-in-laws. They all work there. Yeah. It's going to affect a lot of people.
And how did you find out what had happened?
I got a phone call from my son-in-law, 3:30 in the morning. Called me, sending me videos and pictures, and I was amazed. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yeah.
Was he at work at the time?
No, he just got up to go to the hall to try to get a job, but yeah, and he, told me what happened.
So tell me, you said you tried to look up some information about who had worked the ship and what time it got done. Tell me what you were able to learn.
I was told that the ship got done at 12 o'clock. It was, I believe, a 3-day ship. My daughter worked it Saturday, so it got done, 12 o'clock last night. Yep.
And this happened, we were told, around 1:30, 1:40, just to put that in context. And do you know anyone who was still hanging around at that time when the crash happened?
No, not at this time, no. Yeah.
So you said you have a ship coming in tomorrow, but are you not sure what's happening?
Not sure if we'll work it, if they'll let it come through. I work on the other side for APS, driving line over there, so I'm not sure at this point what's going to happen. 3 o'clock we'll get word, hopefully. Yeah.
Tell me what it's going to mean for a lot of folks in this area if this port is not able to operate for an extended period of time.
A lot of households are going to be in dire need of income, food, resources. It's going to hurt a lot in this area.
What is your hope moving forward, in relation to this accident and the operations at the port?
I'm hoping it doesn't take long to get the waterways cleared and get it up and running, because our main source is my husband's income from the port is our main source, and I'm sure a lot of other people are in the same predicament we are. So my prayers go out to them, out to the construction workers, the families. It's just all around a sad, sad day.
Yeah, well, thank you, Betty, for that perspective. Another perspective on this accident. Not only the folks whose lives are still in question, and of course the cost to rebuild the bridge, but the folks who work the port are really going to be affected by this, especially if ships can't get in or out. So, and another perspective to all of this, and another layer to this tragedy here, that a lot of these folks are going to be without their livelihood if those ships can't get in and out. So that's the latest here in Stony Beach, so we'll send it back to you.
Kim, before you go, I know that, Stony Beach is it's such a great place to go and get that visual of the iconic bridge. And I know you were saying earlier that you've seen a lot of people come. I think maybe you were the one who said that you saw people bringing flowers and stuff. Tell me about, I guess, the crowd that has been gathering there and what you've noticed and what the conversations you've had with them.
Yeah, well, earlier this morning when we first got here, it was a lot of residents who lived here who had just come out, essentially their back doors, and were kind of looking to see, part of their landscape is now gone. The Key Bridge was something they had a visual of literally every day. And now it's turned into more folks coming from a little further away just to see for themselves what had happened. And a lot of news media has gathered here as well, because it is a good vantage point. We have news media, international news media from all over here around us, along with us local folks, to get a shot of what the bridge looks like now and talk to some folks out here. So it's kind of been changing throughout the day.
All right, Kim, thank you. And the economic impact, like Betty was mentioning, a big deal for so many people who live there. The commuters, that's going to be an issue. And of course, this could take months and months to rebuild, if not years. I mean, who knows at this point. But again, I think the big focus right now is still that search and rescue for those 6 remaining construction workers who have still not been found. Again, 2 others were rescued. One of them was taken to the hospital, but we did just learn that that patient who was in critical condition has just been released from shock trauma. So that is fantastic news.
That is tremendous news, because I think the impression I had, at least from earlier news conferences, was that person's in critical condition, very dire condition. So I think we are they're starting to get a little bit more information, at least
sorry,
about that person, if they've been released, and that is very, very good news.
Yeah, and I was reading, the doctor was saying, I mean, when you hit the water from that high, I mean, it feels like concrete, just 20 feet off of the water, and you know, who knows where exactly they were on the bridge, and if that was higher, probably. But it's just incredible to know that the one person declined treatment. This construction worker now released. I mean, I'm just praying for the remaining to be found.
All right, and we have been following what has been going on, or what went on with this cargo ship, the Dolly. It was on its way to Sri Lanka. We know it was traveling at 8 knots, I believe, and so there are a lot of questions as to what went wrong. There's the power outage that we're hearing about, and then that Mayday call that thankfully allowed the bridge workers to stop the traffic on that bridge, because one good thing is that this was at 1:30 in the morning, so the traffic was
I've already read out all the vessel finder information.
It was during the morning
Singapore
rush or the
and
afternoon rush, so thank goodness for that. But still, to know that there were people who were on this bridge and had to get across, and now these construction workers who were just doing their jobs. Let's get to Deb, who has been following kind of a lot of the background with this ship, right, Deb? And exactly where it was going, where it came from. Also, an accident that happened not too long ago.
Yeah, before I get into that, I'll tell you, when you hear about someone being released from shock trauma, I think we're reminded so often in Baltimore the extraordinary work of this world-renowned hospital, and the fact that this individual had this horrible situation happen and is now released from shock trauma really speaks to the genius of the medical community. So I just wanted to put that out there, the heroic work of doctors, nurses, and staff at shock trauma. So that aside, so just the background, again, of this ship, the Dolly, which was headed to Sri Lanka, was supposed to arrive in Sri Lanka on April 26th. The New York Times now reporting, so there's many questions about the ship and the integrity of the ship. The New York Times now reporting that an inspection of the Dolly last year at a Chilean port showed that the vessel had a deficiency, again, according to the New York Times, a deficiency related to propulsion and auxiliary machinery. I'm certainly no expert on any of that, but it just, you know, we're beginning to get sort of a footprint, right, of the integrity of this ship that began to move out from our area very early this morning. It was 12:25, and again, as you said, Kai, reached that level of speed of about 8 knots, and it was maintaining a straight course by all accounts until, we believe, until it lost power and until that Mayday, and then data shows that this collision occurred right before 1:30 in the morning, and that's when we first saw those images, and we were all woken up by word that, in fact, the Key Bridge had come down, that we had this video that was absolutely hard to believe and still remains absolutely hard to accept. And as we said, we are waiting. The news conference from local officials has been delayed a number of times. So we are now in the second delay, and perhaps that is a result of information that's still coming in, investigative information, as well as that search that continues for those 6 individuals who remain missing since this collision early this morning. So we are told that this press conference from the National Transportation Safety Board for the NTSB will take place at 2:30, and by all accounts, at that press conference, the NTSB will be joined by the governor, the mayor, and all the other officials who are keeping an eye on this situation, which has many layers to it, right? So we have the search for these 6 construction workers. We have the suspension of activity at the port, which is all but frozen as this situation continues to unfold before our very eyes. So I do know that certainly in the days and weeks to come, WBAL-TV will continue to monitor this catastrophic situation. Guys.
Oh, Deb, can we go back? Because I know that you were following this, and just kind of a reset, because I think there are probably some new people joining us here this afternoon. But for lack of a better word, I found it rather spectacular when you were showing us kind of when the ship left port, and then just that very slight veer off course. I don't know if we have that graphic that we can pull up, but tell us about what you found with that.
Okay, so this information, I hope we can pull that up again, because I also found this very interesting. interesting. So this data comes from, here we go, marinetraffic.com. And so, as I indicated, the ship began moving out from shore after midnight, 12:25, and it reached that top speed of 8 knots and was maintaining that straight course of 140 degrees. And was this necessarily connected to the power outage? I don't know, but all I can tell you is that according to the data, the ship began to veer at about 124 to 141 degrees, so that 1 degree switch. And then 2 minutes later, at 126, it was proceeding at 145 degrees.
What is that?
Then
dude,
152 degrees at 127, and then finally 158 before that catastrophic collision with the Key Bridge.
I'm sorry, but that 1% change that it made towards that thing right before it hit it is highly suspect for me. Am I the only one? If it's without power, what did it turn towards the thing and lose power? Or did it lose power and then turn towards it? Because it had to hit that perfectly right there. It hit the brace or the base for it. Yo, that's very odd. And not away, not like they were like, hey, we got to turn it as much as we can away. A little bit's better than none. No, they turned it towards the fucking thing. What the fuck, dude?
Which is at 129, and then the bridge, how many times can we see it before we lose our shock? I don't think we ever can when that bridge.
Let's look at that again.
Direction, in addition to construction.
Foxtrot's down.
It was so close to not hitting it. You see what I mean? It hit the edge of it with the edge of the ship.
That the bridge was open, limited traffic, like 1 lane each direction. In addition to construction workers, we're trying to get someone who has cameras within camera bridge location, so we review that.
Yeah.
That truss bridge that was built in 1977, completed in 1977, came down in all but seconds. Bridge is the Francis Scott terrible, catastrophic thing happened before our eyes, and I think where someone said to us, "Oh my goodness, the Key Bridge came down," right?
It's just hard to comprehend still.
Yeah.
Over and over after seeing it.
I know they were talking so much earlier today about, and especially the morning crew, right, who were coming in. They come in at like 2 o'clock in the morning or what have you, and they're getting calls from the producer saying, and the thought of
dude,
this can't be right.
I want to hear their explanation on why they turned towards that thing at the last second. How would that happen unless they did that? Unless the ship's not going to just veer off 1% out of nowhere, right? I mean, and like this, unless is this water causing it to do that? Possibly, because look, the water is flowing in the same direction that pylon was, or whatever the hell it's called, the base. It is flowing this direction, but is it not flowing that direction back here on the other side of the bridge? I need to see a bigger shot of the. I mean, maybe. No, but they lost power. Didn't they say they lost power before that? Because they had to have lost power before that, because they had time to tell people, don't let anybody get on the bridge. We lost power. Like. And then they supposedly had time to keep people from getting on the bridge. So they must have known long before they hit the bridge that they didn't have power. So that means they didn't just lose power right before. Maybe this current just hit them right then, right around there. And with the loss of power, it caused them to veer. Hard to tell because we don't have the above angle on it to see if there's current on the other side of the bridge.
work. I talked to my sister this morning. She just moved to Baltimore about a month or two ago. She was on that bridge yesterday. So you just think about so many friends and family who live in that area and drive it every day. It could have been me. It could have been you. So, gosh, our hearts are just with those families. It's just a tragedy.
Yeah, and to think about the workers who were just doing their jobs. Went to work today to do their jobs. So, Deb, thank you. Of course, we'll be getting back to you as soon as we can, and I'm sure you'll have some more information. But let's get to Tommy Clark. She is live in Dundalk, and Tommy, we know we are waiting for another news conference, still within minutes, I guess, at this point. What are you hearing there where you are?
2:30 is not in a couple
the
minutes,
latest
is it?
update, it was supposed to be at noon, then 1. It is now scheduled for 2:30. So we have about an hour before we will hear from the NTSB about this investigation here. Now, over my shoulder, this is the very edge, as close as we can get in Dundalk to this scene. Over my shoulder, the bridge just kind of cuts off. You can see where it starts, the ramp goes up, and then it's gone. The cargo ship is sitting below it still. We're waiting to learn about the crew members that were on that ship. Now, along with President Biden speaking earlier, we've had a few different press conferences. We had one very early this morning with Mayor Brandon Scott, who just gave us the initial reaction.
Here's
What
where
was
that
going
ship
on
is
here. Our latest press conference was with Governor Moore and a whole lot of officials. He was saying this is a state and local effort. He was going over, what we know at this point, what we've been saying, that 8 people were involved in this that we know of. 2 of those were rescued. The other 6 are what divers, helicopters are searching for right now. They reiterate to us that this is still a search and rescue mission. I'm sure we'll get an update on that as soon as we get that press conference. But earlier when we spoke with Governor Moore, he wasn't the only official to get up.
Oh, wow, these are the ships that are waiting.
The local state of emergency. We heard from the FBI talking about how they do not believe this is an act of terrorism.
Yeah, they're all trying to get in.
To clue in to that. But we also heard from Senator Van Hollen. He was saying that he's been speaking with Pete Buttigieg about how we're going to move forward from this when it comes to funding. And take a listen to what he had to say.
I spoke twice today with Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg has pledged that they will do everything they can to very quickly release emergency response funds for this important project. The National Highway Transportation Administrator is on his way to Baltimore if he's not here already. They will be releasing those early funds once all the parties are fully engaged.
This is one of the biggest ports in the country. This has such an impact on the Northeast corridor of our country. That's why all parties are getting involved, local, state, and national. And that is also why in front of me I've been describing what I'm seeing here just right on the scene. And I have dozens and dozens, I'd say probably 3 dozen crews from across the world here right now. I've been hearing various languages around me, different crews from all over. That's how big of a deal and what an impact this has. Locally, of course, we're focusing on this, but the economy, this is going to have a ripple effect. The Port of Baltimore, the latest is that vessels are not coming in right now. Commuter traffic also avoiding this area, but trucks are still able to go into the Port of Baltimore. They're hoping that'll help in some way, but the days in the future, we are going to find out how big of an impact this has on our economy. Of course, again, we're waiting to hear from the NTSB. That should be our next update. They're telling us 2:30. This has been pushed a couple times now, but we are staying on scene. We will not be leaving because this is the media staging area where any updates should come into. And when we get them, we will bring them to you. Back to you in the studio.
Oh, Tommy, if you bear with us just for a couple of seconds here, I know as it is in any case when you're out in the field as a reporter, I heard you say a couple of times this afternoon so far that, if I had a chance to ask this, I would have asked this. I'll ask you tomorrow the same thing. What is it that you're looking forward to hearing that you feel like needs to still be answered?
Great question. So the investigation, of course, They're going to tell us what they can, and then afterward we're going to ask our questions. In our previous press conference, I had a couple answered, but my biggest was not able to be answered. It was at the very end of the press conference. One reporter asked, you know, what about these vehicles on the bridge? We still have no answers here. We've heard multiple things, but on the record, we have no answers. So I asked, hey, this is a very important point here. We need to know if anyone was driving on this. And what they could tell me is they don't know. They do not know if anyone was driving on the bridge. Of course, you can inspect that incredible video, but there's no way to tell at this moment. On the record, we do not know if anyone was driving on that bridge. That is my biggest question at the moment. My other question would pertain to who was on the bridge. Arcata Mara has been gathering more details, speaking with people, going around the area, and it sounds like she's learned some good information that she has passed along to me to figure out, you know, confirm who was on that bridge. You know, what we know is that it was construction workers. The 8 people that they keep referencing, the 2 that were rescued, and then the 6, the helicopter above me now, that they're searching for, we know that those were all construction workers. So those are who they're searching for. But when it comes to anyone that may have been driving on the bridge, we're still wondering about that. So those are the big questions at the moment. And, you know, in the press conference, they said a lot, too early to tell, too early to tell. So we're going to keep pressing and see what can you tell us at this time, because this is hours in. We should have some more concrete details at this point, and that should be set for 2:30 p.m. And that is when we should hopefully get some more questions answered here.
Yeah, Tommy, please keep pressing. We appreciate that. I mean, the good news is we heard President Biden confirm that Mayday was called out, and they were able to stop many cars from continuing onto that bridge. But the question does remain, who was already on it that they weren't able to stop?
Yeah.
And then, of course, the 6 other construction workers still missing.
Yeah, and there were those questions early on because there was some information about sonar equipment maybe showing several cars. So then the question is how many cars were the construction workers in? So, yeah certainly still some questions with that. But they are telling us right now that they believe that the people who they are looking for, the 6 missing people, are construction workers who are working on that bridge. I just wanted to throw up this map here, and I'll be the first to tell you I am not a traffic expert, so I wish we had a traffic expert with us. But I know, I mean, you know, we see that circle of 695 going around, and even just that purple right there on the southeast corner, the bridge is gone. And I mean, it's just to see this map that we see every morning, you know, where people are trying to figure out which way to go and all of that. We do know, unless anything's changed from the last time I looked, you know, basically, of course, you want to take 95 and 895 as alternate routes, the tunnels. This is going to cause a lot of problems here for quite some time, because there is so much traffic that takes this bridge every single day, and to say that that's going to have a big impact on how we get around. And it is, when you look at how many places you want to go in and around Baltimore, that is probably one of the most traveled routes right there. So it's going to have a huge impact.
The good news is on 11 News Today we do have a traffic reporter, you know, who keeps you up to date every single morning. So definitely stay with us there. We'll be able to give you those details and kind of give you the best way to travel if this was your normal route to work, because it's gonna have a big impact. So I want to go now to Kate Amara. She's been talking to friends there of these construction workers who are missing. I know there's family there standing by too. Kate, do you have an update for us?
Well, you know what just happened here? We've been noting the kinds of vehicles that have been going in and out of Hawkins Point. This is as far as you can go unless you're allowed to be there. We just saw a motorcade, at least 10 vehicles. There may have been 12, and then a state trooper SUV booking right after them. They just booked on out of here, went up and took a right on Hawkins. Oh wait, my eyesight is going. Then took a right on Hawkins Point Road. I think that's the direction of the Coast Guard, so they might have been going that way. But that was interesting. And here comes another. We've been seeing these large, big rigs come in and out. We've saw it, as we've noted, we've seen, I'm going to step out of the way so you can just kind of get a picture of what we're seeing. In addition to people who from the neighborhood and people from the industry, or people who are just curious, have been coming down here to see what they can see and find out what they can find out. we've been seeing a lot of trucks
There's a
like
lot.
this going by.
I haven't done this in a
We've
while.
seen food trucks going by to, you would assume, to feed the first responders who are down there at the scene. We've seen a Viola truck. They run the steam systems underground in Baltimore City. We just saw one of those trucks leave. And we've seen several big trucks from Chimera Water Solutions. When I just saw the third or fourth one in a couple hours, I wrote it down. KEMIRA Water Solutions. They are, according to their website, a water treatment supplier. There's another Swift Boat rescue squad that was obviously lent their equipment here. We've seen volunteer firefighters. We've seen salaried firefighters from Prince George's County, from Kingsville volunteer, from Middle River. We've seen all of these kinds of trucks coming and going. And then we also have a man we spoke to who works for the same company that had, according to him, had the crew that was doing the job, had been contracted to do the road work on the bridge this morning. His name is Jose Campos. He said it was he's done this work before. He was not on the crew this morning. I just want to, I have it written down here, some of the translation. He was saying that it was a crew of 7 from his company, that one of the 7 was rescued and is the person in the hospital. Officials had said 2 were rescued, 1 was in the hospital. So he said he hadn't been able to speak to that friend and colleague. He told us the other person that was rescued was the state, his quote, he said it was the state inspector, I think, that was overseeing some of the work, and he was rescued. He also, when we went back and we had our translator go through it, the translator said, this is what Mr. Campos told us, that there were 4 workers, each in their own pickup truck. So he said there were 4 pickup trucks having a scheduled 30-minute break. He said some were eating, some were resting, as this job is very difficult, and they were the ones who fell in. But we do know that there were 6 of his co-workers who remain unaccounted for, so we're going to follow up with him and see what he believes happened to the other 2. We also asked him in several different ways, what is it like knowing that you have done this job, to know that this happened to your friends who were doing the job this morning? And he said, quote, it was so difficult to comprehend what was happening, he said, as they work, and he works on this bridge so often. He was speaking for him and other colleagues. He said they didn't know what to do, and they couldn't believe that the bridge collapsed. He said it is always precarious when you're up there. You're very high. The bridge moves with the wind. The bridge moves if a car goes over it. So imagine what happened when they were up there today. That was the kind of thing he was saying. He said it was very scary. He's very worried. He's waiting to hear. And he was also worried about the state inspector, he said, who was also rescued. One thing that he was curious about, and others around here have been asking us about, here's another rental. We've seen a lot of these rental trucks bringing equipment in and out. Some people are wondering, where exactly on the bridge were these people? How many of them actually went into the water? And were the 4 pickup trucks that Mr. Campos told us his friends were in on their breaks, are those the vehicles that were that officials said had somehow been detected underwater? Is that where they're searching for them now? Was there anybody outside of a truck standing on the bridge, on the road surface itself at the time that this happened? So those are some of the questions here. People are asking other people, what do you know? There's some folks here who are sharing pictures. I've posted some pictures from the scene and the water's edge that were shared with us by some folks here. I posted those on Twitter if you want to take a look at those. They're shocking. And then you can see people standing on the water's edge. It's just very sad, but very overwhelming to look at, the scope of it at the same time. That's how my reaction when I saw these pictures. I'm sure all of you will have your own reactions. But right now, here comes another truck, lights on, no sirens. We've got an Asplin truck, a tree trimming truck going down the road right now. to Hawkins Point, and here comes what looks like a fire truck. Let me step out of the way here. We can see there's a lot of there's something going on here. The activity, the amount of official cars with lights and sirens that are going in and out. We've got another big rig coming up here. No way of telling if they were working on the search and rescue or if they were just working down there at the time. But a lot of crew. Oh, here comes a BG&E truck. But this is we're at a Royal Farms, and this is a place to stop in this area. So a lot of people are cutting through the Royal Farms parking lot to get here to the scene. Now let's see where this BG&E truck goes, because if Viola was there as well, on scenes like this, they're always called in to check their power cables underground. Let's see what happens here. Here's one truck out, and maybe the BG&E truck is going in. All day, this is what the scene has been like. You know that there's a lot going on down there. But we just saw this with the law enforcement state trooper truck, and there goes the BGE truck. And we do know, and we reported this yesterday, the carbon monoxide leak that happened Sunday. When there's something catastrophic that happens, there's the system underground, the conduit system of the pipes and the cables and all that is so complicated and complex. BGE is always called in to check their systems underground. Right, of course, that's likely what was happening here today, and they will likely be here checking on their systems. That we learned some of that from our reporting on the what was happening in downtown Baltimore City yesterday. But the company that runs this, that operates the steam tunnels underground, we just saw one of their trucks here. We just saw a BGE truck come by, a bucket truck from Asplund. So there's a lot of activity here on this side. Officials, law enforcement, heavy machinery. That's the end onlookers. That's what's going on here at Hawkins Point right now. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Kate, you said that Jesus talked about how sad and overwhelming this is, and I think that is really the headline from all of this. I'm hoping during this next news conference we'll be able to find out a little bit more. Or actually, Kate, is Kate still there? Because I wanted to ask about if she's still in, if you're still in contact with Jesus. And we know that there has been one patient who has been released from shock trauma, thank goodness. Has there been any contact, and forgive me if you've already said this, but has there been any contact between those friends, and what can you tell us about that?
Well, this is what we've been able, and again, this is unconfirmed. This is his information from his company, and the numbers add up. So we've heard from previous press conference there were 8 people on the bridge, that 2 were rescued. 1 was hospitalized, 1 refused treatment, and that 6 remain unaccounted for, right? That was what we heard at the last press conference. According to Jesus Campos, 7 of the 8 people were his co-workers. It was a crew of 7, and that 1 member of that crew was one of the 2 people rescued that was hospitalized. So he has said he has not been able to speak to that colleague at all. He told us the second person that was rescued, who would have been the 8th person on the bridge at the time, according to Mr. Campos, was a state inspector that was with the crew at the time. He said that 8th person was not with the crew, did not work for the company, wasn't filling the potholes or doing any of the road resurfacing as his colleagues were at the time. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm being confusing, Kai, but and that's what we've been working to confirm. It makes sense. It's very, very dangerous work. I believe our David Collins had to go through he went through a training course just to be able to go up on the bridge and do. We'll have to ask him about that, but you can't just go up there and do work. Right. So it would make sense that there was some sort of state official licensed inspector that was with the crew at the time.
Yeah, and Kate, we do want to, if you could pass along to Jesus for us, because he hasn't talked to his friend, that he was released from the hospital. Amazingly.
Oh, I'm sorry. So okay, I misunderstood. So the one person that was hospitalized has been released. So,
correct.
So you're saying nobody is in the hospital
Not right now. Not right now. So,
okay. I just saw him over here, and I'll see if I can go find him. Okay. He was just here a couple minutes ago.
I'm sure he'll be grateful.
Right when I start talking to you. So hope he hasn't left.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for letting us know. I'll go see if we can find him.
Thank you. We appreciate all your reporting. We'll get back to you soon. All right, Barry Sims live in the studio for us now.
Barry, I know we've been talking about the bridge and the history of the bridge and all of that. We do know it was last inspected in 2021 and was rated in fair condition. Which 0 out of 9 scale, rated a 6, so fair. But we still are going to have to find out a lot more information about that part of it, I'm sure.
That's right, and that information came from Governor Westmore earlier today, so we know that it did actually come from official sources dealing with the inspection of the bridge. And the bridge, named to honor Francis Scott Key, was an important part of Baltimore's infrastructure as well as city and U.S. history. Now we have some pictures, and these are pictures of its beginnings, and the pictures show from the Maryland Department of Transportation, and those pictures are dealing with construction, which started back in 1972, and it officially opened to traffic. The bridge officially opened to traffic on March 23rd, 1977, according to Preservation Maryland. And the bridge was considered a major milestone in developing Maryland's highway system as it completed the Interstate 695 circuit around Baltimore. The cost to build the bridge, $100 million. That was back in the 1970s. The span of the Steele's Truss Bridge had 4 lanes and stretched 1.6 miles over the Patapsco River. It just had its 47th anniversary. Now, originally, 2 tunnels were considered before the bridge was built. Again, it was named after Francis Scott Key, who watched the bombardment of Fort McHenry during the War of 1812. And he was seeing this in 1814. It inspired him to write the poem that inspired the Star-Spangled Banner, the national anthem.
As a historian, the impact of what's happened here is profound. We'll be talking about it for years. This is a critical part of Baltimore's infrastructure, and it's a total tragedy. Originally, they had considered building 2 tunnels, and they built this bridge because it would be cheaper to build than a tunnel, but also they were concerned about being able to get hazardous materials across the harbor, and that's going to be a problem now, as we know, being able to move materials without this bridge there.
And again, the bridge was originally built to help handle traffic congestion in the Baltimore City area. And Nicholas Redding also says it's going to be an expensive endeavor to replace this piece of infrastructure. Reporting live from the studio, Barry Sims, WBAL-TV 11 News.
All right, Barry, thank you. Yeah, very expensive. And as President Biden said, the federal government will be paying for all of it. And our Kim Dacey is standing by for us now. And Kim, I know you've been talking with port workers there, or at least family of port workers, all of them. So just devastated by this. I've seen statements out supporting the port here in Baltimore from South Carolina. They're saying our hearts are hurting for all of those affected, from Georgia, North Carolina, everyone just throwing their support behind the port and the employees there. What else are they saying to you?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people come out here, everyone from residents here to port workers to folks who just want to come out and see for themselves the devastation caused by the bridge collapse. I'm joined now by Sandy Wetzel. She lives here in the neighborhood. She said she did not hear it last night, but tell me how you found out early this morning.
Oh, my daughter called me at 5 o'clock and woke me up and said, "Mom, did you know you don't have a bridge no more?" And I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." She said, "Turn the news on." And of course, as soon as I turned the news on, then we got dressed and walked down to the boardwalk, but you couldn't, it was too dark, you couldn't see nothing.
You could see a bunch of the rescue.
Yeah, we could see all the red lights from the rescue stuff that was over there, but we couldn't see nothing else because it was too dark. So we just went back to the house and I kept watching it on TV. But it's a sad day. It's just devastating. All I keep thinking is, because I always travel on that bridge, now you got to go way out of your way to go somewhere up that way, up 95 and all.
And you said, the last 30 years you've been here, you've been looking at that bridge. Tell me about that.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful sight. And his brother and his wife came Friday. They went on a cruise from out of here, from up in the port, and his wife had to see that big bridge. I mean, that Key Bridge. I don't know. She was fascinated. She said, Gary keeps saying something about a Key Bridge. So I said, well, we'll walk you down on the pier and you can see the Key Bridge. So she's seen it. Now when she comes, I don't think that cruise ship will be coming back this way. I don't know how they'll get back in. They're gone for 10, 12 days, but they'll get back in. But if they, I don't know if they'll have it cleaned up enough for them to, you know. If not, they'll have to bus them in from Norfolk or somewhere, drop them off down there, and then bus everybody back to Baltimore or something. I don't know how else they'll get back to the, you know, to their vehicles and all.
Yeah, there's a lot of logistical issues associated with this that we're learning about and thinking more about as the day goes on. What do you think now in daylight? This is the first time you've seen it. You said 5 o'clock this morning you couldn't see it. Now you're down here. What are your thoughts looking at it?
It's just absolutely devastating. I mean, I still can't believe that it's gone, that the bridge fell. I mean, like it was like slow motion that it just went all down, but I never dreamed of something hitting it and it falling. That never ever entered my mind, but it did. So it's sad. And now it's going to put a lot of people who traveled that bridge every day, now they'll have to go around the Beltway, through the Harbor Tunnel or the Fort McHenry Tunnel, you know, that lives on the other sides or travels down here to work. It's an inconvenience for everybody.
Yeah, and you said you take that way to go see your sister, right? So you're now going to have to go a different way, I guess, for a while.
Yeah, I'll have to go through the Harbor Tunnel, around the Beltway, or the Fort McHenry Tunnel, which we don't like tunnels. So, and I really don't like driving the Beltway, but I'll choose the Beltway over the tunnels. But it'll be a big thing, because like they said, there's like 30,000 people travel that bridge every day. So that's going to put them different routes, and it's going to have everything, you know, you're going to have more traffic jams for everybody have to go different routes now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right about that. Now, you said your daughter called you this morning, but other than that, have other people been calling to check on you to see how you're doing, see if you're okay?
Yeah, my brother from West Virginia called me a while ago before I left, and my niece that lives in Delaware, she called. She says, Aunt Sandy, I'm calling. She says, ain't that the bridge by your house? I said, yes, it is, Teresa. But yeah, I had a couple people call me to ask me if that was the bridge by my house. Yes. So
now you talked a little bit about, you know, how it's an icon, and you've been looking at it since you've lived here 30 years, and now that it's gone, talk to me about what that means for Baltimore and the skyline, and just, you know, it's a piece of Baltimore history.
It's just gonna be, I mean, it's just gonna be devastating for you know, for Baltimore, because it's been there for all these years, and now they have to start working on trying to rebuild. And first they're going to have to clean it all up, get it all out, and then just start working. And it's going to take years to get it back. It's going to be a history for Baltimore, because it's been there for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Sandy, thank you so much for joining with us and for sharing your thoughts on this. It is such a memorable day that folks will remember where they were when the Key Bridge fell, or where they found out the Key Bridge fell. And again, Baltimore's skyline is going to be altered as a result. So a lot of folks are, you know, have a lot of strong feelings about this, because this is a part of Baltimore. It's a part of our history. It's something that folks drive every day, and you know, they you know, as some people have said, they used to take it for granted that it was just there, and now it's gone. So of course we will continue to keep you updated as the situation develops out here. We'll send it back to you.
Oh, Kim, hopefully Sandy hasn't gone too far, or you can maybe just tell us if you've heard from people. We are going to get to Tony in just a second, though. Stand with me, too. But are they, I'm just curious, have they gotten any communication, people who live, you know, somewhat nearby there, whether it be from emergency officials, neighborhood groups, or whatever? I'm just curious how much communication there has been with neighbors, whether it be about traffic, whether it be about, you know, hazard material concerns. I don't know what it may be, but...
Well, Sandy, they wanted to know, have you gotten any official communication from anyone about the bridge going down and the traffic implications or anything? The folks that live around here, we're just wondering if you guys have heard anything official.
No, we have not. No, I have not heard nothing.
Okay.
I haven't really talked to many people around here today yet about it.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like we haven't gotten any official communication from anyone about what happened or about the implications out here.
Yeah. Kim, thank you. Yeah, because one of the questions is the environmental impacts. If there was something on that boat, you know, would that be affecting the community? We're just not sure yet. And hopefully at 2:30 when the NTSB comes in, maybe they'll give us a little more information. But we're still waiting to find out.
Yeah, and it may be a little too soon for that. I was just kind of one, you know, neighborhood associations and stuff. If they're really, I mean, a lot of times in times like this, you know, neighborhoods band together. Yeah. This is the time when people really look out for their neighbors. They make sure they have everything. They make sure. So I just kind of was curious about how some of the folks in these neighborhoods are you know, dealing with each other, because something like this will definitely give you a sense of community. Yeah. But Tony Pan.
Yeah, just kind of reset too. I mean, 6 people are still unaccounted for. That is the big focus right now. Search and rescue is still on the ground there. And Tony, I want to bring you in because we were seeing something possibly, you know, a certain tide. There's a spring moon that may be affecting the tide and then could hurt their search and rescue. I mean, so tell us more about that and the coastal flooding we could be seeing.
There's a couple things at play here. Number one, there is a storm approaching. That's the storm we've been talking about that may give us some rain for opening day. Number two, we've got a steady east wind. We've had that for about 12, 24 hours. And any of you that live around here for a long time, you know when we have an east wind, it piles the water up onto the western shore of the bay. And yes, we just came out of the full moon, which has a pull on the tides as well. So coastal flood advisories, take weather one there, coastal flood advisories are in effect for all the areas shaded in green, and that does include the area around Fort McHenry. Now, the next high tide is coming up in about an hour at Fort McHenry at 3 o'clock. So I don't think it's going to be a huge problem, but the tides may come in 1 to maybe 2 feet above normal, especially down around Annapolis. But even the Inner Harbor and the area where they're doing the search and rescues, the tides could come in a little bit higher. The spot where Kim Dacey was standing, that water may actually come on shore just a little bit. I don't know if it'll have a big impact on search and rescue, but I can say it's a very good thing that the weather is quiet right now. The water temperatures are in the mid-40s, the air temperatures near 50, the winds aren't even a problem. They're coming out of the east at about 10 or 12 miles per hour. The wave heights are 1 to 2 feet. So again, we're thankful that the weather is not a big deal. We do expect some showers to come in tonight and tomorrow, but at least in the short term, that shouldn't be a huge thing for them to be concerned about. Send it back to you guys.
Hey, Tom, before you go, I know we've been talking about, you know, the cargo ship and the path it took and everything that happened in the moments before this horrible crash. And I'm not a boat expert at all, but we've been hearing 8 knots is about the speed that it was traveling. I think that's like 10 miles per hour. And you had brought up a point, I think, earlier in the afternoon about just giving people an idea as to once the crew realized that it was in trouble, how long it would have taken to even be able to correct.
Yeah, I asked a lot of those questions on Twitter, and a lot of experts actually got back to me on that. So a ship that size, it apparently takes almost a mile for it to come to a complete stop, even when the power is on and all the motors are working.
Wow.
Okay, so then I said, well, if the ship has lost power, why didn't they just drop the anchors and stop?
Drag it, yeah.
But apparently that wouldn't have done it either. So they the ship would have still drifted at least, apparently, even if they dropped anchor when the power went out into the bridge.
Wow.
So, and there's so much momentum on there that it's a huge ship, just tons of cargo and a lot of energy that even if it's moving just a few knots, slamming into the bridge like that without any sort of cushion or any backup like that, that's why it came down. It's just so much momentum, so much energy that hit the concrete of the bridge there with a ship that size. So even if they dropped the anchor, it wouldn't have stopped them in time. At least that's what I've learned. And again, we'll put the caveat in there. I am no expert. I'm not an expert on these things. I'm just hearing from some experts on Twitter. I'm learning a lot about shipping over the last couple of hours.
I think a lot of us are.
And just on a lighter note, it's kind of an interesting thing. Barry was just doing a story on the history of the area. I've lived here, close to 30 years now. I didn't know there was a buoy that marked the location of the ship where Francis Scott Key got the inspiration to write the Star-Spangled Banner. I guess the buoy is painted red, white, and blue with stars on it. I had no idea it was there, and people were talk to me on Twitter about that. They say, well, we look at the buoy all the time. I didn't even know it was there. If you want to see a picture, it's on my Twitter feed, Tony Pan WBAL. But did you guys know it was there?
Had no idea.
I did only because I took the tour. There's like
the tour. Yeah,
there's a tour when I first moved here. And if you haven't done it, it's fantastic to go do that. But yeah, I mean, it's all part of this, right? I mean, there's so much history and that bridge is just iconic for all of us, and it means so much. It stands for so much. So it's just, I was thinking about, I think for a lot of it's going to take a couple of days
to really process.
For it to process. I mean, we've been talking about how we found out this morning. Tony, I don't know how you found out about it, but I mean, talk about international. My brother is in the Bahamas with his wife, and that's how I found out about this. He called. I really wasn't awake, and then he texted. He's like, "Are you okay? Are you by this bridge?"
I'm sure we all got those texts and phone calls. I did from folks out of town.
I'm sure many of our viewers did too.
I grew up in Chicago. Of course, my mother. Hey, you guys okay? We all got those texts because it's national news. It's international news now, and it's an iconic piece of the skyline of Baltimore. And I think, Kai, you're right.
What kind of
when people
view?
Wake up tomorrow morning, especially the people that live near that area, it's something that they're so used to seeing the lights on the horizon. It's so beautiful. When they get up and they look out there, it's going to be a shock again that it's not there.
Right.
It's just part of the skyline.
At least for me, I think I have to go there to really let it sink in. I mean, to understand this is gone. I mean, look at the images. I mean, it's just
and seeing that image, the video of the nighttime shot, of it going down, which frankly I don't think I'm alone when I say that it's hard. It's hard to watch that over and over again. So and then
it's so hard on my heart.
And to see that cargo ship still with part of the bridge just sitting on top of it.
I fucking can't stand mainstream media, dude. They just fucking ramble about fucking nothing for hours whenever they're waiting on a news conference. I'm done. I'm done listening to that shit. I live in Maryland, right? I mean, there's these cameras. There's not much to see there, though. That guy's giving a play-by-play. Look, there are cars. There are people. Look at the people. There were people before I got here. There, look at those. Look at the construction people right here, folks. That's where they are doing the construction. And there were people driving. And then here comes the ship right here. You can see the ship. It's going to lose power. Lots of power.
The lights in the ship have started to come back on in the dolly. It's you can't tell yet, but it's going to make a turn towards the superstructure right here.
If the shot isn't any different
direction, and again we have another truck making its way across, followed by a semi-truck after that. Looks like traffic moving normally. You have to wonder as they looked out to the right if it looked like
you have to wonder. You have to wonder if they were scared for their lives while they were driving. Oh my God!
Black smoke billowing out here.
Is there any flammable liquid on the ship we need to be worried about? Is there biological warfare in one of those things? We need to.
Like, what was she talking about a minute ago? Is there anything we need to be concerned about that's on the ship? The news is all about making the fucking people worry as much as possible so that they feel like they have to watch the news to know whether or not they're safe or not.
Until the collision happens.
Fucking idiots.
We have the last semi-truck making its way across.
News causes panic intentionally.
Really,
shit should be illegal.
Happening, right? We just have this one vehicle going across. We have the construction crews, and the ship is starting to make its final turn. This is where it's going to stay the course for the last minute before it collides. You can't really tell that it's moving, but it's making a steady course to collide with this very important structure right here supporting the bridge. Again, right now it's just sort of eerie.
You think it's important?
I
think every part of the bridge is important.
These are the last two vehicles that make their way across from what we can tell.
Because a fucking bridge expert now!
This is about a minute exactly before
This
the
isn't the
bridge
first time.
collapses.
If you're new here, I
So
always
these
go.
last two vehicles make their way across.
I'm tired of.
Again, you
we
have
need
to wonder,
more IRL
as
streamers
they're
out there,
making
so
their
I
way
have to listen to
across,
this
they looked
dribble.
out to the right, have to wonder if they saw the ship coming, if
You
they
have
knew
to
that it was
wonder.
going
I don't have to do
collide,
shit,
if they drove a little
asshole.
bit faster as a result. So
Eat my
they
egg.
make their way across here in the next couple seconds. You can see it's 1:28 a.m. and we're now just 30 seconds out from when the ship collides with the bridge. This is the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and you're going to see smoke billow out here. It's going to be a little grainy, but you'll see it happen, and then within 10 seconds, the entire structure will collapse. Now, again, no cars whatsoever at this point. We're told this is because of efforts to clear the bridge because of a Mayday call, and you'll see here in just a few seconds the smoke starting to come out, and then the bridge will collapse. It's going to happen right about now. You'll see the smoke start to come out here. There it is, coming out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bam, the entire structure comes down.
Those weren't exactly very
there.
good second counts right there, buddy.
And we're at 1:28 a.m.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
a.m.
That's 6 seconds.
That's what we noticed. Back to you.
Okay, Tali, thank you. Just to reset here, we are covering the search and rescue effort for 6 people, 6 construction workers who are still unaccounted for, who are missing. And as of right now, we are waiting, hopefully, for some good news on that. So far, the best news we have gotten is that one person
21 more
who
minutes.
went to shock trauma, who went in the water, has been released from the hospital. And I would say that's pretty miraculous because we had the impression that that person was pretty badly injured. So that is some great news. We are waiting for a lot more information about the search and rescue effort, where it stands right now. Reporters I know have a lot of things that they want to get answered. So let's get to Tommy Clark, who is in Dundalk. And Tommy, we are still waiting for that next presser that is supposed to be at 2:30 this afternoon.
Who's Tommy? Who the hell's Tommy?
That's right. You know, this is one of the
Okay,
biggest
lady,
ports
shut the
in the
fuck up.
nation.
Nope.
So this is such a
Enough of that. Let's listen to the Merchant Marine, what he has to say about this shit.
crew.
We are now 8 hours into stunning breaking news out of Baltimore. Around 1:30 this morning, a container ship struck a pier of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. Within seconds, the sections of the bridge around that pier collapsed into the harbor.
It's just unbelievable. Ever since then, first responders have been trying to save people who went into the water, and they expect that search and rescue operation to last for several more hours. The people they're looking for include crews working on the bridge.
This is an active search and
That was
rescue
a fucking
mission.
weird, cheesy music, though.
We know there were individuals on the bridge at the time of the collapse working on the bridge, contractors for us.
That is Maryland Transportation Secretary Paul Wiedefeld speaking there, confirming state workers were on that bridge when the ship hit it, and that's in addition to the vehicles.
And as the ship. Oh, we wish it was a better day.
A retired merchant marine and runs the website G Captain. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today? Oh, we wish it was a better day. But we got to ask, when you look at that video of the ship, what do you see? Well, you see as the ship is coming towards the bridge, it's going relatively fast. It's going about 8 knots, and you see large amounts of smoke coming out of the smokestack. So question is...
hopefully he answers this, but is it normal for a ship to go 8 knots in there? Because he says it's going relatively fast. If it is, then is it too fast? If it was going over, was that over the speed limit for the harbor for a ship that size or anything?
You know, the engine seems to be working hard. We don't know exactly why it was working hard. Potentially the ship was put in reverse to try to slow it and get a new course. But the engine was working hard, and then we saw a blackout. All the lights on the ship went out, and it looks like the emergency generator kicked in. The lights reemerged, but the emergency generator cannot slow the ship down. All it can do is restore the emergency fire pumps and lighting, so that you know, the ship continued to lose course, and the bow was pushed by the wind down into that column, and unfortunately,
the wind.
It hit. We also saw there were
course change.
There were no tugboats around. Usually, the Port of Baltimore allows the ships to get rid of the tugs before it gets near the bridge, but the ship likely did have a pilot still on board.
Oh. So it sounds like there were a few steps taken before the generator kicked in. At what point do you make that distress call?
It sounds like that was a fuck up in protocol. You know what I mean? They were allowed to lose their tugs before going to the bridge. Sounds like that needs to change. If that thing would have been under tug power, this would have never happened, dude. Because it would have had more than one tug, and if one tug would have lost power, say the steering tug, the tug in the front, the tug in the back would have taken his spot real fast and made sure he would have bumped it in the right direction. So there's one of the mistakes. It should be tugged out past all this infrastructure, apparently.
And what can cause a ship to lose power?
Well, the most common cause of losing power is a crash astern. So if you did an emergency astern, I don't know that is what happens here, but when a ship comes into port, so when it's coming in from overseas, before it...
God dang. But okay, so the ship might still be at fault, though, Bill, because the way I'm thinking about this, we need this to be their fault because it's a Singaporean ship. Singapore's got money, $100 million for a new bridge. I mean, that's how much it cost back in the day to build this bridge in the 70s, $100 million. How much is it going to cost in today's money to build this bridge? You know what I mean? If we can't sue Dolly, and we have to sue we're going to have to sue an American company that piloted it? Hopefully not, because it's their engine that went out, not the pilot's engine, right? Hopefully. It's still, I think they might still be at fault, though. Maybe not the captain, but the ship.
When a ship comes into port, so when it's coming in from overseas, before it enters the port, it has to do a crash astern test. They make them do that because it is a frequent cause of blackout. So they want to make sure that the ship does not black out when it goes full astern. It's also an older ship. These are minimally crewed ships. The ship likely has less than 25 people on board, and they're highly complicated. So any mechanical issue, electrical issue in
2015 it was built, so I guess a 9-year-old ship is old now.
The ship's engine.
Not when it comes to U.S. Navy ships. They keep them a lot longer than 9 years.
Room could cause a blackout.
And speaking off camera, you mentioned a bow thruster. What is that, and how could it play a role in an incident like this?
Right. So on the bow of the ship, you'll see if you look at pictures, a circle with an X through it. That's a symbol, meaning there's a bow thruster underneath, and the tugs don't want to press against that area. So there's a little propeller that goes sideways, and that propeller just moves the bow left and right. It's a small, much smaller engine than the main propeller, which is on the stern, and that can help. If the wind pushes the bow off course, as it looks like happened now, that can push the bow back, under the bridge. Problem is, those bow thrusters are recessed. So as the ship picks up speed, the bow thruster becomes less effective. Usually, when a ship is going more than 5 knots, that bow thruster.
What were they doing? Dude, all right. So now that's the captain's fault, if that's the case, possibly. Dude, what? If he wouldn't have been going so fucking fast, the bow thrusters would have worked, and he could have missed the bridge. So now it might actually be the pilot's fault for going too fast.
Does not work properly. So that could be another reason that they, did went full astern to slow down to restore that bow thruster, but we don't know that for sure. It's just an educated guess at this point.
And I have to ask you, what role do tugboats play in all of this?
Right, so a tugboat is the best thing to have when you lose engine, and they're required for close-in maneuvering. So as the ship gets, when it's coming in from overseas and it gets under the bridge and comes close to port, you have to have a pilot on board, and that pilot orders tugs based on the maneuverability and of the ship. And those tugs can push the ship sideways, it can push the heading, and it can also slow down the ship if it's going too fast.
Okay, one more question. Who pays for the tugs? Like, is it the shipping company? Do they have to pay to have the tugs get them in and get them out if they use them? And were they, like, begging, please don't, like, hey, man, you can do it without the tugs, man. Come on. Like, if it was the pilot's decision, oh, man, dude. If it was the tug pilot's decision to wave the tugs off, then this could be all his fault. Right? And then this could all come back on Americans paying for this shit.
But Baltimore and the U.S. Coast Guard, captain of the port, so the Coast Guard captain of the port is in charge of
unless like, because hey, he's the one that would have said yes or no, we do or don't need tugs. It's not the captain, it's not the shipping company. It's primarily up, he just said, primarily up to the pilot. They piloted it in, and he doesn't work for the shipping company. He's American. Dude, we just barely scraped through on a bill to keep our government alive. For like nickel and dime and million here, million there for different things. And this is going to cost over $100 million now. We really got to stop fucking sending all our money to Ukraine and Israel, dude, and Gaza. Can we stop doing that now, please, America?
The ship if it's going too fast. But Baltimore and the U.S. Coast Guard, captain of the port, so the Coast Guard captain of the port is in charge of all the port facilities and that, the military person in charge of the entire area. They do not require a tugboat under the bridge. If there was a tugboat there, a tugboat off the stern, usually F2, that could have slowed the ship down, and a tugboat connected near the bow could have pulled that heading away from the column. But tugboats are not required at this bridge point.
Captain Conrad, people are going to be listening to your educated opinion on all of this and what happened here. And the obvious question's got to be, why wasn't the bridge shut down if this vessel was in distress?
It was, things are happening really quickly. It seems like it was slow, but this all happened in under 5 minutes. And, there's
all the lost revenue, plus all the lost revenue that people are going to have from not being able to get to work. Well, there's no work now in the port, pretty much. And the people, all the added money that people have to spend to travel around because they can't go on this bridge, and the amount of traffic that's going to cause in this city because everyone's going to have to take alternate routes. This is nuts, dude. If this isn't a terrorist attack, I almost feel like it would have been one of the perfect ones for them to do.
It seems like it was slow, but this all happened in under 5 minutes. And, these ships are very minimally manned. You have an all-foreign crew. They're required to speak English, but how well they speak English is not always known. And you have one local pilot. So you have a captain like me who's an expert in the port of Baltimore, and he's managing everything. He's trying to talk to the engine room, trying to get tugboats, trying to call Mayday with the Coast Guard. And it's a lot for a very minimally manned ship. And these ships don't have very much automation. So there's been resistance towards using AI to help the pilot and help the ship navigate. It's really operated on old school VHF radio. So unless that bridge is manned and it's not a drawbridge, and someone on the bridge is monitoring that radio and then can quickly put up the signs, in under 5 minutes, it's just not going to happen. If it had been a drawbridge, it's possible they might have got it shut down, but things were just happening too fast to shut down the bridge in this case.
That is Captain John Conrad. Captain Conrad, thank you so much for joining us for a few minutes here and sharing your insight and knowledge with us.
Now back to these idiots.
Break, and he clarified that all of them were taking their breaks sitting in their pickup trucks. That he said there was 4 trucks, 4 of their work vehicles that were on the bridge. They were resting. He said some of them eat a little, some of them try to close their eyes a little. He said it's very difficult work. We asked him to tell us more. He got very emotional, and we said, you appear very emotional right now. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you're thinking and what you're feeling? And his eyes kind of welled up, and he said, I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I feel so bad right now that this has happened. Then he had to take a break. He told us, we kind of helped him reset. We asked him their ages. He said between 28 and 30, mid-30s. He said he said 3 are from Mexico. He said 2 are from Guatemala, and the rest are from Honduras and El Salvador. He said the 3 from Mexico were all related to each other. He said they're all from the same family. And
how many of those are illegal immigrants?
No, people who will watch this and see you and are watching our newscast. What do you want them to know about these people in this job? And he had to pause, and he said they were good people. He said they were good workers. And he said they were working so that they could send money home to their countries. Then he had to pause and teared up again, and he said, it's just too much to bear right now because all of the families are waiting at home for the migrants. It was heartbreaking. It was really difficult, and he's still here. But he just said it's too much to bear. It's too difficult, and we thanked him, and he kind of went to the side, and he took a breath. But can you imagine? He knows them. These are his friends. They're his colleagues. He's actually said they're not just my friends. They're like my family. And he talked again about how they're from different countries. They work together. And when you work this kinds of shift, it's hard work. It's overnight. And you do form bonds like that. Shift work can be that way. But he did say that it's dangerous work, that the bridge always moves, and that they know, him and his other colleagues who were not working at the time, they all know what the job entails. They all worry, could it happen to me? But they all can't believe. That's incredible. He said they cannot believe that this had happened. They can't believe they saw the video. And he kept saying, those are my friends.
The one they hit, Anthony? The one that they actually hit?
Looks like we have another lights and sirens fire truck from some fire company coming in. Here's a crew, a bunch of people. We've seen this periodically. People are trying to go up, down the road. I think these police officers just had them go to the side. I'm not sure that they're going to be allowed to go all the way up, but we do see there's a fire truck up here on the corner that's no sirens because it is waiting at the red light to come down here. Sorry for the prescription glasses. It's another fire truck from a firefighter's vehicle that's waiting to come through here. And we've been seeing this back and forth. We've seen food trucks be delivered. We've seen the firefighters, on fire scenes, you'll see a van, more like a box truck. Where's this one from? This is from Canteen 157. I was just grasping for the word of what you call it. It's the canteen truck. This is the second one I've seen go up to Hawkins Point, because these emergency responders have been here. It's past 12 hours now. They've been on the scene. They need nourishment. They need to rest. Here's another heavy equipment truck. Although this is an area where there is a lot of this, it's not making the left. But we've seen that. They have to feed the people. There's emergency responders here who need help as well. And we also spoke to somebody from a local church who is here right now to help first responders who may need somebody to talk to emotionally. But they also said they are preparing to help people that work at the port who may need help financially if their hours dry up or the work dries up because the port isn't working. That was speculation, but he said that's what his crew, his church is getting ready for. So there's a lot of different...
And look at this, man. This guy does an analysis of the...
Hey, what's going on in shipping? So a quick update here.
I
want to show you...
It looks like he knows what he's talking about.
Video of the track line of MV Dolly as it leaves the berth here at the Port of Baltimore. So here is Dolly. There will be two tugs, Bridget and Eric McAllister, that are going to come in and take the ship off the berth. You see its track line here as it heads out. I'm going to go ahead and let this play. I've got it sped up here a little bit so that you'll be able to see it go here a little bit faster than normal. Two tugs come in and they get the vessel off.
Yeah?
And the ship is going to head out into the track here. I'm going to pause it right here and we're going to go ahead and reset here. The Dolly is coming down her track just as you expect. The two tugs leave her, not unusual. We see that happen all the time. She is in the channel. Now, this channel can be used for two ships at a time, but they usually like to just do one. And so you see one ship. She is a little bit on the left side of the lane, just a little bit off center, but that is fine. She's doing about speeding up here to about 7-8 knots. I'm going to go ahead and readjust. So here is the key bridge right here. And this is where I want to kind of get this coincided with what's going on. All right, on the left is marine traffic. On the right is the live feed that we have from the Port of Baltimore. Okay, I tried to sync this up the best I could. The videos are not running at exactly the same moment. But this is the moment that we see Dolly lose power. She goes dark in the video up here. She is out without power at this time. You see the vessel is progressing right here at about 8.5 knots. And she's heading for the key bridge at this moment. And again, one of the things that we're not sure about here is what is causing the power outage on the vessel.
It's still going straight there, though.
Is it fuel? We just don't know. But the ship goes completely dark. And let me be clear, the worst feeling ever on a ship is to lose power. Everything gets quiet. Silence is the enemy on a ship. That means everything has gone wrong. So here we see the vessel coming out. It had just come from the Secret terminal, which you can see right behind it. Secret, she was actually up on this berth right over here where the cranes are. Just underneath the center part of the bridge, and she's coming down. So she's still progressing down. She's doing about 8.5 knots at this point, and she is coming down the channel. Now, I got this playing at basically real time. We're going to go ahead and speed it up here in a minute, but I want to get to the point where she will get her power back on. And as she progresses, we'll see the lights come back on with the vessel. Now, at this moment, there's a big question about whether or not the ship has rudder control. This is the key thing. If the ship does not have rudder control, then the ship is careening out of control. There's nothing you can do. The ship would have an anchor ready to drop. You would have a crew up on the bow, but the question is that crew still there? Are they standing by? They should be in place until they get out past the bridge in the channel. There is a Maryland Bay pilot on board advising the ship's master. Right at this moment, hopefully, they're calling out issues on Channel 16 and the other hailing channels that they'll be using to tell them to be aware. They will have portable radios, so they don't need the ship's radio. Here you see the power come back on the vessel. So now Dolly has power back on. She is starting to drift. If you look at marine traffic here, she is starting to drift toward the south side of the channel at this point. So she is beginning her movement. Remember, this is a vessel that is about 100,000 tons, so a substantial size vessel. It will have a lot of momentum on her. And if they had lost power, then the rudder would not be answering. So wherever that rudder was, even if the rudder was dead center, it's not providing any maneuverability because you have torque from the propeller. The propeller is going to want to twist the ship. Now we're seeing smoke belching out of the ship. Here's the smoke coming out. What we tend to think is this is the ship starting to back down. They will try to get way off the ship. And that's going to be an indication we're going to see here if the ship begins to slow down. So I got it running now. It's a little bit off sync. It's just not quite timed in exactly. We're lagging behind on the video. But what you do see is the ship is starting to lose way. It's starting to come off. It's down to 7.6 knots. Now the ship is coming out of the channel at this point and still has a lot of way on. That could be just a little bit of loss there by maneuverability. We know she drops her port anchor. We just don't know when she drops the port anchor. And again, more black smoke coming out of the vessel. This is either an engine failure or the issue of the ship trying to back down. And then you have the strike up against the bridge. That's where you see the speed come off to about 1.5 knots there. And on the video, you'll see the ship be a big splash.
Whatever they did fucked it up. Dude, it looks intentional because whatever they did right here, whenever the power came back on, it dramatically started veering into the thing. It's almost as if they did it on purpose, dude, right? I mean, if it would have just left everything alone, it looked like it would have just kind of and went through, and then they could have did whatever the hell they just did to make it do that.
in front of the vessel as it hits that piling, and you'll see the collapse of the pier. You're still seeing black smoke emanating from the vessel at this point. The ship has basically come now to a full stop at this point. On terms of its maneuverability, it's still showing a little bit of way on because of the GPS. It just takes a while for AIS and GPS to get in sync with that. And this is the moment of impact that we will see here, about 1:28 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, 4-hour difference between UTC. See a big splash there as the pylons hit, and then you have the bridge collapse. So that gives you a kind of a play-by-play there on marine traffic as it goes on. This is current marine traffic right now. You'll see vessels that are on scene here, Coast Guard cutters, tugs, and barges. And if you zoom out here a little bit, I'll show you the impact that this is going to have. So that's Patapsco River. That's the river heading up into the region. All the ships that are now in Baltimore are trapped in Baltimore. They cannot get out. That means that vessels that are in there are going to wait for the Key Bridge to be cleared, and obviously that's going to be a long prospect because of the casualties associated with it. You have vessels just below the Bay Bridge here waiting to get up into Baltimore. A lot of these are container and bulk carriers waiting to get in, so they're going to have to either divert or go somewhere else. And if you go down the bay even further, there is a larger anchorage right at the very southern end of the bay for ships heading up into that region. So this is a obviously developing situation. We're going to keep monitoring it and let you know. Sorry for the kind of haphazard issue here, but it's hard to coordinate this a little bit and get these two systems working right. I'll work on a better video.
Got a Lego globe.
Kind of more seamlessly put it together, but this is just some quick dirty news right now as we go forward. Stay tuned to what's going on with shipping. Follow me on X at MercaglianoS for any further information.
As you mentioned, shortly after that, we started getting telephone calls from faculty and staff who were aware that the incident had occurred, who were not on call, but were calling to see if they could be useful to come in and volunteer. This is something that happens quite regularly. Around 2:30 a.m., the patient arrived, and we began taking care of him at that point. We also had been and continued to be in communication with the first responders in the field to get some idea of what was going on the scene. We also were monitoring the Maryland State Police Aviation Command's helicopters and looking at flight patterns to see and to be notified if any of them were bringing patients to us at that point.
About the preparedness and how the shock trauma trains for NCIs and preparedness and how you're ready.
Sure. The mass casualty incident is something that actually involves the nursing coordinators and other staff members far more than physicians. For physicians, we have people here obviously all the time, and we have backups. Dr. Efron was at home, and as the chief of trauma, he just got in his car and arrived. He didn't have to be told that we needed help. And the other thing that the nursing coordinators did was to act as kind of air traffic control for patients in the hospital, to start moving them to make room for anyone who might need to come in. So as soon as the word came in that we would need space, that space was at a premium, they began looking at where patients were throughout the hospital and started rearranging who they could in order to make the most room. The principle was that even though we had told them that we were ready to take 10 critically ill patients immediately, we would not turn away any sick patients who arrived. So we needed to be ready. Even though we said we could take 10, we needed to be ready for an unspecified number greater than that.
We have the ability to move patients to other observational areas to continue their care out of the immediate resuscitation unit. We have the ability to manage these patients and surge up to many-fold over 10, up to over 100 if we have to, by actually utilizing the resources and partnering with the rest of the medical center. In addition, Baltimore especially has additional trauma centers is part of their system that we actually very much work together to spread the needed care for the critically injured patients.
And maybe I'll add one thing from the collective medical center standpoint is we prepare for this. Unfortunately, these disasters occur, and we train and prepare and drill for this exercise, not just managing the care, the acute clinical care, but mobilizing the different resources, so many moving pieces, as Dr. Kunde and Efron mentioned, to accommodate as many possible patients effectively and efficiently as possible.
While this was going on, incidentally, we had 2 other critically injured patients from unrelated incidents come in. And so this was on top of our business as usual. This was not, a special occasion where we're in some kind of isolated mode.
Dr. Efron, can you talk about being the Park Primary Adult Resource Center and how we sit at the top of the chain when it comes to trauma hospitals and how that's unique in Maryland?
Yeah, Maryland is unique in the country. We have a very mature trauma system that has 9 designated trauma centers. We are the largest. We have been designated and codified by the state of Maryland to be the primary adult resource center.
Today's accident and investigation, and we'll take your questions.
Why do they need so many trauma centers? Are that many people getting shot in Baltimore? It is 60-something% black, so maybe. I don't know.
Thank you for joining us. My name is Jennifer Homendy, and I'm the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board. Normally, our investigator in charge, his name is Marcel Muse, M-U-I-S-E. His first name is M-A-R-C-E-L. Marcel Muse is our investigator in charge for this investigation, but just given that we've arrived on scene today, it's very early. I've asked that he remain at the command post to continue what he is doing so that I can brief you on what we're doing so far. Also with me is one of our newest board members. This is Alvin Brown, and this is his training launch. So the NTSB arrived on scene at 6 a.m. To investigate an accident involving a Singapore-registered vessel with the name Dali, D-A-L-I, which made contact with the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, Maryland at around 1:30 a.m. this morning. The vessel is 985 feet long. It's a 95,000 feet long. It's a 95,000 gross ton container ship. I've seen information about crew members on board. We still need to verify the numbers of crew on board and their status. Under our Memorandum of Understanding with the Coast Guard, the NTSB is leading this investigation. The Coast Guard will support this investigation. Our Memorandum of Understanding, for example, provides for when an accident involves another mode of transportation and other factors, the NTSB will lead that investigation. Now, I want to thank the U.S. Coast Guard. We have a very cooperative relationship with the U.S. Coast Guard.
Shut the fuck up!
I particularly want to thank Deputy Commandant for Operations, Vice Admiral Gautier. I want to thank Admiral Gilbreth, who's commander of the 5th Coast Guard District, and Captain O'Connell, who's the sector commander. Before I go on behalf of the NTSB, I want to extend our deepest sympathies to those who have been affected by this significant event. The NTSB, as I mentioned, does many significant transportation events, not just aviation. We do accidents and incidents in marine safety as well, and of course with bridges and other highway infrastructure. And for this, there were many that were affected by this collapse, and our deepest sympathies go out to the families, loved ones,
blah 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 blah.
I'm going to get questions on fatalities and injuries, which I'm not going to answer. That is not something that the NTSB answers. I will refer you to local authorities on all of that information. What I can tell you is a search and rescue is still underway. So we are very hopeful.
Breaking news.
And again, our thoughts are with the families and their loved ones. Again, we got here at 6 a.m. And we are standing back to allow the Coast Guard and search and rescue to continue their search and rescue operations while we gather information from the command post. There is a lot of information that we can begin to collect. We have a team of 24 on scene, including Member Brown and me. The team of experts include experts in nautical operations, and what they're going to look at and begin to collect is information on vessel operations, safety history, safety record. They'll look at the owner, they'll look at the operator, and they'll look at the operations this day. Today, they will also look at company policy, any sort of safety management system or safety management program will be looked at by them, and our human performance team as well. We have a human performance expert here. We have an engineering team. We have survival factors, and then we have a team here that is getting the recorders. We also have a highway safety team, our team out of the Office of Highway Safety, including structural engineers, bridge experts who will be here and are continuing to come in. We have a few here, and one or two others are coming in the next few hours. We also have our family assistance team on site, and our family assistance team works with those that were affected by a particular event, families, friends, and other loved ones, and they will help them get in touch with the resources they need while also providing them with the information that they need as we move forward with our investigation. This is a team effort. There are a lot of entities right now in the command post, all focused on search and rescue, as they should be. But I do want to, in particular, thank the Coast Guard.
Dude, who's going to pay all these employees that can't work right now in the harbor? Like, are they, like, dude, I bet the federal government's going to have to give them money for who knows, like, how's this going to work? Man.
Maryland Transportation Authority, police, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Baltimore Fire and Rescue, and the Maryland State Police. I also know that there are others on scene I'm sure I have missed. For example, Army Corps of Engineers is here, a great deal of expertise, and all focused on what is very important, which is the people first. I have been in contact with my counterpart in Singapore. Director Chong is the director of the Transport Safety Investigations Board, the NTSB. The NTSB maintains relationships with our counterparts in other countries often and stay in close communication. So the director and I have.
So stuff's going to get more expensive all across the country because of this.
Times before on safety, so it was a good conversation. He is sending some personnel here tomorrow. Also, personnel will be arriving from the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore, who has the focus of being the regulator in Singapore. Now, it's not a lot of information that I can share at this time, and I know there's a lot of information that seems to be circulating. The NTSB doesn't speculate. We provide facts, and so there isn't a lot we can share right now because the focus has been on the people. However, if you know me, I like to provide information as we can when we are able to verify those facts and be open about that. Transparency is one of our mandates, one of our core values. So please monitor ntsb.gov and X, where we will post when we are having another media briefing. We do have an organizational meeting tonight at 5 o'clock, which I mentioned, to determine where we want to go next on the investigation, but there's a lot of information we need to gather between now and then in the days and weeks that follow. So with that, I am going to take questions. I will call on you. Please state your name and your affiliation. We'll start with Tom and then go over here.
Thank you, Chair Helmandy. Tom Costello with NBC News. You spoke of one of the teams within this NTSB structure looking for, specifically the recorders on board the ship. Can you speak to what type of recorders may be on board the ship, and what do you hope that what information might they provide?
Yeah, at this time, I will have more information about the recorders tomorrow. We chose not to board the vessel today to allow some time for the search and recovery, which we did not want to interfere with. That is the first and foremost. We do have some information, but we need to verify that information first before I provide that information, before I verify it. So we'll have that information tomorrow, or maybe later tonight if you want to check with me. Yes.
Sabina with ABC News. How long will the search go on for today?
The search is, it's a question on how long the search will go on today. The NTSB is not in charge of the search and rescue operation. That is the U.S. Coast Guard, so I would refer you to the Coast Guard for that information. Yep.
Hi there, Nicole Gangas, CBS News. Were the tugs pulled loose before the ship lost control, and can you give us a rough timeline of when they were pulled loose? And also curious just what you can tell us about the timeline, how much time lapsed between the pilot notifying authorities and the actual crash.
Yeah, there's a question on the tugs and the timeline. Again, I know this is all information you're looking for. The information we get, which often happens in a large event where there are a lot of entities, is there is conflicting information. The NTSB focuses on the facts, so we will figure that out and be able to provide that information in the coming days. Today is far too early for that.
Nothing on the timeline?
Nothing on the timeline so far.
How critical will a voyage data recorder be to investigating?
How critical will a voyage data recorder be to investigating this? It will be critical. It's a critical piece of our investigation, which is why we have a recorders team here.
Have you been able to investigate or figure out why this ship did not immediately drop anchor when the power went out and they were on course to fly off this bridge?
Again, that will be, the question is on dropping anchor and whether they did or did not, and the timing on that, again, that'll be part of our investigation and part of our timeline. I can provide you more information on that in the coming days, but not today.
Rina, about what ANI, just wanted to check, do you have any information on the crew that was on board, their nationality? Were there 22 Indians on board? Apparently there's a report that says there were 22 Indians who were on board.
The question is who was on board the vessel and nationalities. I've heard conflicting information on that as well. We will have to get back to you on that. Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe there were major deficiencies with the vessel before it set sail? What are you learning from previous inspections?
The question is, were there any deficiencies on the vessel before it sailed, and will we be looking at any safety information? That is part of our investigation, where we look at in-depth at safety information, anything that may have occurred prior to this, any sort of safety history with respect to the vessel, any sort of maintenance that was done to a vessel or the vessel or component on the ship. We will look at all of that, but it's much too early for all of that.
You spoke about the government assets that are here. Can you talk about the private sector folks that you're working with? Are there folks from Maersk? Are there folks from the insurance companies that you're in contact with now who are on the scene today?
The question is, who are we working with from the private sector folks? I mean, certainly we're working with the owner-operators, which are two different entities for this vessel. We will be working with the Pilot Association, and we will have a number of federal, state, and local partners as party to the investigation. We are going to designate those tonight at the organizational briefing, and I'll have more information on that tomorrow.
Given obviously the search and rescue effort is the main focus right now, handled by the U.S. Coast Guard, but the Key Bridge being such a major thoroughfare for the city and for our commerce, for our entire country, not to mention the waterways being shut down, is there any sense of urgency to get this cleaned up faster, or what exactly is the priority beyond just the search and rescue?
There's a question on what's the priority beyond the search and rescue. We don't, certainly investigations are a priority. Certainly environmental considerations are a priority, and so is traffic and getting, cargo vessels in and out of the Port of Baltimore. It's not the NTSB's priority. We have a number of organizations, including the Department of Transportation, Maryland Department of Transportation, the governor, that's doing a lot of work on that. But this is right now it's about people. It's about families and addressing the needs of those that were impacted. That's the focus. I don't think anybody in that room right now at the command post is thinking about what are the next steps to get things cleaned up. They're working to figure out who was impacted, if anyone was impacted, and how do we address that, because that is and should be the priority always.
Eric Rosales with EWTN News Nightly. You talked a little bit about the families, and you talked a little bit about the rescue effort that's taking place. Have we confirmed that there were any more than just the 6 construction workers that were on the bridge itself? Were there any more possible other cars, other drivers on the bridge?
So there's a lot of information. The question is on have we been able to confirm information on the number of cars on the bridge, the number of workers on the bridge? There are a lot of numbers that we've heard back and forth. We need to verify that. The search team is doing that now. That's not for the NTSB. That is for the local authorities, Maryland State Police, and the Maryland Transportation Authority, as well as their federal partners through the Coast Guard, to be able to verify that information in particular.
Right now, there could be other victims than just the 6 that you're searching.
There are, nobody is going by a number. They are just looking and they're searching.
Chair?
That's what's important.
Chair Hammond, Chair, was there any kind of structural protections on this bridge? You know, how it's built? I've been hearing about dolphins or concrete ways to stop a collapse like this. Can you tell us anything about the structure of what's there?
Yeah, the structure of the bridge, there's some questions about the structure of the bridge, protective structure around the bridge or around the piers to make sure there isn't a collapse. We are aware of what a structure should have. Part of our investigation will be how was this bridge constructed? It will look at the structure itself. Should there be any sort of safety improvements? All that will be part of our investigation. We go very broad in our investigation.
But in this sense, has that bridge ever been flagged that needed some kind of security revision or something like that?
The question is, has the bridge ever been flagged for any sort of safety deficiency or security deficiency? That is information that we will that will take time to dig through. I will just point to our recent investigation of the Fern Hollow bridge collapse, which took almost 2 years to get information on inspections and what was and was not done after those inspections, and whether there were records or not records maintained. That's specific to Fern Hollow Bridge, but it is very cumbersome process. It's a very meticulous process where they have to dig through a lot of information, so it will not be something that we will be able to verify while on scene.
Are you able to speak at all about the reported power of the ship and whether the data recorder might provide any insight into that?
The question is on the reported power failure. We've heard the reports. We've been made aware of those same reports about there being a power outage. I've also seen statements, media releases from Singapore as well. It's something that we take in, but something that we have to verify through our investigation that was what was part of the contributing cause here. So too early to tell. Yep.
Andrew here from NPR. Can you confirm if the construction workers on the bridge were employed by Bronner's building?
Can I confirm whether the construction workers on the bridge were employed by Bronner Builders Incorporated? That is the information we have, Bronner Builders Incorporated. Of course, sometimes they use subcontractors, so we don't have any information yet on subcontractors, but we do have information on the company itself.
Chair, have they been able to confirm
is there any information on anybody that is unaccounted for and whether they were able to verify with the company? That is something that the federal officials, the FBI, along with the Coast Guard, will verify, not the NTSB.
Sure. We've gotten word that, of course, there were the construction workers, but one of the people was a state inspector. Can you share any word if you know about that, and that was the person that was rescued and taken to the hospital?
The question is about a state inspector. I don't have information on the state inspector at this point. We are very focused on getting our investigative groups up and running. Again, let the search and rescue team do what they need to do to focus on the people, and then we are gathering information from the owner and the owner of the ship, of the vessel, and then the operator and others for this time. Again, that was my last question. For further information, and I know it's not a lot of information for the first day, but we just got here, and really the focus is on the families and the people. That is our main focus. That is everyone's main focus right now. The rest can wait. So please monitor NTSB.gov and our Twitter feed for the next briefing. Thank you.
Ma'am, will Secretary Buttigieg be coming down here?
The two people that show up, a black guy and a woman. That's where our country is going. That's the fucking stupid ass direction our country. Every main person in an organization is either turned into a woman or a minority. Why? Who's doing this shit to us, man? Why are we handing the keys over? Gentlemen and white people? Why are we doing that? Why are we like, here you go, we don't need to do that anyway? Is there a reason for it? It's happening though, at an alarming rate. Women couldn't even vote fucking like 40, 60 years ago or something.
Governor's having a press.
Black people either, could they? What the hell's going on? And now we're just like, hey man, you guys want to do all our government positions?
Governor and others are coming at 3:30 for a presser.
Another presser, guys.
Really? 3:30? At 3:30. Governor Moore. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, she really didn't give much information than what we've heard from the bumbling newscasters that don't know what the hell's going on either.
No problem.
They're looking for people. The bridge is fucked. Breaking news. You heard it here first, folks. Well, I saw the governor. The governor's black, but I actually don't get the governor being black because the state is still primarily white. I get why their mayor would be black though, because Baltimore is like 60-something% black. So that makes sense. That happened in the 70s. We were looking into it earlier. I went all in on the history of why there are so many black people in Baltimore. You know me, man. I like to learn. Here. I still don't really know why they chose Baltimore. You? Besides to get away from the South. Baltimore is pretty far away from the South. And Maine was too cold, maybe. There must have been a ton of low-paying, blue-collar jobs in Baltimore in the late 1800s, following up until today, probably. Whatever industry they have in Baltimore is lots of blue-collar. Probably because they have so many waterways nearby. Like if you look at a map of Baltimore, there's so many inlets going all the different directions. That's a lot of work. There are a lot of businesses on those that offload onto ships, like maybe refineries, maybe like places that have stone and stuff, maybe even grain silos and stuff to ship to the East Coast. Ship to Ukraine. We gotta get my grain, bro. One of the biggest ports in the country, and it has way more space to be able to do stuff like grain and bigger substances than New York Harbor would have, right? It's all the cities right there with New York. Baltimore's not as bustling. Steel plants? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's hard, hot work that nobody wants to do. Because it did say something about it was the industrialism that caused it. So when the industrial age hit and they needed employees, just like they're doing now. Just like this bridge was halfway manned with construction workers that were from Mexico, Venezuela, or they say Colombia, Ecuador, I don't know. They said multiple different countries, and they're like, and they send their money back home. Did you hear her say that? When they were interviewing the doctors earlier or something, they even said they send their money back home for some reason. I forget why they mentioned that. They had to send it back home to their families, they said, so that they can get enough to come up here too. Damn it, man. Oh, shit. We're still importing our labor, like why can't they just hire American dude? You can't tell me Americans wouldn't want to do construction work. What are they doing now? They're all trying to be fucking YouTubers? Bruh. Like, I've worked construction jobs before. It's decent pay. It's a good workout. Got some camaraderie, you know. But I tell you what, I don't want to work a fucking construction job if I'm surrounded by immigrants that can barely speak English. That's the problem. They're making it so people want to do it less. What camaraderie is there in that? When everybody's speaking Spanish while you're working, you're sitting there fucking hammering away and you don't even know what people are saying. I've worked at a job like that. It sucks. So they're making it so that less Americans are going to want to do these jobs because they're filling them with so many migrants. You can't talk to your coworkers. That's some bullshit. Half-broken English. You don't want to go out to drink with somebody you can't talk to. Not going to be making friends, really, probably. That keeps people at their job, right? When they have friends at work, makes them want to go into work. It was a Target logistics center. Everybody in that fucking thing spoke Spanish so much that they spoke it over the intercom when they told us it was break time and shit. I didn't even know what they were saying half the time. I had to ask my dude, what are we doing? What are we doing? What's happening? Is there a meeting or something? Oh no, I say it's break time. Like, oh, alright. Target Logistics Center here in Carson, I believe it is, right outside of Long Beach. Sort of staffing agency, so I'm not really doxing myself with that one. It was very limited. I even had to call every day to see if I was working that day, actually, too. At one time I showed up and they're like, never mind. Somebody else showed up before you. A shitty bullshit minimum wage job like that. And this was 20 years ago. Do you think it's better now?
I was like, I know I'm going to pick up when we're already going. I'm like, I'm about to go, and that's just going to...
Yikes, America. We're fucking dying, dude. We're fucking dying. We're bending over backwards for minorities and women. Women weren't in charge when this country became, when it made it to greatness. Women weren't in charge. They were there supporting. They were supporting like crazy. We couldn't have done it without the women. Don't get me wrong, but they weren't running the fucking show like they're trying to do now in all aspects of government. The shit is breaking, and dudes are letting it happen. Guys, men are letting that shit happen. Telling their wives, yeah, you should do it. Or guys are like, yeah, you should try to be chief of police. Why not? Yeah. Why? Why do we need females in male positions? I don't give a shit who the fuck. I see people are leaving. I don't give a fucking shit. It's probably the women. They're like, hey, fuck this guy. He's a sexist. I am a sexist. Fuck you. There are fucking certain things that dudes are better at than women. Period. Stay in your fucking place. A band yet? Fuck it, man. Calling what I see. My limited amount of experience in life, that's what I see. Historically, that's what we're doing, and that's what's happening. Nobody wants to fucking talk about it because they're scared of hurting people's feelings. They're scared of people being like, oh my god, you're a fucking sexist. Bigot. You fucking bigot. You know, I don't give a shit anymore. I haven't given a shit in a while. When did that happen? When did we give women the right to vote? Was it after World War II? I bet it was. I bet it's because they were working all the jobs here. Someone had to vote. Was it? Who was voting? The women had to try. I bet that. World War II fucked so much. Fuck you, Hitler. Dude, he really did fuck the whole world up for years after that. Like, it's still happening. World War II caused us to have women in men's positions at work. Oh, World War I might have as well, actually, 1920. Yeah, then it was World War I that caused it. They saw after World War I that they needed women to be able to vote, but there was a long-ass war like that again, I bet. Well, who was that? The Habsburgs, or... That wasn't Hitler at that time. Habsburg? Dude, I actually visited one of their palaces in Vienna. I don't remember who the hell they are, though. They're like Turkish or something, right? I wish I could remember more about World War I history. World War I began after the assassination of Austrian Archduke Franz Ferdinand by South Slav nationalist Gavrilo Princip in 1914. So, That's where I toured that thing, was in Vienna. It didn't have anything to do with those people, though, that were... Habsburg... Where are those people at? Schönbrunn Palace, that's the one. Schönbrunn Palace, the one. I had a Airbnb right on the other side of it, but they're... That might have fallen before World War I, though. Austria was dominated by the House of Habsburg and House of Habsburg-Lorraine, 1273 to 1918. So there we go. Yeah. So that would have been who was in charge of the Habsburgs. So they had a king. Thinking of the other So it seems that it started in 1878, though. The women's suffrage amendment had been proposed each year in Congress since 1878. And it wasn't until 1919 the suffrage movement had finally gained enough support, and Congress, grateful for women's help during the war, passed the 19th Amendment on June 5th. That's what it is, dude. Called it. Y'all probably knew this shit. I'm learning here, man. I didn't take history class, actually. I hated history. When I was a kid, I couldn't stand this shit. But that's what did it, dude. Because we felt sorry for them because they helped us during, they did jobs here in World War I that dudes couldn't do because they were at war. We felt sorry for women not having the right to vote. We felt sorry for them. That's interesting. I'm sure they would hate to hear that, wouldn't they? Any women here? All the women have already left. Hello! Hello! Dude, I legit got all the women to leave. Wait. That's hilarious, dude. I don't give any shits about that. Because I don't take back anything. I mean, shout out to women. Women are women. Women do awesome things, but they also do some fucked up things, dude. They get in people's heads. They use the power of the pussy and shit. You know what I'm saying? Dudes ain't using no power of the dick on women. Women will get a dude's head and fuck with him and shit and to control his life. Power of the pussy. You love women. Hey, women are cool. Women are cool. It's not for me. I'm done with them. I'm done with trying to do the relationship thing, man. It's too fucking volatile. I end up finding the bad ones. I'm a professional. And I'm not an incel. I could definitely get laid if I wanted to. I got my shit together. Like, as far as, like, being able to go take a girl out if I wanted to or something. I got a very nice car that still smells brand new on the inside. That's always a perk. I'm tall. I'm not fat. I can do pull-ups. I'm not in horrible shape. I'm kind of skinny, but I mean, dude, I already know. Dude, if I wanted to get laid, I could get laid 1,000,000% chance, no doubt. I have zero doubts. I'm confident as fuck. I can go out and pull a girl because I got skills when it comes to that shit. I just don't give a fuck anymore. I'm not an incel. I'm a celibate. I'm celibate intentionally. Because once you see some people will think like if you go like a long time. Here's the thing. When guys go a long time without sex, they want it less. When girls go a long time without sex, they want it more. That's how it works until menopause. Try it out. I didn't just make that up. I learned that. I read that shit in a book that was all about sex and women and men. It was for both. It wasn't a sexist book or anything. Certain things that are like women don't peak until a certain age, and men peak at a certain age. Like there are certain things that people know biologically happen to us, and that's one of those things. It's not the guy goes a long time without sex and he starts getting really horny wanting to like do something. It's like opposite actually. The guy gets like a sex addiction and that's when he wants it the most. Girls too, girls can have sex addiction too, don't get me wrong. I've seen it. Yeah, see that too. Let's think about that for a second. Why is that a story in the Bible? Okay, well, for one, we'll say the Bible was written by a man, so maybe he wanted to make women look like they were less than in a way because they couldn't, or evil in a little way. So I mean, it's the Bible. Who knows what the fuck is up with all that? A dude wrote it though, for sure. Plus it's been like rewritten so many times. I don't know if I so much trust the Bible anymore. I need some Dead Sea Scrolls or something. really know what happened. Should I get super baked right now since the viewership's driving? I've lost all the female viewership. Let's just get crazy today. Fuck it. It's Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. The bridge is down.
Waiting to hear about if they're okay. We know from the governor and state officials at their press conference this morning said there were eight people on the bridge at the time, that 2 were rescued, 1 of them was hospitalized, and that 6 remain unaccounted for. So today, all day, there's been a man here named Jesus Campos who works for the company that the NTSB
It just seems too abbreviated. There's too many gaps in Genesis, dude.
He said he's worked there for 8 months.
It's too fucking broad. I need more precise information. Otherwise, it seems like it's bullshit.
Overnight shift. He told us that the bridge was shut down to traffic. We can see at least one.
It's a fucking riddle, dude. Fuck you.
Traffic so they could do these
fucking riddle. The whole damn Bible's a riddle.
Repairs.
He
told us that
it's what your heart tells you it says.
Co-workers who to him he told us were like family. That they started their shift shortly after the road was closed down at 9. They were supposed to work till 5 in the morning, and he told us at the time of the container ship collision with the pylon and the bridge collapse, this crew, his friends, were on a break, a 30-minute break that he said, excuse me, as this is what it's like down here at Hawkins Point, a lot of big trucks and heavy equipment. They were on a break. It was a 30-minute break, and he said they take their breaks in their cars. So he said, as far as he knows, and he said you won't be able to see it if you're looking at that video, but he can see it. He knows where they were standing on the bridge, or where they were doing their work on the bridge, I should say, and he said, I can see their vehicles on the span of the bridge. He said they were likely in their cars taking their break. He said some of them would eat, drink a little bit, some water, some close their eyes for a little bit because it's very hard work. And he said that is when they fell in the water. Those were his words. He told us that the one colleague who was rescued and hospitalized, he told us today remains in critical condition as far as he has been told, and he has yet to speak to that colleague. But he told us the waiting for word about the whereabouts of his 6 other friends is just unbearable. And here is a little bit of our conversation with him.
Me siento mal por lo que está sucediendo.
I am so bad. I feel so bad right now that this has happened. Mr. Campos told us 3 of the men were from Mexico and were related to each other. He said 2 were from Guatemala, the rest from Honduras and El Salvador. We asked him, what do you want people to know about your friends and about what happened?
No, pues eran buenas personas y somos buenas personas, ¿verdad?
They were good people. They were good workers, he said. They were working so that they could send money home to their countries.
Sí, pues demasiado, pues porque tenemos familias que los esperan en casa.
It's too much to bear right now because all the families are waiting at home for the phone calls. He really was, he was quite emotional, and after that, we could tell that he needed a break. We said, thank you, lo siento, we're sorry about this, and then he kind of stepped away and he took a breather. He's been here all day, and he was just here a few moments ago. I'm not sure if he's gone somewhere, but this has been really tough for him. He knows how precarious the job is and what hard work it is. And he also talked a little bit about the families, that they're just desperate for information. Earlier, he told us some of the families were at the scene with first responders, but then several hours later, he told us that they're still at home. Now, it's not to say that these 6 unaccounted for men were Catholics or went to church, but we do know that the Roman Catholic Church in Baltimore has a very large outreach to the Hispanic population in the city and the surrounding areas. And we do know that the Archbishop, William Lori, is going to be holding a mass today at 5:30 at the Cathedral of Mary, our Queen. According to their post on X, or formerly known as Twitter, they will be praying for the people impacted by the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. It goes on to say that the Archdiocese of Baltimore and Archbishop William Lori extend pastoral care to all communities affected by the tragedy. And that is something that may be very important to the families of these people that were impacted, people that remain unaccounted for, and to the those who were rescued. One other thing that we are still waiting for confirmation from officials is who was the 8th person on the bridge at the time of the collapse. Mr. Campos is certain the crew from his company numbered 7, and he told us the 8th person was an inspector with the state, which does line up with things that we learn on this job, that the crew may have been accompanied by some sort of safety inspector or bridge a safety person that does bridge safety when they're out on a job site like this. I've reached out, I've tried to confirm this with several officials. I've either gotten, I don't know, or this might be part of the investigation. Let me get back to you. But Mr. Campos was certain there were 7 members.
A bridge safety person that does bridge safety. Can we get any more descriptive than that? Oh my gosh.
We'll be able to ask that question of officials when they hold their press conference. It was also notable to hear the chair, the NTSB chair, talk about right now we are focused on helping the people that are impacted by this. That is coming from a national bigwig, somebody with a big job in the United States. But we also know from being here at Hawkins Point and in this area that people on the ground here, people that live here in this community, they were already on that hours ago. This morning we spoke to people who came here with the Arundel Christian Church is one of the people. They're here to help first responders, with people that are dealing with the emergency response and possibly the economic response as well. We'll send it back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
There will be a lot of needs.
Yeah, and what a find. I mean, to run into Mr. Campos there, and then to hear the stories of these families.
To hear him speak and look on his face, and it was just heartbreaking.
Yeah. Back in the studio, Andre, I believe, Andre Hepkins standing by at the live desk right now. And Andre, you know, we were talking about it as we first saw the video, and I mean, we've been saying this all morning long. We could watch it 1,000 times, and it will never make sense.
It will never make sense, Jason, Mindy. It is just unfathomable that the Francis Scott Key Bridge would just collapse into the Patapsco River as a result of this collision with this vessel out of Singapore. And in just a few minutes, you guys will be tossing to another news conference. We understand that Governor Wes Moore will be speaking about the events of this morning alongside the U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, as well as Maryland U.S. Senator Ben Card, to talk about the events of this morning. And Jason and Mindy, we've been talking about this and watching these pictures all morning. This international story unfolding in our backyard, a 95,000 gross ton vessel crashing into the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing it to collapse into the Patapsco River. What we understand right now, 8 people were on the bridge at the time, 6 people still unaccounted for as authorities look for the people who are missing as a result of what we're looking at right now. The Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsing into the Patapsco River. We understand that 2 people were immediately rescued, 1 being treated at shock trauma. We heard from authorities at shock trauma earlier about their response in the wee hours of this morning. 1:30 a.m. we are looking at what happened this morning. That ship called the Dali, based out of Singapore, crashing into the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Earlier, just a short time ago, we heard from the chair of the NTSB on the ground here in Baltimore. She says that she has a team of some 24 people investigating what we're looking at right now. She says she's been on the ground. She and her team have been here since 6 o'clock in the morning, looking into what caused that. We're looking at chopper video of that ship called the Dali based out of Singapore crashing into the Key Bridge, causing that 1.6-mile span to collapse into the Patapsco River. You know, I was reading the State of Maryland website. We're talking about the traffic impact, the casualties, the economic impact. According to the State of Maryland, that Port of Baltimore is responsible for $3.3 billion in personal income as a result of close to 15,000 direct jobs at the port and close to 140,000 jobs connected to work at the port. $3.3 billion in personal income, disrupted by what we're looking at right now. This ship based out of Dali, the ship.
So now 15,000 people are going to need a job, possibly, for a little while,
Chair of the NTSB says she has been in contact
while we're welcoming migrants to flood our border like crazy, who also need jobs. It sounds like it's going to work out for them.
In concert with the U.S. Coast Guard, the Maryland Transportation Department, the U.S. Transportation Department, several agencies at the federal, state, and local levels looking into what disrupted traffic and commerce here in the Port of Baltimore at 1:30 this morning. And I'm being told by the studio that we have some sound from the NTSB. We heard from Jennifer Homendy, the chair of the NTSB, not long ago.
But now they can get all the migrants to build the bridge. Perfect.
This is a team effort.
Because that's who they had working on it.
Of entities right now in the command post, all focused on search and rescue as they should be. But I do want to, in particular, thank the Coast Guard, the Maryland Transportation Authority Police, the Federal Bureau of
job security for migrants,
the Baltimore Fire and Rescue, and the Maryland State Police. I also know that there are others on scene I'm sure I have missed. For example, Army Corps of Engineers is here, a great deal of expertise, and all focused on what is very important, which is the people first.
You didn't think about that, did you?
Jennifer Homendy, the chair of the NTSB, speaking to reporters just a short time ago, saying the NTSB has the lead in this investigation. Several agencies at the federal, state, and local levels looking into what caused that ship based out of Singapore called the Dali to crash into the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing that 1.6-mile span to collapse into the Patapsco River. Jennifer Homendy wouldn't confirm the number of people involved right now. Right now, authorities officially say they are looking for 6 construction workers who were on the bridge at the time it collapsed into the Patapsco River. In just a short time from now, we will hear from the governor, Senator Cardin, as well as Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
Andre, we've been talking all day about the moment you found out about this. I was awakened by a text from a friend that said the Key Bridge is gone, and I was completely confused, and I turned the news on right away. What about you?
My phone started going off. I turned on the television and I see our colleague and friend Jennifer Franciotti standing at was once the foot of what was once the Francis Scott Key Bridge, saying that it collapsed into the Patapsco River, and I'm just like, what is going on? And then the phone starts getting texts and phone calls and people from all over the country concerned about what's going on, trying to find out, hey, are you okay, and what's going on in your city. And then it was clear that the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed into the Patapsco River. We're looking at the video of that impact right there, 1:30 in the morning. That's what happened, and the aftermath of that is what we all woke up to this morning. The ship based out of Singapore, the Dali, crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing that to happen, as we're looking at right now, falls into the Patapsco River, and now there is a search and rescue effort underway. Authorities say they are officially looking for 6 people. However, the chair of the NTSB, Jennifer Homendy, would not confirm how many people impacted right now. She said there's a lot of conflicting numbers as to how many victims they are looking for, but right now authorities say officially 2 people were immediately rescued in the aftermath of what we saw happening 1:30 this morning, that bridge collapsing into the river, and 6 people being searched for right now. And I'm being told that we are having another piece of sound from Jennifer Homendy, the chair of the NTSB. Let's listen into that right now.
Not a lot of information that I can share at this time, and I know there's a lot of information that seems to be circulating. The NTSB doesn't speculate. we provide facts. And so there isn't a lot we can share right now because the focus has been on the people. However, if you know me, I like to provide information as we can when we are able to verify those facts and be open about that. Transparency is one of our mandates, one of our core values. So please monitor ntsb.gov and X.
You just heard Jennifer Hamidi, the chair of the NTSB, saying, we don't speculate, we deal with facts. And that's what we as journalists do. We don't speculate, we deal with facts. And right now, authorities can tell us factually they are looking for 6 construction workers right now, and they rescued 2. That's what we officially know right now, but those numbers can change. The chair of the NTSB, Jennifer Hamidi, would not speculate as to how many people are actually involved, but right now we can confirm that that vessel based out of Singapore, the Dolly, did crash into the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing that 1.6-mile span to collapse into the Patapsco River. 2 people immediately
from
rescued.
a boat by the ship.
And other entities are looking for at least 6 other people. The NTSB says that she has a team of 2
Fucking leave it to
people on the ground
Looker.
here, and in short order, we will hear from Governor Westmore, joined by
He's just like mainstream media, dude. He tries to get people fucking like. He's just as bad as them. He does it all the time. Guys, I don't know. I don't know. It could be. It could. I just don't know.
Are going on right now, but that
one of those fucking things, probably.
But plenty of those cargo things that need to be moved off of the property and then to where they need to go. That's still going to happen for a bit.
Absolutely. And one of the big questions, of course, is how structurally sound was the Key Bridge before the collision?
It's water hag.
Standing by, you've been looking through documents throughout the day. What do we
water
know?
hag looks like sand
Well, the
almost.
bridge was structurally sound.
You need to see it better than
echoed
that.
the same thoughts from, I think it was May 2021, a federal inspection of the bridge. And the governor said today it is up to code.
The media doesn't
For those
speculate.
folks from around here, at least, the bridge was magnificent. It was majestic, especially when you go off the 695 corridor over the bridge. It's about 1.6 miles. We've been working the phones. We've talked to a number of bridge experts. And
since we last had a chance to speak, we've had the opportunity to spend time with the families, had the opportunity to pray with them and pray for them. And the strength of these families is absolutely remarkable. And we want to let them know that we are here with you every single step of the way. We are praying for you now and always, and we always will. We've also had the chance to spend time with a lot of our first responders who we mentioned before, the work that they have done since early in the morning, and they have not stopped since, is truly remarkable. These are individuals who in the middle of the night jumped into some very challenging environments, some very challenging territories, and have not stopped in their quest to making sure that each and every person is seen and supported and lifted up. And so to our first responders, today and always, we just want to say from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. I've also had the chance to speak with both the President and the Vice President, who have been full-throated in their support of everything that we're doing here in Maryland, and we just want to say how grateful we are to them, how grateful we are to the Secretary of Transportation and the Department of Transportation, who within hours of this happening, I was on the phone with the Secretary of Transportation. I think Secretary Buttigieg called me at 3:30 in the morning. And now he and his entire team have been down here this afternoon spending time looking at the efforts, looking at the damage, and also identifying what they can do to support and help. Can't tell you enough how much we appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. And also, please let the President and the Vice President know from the bottom of our heart how much we appreciate it as well. We've also had a chance to be here with our remarkable congressional delegation. From the earliest parts of the morning, our congressional delegation has been there throughout. And I always say I'm grateful that I've got such a remarkable congressional delegation. And today, I just have another example as to why I am a very lucky governor to have the congressional delegation that I have. And also our state, our local elected officials, Mayor Scott, who literally got a call from the very first thing in the morning. I know you have had no rest in a very long time, sir. And so I want to say how much we appreciate you. But also, it's to the members of the philanthropic community who've been reaching out and offering support. It's the members of the private sector who've been reaching out and offering support. It's the sandwich companies who have said we're going to shut down because we just want to make sure that the first responders are getting meals. Everybody has stepped up. Everybody has raised their hands to serve. And I can tell you, it is so deeply appreciated. It's so deeply felt. And for everyone who is offering prayers and supports, I can tell you those prayers are working and we are grateful. And the thing that I would ask for people to remember is this. The first, this is very much still a search and rescue mission. We are still actively looking for survivors. We know, and that's the pledge we've made to these families, and this is still very much an active search and rescue mission. And there is not a single resource that we will hold off on deploying. I have already authorized the deployment of everything from air, land, and sea resources to make sure that this search and rescue operation is carried out to its fullest intent. The second thing I want to remind people is that this will not be short. There's going to be a long road. There's going to be a long road, not just as we go from search and rescue. There'll be a long road as we talk about what does the future of this region, the future of the area look like. And we're going to need each and every one of you. We're thankful to have partners like what we have in the Biden-Harris administration. We're thankful for the partners that we have in our federal delegation. We're thankful for the partners we have in our state and local leadership. We're thankful for the partners that we have in the private sector and the philanthropic community. We're thankful for the partners that we have within the Moore-Miller administration. We're thankful for each and every one of you, both Marylanders and non-Marylanders who have reached out and offered support. We feel it.
Okay, so he's not going to be telling us anything this time either. It's a bunch of nothing.
I think just in this time, this state has been able to show what it means to be Maryland tough and Baltimore strong. And this state and this city will continue to show exactly that. And so with that, I want to turn it over to our Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, with a deep sense of thanks and appreciation. Oh, I apologize. Before I turn it over to Secretary Buttigieg, I want to turn it over to the dean of our delegation, and someone who has been leading from the front this entire time, and we are deeply grateful for the leadership of Senator Ben Cardin.
Governor Moore, first of all, thank you very much for getting our whole team together to meet this challenge, and our prayers are with the families of those that are lost at sea at this moment. As the governor said, it's still a search and rescue, so we are hopeful and we are with the families. I also want to underscore our thanks to our first responders. They did an extraordinary job, acting very quickly and saved lives, so we thank our first responders for everything that they have done. I just really want to underscore a couple points. Our first priority is the search and rescue for those that were on the bridge. We then need to make sure that the channel is reopened. It's critically important to our economy. It affects many, many jobs. It affects not only jobs here in Maryland, but around the country and world. So our next priority is to make sure we get that channel opened. And then we also need to fix and replace the bridge for the surface transportation. We're going to work together as a team. I am very impressed by all the partners that are with us today. We heard from them at the state level, the local level, at the federal level. I particularly want to acknowledge our federal partners. The Secretary of Transportation is with us. We have the Coast Guard. We have the Army Corps of Engineers. We have the investigators. We have the Small Business Administration. They're all here because of the commitment of the partners to work together. A special thanks to President Biden, who's made it very, very clear that he'll do everything in his power to make sure that we get the help we need to deal with this challenge. But as Secretary Buttigieg told us in our briefings, he's going to need the help of Congress in order to get things done. So I want to acknowledge our team, Senator Van Hollen, my partner in the United States Senate on the Appropriations Committee, and the work that he's doing. Congressman Mfume is here. Congressman Trone is here. Team Maryland, our federal delegation is committed to working together. Senator Van Hollen and I got calls from our leadership that said they're prepared, Secretary Buttigieg, to do everything that we need to do in Congress to make sure you have the resources and the federal partners have the resources in order to get the job done. So I want to thank Senator Schumer for his call and his comments. Senator Murray, Senator Carper, Chair of the Environment and Public Works Committee, have all been in touch with us. It is a team effort, and we're going to make sure that we do everything we can to protect our economy and protect the people of our state. And with that, let me just turn it back to the governor or Secretary Buttigieg. This guy woke all of us up early this morning, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to thank Senator Cardin and the entire delegation for their leadership. They have been on this from the first moments. And as the Senator mentioned, and I'll say more about this in a moment, we'll be needing to work together to make sure that we render all of the support that is needed at the federal level. I want to recognize the leadership of Governor Moore, who was already wide awake and hard at work when I reached him in the middle of the night. We just had a very informative briefing with his extraordinary leadership team. And I was moved to see the partnership between state as well as county and city personnel led by the county executive and the mayor working hand in glove with us and with our sister federal agencies. And if there's one thing I have to say today, it is a note of gratitude for the extraordinary and courageous work of the first responders, some of whom are in that cold water right now. Some of whom are from right here, some of whom have traveled in to render mutual aid.
I doubt they're feeling the cold water with a wetsuit on.
Extraordinary professionalism and whose work has already saved lives.
And
to those state, county, and local responders, I would add,
they're doing their job, man.
The United States
Thank you for doing your job, people. You're
awesome. I should also recognize that this is an excruciating day for several families who went to bed last night having it be a normal night, and woke up today to news that no one wants to receive. They are hoping and praying, and we are hoping and praying with them. We are all putting our arms around the community of Baltimore, and that is true for all of this country. I've even heard from counterparts as far away as the United Kingdom reaching out to express their support to the people of Baltimore. As been mentioned, been in close contact with the governor, the mayor, county leadership, and the congressional delegation. And as President Biden has made clear, the federal government will provide all of the support that they need for as long as it takes. This is no ordinary bridge. This is one of the cathedrals of American infrastructure. It has been part of the skyline of this region for longer.
What is this stupid new shit, dude? Like,
so the path
we don't
to
need a history lesson.
Will not be easy. It will not
Just
be quick.
Tell us what the fuck's
it will
going
not
on.
Be inexpensive, but we will rebuild together. In order to make sure that happens, the president's plan is to work with everyone here in order to rebuild this bridge and reopen this port, including our readiness as a department to approve emergency funding as soon as we receive that request. Meanwhile, our Maritime Administration will help with port, harbor, and supply chain operations. Our Federal Highway Administration will assist when it comes to the bridge itself and any ways that we can help ease roadway congestion for residents and commuters who can no longer use this major thoroughfare. The Federal Aviation Administration is even involved, working to keep the airspace above the bridge clear for emergency personnel. PHMSA, our Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, is on the scene to help with any hazmat issues. And our newly stood up Freight Office is already at work preparing for supply chain impacts that we know are coming because of the importance of this port, not just to the Baltimore region, but really to the entire United States economy. We're going to be working closely with the National Transportation Safety Board as they lead their independent investigation and with the Coast Guard as they continue operations in the water. I've also spoken with Secretary Mayorkas, who's working to ensure that all DHS assets are integrated.
That's reassuring.
In many ways, our work is just beginning to rebuild this bridge and deal with impacts in the meantime, to reopen this port and deal with supply chain impacts in the meantime. But today we are most acutely focused on the emergency operations underway and on the families that have been impacted. I have no doubt that we will rebuild together and that Baltimore will come back stronger than ever before. And with that, I will turn it back over to the governor to lead media questions. Governor?
Governor, any news on
There's no new information about the search efforts that we know that we still have the 6 individuals who are missing.
Governor, when would you talk about the investigative standpoint, how concerned are you if there were any safety violations on this ship or the track record of the owner operator? And Mr. Secretary, if you could speak to that as well, do you have any concerns about that? Mayor Scott, we also didn't hear from you. What are your thoughts on this tragedy today?
Well, I'll take it first, and I can pass it off to Mr. Mayor. I know there's a thorough investigation that's going to be going on about everything that took place last night, the things that led up to it, and also the aftermath. And so I don't have any further comments about any concerns that we have about the companies that are involved, because there's still a thorough investigation that's going to take place.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I think we all know this is an unspeakable tragedy. And while, as the governor just said, the investigation is still underway, all of that...
Is this the mayor?
Thank the companies are involved, because there's still a thorough investigation that's going to take place.
They didn't introduce him?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I think we all know this is an unspeakable tragedy.
What is the mayor?
And while, as the governor just said, the investigation is still underway, all of that can wait. Right now, this is about the lives of those individuals that we are searching for, and nothing else. Everything else, this team of folks will work together to make sure that we rebuild and do everything we need to do for our port. But right now, we need everyone to understand this is about the lives and those families who are deeply impacted.
Governor.
Secretary, this is, we've seen now several bridge collapses happen over the past couple of years. Obviously, this was a catastrophic event, but that bridge fell very quickly. How concerned should Americans be about the bridges that they're traversing every single day in this country?
Well, this is a unique circumstance. I do not know of a bridge that has been constructed to withstand a direct impact from a vessel of this size. What I will say is anytime anything happens to any bridge, we as a country take that and learn from that. Learning from incidents as diverse as what happened to I-95 in Philadelphia, what happened to I-10 in Los Angeles, or another case that we're learning a lot from here.
This is way worse.
2007 collapse
than I-10.
I-35 West in Minnesota. Let me emphasize that was a very different circumstance with very different causes, and the NTSB by design is independently leading the investigation into what those causes are. No question that we will take all of that information and apply it in our future work.
Mr. Secretary, how long are you preparing for the shipping channel to be closed? And you mentioned supply chain. What else are you doing to make sure other ports are prepared to maybe take on some of that?
Well, the port here in Baltimore does the most vehicle handling of any port at all. And that's just talking about the vehicle side. You also have container traffic, you have bulk traffic. There is no question that this will be a major and protracted...
Wait, what?
Ports are...
Baltimore does the most vehicle handling of any port at all. And
what does that
that's
mean?
just talking about the vehicle side. You also have container traffic, you have bulk traffic.
Of any port?
And that's just talking. Baltimore does the most vehicle handling of any port at all. And that's...
So this isn't a terrorist attack, though. I don't know, man. They hit a pretty... I didn't even know they had a port out there, and I definitely didn't know it was that important.
Just talking about the vehicle side, you also have container traffic, you have bulk traffic. There is no question
about a traffic that goes over this bridge
and protracted impact to supply chains. It's too soon to offer estimates on what it will.
Dude, they didn't hit some small rinky-dink bridge, dude.
There is one part of the facilities here, Trade Point, which is located at Sparrow Point, which is outside of the part that's blocked. But the main part of the Port of Baltimore is, of course, inside the channel that has been blocked. This is part of why we're fortunate to have that newly stood up trade office, which along with the Maritime Administration and all of our interagency and intergovernmental partners here, is we're going to make sure we coordinate. There is no central authority that directs maritime traffic the way you have with air traffic. So it's going to be important to have a number of dialogues established with ocean shippers, beneficial cargo owners, port operators, and everybody else who plays a role.
And I'm sorry, Governor, just for clarity, a question from this morning. It was unclear if there were any vehicles on the bridge when the vessel hit it. Do you have an update now whether there were actually vehicles on the bridge?
It's the Houthis, bro.
There's still an investigation going on about which vehicles that we have that was on the bridge. The thing that we
Iran.
But we also can verify though is the quick work of of public officials and law enforcement who kept more vehicles from coming onto the bridge. They undoubtedly saved an innumerable amount of lives last night.
You're still looking for 6 people, and that's it, as far as you know.
Our investigation has not changed on that.
Thank you very much.
I'm convinced that this is a terrorist attack.
The companies involved here, the shippers, the owners, the insurance companies. Are you working with them? Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'm convinced it is terrorist, dude. Just looking at the playback of how it just veered over to it perfectly.
Cardin and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
Oh no, it was the wind. It was the wind. Dude, here's the thing. Iran has some smart people there. They're not all dummies like a lot of these other Middle Eastern countries. Their IQ is a little higher, and they got doctors. Like they all got doctors. Palestine's got doctors too, but Iran's smarter, dude. You know, we got to worry about them making nuclear bombs and shit. They're definitely smarter. So they can know wind speed, know how long a ship needs to be off for that wind to carry it into a certain distance, into a thing, and make it look like a complete fucking accident. How do you think we get satellites into orbit up to a space station? It's that same type shit, you know. You gotta know all that. Dude, this wouldn't be that hard to accidentally or to make it look like an accident. Is what I'm saying. They know the wind speed. They know how heavy the thing is. They know the current speed. They all that's like factual, scientific. You can take that and take measurements and know when things need to happen to make that happen, dude. You dig what I'm saying? And this is going to cripple America right in the middle of where what the fuck is going on, man? Shit is hitting the fan. We got the border to deal with, and now this, and then the money to pay for this. And now Congress is going to be tied up talking about doing this money to pay for this. Well, they should be figuring other shit out, really. Because the president can't just be like, "Pop, here's a check." Congress has to go to Congress now. But when is that happening? Are they going to start talking about that today? Probably tomorrow. Yeah, it's definitely going to, because not only that, they're going to be like, well, now we need workers to build this bridge so we can get it built as quickly as possible. And who do you think's already working on the bridge? Those construction workers, all of them that fell off were migrants. They said, the news even said that they were sending their money back home for their families. Why the hell they added that little tidbit? I love them for it, though. So that's what's going to be building this bridge, probably, migrants. That's who they hire already, it seems. There's going to be a lot of people, a lot of non-migrants that work in the port, because those are hard jobs to get. A lot of migrants in there too, probably, but now they're going to be out of work, and they're not going to be able to build a bridge because the migrants are going to undercut what they're willing to get paid. They're going to be willing to get paid less. And Biden's going to be like, see, look, we needed the migrants. We needed them to build the bridge. Come on in, keep coming. All the while, somebody's going to have to either pay these workers unemployment now of the whole port, as well as whenever that runs out. Like, where are they going to work? I mean, this thing might not be completed for, they're saying, years.
You know, Kate, from the inception of this incident, from the early morning hours, this has been a multi-agency mass casualty incident involving some vehicles and individuals who unfortunately plunged into the Patapsco River early morning.
I don't know what's worse,
and in an effort to
being blown up by terrorists or being wounded like this, crippled like this as a country. Because 9/11 didn't cripple us, really. Yeah, it took a building out. It killed a bunch of people. Maybe it messed with some trade because it's a trade center. I guess it for a little while. They had to figure all that out, get some new employees for those businesses and whatnot, whatever. But this might actually do more damage to us as a whole, a country, all of us, than 9/11 did. 9/11 brought us all together. It gave us all a commonality. We're like, hey, we're fucking American. They ain't gonna do this shit to us. This ain't doing that. And it would do that if they claimed it. That is what they get out of not claiming it. We don't get brought together under someone attacking us. We just get injured and shit, inflation and people losing jobs. We don't get to point the finger at anybody. They know we want to point the finger at somebody because that'll bring us together. They don't want it. Us together is dangerous, dude. America as one is super dangerous. Then we are the superpower. But how we are right now, we're crippled, and we're getting more crippled with this now. Especially if they bring migrants in to build this bridge. But I bet a lot of those port workers are Republicans.
So at the same time that your members are doing that grueling work,
It sucks, man. This is way worse than a lot of people are realizing right now, I think. There's so much with this.
Even members of the media who were here from all over the world. You just pulled up and you had your pastors here. Can you tell us how you're wearing that second hat today? It's a very important one.
Yes, I was actually at Incident Command. Fort Armistead Park is where the Baltimore City Fire Department and our collateral jurisdictions have Incident Command established. I got a phone call from our pastors at Union Church and extending their condolences and support for all of our emergency workers here on the scene. And I went to get in my vehicle to travel to another location related to this incident, and they pull up in a van and they have over 300 meals, food, drinks, and everything to provide for all of our emergency workers. So that just blew my mind, and it really lightened my heart, you know, just showing how God can move in instances like this. So, man,
I just want to see why this happened. Supposedly there's some sort of black box they're talking about on here, like planes have. They haven't went on to get it yet because they're letting the search effort do its thing. They don't want to get in the way. The Black Coat organization, TGIS, or I don't know, it was a 4-letter organization. I forget what they are. But they're waiting maybe till tomorrow. They're going to get that box, and maybe it'll give some sort of information as to like what systems went down first to cause everything else to stop. What got overloaded. If there was an electrical problem, a mechanical problem, like what exactly happened. And then we can really start thinking about like if it could have been sabotaged or right now we don't know shit, dude. We won't for a little while.
Lunches, coffee, whatever they may need on site. We'll be here for the long haul. There's going to be a lot of need with the community, particularly as the port shut down. This is a port community, as you know. So our hearts and prayers go out for the entire community, and we just want to let them know by being here that we're in support, we're here for them, and we'll do what we can.
And we didn't mean for this to be a church-related live segment, but it turns out that it is, because the Archdiocese of Baltimore is holding a mass at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen at 5:30 to pray for the families of those impacted and the 6 people who remain unaccounted for. And we're working on connecting with the Archdiocese of Baltimore's Apostleship of the Sea. It's a group that ministers and is ministering to those that are on board the container ship that struck the Key Bridge. It's just one more way the Baltimore community isn't just working on the emergency response, but is also rallying around all of those impacted in so many different ways. So we're going to work on that. We're going to try to get in touch with those folks and speak to them, and we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Kate, thank you. Search and rescue crews, as we've
What's an archdiocese,
for
dude?
at least 6 construction workers who were on the bridge when it collapsed.
Yeah, 11 News anchor Deborah Weiner joins us live now from Fort Armistead. And Deb, you're with someone who says that she saw the collapse when this happened.
Yeah, I'm with Darlene Irwin, who all day has decided not to do an interview, but is now ready to talk
Why are
about
there
what she
ranks?
experienced.
Like it's the army.
We are at her home. We are in your backyard. I'm going to take my
religion
earpiece
rank
out for a second because I'm getting some feedback. This is where she lives, and she is sharing her backyard with us and her extraordinary story of waking up and hearing a sound that she's never heard. Darlene, thank you for telling this story with us. I appreciate it. Okay, this was 1:30 in the morning, as we all know, and you heard it because this is where you live. Tell me what happened.
I woke up while I was awake and heard just a very loud noise. The house shook. I got up and looked out. First thing I thought was it was the Dundalk Marine Terminal here on the right, and looked over and didn't see anything. Went back to bed. 20 minutes later, the phone started ringing. Friends were calling, you know, go out on your deck, can you see the bridge? And then we realized what happened, came outside, and it was dark, but we could see the bridge was down. We could see the ship.
What went through your mind? This is where you have lived for 3 years. You enjoy this view. You and your partner sit outside. He drives across the Key Bridge every morning.
Every day, yeah.
Hey, Jan,
my first
welcome
thought
back.
was how many people were on the bridge when it collapsed. That was the first thought. Second thought was I was glad that Joe wasn't on the bridge at that time in the morning. It was tragic. It was just a tragic feeling. You know, your heart just sinks, you know, and you can look at it and you just still can't believe it.
Darlene, you have lived in Dundalk a long time.
Long time.
You're very much the fabric of the community. You've looked at this bridge. You have family that have worked at the port. When you consider this moment, the history of this moment, what goes through your mind?
Just tragic for the whole area. Of course, first and foremost, the families that lost their loved ones today. Secondly, you know, this is a major port. This is a major port. There's so many ships that go in and out here, cargo ships, transportation vehicles, tractors, everything goes out of this port. And I would just worry about how it's going to affect the community here and how it's going to affect the nation.
Yesterday, your life was not this. Now, in your backyard, it's the epicenter of this major news event. You have NBC Nightly News right here, ready to broadcast with Lester Holt. You have a correspondent from Spain. You have international crews.
Yes.
When you think about how life turns, what do you think?
I just think that, you know, you just have to be grateful for every day and every moment, because you never know what can happen and when. You know, I mean, it takes something like this to make you to put us in that perspective, but it surely does.
And Darlene, when you sit out on your porch and you look out at this bridge from this day until it is rebuilt, what do you think you will experience looking out?
Just the thought of loss of life. I'm just thankful that there wasn't, you know, more traffic going over the bridge when it collapsed. It'll be nice to see the progress and the bridge rebuilt, and of course the ships going in and out of the port again.
This is very emotional.
It is very emotional. It's very emotional. I mean, like I said, I grew up here. The port is everything to Dundalk and, you know, to the state. It's our livelihood. It's what keeps Baltimore going, you know.
Yeah.
And to have the ships down, I have a son that works, you know, on the coal up there, and it's just, you know, everything's going to be shut down, and it'd just be nice to see the ships going again.
Yeah. I know that you are praying for those who are missing and their families as well, and we appreciate you speaking to us. I know this is a very difficult time for you, so thank you, and thank you for sharing your home with us as well.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Darlene sharing what she experienced at 1:30 in the morning. I'll tell you, you know, I've been talking about...
Dude, check this out. Look, the diocese is the territorial circumscription administered by a bishop. The archdiocese is placed under the jurisdiction of the archbishop, considered as a territorial circumscription No difference exists between them. The power of their pastors alone is different. Like, what the fuck? Okay, I already know I don't want to be Catholic.
About this all day, as we all have in the newsroom, but to come out here and to walk
having to research just to know what the hell's going on at church, bro.
And to see that key bridge
that
having fallen and history collapse like this, it's really extraordinary. I did take out my earpiece, so I'm going to put it back in case you guys want to ask me something. All right, it's back in, guys.
Discord? Oh, exclamation Discord brings Discord
just
up.
about that. I mean, Darlene just gave us the perspective of watching that bridge come down. You have been covering here from the newsroom, and then to get there and see it yourself in the daylight. I mean, I know it's still, I'm sure for both of you, it still doesn't seem real.
No, it's not real. I mean, we pulled up, again, I'm going to take this out because I got feedback, and there's one thing about hearing Deborah Wiener once, but not twice. When we pulled up here and we saw the crews and we looked out, you had to stop. You know, you have to stop and say to yourself, am I seeing what I'm really seeing? And having witnessed the collapse and seeing the video, but to see this sitting in the water, so still, so stuck, so over, is really extraordinary.
It's over the top, lady. Jeez.
Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Deb, as you were driving there, did you see people just looking out? I mean, are people gathering? Are they talking? Is the community just bustling because of what happened?
Yeah. People really look numb.
They're like, keep talking,
you can
keep
see
talking.
That in Miss Darlene, who's here. I mean, people seem numb. We were able to get through this vantage point. I wasn't sure how we would get here, and actually kind of surprised that we got here with the speed that we did. We were very thankful to the police who were able to let us through some of these closed roads to get here, knowing that we were covering this. But there's a numbness here. You know, when you have the media descend on an area, I think there's a numbness to the residents who never saw this coming, as none of us did. And the media has taken over, and it's a new day, and history was made at the very, very early morning hours.
Certainly. Thank you, Deb. That is what we've been talking about, is the numbness and the fact that it's going to take some days. It's going to take some days, I think, for this to set in for a lot of people. We do want to get to Tommy Clark, who has been live for us.
Look at this, two females newscast. This didn't used to be a thing either, dude. This didn't used to be a thing until like the 70s, maybe, or early 80s.
About what you took from that, and
they're never the main people. Now all 3 people are female. All 4 fucking people have been females and have worked for this company, dude.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Honestly, we've had to really.
But this is Baltimore, though, so it makes sense.
Information from those press
I mean, they had all the George Floyd riots and shit. They're super democratic.
Still left unanswered as the search and rescue continues. But guys, we're going on.
Burnt that entire apartment complex. They didn't do near the damage in Portland that they did in Baltimore, dude. And they got away with it.
Conflicting stories going on. The NTSB have been reiterating. She plain out said, the chair said that there are conflicting things going on here, and that's because it's an ongoing investigation and the new details are going to keep coming out.
No, I know. Right now, I can tell my trannies when I look at them.
The number that local officials have given us, 8
all
people
female.
they had to rescue. 2 of them are
this
found.
one, no, I don't know about this
6
one
of
actually.
them still searching for
the other ones,
one
I'm pretty sure.
treatment. One of the 2 that were found. The other individual.
Man, god dang it! Now I'm going to be second guessing on all of them. You see what you done, dude?
Now, when it comes to this latest press conference that we had with Governor Moore, this is the 2nd time we've heard from him today. And today, this latest one, he was joined by Pete Buttigieg. So this heavily focused on what comes next for the port and for the bridge here, less on the search and rescue. That is something we're still waiting to hear more on. So Governor Moore, he started by saying he's been spending time with the families of those impacted. He did not explain anything further about. We talked a lot about the support here in place. Not much other new details coming from Governor Moore other than he's been meeting with families. We did hear from Senator Ben Cardin that there's a search and rescue mission continues. And then After the search and rescue, he said that basically we need to focus on opening up this channel. That will be the next big mission here, is getting this channel open, because the impact we've been talking about all day comes down to this port and how busy it is. It's one of the busiest in our nation, and it has a heavy impact on the Northeast corridor, especially here. So he said, after search and rescue, we focus on reopening the channel. That is the next priority, and then, of course, replacing the bridge. But we're not at that point quite yet. When it comes to Pete Buttigieg, he highlighted how this is no ordinary bridge. You know, this has been part of the skyline since before many of us were even alive. So seeing this no longer on the skyline is really hard to take in for many to look at, like what Deb was saying, and to not see it there. And even
like
behind
we have
me,
the Vincent Thomas Bridge,
the cutoff where the bridge is no longer. It goes up and then it's gone, and that
Terminal
container
Island
ship is still sitting behind me here again.
I don't know if it would affect as much here
when it comes to
if
crew
that
members.
went down.
They said specifically they won't be releasing information on the crew members. So we've heard various numbers. 22 was the number we reported earlier, but they were not able to confirm that for us, or the status of the crew members on that ship. Now, take a listen, you know, from this latest press conference. When we spoke with Governor Moore, he highlighted that federal support that we've been hearing about. Take a listen.
This is probably the worst bridge that could have been hit going into a port
who have been full-throated in their support
in our country.
Of everything
that says terrorist attack to me.
And we just want to say how grateful
if they hit the best one they could have hit in our country to fuck us up long period of time,
who within hours
that says terrorist attack to me,
this happening, I was on the phone with the Secretary of Transportation. I think Secretary Buttigieg then called me at 3:30 in the morning.
A long planned out terrorist
attack. He and his entire team have been down here this afternoon, spending time looking at the efforts, looking at the damage, and also identifying what they can do to support and help. Can't tell you enough how much we appreciate that,
yeah,
Secretary. And also, please let the
they
President
said more road traffic goes over that bridge than any other port bridge in the country earlier.
There's a lot of talking about that support that's coming in here. Now, when it comes to where we are, this is the media staging area. We've been all day. We're in Dundalk. This is as close as you can get to this collision site here. So if there are any updates, they're coming here. We've had several press conferences at this point. Usually at the end of the press
Anthony
conference,
said it earlier,
this is when the next one may happen. We have not gotten any update at this point as to when the next update may come. We do know that around 5 p.m. the NTSB is having a meeting where they're going to discuss where this investigation goes next. So if we get word from them on what comes of that meeting, we'll bring it to you. But otherwise, they keep reiterating, every single official we've talked to, that this is still a search and rescue mission. After the search and rescue is complete, that portion, that is when they will move on to the ports, dealing with that, the bridge, you know, all these other factors that play into this here. Back to you guys.
You know, Tommy, just before you go, I just want to clarify, because and you have a great vantage point there, being a reporter there on the in the field, right there on the ground. You've heard maybe some details in the news conference that we did not hear.
Anthony said
there are still a lot of conflicting details.
Second busiest strategic roadway in the nation for hazardous material.
Details that you still are trying to get details on.
Bridge was built specifically to move hazardous material, fuel, diesel, propane gas, nitrogen, highly flammable material, chemicals, and oversized cargo that cannot fit in the tunnels. The supply chain now is crippled.
There were people driving on the bridge. Governor Moore told us that authorities were able to stop.
That's not even including all the road, like the regular traffic that goes over that.
We don't know if anyone was driving. We don't know the results of what they're finding underwater.
It says it's the most in the country.
This morning, like I said, 15 hours. We've had helicopters that are above me right now, divers in the water, and they still haven't told us what they found, if there were any drivers on that bridge when it went down. When it comes to the construction workers,
yeah, but they can't use those tunnels for the explosive shit because it's against code to have that stuff underground with people, apparently.
We've heard various reports about not only construction workers, but some other titles that these people could hold. I asked the question, and they're not able to say. So it really comes down to kind of some core details, concrete details in this as to what happened. The other one I would point out is we've been hearing about this electrical malfunction and the mayday that happened with the ship. We've had various agencies say different things about this. So some have been able to confirm. They said, yes, we believe it was an electrical failure. Another told us there was a mayday. The NTSB saying we cannot confirm any of that. So you really have to reach out to all the different agencies and see what they have to say. And Numbers changed also earlier this morning. We were told 22 crew members on the cargo ship. Now they're telling us that number is not one that we should be using. So it really depends who you're speaking to, what you're hearing, and that is why the chair of the NTSB, who is spearheading this investigation, said, hey, there are conflicting reports. We're not going to tell you anything unless it is for sure. And that is why in that press conference we got little answers.
And Tommy, especially for that number of crew members, I mean, it's hard to know an exact number when they haven't even gone on board yet. They confirmed that they still need to verify the crew and that they're waiting until the search and rescue mission is over to even go on to the ship.
That's right. You know, we don't even know. They said we will not be sharing the status of these crew members. So much earlier this morning, I'd say about 12 hours ago, we were told the number 22, that there were 22 crew members on this cargo ship. But since then, like I said, we've been told that that number is not one that we should be going with at this point, and that they will not be sharing the status of these crew members. So, you know, it's part of an investigation. Of course, there are so many answers they're working on, but there are some blank spaces that I even pointed out in one of the press conferences. I said, hey, this is some pretty important information, some core details we should, you know, be able to figure out at this point, you know, and they have not been able to share that. So we're still waiting on a lot of those details, and hopefully, you know, by the time we have another press conference, we'll be able to ask those questions. But it depends which official you're speaking with, because NTSB, they are not going to be sharing anything until it is a thorough investigation. So likely local officials who will be able to help us with, you know, any updates here. When it comes to those who are missing, the Coast Guard is the entity we have to speak with. Though the NTSB is leading the investigation, the Coast Guard is leading this search and rescue mission that's still happening overhead and in the water. So as that continues, hopefully into the evening, we will get some answers for what we've been searching for.
A lot of entities to kind of dig through and sort out, but Tom, you're doing a great job. We really appreciate it. Keep it up. All right, so Sky Team 11 and Captain Roy Taylor are live over the collapsed Key Bridge right now.
Yeah, Roy, you've been over top of this site since early this morning. Can you just give us an idea now of what you've been seeing as crews search that bay?
Well, from what we can tell, as far as the aerial operation going on here, before we had like 3 or 4 helicopters that were searching the area. Now there's just one Coast Guard helicopter that's doing a grid pattern search here at the Key Bridge. We've noticed divers in the water. We could actually see them in the water doing their operations. I can tell you there's at least 4 tugboats that are in the area on standby in case they are needed with this large container ship. We could also tell you that it appears that one roll-on, roll-off container ship is pretty much trapped at the Dundalk Marine Terminal because with all this operation going on, they can't get out. And if you're looking down towards the Bay Bridge, where they normally sit and wait just south of the Bay Bridge, there is a lot of ships there that were waiting to come up here, but obviously that's not going to happen. We don't know how long this port is going to be shut down, nor we do know if they're going to take and end up going down to Norfolk, Virginia, or up to Philadelphia with the cargo that they have or the cargo that they're trying to pick up. You know, the impact that's going to have with the port being shut down, you know, all the work crews that are here that have to do their job, you know, they now have no ships to load or unload. You know, the amount of people that this has affected is just crazy. I mean, it's just, you know, you think of traffic as being an inconvenience. Well, now look at the structure as far as the livelihood of all the businesses. The port is a big deal here in Baltimore. They do a lot of work, a lot of business, and that's now shut down. So we're still monitoring the situation here. Like I said, we're only dealing now with one Coast Guard helicopter that's here at the scene, doing, like I said, a grid search of the area. And as we get more, we'll update you. Unless you have any questions, we're going to send it back to you in the studio. Reporting in Sky Team 11, I'm Captain Roy Taylor.
I do have a really quick question for you, Roy, because I think you can give us maybe an interesting perspective from when this was all going down this morning. I know there were some FAA guidelines in terms of flights above that area. What can you tell us about what that whole process was like and what that communication was like?
You don't want to know.
Oh.
You really have no idea. when you have something of this magnitude, you know, everybody is a boss, so to speak, and everybody makes their decisions. And then you have the confusions as far as, you know, agencies saying, well, we need this, no, we need that, no, we can't have this, no, we can't have that. So it just ends up snowballing into a big scenario. I mean, we were here before any type of temporary flight restriction was put up, and it was working perfectly between the aircraft on the scene, the search and rescue operation, and the news media. And then they ended up putting in a TFR, which now I get the TFR. I totally understand it, because you don't want nonchalant bystanders just coming in and flying over the airspace, maybe causing hazard to the operation that's ongoing. So, I mean, it's an important part of what goes on here. But it's, you know, there's a lot of excitement, a lot of confusion, a lot of agencies, and until you're able to get things to calm down, that's what we end up dealing with. Now, the big issue is going to be, how long will they leave this TFR up? Once it's no longer a rescue operation and it turns into a recovery operation, you know, will it be up for a day or will it be up for a week? You know, we don't know yet. So we're still trying to get information as far as that goes. So, I mean, yes, you're right. It's a lot of work and sweat and tears went into just being able to fly around this and give you these video shots.
Pat yourself on the back, buddy.
2 other news helicopters from the Washington, D.C. area that were up here, and it makes life just a bit difficult.
Oh, he's so
the news
hard.
helicopters and the law enforcement helicopters, we all work together. That's not an issue. But when you deal with people that
Come on,
really
just shut the fuck up.
just don't know
I
how
sit to read.
it really works, then it becomes an issue. So we'll deal with it, and we'll make the best
You
of it.
get,
We'll
fucking,
give you what we
you
can.
get paid the big bucks and you love flying. Stop
in
bitching.
the area. Now you have other choppers you're dealing with up there. But you
He's
mentioned
used to it. He's not in
there
a fucking
were 4
battle zone.
rescue helicopters up earlier,
Dude.
and now only
being a
1.
bitch.
Does that tell you anything
Just
from your
enabling his
experience in law
bitchism.
enforcement?
Is that a dude?
And using a helicopter
No.
of your own. I mean, what would that give
That's a hard
information?
ass.
It's winding down. I mean, you know, you had the initial emergency response. You know, they rescued 2 people out of the water as it was. I don't know who did the rescuing.
That's
but you had
gnarly
2
looking,
people that were
though.
rescued, and now they were searching for people that did not have the means of calling for help. So that's why you had all sorts of aircraft here. You had U.S. Coast Guard from New Jersey, from Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Came
You
out
had
off of
the
it.
Department of Natural Resources with their helicopter. You had Baltimore County with their helicopter. You had Maryland State Police, Trooper 1 and Trooper 6, and they were alternating back and forth to deal with the rescue and recovery operation here to try and assist the boaters or units on the ground. They have thermal imagery on board their aircraft. You know, there's a lot of equipment that they had that can really assist
And
in
they
quick
still didn't
time, in
find
real
them.
time, to try and locate victims in the water. But as
they're
you can
probably
see, with
dead,
the amount
dude.
of damage that is done, you know, it's pretty much winding down, and you'll have the
Because,
dive units
like,
that are going to be out here. They're going to be doing their thing.
they
as
would
far
have
as
probably
trying to
landed
locate
and
the
then
vehicles,
hit the
locate
fucking
victims,
bridge again or something in the
and
water.
then you also have the tugboats that are standing by,
Right,
and the
slammed
Coast
into
Guard's
the
also
metal of the
here
bridge,
with their boats as well.
like
So,
underwater
I mean,
maybe or something.
that's pretty much is what it's telling me, that the initial,
I'm surprised
you
they
know,
didn't
all
float
hands on
up
deck
though.
phase
I
is
guess people
slowed
don't
down
float like
to
that.
just, like we said, 1 aircraft that's doing a methodical search, and you know, the divers in the water, and the main things, they don't want to have any of their divers or any of their
Weird, they haven't found any of
officers
them.
get injured while trying to do, you know, this operation. You know, there's also another key bridge that's actually underwater here, and that was the first one that they were building that got blown down due to high winds. And then this is the second one that was actually built. So we're still going to try and monitor the situation as we can, and I've got to talk to air traffic control, so I'll get back to you when I can. Reporting to Sky Team 11, I'm Captain Roy Taylor.
At least 40 ships are now more or less trapped inside the port, according to, I don't know, look at you, lady, what, bro? Oh, fuck. These people. Fish head. We call her old fish head. This is what it's looking like right now. Here's where the ship is, right here. Boom. Okay. See the rescue boats and stuff around it. But most of the ships, which there aren't too many in port right now, but most of them are waiting down here. Well, there's only 3 there now. Some of them have turned around. There were way more earlier. I wonder where they went. Oh, they're there. The route up here. And again, the ship's up here. And then they're also down here. Grouped up. So what I was going to read. It's down here somewhere. Yeah, closing. What the heck? So retarded. I didn't close it, I just lost it. I have too many tabs open. Damn, for real? Alright, I know how to find it. Even if it is open, I'll just look at my history. Boom. Alright. At least 40 ships are now more or less trapped inside the port, according to Reuters. At least 30 other ships had planned to arrive there. They will likely have to reroute shipping to other ports on the East Coast, said Kevin Linderman, a professor and supply chain expert at Pennsylvania State University. It took an expert to tell them they will likely have to reroute shipping to other ports on the East Coast. I needed to know that the professor and supply chain expert at Pennsylvania State University, he thought that. They will likely have to reroute shipping to other ports on the East Coast. It took them longer to tell me who said it and who the fuck he is. However, this will put additional demand on these ports, and shippers may not be able to access U.S. markets as efficiently. Breaking news. Breaking news. They're going to have to put them in other ports, and they might be overwhelmed now. Breaking news. We needed the professor and supply chain expert to tell us that. One critical question is, can the other ports handle the products that were destined to Baltimore? Now that is something, because they had this for the, it's a big bridge and it can handle whatever. Wait, could it handle whatever? Looked like it could fall over whenever. Apparently, somebody who works for this company said 3 years ago that they thought that there was structural integrity problems in the port. I don't remember if he said specifically this bridge or not, but that's something. The bridge collapse also could shift goods through West Coast ports, Bloomberg reported, but it's not clear which other ports can handle the so-called roll-on, roll-off shipping containers that carry cars, as well as, oh, that's what they meant by cars. So that port gets more cars shipped to it. That's what I think, than any other port. Does it really? Oh, for me, like European cars, I guess. We're getting that many European cars. Maybe we're having cars made in Europe that are American. Oh, Mexico. That's why. Ah, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, and Japan too? Interesting. But I thought that, because it says most shipments to the port come from Mexico, Germany, and Japan, said Ting Long Dai, a professor of operations management and business analytics at Johns Hopkins University. I needed to know all that. What the fuck? Why did it take... Hold up, bro. What? Okay, let me see how brilliant Ting Long Dai is. You know how do you want to know how brilliant Ting Long Dai is? To where they say a professor of operations management and business analytics of Johns Hopkins University. He said most shipments to the port come from Mexico, Germany, and Japan. What a fucking expert! Wow! Bro, he can look at a spreadsheet and shit. That motherfucker. Who else goes to Johns Hopkins University? I need to learn from them. Rerouting deliveries from Mexico and Germany to other East Coast ports likely would not cause significant delays, he said, but transferring Japanese imports to West Coast facilities could be more disruptive. Really? Why don't we already get shit from Japan? Aren't we closer to Japan than Baltimore is? That makes zero sense to me, dude. I thought all Japanese products already came. Are we being overwhelmed, or are we over capacity out here or something? We got both the Port of Long Beach and the Port of LA. And they do a lot of work. I think we can handle it, dude. Although much of the port will effectively be shuttered until the bridge is rebuilt, the terminals of some companies, such as BMW, don't need access to the bridge and will be able to get up and running again relatively quickly. I still don't understand why he's saying that rerouting to the East Coast isn't going to be a problem, but if they have to reroute to the West Coast, it could be more disruptive. Disruptive for the shipping company, maybe, because they got to go a longer route, use more fuel, take more time. Maybe, like I said, maybe we're overwhelmed out here, though. It's weird that Japanese... I mean, are we? Why else is Japan sending their ships all the way around like that? And that's where we can't take all of them. But it's also because they don't want to have to transport all the way back across the country via train. That's another reason. Because people on the East Coast are going to want to buy Japanese vehicles, so that would make it so. Then, yeah, so that could be a problem. Because we only have so many railway cars and shit. Now we're going to have to start shipping cars way back across the country, possibly. That could be a problem. This port takes more vehicles than any port in the country. So, last year, the Port of Baltimore handled a record 158,000 cars and light trucks, more than any other U.S. port, according to Maryland Governor Wes Moore's office. Overall, the port handled 52.3 million tons of foreign cargo worth $80 billion, making it the nation's ninth busiest. The facility also handled 1.3 million tons of farm and construction machinery, the most of any U.S. port. Dude, this has got to be a terrorist attack, homie. It's got two boasts in there. It's got two boasts. That's kind of... I didn't even know about any of this, dude. I would have never thought that. I would have thought LA or New York, they're doing the most everything. But no. The port has grown busier as many manufacturers have moved production from Asia to North America because of supply chain bottlenecks during the pandemic. GM, Ford, and Stellantis, which makes Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat vehicles, use the port mostly for exporting vehicles manufactured in North America to Europe. Says Sam Fiorani, Vice President of Global Vehicle Forecasting at Auto Forecast Solutions of Chester Springs, Pennsylvania. That's the second Pennsylvanian they got as an expert. So any interruption to exports will require costly relocation of products to New Jersey, Virginia, or South Carolina. This will also hold up ships already in short supply and now locked into the port from keeping the trade routes flowing. Ford CFO John Lawler told Bloomberg TV Tuesday the incident will have a negative impact on deliveries of parts. He said Ford is looking to reroute car parts to other East Coast ports, and it would draw on its experience with COVID-related supply chain disruptions, but that these supply chains will inevitably be lengthened. It's a large port with a lot of flow-through, so it's going to have an impact, said Lawler. We'll work on the workarounds. Oh. GM spokesman Kevin Kelly said GM uses the port to ship some vehicles to select export markets. GM exports the Chevrolet Corvette, built in Bowling Green, Kentucky, to the United Kingdom through Baltimore, as one example. Kelly said GM is working with its logistics providers to find shipping options at other ports, but GM expects only a minor impact on operations. Stellantis spokesman Jody Tinson said in an emailed statement, the Port of Baltimore is an important waterway for the automotive industry. We are initiating discussions with our various transportation providers on contingency plans to ensure an uninterrupted flow of vehicles to our customers, and will continue to carefully monitor the situation. JP Morgan Chase economist Michael Ferroadi and Daniel Silver will have minimal implications for vehicle inflation. Minimal. They say minimal. That means there's going to be some. JP Morgan Chase economist. Oh, and Daniel Silver. Michael and Daniel. They got together and they're like, this will have minimal implications for vehicle inflation. Minimal. But minimal is, who's saying what minimal is? Any going up is bad, right? That's why I'm thinking this is gonna screw with inflation. It's gonna make shit cost more now. While Baltimore is the most important port for vehicle imports, many more vehicles are imported over land from Canada and Mexico, The Economist wrote in a note to clients. In less than 24 hours after the disaster, vessels were already diverted to other East Coast ports, they added. According to the Port of Virginia, those ports will have sufficient capacity to handle all the diverted cargo. Several big firms have distribution warehouses. It says, will the port shutdown affect consumer goods prices? And this is the answer. Several big firms have distribution warehouses in an industrial park near the bridge and port, including Amazon, FedEx, Under Armour, Home Depot, and BMW. Some analysts, however, predict only a minimal impact on the movement of goods up and down the East Coast for the bridge collapse. Baltimore's port holds just 4% of all East Coast trade volume, according to S&P Global. By contrast, New York's port does 38% of that business. Yet the port offers the deepest harbor in Maryland's Chesapeake Bay. It's closer to the Midwest than any. Oh, it's the deepest. That means the biggest ships maybe can come in. Oh, they all in Maryland's Chesapeake Bay. So, but it's closer to the Midwest than any other East Coast port, and is within an overnight drive of 1/3 of the U.S. population, according to the port website. The port boasts 5 public and 12 private terminals. For the American consumer, the biggest impact would be felt in terms of imported motor vehicles. As such, so long as motor vehicle sales remain strong, we could see inventories drop on the lots of dealers that sell imported vehicles until alternative arrangements can be made. This could increase motor vehicle prices for some makes and models. I feel like this is going to be doing way more than that, though. That's the end of that article. Here's the article I was just reading. I was going to post it. Do.
Problem is, I have no plans to.
Wait, which link did I give you? I didn't put the right link. Hold on. I'm a little retarded. Let's try that again.
Oh, is it? I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous to be square around some space.
Shortly after that, we started getting
Same thing from earlier.
We know who's been coming to the village. No, so I slot Ron. Yeah, no. Comes on the hill. He's gotten to know it now, but several months watching the law and looking like curious. Well, he got better glasses. He worked for us for years. Rick, do you know this? Yeah. I've probably seen you in New York. I've been in New York. It's like really? He'll definitely hold a grudge, even though he's making 11 times.
DeSantis has already offered assistance from the state's Division of Emergency Management to aid rescue and recovery efforts from the bridge collapse 3 hours ago. I wonder how Florida feels about that. They all jumped ship. None of them are there. The trial's going on right now for that Texan that killed the Mexican and it was on his property. Day 2. The water's sharks, you think? Calorie.
Well, it keeps changing. It does. I made it up. I'm gonna call and report it. It's already that time.
Man, I caught a shark in Pearl Harbor, like in the harbor. So I'm sure that probably considered brackets too, isn't it? Brackets means it's just got like oil and shit in it, right? Fish probably gonna want to go to it. I didn't eat it. The dude I caught it with, he was the guy I was with. He took it home with him. It was only like this big though. I don't know if it was a baby or not. I don't remember. I don't think it was. I hope he didn't let me. I was an experienced fisherman. He was. I was just going with him. I caught it. I was gonna eat it with him. I never did. I sure as hell hope he didn't let me kill the baby though. Nah, man, I would have cared about that for sure. There must be like sharks that are this big. So I wouldn't want to take a baby one now for sure. I don't think I would have wanted to then either.
Yeah, I hear you. I got my audio just like
But that's not the type of shark that's gonna kill you probably. I don't know, man, anything fits you in the neck it might.
it's actually pretty bulky. That's what they said about the bridge.
Big sharks in the summer. And I'm gonna look, dude, the sharks of Hawaii. I've never even looked into this to like see what I could have gotten. I'm curious. Of Oahu. Sharks of Oahu. They got they got a bunch of sharks. Tiger shark, Galapagos shark, and a gray reef shark. They all look like they get pretty big though. Oh no, they have 40 species of sharks in Hawaii. So there's no telling, dude. I'm just gonna look at what the smallest one is. Odd relatives. What does that mean? A shark relative? Maybe it was a shark relative. Because this one's up to 3 feet or more, this one's up to 4 feet or more, and like, it was probably about 3 feet or so. Oh, that's a deep water. It says the habitat here too. I'm looking. Deep water.
Greg's got all my shit, but he's got a gigantic jackery. I don't know.
Sand and mud bottom areas and depths of 55 feet. That could be in a port, maybe. That's a diamond stingray. That's not what it was. So let's see what this is now. Further sharks. Man, I have a feeling he had me kill a youngin'. I wonder if that's even like, if that's a thing in the shark world. You gotta throw back Probably. Hawaii. Or oh wow. Whoa, shark fishing ban goes into full effect January 1st. And this was in 2022. Illegal to knowingly capture, entangle, or kill a shark in state marine waters. So what is that considered a state marine water? The port, Pearl Harbor? That's federal water. That word. Oh, it's getting complicated. I don't know, it might be illegal to do what I did now. I didn't mean to catch it. Not really a big fan of fishing. I feel bad for the fish, man. Like, no matter what, the fish is gonna be hurt. It's gotta, I mean, it's gotta suck to have a thing, like, to do that. That's gotta heal after you take it out and throw it back and shit. So here, I wouldn't eat anything out of water. Maybe if I was gonna eat it. If I was gonna eat it, that's different. You know what I mean? But here, like that shark I didn't eat, I just caught it and it died. Hopefully somebody ate it, I guess. The guy that took it. The master of the ship is Ukrainian? Of what ship? He was hit with the cyber attack. Huh. Maybe from that boat that got close to it. That Lookner was talking about, I guess. Maybe he was able to like shoot a signal into it and jam something. No, but that would mean that because they said that they have they haven't used AI. They said they haven't used AI to help with navigation, but it didn't say that they don't use. But the navigation wouldn't do it. How would that somehow get into the engine system? What I don't know how the internet would have any kind of control over their engine for the power. It's not exactly like Alexa where they're like, engine on.
Yeah, that sounds good. And how long is this going to take? Okay.
Gotta press a bunch of buttons and do a bunch of things before you throw the engine back on. That's what I'm assuming, because I remember that's how it was with stuff like sonar or anything on big ass equipment like this. It takes multiple steps to turn it. They don't just crank the key. Let's go. You can plot it. Yeah, but that's not what happened, dude. Plot it and take you there. That's not what this had. The fucking engine cut off. The engine cut off, Steve. Has nothing to do with plotting the course. You're reaching with the cyber attack. That's what the box is going to say. They're going to get this little black box just like airplanes have, and it'll say which system malfunctioned first to cause the continuation of shutdowns, because they probably started with one and then like another system saw that one shut off, so it had to shut off. So it could have been electrical, could have been mechanical, could have been operational. There should be a trail here, some sort of electronic paper trail in that box. It lets them know what systems went down when.
Continues to coalesce here as the search for answers and for those who may have possibly survived this devastating collapse continues. We have been searching since shortly after this collapse around 1:30 this morning.
What's she talking about?
We are all praying for families of those who are missing and all those touched by this tragedy. I spoke with the governor of Maryland this morning, and we have directed the federal government to use all the resources that are available to assist with the search and rescue, to reopen the port, and to rebuild the bridge as quickly as possible. And of course, I know we all will stand and continue to stand with the people of Maryland.
From WB. Driving onto the bridge, and that saved lives. But we also know the NTSB says it's early days of the investigation as they try to figure out what exactly caused the ship to lose power and lose control. We're also told that they're going to try to find the black box that voices orders and releasing the transportation slots. Here, you talk about what's next as far as the supply chain rebuilding the bridge and this port shipping capabilities rebuilding.
The NTSB says it hopes to access recordings from on board that ship sometime tonight or possibly tomorrow as its search for answers continues at this part of this investigation. The state of emergency has been declared here in Maryland, and this is a history.
They're telling people not even to bring a shark on board the boat if you catch one now in Hawaii. Just cut the line. You're not even allowed to touch it, pretty much. They don't say that, but they say use barbless circle hooks. What is that? Dude, I really hope I didn't catch a pup, because it says they recommend that fishers avoid fishing in areas known to be frequented by sharks, especially puppying areas. I wonder if that was a puppying area and that dude that took me fishing knew it. He like had a thing for baby shark or some shit. Whack, bro. He takes a gallbladder and smears it on his nipples for a aphrodisiac effect. Bro, I watched a weird movie last night with that Seymour Hoffman guy, R.I.P. You know what I'm talking about? He was in Big Lebowski, a few other movies. He's in this movie where his wife kills herself, and like he turns into a gasoline huffer. The whole movie is like huffing gas. I think it's into huffing model or not airplane. Remote control airplane fuel. He buys one of them just so that he can huff. And he's like taking it places with him and stuff. Such a trippy movie, man. It was called Love Lisa or something like that. What made me just thinking about that? Anybody see it? Yeah, Love Lisa. It's this guy I'm talking about. Why can't we talking about him just now? Or something. Every little thing is gonna be alright. I don't know what it was, dude. I'm not just randomly thinking about hopping or anything. Don't worry, guys. Bro. Well, because he acted kind of like that with the cod livers on his nipples when he huffed, maybe. He acted a little weird. I think that's what it was. Not the cod liver, the shark liver. The shark juices. You know what? Man, I bet he was into some shark fin shit or something, that guy. They took my shark. Big little baby shark, man. Because I didn't have no choice. I don't know what the hell kind of... We didn't have the internet back then, you know what I mean? So I catch a shark. I don't know if that's a baby or not. Dude tells me it's not. I believe him. Probably, because... How do I know? There's 40 different species of sharks in Hawaii. I didn't have a book on me to be like, oh, what's the sizes of them? What's maybe? I think I use that day now for shark fetish. Well, one thing I think we can say is all 6 of the people that were on that bridge are dead. Right.
The NTSB says it hopes to access recordings from that ship sometime tonight or possibly tomorrow as part of its investigation. A state of emergency.
Highly likely, no one survived the bridge collapse. Because that fall was high, dude. That's probably high enough to die from, just from the water impact. I mean, look at this incline right here. What is that, 150 feet up? I will look into it. $105? Yeah, dude. That's enough. I think it's enough, dude. For water to start feeling like something harder than water. And then you got all that metal too that was around them, and the road that was also like chunks of road. The lights. The lights doing all kinds of weird shit probably on it. I don't know, they probably might not have had these lights on the bridge though. Because I don't know what they had. Probably how where the lighting was. The other two might have just been closer to where it didn't collapse. Maybe they were able to run to the area that did collapse. Mel? I'm gonna turn this thing over. Get that away from you, bro. Is that what you're saying?
Greg left the banana in Kevin's front bag 3 weeks ago. He did that once too. I saw that. 3 weeks ago. Yeah. So you wanted to just give me a second.
This dude says you can at least 120 feet. That's all it takes is 120 feet to die. Anything less, and you will probably survive. But to be safe, 200 is like, you definitely can die from 200. This is 180, so it says also if you're head first, this even says if your neck will snap on impact if you hit head first at that height at 200 feet. If you hit with feet first, there's a small chance you could survive, although you would probably still drown. It says. Why? Why would you probably still drown from 200 feet? Just because you're so far, you would go so far down in the water and it might knock the air out of you? Oh shit, yeah, that's probably it, dude. Because how far down would you go? You'd have so much momentum, you know? And then the impact would probably be a little, if you didn't land perfectly with your feet, so that would kind of hit your chest, and if it pushed the air out, that's it, dude. Right? I don't know, dude. Holy shit, that's fucked up. Yikes. Just looking at hips? Oh man. You really gotta, like, they would really have to be bracing for it. Like, that's why in the Navy, in boot camp, you gotta go through this exercise that teaches you how to jump off a ship. You gotta do it in the pool. Everybody has to do it. Even, like, the Black Pope. I didn't want to do it as much, man. I'm just saying, there was, in boot camp, there was an area where they were teaching people to swim. And I think 99% of them were black, if not all of them. It was an interesting area to be able to see. Like, we weren't like laughing at them or anything, but it was like, these people really joined the Navy and they don't know how to swim? That's interesting. They're like, they'll teach me how to swim. Like, you don't even know if you can, like, swim well, and you're joining. Like, I knew I was a good swimmer. I went to a water park when I was a kid. That was my babysitter for years. So I knew I could swim. We used to go boating with my parents when we go camping and jumping off cliffs and stuff. But they were like 50 feet high when I was like 5. So I knew I could jump off a ship. But they taught us how to do it, put our legs together, arms together, and just jump off so nothing's out flailing about. Toes pointed. You know. Can you imagine though, joining the Navy and never knowing, like not knowing how to swim, not knowing if you're gonna really like being in the water or not? Why the Navy then? Maybe it's their life goal to learn how to swim. Maybe the Navy can teach them best. Plus here's the current. Ted, man, you should get out there and stream this right around the corner, aren't you? Isn't this where you're at? Your backyard.
have another one somewhere? Hey, Gio. So I just mentioned this to
Oh, Vermont. That's right. As far as the investigation goes, the NTSB has a team on the ground. They have been around here for several hours now. They're going to be the lead in this investigation. The Port of Baltimore in and of itself, literally thousands of jobs. Yes. Millions of dollars every day of payroll not being saved because the port is being closed. It's going to affect our economy in a very dramatic way. So it will also affect our supply chain interrupted. Not able to get products to the market, to get the raw materials they need. It's going to affect communities that won't have the people of basic to use their services. So it's going to have an immediate impact on our local economy and our regional economy, with an impact literally around the world. And then the bridge itself is an important, vital road that connects the north and south on I-95. So it's a major highway bridge that commuters use, and interstate traffic is going to be affected by it. Dude.
Make no mistake about it, this is going to have a lasting impact.
At 220 feet, suicide by falling from the bridge is gruesome and death is almost certain. People have survived the fall, but not many. You might survive if you hit the water feet first and come in at a slight angle. The body goes from roughly 80 miles per hour to nearly zero in a nanosecond. Inertia means that the internal organs tend to keep going. The force of impact causes them to tear loose. Jumpers have lacerate aortas, livers, spleens, and hearts. Ribs are often broken, and the impact shoves them into their heart or lungs. Other injuries include broken sternums, clavicles, pelvises, and necks, and skull fractures. Jumpers die in one or two ways, or a combination of both. To hit into the water, the surface tension kills them. Sometimes they are knocked unconscious, or if they survive for a time, they can be seen flailing about in the water, trying to stay afloat, only to succumb to the extensive internal bleeding. Death can take seconds or minutes. They drown as they plunge down deep, conscious or otherwise. They inhale in salt water and asphyxiate. Probably because it knocks the wind out of them. And they're They're instantly breathing in, like, whoa, oh, what? Man, dude. A lot of people went like that. Inhaling water. It's freaky, ain't it? Just thinking about it. They actually have that stuff that's in the abyss, though. That dude drinks into his lungs, liquid oxygen. That's actually a thing. They use for deep diving. You can actually do that shit, man. Science when science fiction becomes reality. I don't even know if it might have been reality at the time, even already. That was the 80s, wasn't it? She says liquid oxygen is a thing, but it's more used in rocketry than liquid breathing, since it can only exist at temperatures fatal to humans. Liquid breathing has also been studied in humans and proved to be possible, but it's kind of expensive and hard to do right now. So there is some sort of liquid breathing. That's what I was getting at. It says the abyss didn't use liquid oxygen, they used an oxygenated fluid. Liquid oxygen is super cold and would kill you if you inhaled it. The fluid they used is real and has been tried on people. The big issue is that it's a huge effort to pump a fluid in and out of your lungs, and the fluid isn't great at carrying carbon dioxide away. So while you can breathe it, if you do it for too long, you'll end up with the symptoms of CO2 poisoning and really sore abs. Interesting. 40 feet's a big drop even? You think so? No, I was dropping that when I was a kid, man. Jumping off cliffs. 40 feet's not that bad. You get up to like 100, then it starts getting like, are we sure we're doing this? But I think even 100 is not, like, it's pretty safe as long as you know what's underneath. And you try to land your feet first. Once you get up to a certain height, like you get up to like, now that I'm looking at all this, like 180, 220, you have to come in perfectly and know exactly what the fuck you're doing, dude, or you can get your wind knocked out of you, you can break something, internal organs can fucking do some shit. You gotta damn sure make sure. And I thought it was just make sure that you're pointing and like in, you know, try keep everything tight. Because you don't want it to get knocked out of you too if you just hit a little bit off. But it's saying come in at an angle as well, so that's a little interesting.
2 seconds.
How do you do that? I definitely wouldn't want to be worried about coming in at an angle. Damn, that's crazy. I wonder, people probably do it for fun in some places, jump off of shit that's high enough to kill them. But yeah, a 220-foot cliff dive though. Where's that at? You see the highest cliff dive. Wild Cliff Jump sets world record 2019. What do we got here? Oh fuck, it's ESPN now. 58.9 meters. Alright, how many feet is that? Gonna hit 80. There. Oh shit! Wait. Oh, it's kilometers. 123 kilometers. What is that in amount? That's not terminal velocity. It's almost, dude. It's 76. So I feel like that was probably enough to kill him. The booties. What's up, Chili? How you doing? He went off the wind out of 40 feet. Oh, probably because they landed wrong. They were a little tarded. Old ones, nice. I can't find anything else. Oh, you got it, nice. Guess he sat in. Maybe they replaced him. Yeah, they probably replaced them, dude. They don't look like they were set in, right? Especially if the headlights are dulled. That many miles on it. Replace the seats for some reason. Why would they do that? Maybe it had racing seats in it before, dude. Actually, he didn't have the stock seats anymore. Or no, probably he had racing seats in it the whole fucking time. You took out the stock seats when you first bought it. That's why the seats look brand new, dude. That car's been raced. I bet it has. Why would that be? I have a brand new gear shift now from when I first bought my car too, and it's because I put a different one on when I first bought it. And I can sell that. And I'm going to take mine with me whenever I get it. He's going to get the brand new. He's going to be like, why is the gear shift now look brand new? That's sweet. That's going to be why, because I switched them out at the beginning. You promise I do? Well, have you had the mechanic look at that thing yet? I'm sure I'm going to do that. At least the check engine light's not going on. Do you know the bulb's there for sure? You need to make sure the bulb is there. Is it? Would you start the car? Does the check engine light come on for a second, a split second? If it does, then they took the bulb out. When was the last time it passed smog? got questions, man. I bought a used WRX before, so I went through it once. I don't even think it had that many miles on it. But yeah, it doesn't mean, just because there's no mods doesn't mean there weren't mods, dude. You got brand new seats in the car. That's a huge red flag that he had racing seats in there. He could make way more money selling his parts than selling them on the car. That's how it works. Because people, when they see a car that's got parts, they automatically think it's been ragged on, especially with that many miles, dude. He's able to sell the base car for more and the parts for way more on the the people that know how much parts are actually worth. It's harder to sell a raced out car than it is a stock car. A lot of people don't want them. Your brand new seats are red flags, dude. 130,000 mile car shouldn't have brand new seats in it. You need to make sure that your check engine light is actually working correctly. Have you done that yet? I'm not even playing. When you crank the car, does the check engine light flash for a second so you know it's working properly? Did you look at that? What's going on, man? How much you doing? Alright, man. How you feeling? Got Bass in the house.
I think you can still be voted in there. There's a good chance it's not going to get the president, but just be ready to remove if he's not on you. Well, he's going to kill it. Well, it's going to be soon. He's calling Monday to see if he's taking your stuff. They're not.
You still don't answer my question, Chili Bean. I give up. I give up, dude. I don't care anymore. Somebody else talk to him about his car. He's happy as a pig and shit. Hey, right. It is break, man. I really do. But the chances of it not breaking are pretty slim. Especially if you don't even know if the check engine light's coming on when you crank the car. It comes on for a split second to let you know it works. I mean, sounds like you might be a little over your head. That's not what I'm asking you, dude. If it's on, they could take the bulb out of it and it will never come on. And then it looks like you're all good forever until you have it smogged.
I would stay here, and I still might, you know.
If you were shopping for batters, if you were shopping from Subaru specifically, that doesn't matter to me. If you're shopping for Craigslist Drive, if you bought it directly from Subaru, they're not going to pull some shady shit like that, sure. Right. Anywhere else could possibly pull some stupid shit like that and say they didn't know until you figure it out. Cars are notorious for fucking up, especially when they get high miles. Turbocharged, man. People are lead-footed mostly. If it did have more than one owner, I mean, if it had one owner only, still though, a lot of people get them just to track them, dude. And the new seats, He took the seats out when he first got it, probably. The seats don't hold up the best with 130,000 miles on them. You don't have the leather seats, right? You got like the Alcantara shit. It's kind of like it's like fake suede or whatever. You would be able to see some rubbing on that 130,000 miles. The nice Dodge Neon. Dude, some of them older, what was that one? What was that one Neon? The SRT4 or the SR something 4, but right, but it had a turbo on it. Those were actually pretty swift. They look fun, dude. Little turbo Neons. Remember those things, man. Turbo Neon. Yeah, SRT4. That's what I thought, but it didn't sound right for some reason. These little things were bad, dude. They could run with the WRX back then. Even it was kind of made to run with the WRX and the Evos that were around. The Lancer, it might have been the Lancer. Can't remember what we had at the time. Dude, can you believe they stopped making the Evo and the Lancer, Mitsubishi? Fuck, dude. Or is it just the Evo? I still make the Lancer. Just wait, are they making the Evolution again? It looks like they might be gonna make it again, dude. Oh no, they're both retired. To this day, the Mitsubishi Lancer and Lancer Evolution retired from the Mitsubishi lineup in 2017 and 15, respectively. I almost bought one too, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. I think that like the parts would have gotten much more expensive over time, and yeah, sure. I don't know. The prices of them skyrocketed or something because they're not known as being the most reliable vehicles either. So sure, maybe there might be a collector's market for them one day. I'm kind of surprised they haven't started making them again. Yeah, well, it's the same thing, but the Evolution's the turbocharged version of it. There might have been a Sport Lancer. Not sure if that was a V6 or if it was a turbo. Was there a turbo Lancer? There might have been actually. I forget what it was called. Something. It had a. What was it, dude? I can't remember now. As soon as I see it, maybe that one didn't have it. It was the special model. It was the most special Lancer. Where's Lancer? No. I can't remember now. I got into some Lancer shit for some video game, and I didn't mean to. I thought it was talking about Lancers. McKinnon, I remember that. My sister had a Jaguar, and it was pretty cool. Roll it out. Yeah, the VW dealership was actually connected to the Subaru dealership when I bought my car, and I got in a Golf. I forget what I didn't like about it. I don't remember what it was, dude. No, maybe it was a little cramped in comparison. cramped. Engine probably didn't sound the same. Didn't have that Subi rumble. It was a GTI. That's what it was. I was thinking about buying a GTI too at the time. It was either Evolution, a GTI, or an STI. It was primarily eyeballing. Yo, where are they at, man? And I'd already been to Europe too by that point. One trip. Still with Japan. No, but one didn't come from the factory with the turbo. That's what I mean. Like, I get that people can soup up Lancers and put turbos on them, but I was looking for one that wasn't an Evo. So I think all Lancers, none of them have turbo stock, right? Besides the Evolution Lancer. But all WRXs have, that's what's interesting, all WRXs have turbos. But the STI has like different components, like a bigger engine. Might even have a bigger turbo. I can't remember now. There's no like upgrade from the Evolution really. I'm seeing this pristine Mitsubishi Lancer Tamai Mexican edition. So is that the, like I'm seeing that it's from 2000. It's worth $100,000, dude. I don't know about that being like a newer affordable when they made one or what? Golf R? Is the Golf R's like upgraded from the GTI or wait, GTR? Damn, I can't remember. Golf. Yeah, GTI. Golf R is up. It's like the STI version of the GTI series. It's called an R. It's just confusing, man. Oh, and it's all-wheel drive. Let's see. Sport tune suspension. Bro, they're not coming back, are they?
That Key was about 100 yards away from it when he penned what would today become the Star-Spangled Banner back in September of 1814. And then on the other side of it is Fort Carroll, which you can see, which is a historic fort down below it. So it's a very historic part of the harbor. And it was
now to another story here in Chicago. 300 former patients of a gynecologist say they were abused and violated, and 2 top Chicago hospitals did nothing to protect them. Startling allegations coming out in a lawsuit filed in Cook County this morning. The suit takes aim at Endeavor Health, which now operates North Shore Medical Group and Swedish Covenant Hospital. Whoa. NBC5 investigates PJ Randawa walks us through some of these allegations. PJ.
Yeah, definitely a lot to unpack here. Dr. Fabio Ortega, the gynecologist in this case, already pleaded guilty to sexually abusing 2 patients in 2021. But attorneys allege that was just the tip of the iceberg. And Swedish and North Shore Hospital helped cover up dozens of abuse allegations against him for decades. On Monday, one of Ortega's longtime patients spoke with us exclusively about why she filed this lawsuit. This mother of 2, identified only as Jane Doe, first saw Dr. Ortega in the early 90s when she was 18 and pregnant. She had never seen a gynecologist before, and she didn't speak English. She said Ortega would ask her inappropriate questions about her sex life. Eventually, he began asking her about masturbation while examining her, and she decided to stop seeing him. Other patients also reported unnecessary vaginal and breast examinations. Jane Doe's attorney says Ortega had a documented history of sexual abuse and predatory behavior against female patients that started in the early 90s, yet both North Shore and Swedish allegedly ignored and concealed that abuse.
Women reported. They reported again and again and again. And each time, they were not only met with disbelief by Swedish and North Shore, they were told to question their very experiences as women.
You don't think when you're gonna go to doctor, you're gonna have something, you're gonna be raped, or you're gonna be, touched inappropriate.
We reached out to Endeavor Health, which now owns Swedish and North Shore. In a comment, they told us, we have focused on reviewing individual claims and are committed to engaging in a process that allows for meaningful review and response to each person impacted. Due to pending legal matters and patient privacy, we are unable to comment on any specific case or allegations.
Pretty disturbing allegations there, definitely.
Yes, and more.
That's crazy. I just want to hear what the heck that was about. 300 people. Dude. No. There's us. Dude. We gotta hear
surface operations and underwater operations, but the bubbles you see there were from that diver that just now went into the water. We're still trying to get more, and as we do, we'll update you unless you have questions. Reporting in Sky Team 11. I'm Captain Roy Taylor.
And Roy, between being an our chopper and working with police, your knowledge is kind of vast here, so I'm curious, do you get to a point where conditions don't allow you to search either from the air or from the water as well, where you have to call it and then plan for the next day?
Well, you don't have that scenario right now. The weather's good. It's just that they've done a thorough search of the area. They'll probably come back later on, especially natural resources, and keep an eye on the area around here due to the fact that once, unfortunately, as methane starts to build into the body will float.
Oh, that's how it works.
When somebody drowns, they sink straight down to the bottom. And then as the methane gases start to build up, then they'll end up floating, and that's when they could be at a different location rather than at the Key Bridge. When I was with the police department and the Marine unit, we had drownings that would happen near the Key Bridge, and we would end up fighting them at Bodkin Creek or even sometimes on the eastern shore, just due to the fact that once they come to the surface and they float, you just don't know where they're going to end up, and you can't keep an eye on the tides, which way it's going in or out, and winds that may be instrumental in trying to do a recovery. So that's all we have here right now, and if you go more, we'll update you. Reporting to Sky Team 11. I'm Captain Roy Taylor.
What makes the gas start building up, just breaking down?
For those novices who have like drones, because drones are just the thing now. You don't fly them. This is, we know you want the bird's eye view. FAA's been keeping an eye out. You know how things work over at the stadium as well. It's just not a good idea.
That's in our body.
To operate this rescue operation, they don't need you in the way.
Nope, too much going on there, for sure.
And this collapse of the Key Bridge also shut down the port of
Baltimore.
Baltimore, which
Jamie alive with a double, triple
East Coast hub.
Yeah, 11 is Washington correspondent Jackie Patapsco joins us live. Jackie, what is the potential?
I'll give you one too many. I think so. 600 hours.
He's saying it's going to be a big one.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely, Jason, Ashley. The reality here is that no ships are going to be able to get in or out of the port of Baltimore until that channel is cleared. And at this point so far, we haven't really heard any kind of timeline from officials about how quickly that could happen. Meanwhile, we heard from President Biden just this afternoon about the economic implications of this along the East Coast and beyond.
Just like ship delivery too.
The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs.
That hub, now brought to a halt by the collapse of the Key Bridge, handled a record 52 million tons of foreign cargo last year, according to the state of Maryland. It's also a big tourism hub. More than 400,000 passengers cruised out of the port in 2023. President Biden says more than 15,000 jobs depend on that port, and he'll do everything in his power to protect those workers. But one of the biggest impacts, he says, could be the auto industry.
It's also the top port in America for both imports and exports of automobiles and light trucks. Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year. and we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible.
Now, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, who was on the ground here in Baltimore today, spoke this afternoon and said he does expect there to be supply chain disruptions because of this terrible incident. He says, of course, federal agencies are working together to try to mitigate those impacts, but also that we're just at the beginning of what will be a very long road ahead. Live in Baltimore, I'm Jackie DeFusco, WBAL-TV 11 News.
Jackie, thank you. And this is already causing some major travel disruptions, and that's pretty critical to the bridge. I'm not sure if you're around to take that question, but we've been talking about the cruise ship travel, the pleasure travel as well as it comes to spring break as well. This will impact a lot of people.
So many people, and so many people come in and out of Baltimore through there, especially for the shipping. And we've talked about all of the things that we get that we don't even think about that come through there. And Kate Amaro told us more about that with the seafarers and the chaplain there too. So something that is not impacting, thankfully, this search right now is the weather. I mean, it's pretty clear out there. Tom Tasselmeyer standing by to kind of break down what we're seeing today, tomorrow, and the rest of the week. Tom?
Yeah, Ashley, luckily the winds have not been too bad today, and the temperatures have been relatively cool. A 56-degree day, cooler than normal. 32 this morning, a little below average again today. We've been running well below average for the past several days, so chilly weather pattern for us. And the peak wind gust down at BWI Marshall was only 17. Might have had slightly higher wind gust occasionally right along the shore of the bay, but overall a fairly tame late March day. Currently at the Inner Harbor, it's 58 under mostly cloudy skies, and the winds are light, coming out of the southeast at just 5 miles an hour. Chilly along the coast because the winds are coming in off the ocean, so blues on the map there indicating temperatures only in the 40s. It's actually warmer as you head west toward Frederick and Hagerstown and Hancock, but there's also some rain coming in from the west, and this is the system that could impact our Oriole opening day forecast on Thursday. Right now, just a line of showers in the mountains that will progress to the east and initially fall apart. Just a few widely scattered showers or sprinkles tonight and tomorrow morning, but in the afternoon tomorrow, we expect a line of showers to develop across central and eastern Maryland, and that'll keep our temperatures once again below average tomorrow. Now, the showers will start to try to move out tomorrow night, and only left behind are a couple of sprinkles or brief little rain showers along the I-95 corridor Thursday morning. By the time the Orioles want to get the new season underway, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, most of the rain looks like it'll have passed us by, with cloudy skies and temperatures in the upper 50s to near 60. And through 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, the rain continues to move away. So there is improvement in the Oriole forecast for Thursday. We've dropped the rain chances to just 30% now. Can't completely give it the all clear, but just a 30% chance of a shower and a north breeze and slightly milder temperatures. Forecast around Baltimore tonight, maybe a sprinkle late tonight, especially west of Baltimore. Other than that, cloudy and cool. And then tomorrow, rain is likely off and on through mid-morning into early afternoon, with highs in the low 50s and a southeast breeze. Sunrise tomorrow morning at 6:58. Partly to mostly cloudy, a shower at Ocean City, showers around Baltimore, and a little more sunshine as you head west into the mountains on Wednesday. And then Thursday, the showers move through, especially in the morning, push over to the eastern shore in the afternoon, and hopefully a little bit of clearing late in the day around Baltimore on Thursday. Friday looks like a nice sunny day, 59 degrees, and the weekend going into Saturday and Sunday, a little bit warmer, mid-60s with partly to mostly cloudy skies on Saturday and Sunday.
All right, Tom, thank you. This has been a day, and we'll sort of recap for a bit. This is about 1:30 this morning as calls started to come in. Video, as the day and age is right now, people just happened to be rolling or their security cameras, and we could see this as it played out this morning. We knew that there were vehicles on that bridge deck. We also knew that there were workers who were working on concrete there, as we found out throughout the day, and we believe that the 6 people who are missing right now are part of that crew.
Yeah, and our Captain Roy Taylor and Sky Team 11 have been over that scene all day. Want to get back out to you, Roy. Any updates there?
Well, we can tell you that there are 2 helicopters coming back into the area now. The Baltimore County Police have one, and I believe the second one is going to be Coast Guard, but I'm not 100% sure on that. They're talking to approach control right now on the radio, but they've just got clearance to get in here to, again, resume their grid search here at the Key Bridge. Divers are still in the water. They have the safety zone that is set up between Coast Guard and Department of Natural Resources for onlookers that want to come up by way of the Chesapeake Bay towards the Inner Harbor. They've got a safety zone set up pretty much from the area of Fort Carroll going out towards the bay. and they're not allowing any other vessels to come any closer than that. They've been broadcasting that on ship-to-shore radio, the marine ban, to all boaters in the area to remain clear and deal properly with the safety zone. As you can see, there's quite a few little boats that are sitting out there just to take pictures and look to see and all as to what transpired here. As far as traffic, well, 95 and 895 have their issues, and anything trying to get up from the Bay Bridge, working its way up the channel, we've seen a couple boats now that's actually worked their way up towards the C&D Canal, so it looks like they're going up towards Philadelphia, that area. But there's still about, at least 12 or 13 vessels that are down at the Bay Bridge. We're still going to monitor it the best we can here and update you as we can. Reporting live at Sky Team 11. I'm Captain Roy Taylor.
Captain Roy, this is Andre Hepkins and Kai Reed here talking to you right now. We're looking at your video right here. Jimmy's showing us this cargo vessel out of Singapore called the Dali, crashed into that column of the Key Bridge, causing it to collapse into the Patapsco River. You've been involved in covering news for some years. You've been a member of law enforcement. Have you ever responded to anything like this and covered anything like this in your time covering news here?
The Chase train, the Amtrak crash that happened in Chase, that would be one of interest. The scenario where they had the tanker truck where the operator had a heart attack on 895 and ended up flipping over the guardrail, crashing onto I-95 with a huge explosion and fire. You know, that was one. Obviously, a year ago, you had the issue on the West Side Beltway where you had the 6 construction workers that were killed with the motorists that ended up striking them from speeding on the inner loop of the Beltway over in that location. And, I mean, there's been a few things around that have gotten our attention, but obviously this takes the cake. This is the number one issue as far as something this massive, this major happening to this bridge and this location, you know, and the ramifications are going to be crazy. I mean, all the workers, especially at the marine terminals, I mean, they're going to be pretty much shut down. They're going to have to either put the containers that they have there on railroad, or have to put them on the, you know, trucks to get them out of the area. And can you imagine the businesses that were waiting for the container ships to come into port? It's just going to be a nightmare that's going around here. And then just the infrastructure alone for people that used to commute utilizing the Key Bridge, now they have to take and go all the way around the other side. And then you knew they don't allow any hazardous materials in the Fort McHenry Tunnel or the Harbor Tunnel. So that's another thing that they have to deal with. So it's going to be a learning process, and people are going to have to grow to try and figure out how they're going to cope with this type of operation. So we're going to send it back to you in the studio, Andre, unless you have something else.
From WBAL TV 11, this is breaking news.
All right, 16 and a half hours now we've been covering this international story that's been unfolding in our backyard. A cargo vessel out of Singapore crashed into a column of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing that 1.6-mile span to collapse into the Patapsco River.
And I'm sure a lot of you have seen that video that has now played over and over and over again. It is a horrendous sight showing that ship hit the bridge and that bridge coming down. And of course, that was a night view right there. It still just breaks your heart to see it. It really does. It really does. And to even think about like folks like Jesus, who Kate Amara has interviewed a few times over the past couple of hours, and the fact that to have someone who knows someone they know is on that bridge when this happened, it's really, really awful to imagine. But then now we've seen with the sun coming out, in dayfall, that it's just a horrible scene to see as well, with the bridge still sitting on top of the cargo ship. We know that there are crew members on board that cargo ship still, and according to Kate Amara's reporting, 22 or so, and they have been in contact with folks who are trying to just, you know, help them and let them know that we're thinking about them, and do you need any help and all of that. So there are so many elements to all of this.
And that's why we have team coverage. We have a team of reporters covering this massive story right now because of the NTSB, the lead agency on the ground here in Baltimore, investigating what happened. First, let's go to Tommy Clark, standing by in Dundalk. What's the latest, Tommy?
After that bridge collapsed. You know, just so people who are tuning in know, I'm in Dundalk, like you said. I am as close as you can get to where this collision happened. Just behind me here, we're about a mile out from where the bridge is. You know, you can see maybe behind me how it just drops off. That cargo ship is still sitting behind me there. We're awaiting to learn about the crew members who are on board at the time and their status. Now, when it comes to what's going on here, this is one of the biggest ports in the nation, and when it comes to this bridge, it took 5 years to construct this and just seconds to come down. So this is going to be a big cleanup effort. Right now, the search and rescue is still underway. We are being told there are still 6 people missing tonight, at least. We do not know about the drivers on that bridge. That is the big question we've been asking for about 15 hours now, wondering about if anyone was driving on that bridge. The 6 missing people are construction workers. That's what we're told. So that's why we say at least, because we do not know if anyone, in fact, was driving on that bridge. That is why we have divers in the water searching, as well as helicopters overhead, trying to figure that out still. This is being called an accident that happened at 1:30 a.m. A ship called the Dolly out of Singapore was heading for Sri Lanka when this happened. We're told that an hour into their trip, they issued a mayday and crashed into the Key Bridge. They say nothing like this has really happened before. If we have a moment, I just want to get to the governor's sound. We spoke with him a little bit earlier. You can take a listen.
Well, that was our Tommy Clark standing by in Dundalk. Again, team coverage of this massive story. Right now, we're going to go to our colleague, Deborah Wiener, who's standing by with NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt. Deb.
Yeah, Lester Holt is getting ready to do his broadcast here only in a matter of moments. Lester, you've been on the ground since 1 o'clock. What is your sense of this terrible catastrophe?
It's, you know, you can get a glimpse as I was leaving downtown Baltimore. I took the train and you can get a glimpse of where the bridge was and see what's left standing. And it's one of those moments you have to just keep looking at. And you look at the video, and as horrifying as that is, every time you look at the video, you hope you're going to see something different, something not as bad. Yes. But it's awful. I mean, we all cross bridges. We don't think of these things generally as happening. We've talked about aging infrastructure. This isn't one of those stories. This is just a horrible accident.
And you've talked to some very interesting people today. Tell me what is coming up on Nightly.
I spoke to a couple of young men who, one of them had just gotten off work and called his friend. It's, 1:30 in the morning. They're out getting ready to go fishing, and they see this freighter and realize it's close, and they begin to see something happen and hear something, and they think it's the load, the containers spilling into the water. But of course, it was something worse, and they watched it as it transpired, and they happened to have the phone out at the time and were able to show us some of the video. I also was able to talk to the governor and the mayor about the resiliency of this area, the help that is on the way, from the president on down, who basically said, we're going to do this. So they're feeling a little bit of relief there, but their focus really still is on the search and recovery. And you hear the choppers still going over. There's still apparently people in the water, searching for these missing individuals. They met with the families, described to us, how tough that was, but that their pledge to them is they're going to keep looking as long as they have to.
Finally, Lester, you've covered so many events over the years where life changes in an instant, and this is certainly one of them. Your feeling as you're here on the ground covering how just the fragility of life when something like this happens.
You're taken right from the speeches I give occasionally when I talk about this job, and you absolutely see life change on a dime. Sometimes for better, but often, for worse. And, something is mundane. Nobody thinks about, I took the bridge to work today. They take the bridge to work every day or the other way. And then suddenly everything changes. The governor spoke about that, meeting with the families, how these folks, were expecting their loved ones to come home after work, and they won't be coming home. And, that's a lot. It's a heavy burden to carry.
It is. We appreciate you spending some time. We know the broadcast, you've got work to do to get ready for it. Thank you, Lester.
It's good to be with you guys. Thanks for your coverage.
Okay, thank you. All right, Lester Holt spending some time with us as he gets ready to broadcast here from this patch of grass in Dundalk where the building shook and the soul has shaken as well from this terrible catastrophe. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
As Lester said, you know, life can change on a dime, and that's it. And just getting over the bridge and going along with your day and going to work, you take it for granted. You don't realize that something like this should happen because it should never happen.
It should never happen.
And of course, there will be a lot of investigation that will take place over the next weeks and months. The NTSB is leading that investigation at the scene now. At this point, it appears to be just a horrible, horrendous accident. But we want to get to Kate Amara, who has had some great reporting, by the way, Kate, because you have given us so much information that we have not had confirmed about the crew on the container ship, about the victims, about Jesus and his friends, and what kind of communication he may have had. Have you had any other conversation with Jesus about especially the one person who has been released from shock trauma?
No, we haven't. And thanks, Kai. That's nice of you to say. We the last time we spoke to Jesus, we were checking in to see about that one friend, a colleague of his who he told us was in critical condition, and he said he hadn't heard from them yet. But then we haven't seen him around here since about, I'd say maybe about 3, 4 o'clock or so. So that may be why maybe he went home, maybe he went to visit. It certainly he was very worried about his friends and colleagues. He's been on this kind of work detail before with the company that he's worked for the last 8 months. He knew there was 7 people on the crew that were assigned. He knew that their shift was 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. He knew that at the time that this happened, they would have been on their 30-minute break. And he said when he looks at the video, he knows that where his friends are on the bridge, and he knows that it's them falling into the water. Those are his words. But I just wanted to step back here and point something out.
Can you point them out to us on the video, please? Because I can't see them.
A lot of activity.
Can anybody else see people?
The kids on the bikes here. A lot of activity going in and out, and it's come in waves throughout the day. We just saw it could be a shift change.
What the fuck?
We all know this.
Don't they realize there's 6 dead people in the water right now? Over here doing wheelies.
We just saw the Baltimore County Emergency Management truck leave. We've seen
lives are ruined right now. We got kids out here doing wheelies. Where are their parents at?
Personnel and apparatus leave. But then others have come through. So it could be a shift change. It could be a sign that something's happening. It certainly seems to mesh with what we're hearing.
Would you be proud of your kid doing that? I'm curious, really, genuinely. If you have kids, would you be like, ha, you're so funny, Billy?
We also wanted to tell you about Kevin Cartwright, who
you're famous. You're on TV.
He's a spokesperson, so he's been here in that capacity. But then he said he kind of looked over and he saw people from his church that were here to help first responders and the other people.
I don't know who they're doing them for. It's just ridiculous. A little. If you were what?
And, who they were handing out food.
What are they doing there, though?
Cheer.
Is my question. Why are there kids riding bikes around this area?
He also gave us some insight into what the divers with the Baltimore City Fire Department
necessarily in the middle of the city or anything.
Responded here, what exactly
they must live right around the corner.
And looking for underwater, and how technology is helping them do that. Here's what Chief Kevin Cartwright had to say.
As a part of trying to identify vehicles and individuals in the Patapsco River, one of the resources that we're actually using with our dive team members is side scan sonar and infrared technology that's able to identify structures beneath the water surface and give us a type of visual of what that structure or object might be. They'll locate it, secure it with a rope and a buoy, and they'll continue to go down and touch base with these vehicles, search the vehicles, and identify whether or not there are any individuals in those vehicles.
Of course, we know through Tommy Clark's reporting throughout the day and the press conferences that have been held this morning, state officials discussed vehicles that were seen underwater, but then they stopped discussing that and wouldn't talk about it. According to Jesus Campos, he told us that he is certain that his friends on this 7-man work crew had 4 vehicles that they were taking their breaks in, 4 pickup trucks, he told us. Maybe those are some of the vehicles that have been detected underwater, maybe not. Our staff has tried, our reporters have tried to ask officials that, and we haven't been able to get any solid answers yet. But the NTSB did confirm, yes, the company that Mr. Campos works for was the one that was contracted to do this pothole repair work on the bridge, and they were out on the job in the middle of a shift when this happened. Back to you.
Earlier indicated you've been doing some tremendous reporting on the Baltimore side of the Key Bridge, and I would concur that. Also, part of your reporting, your interview that you keep talking about with Jesus Campos, who fears the worst of people that he worked with every day. Can you tell us more about the emotion? I know you spoke to him through a translator, but can you convey more of that emotion from Mr. Campos?
Absolutely. My Espanol is quite rusty, but even I was able to tell that he was choked up. He was tearing up. He was saying, he kept describing it as, this is so bad. I'm just really bad. I'm in a bad way. He said he's worried. He said the families of his 6 friends and co-workers who remain unaccounted for are at home waiting for a phone call. And he also told us a little bit more about them. He said that they're all men, that they're all in between. Excuse me, here we have another emergency vehicle coming through. It's the, it could be a canteen truck, and we've seen several of those come in, and we actually just saw a few go out. It's strenuous work, and people are here for hours, and they need to eat and stay nourished. So anyway, so Mr. Campos told us that his friends who remain unaccounted for, that 3 of them are from Mexico, and he told us they're all from the same family, that they're related. He said the others are from El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. And he said they are like family to him. They're not just friends, they're not just co-workers, they're like family to him. And I asked him through a translator, what do you want our viewers, people watching you, to know about your friends and the work that they do? And he wants people to know that they are good men, that they have families that love them, and that they work very hard, and they were all working this job in order to send money back home to their families and back home to their countries. And that's the same thing that the director of the ministry to seafarers told us about the 22 people that he said were on board the container ship.
I'm not laughing that they fell. I'm laughing at her explanation of who they are.
The group is
it's
with
like,
the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
So migrants?
They are there to help them because these 22
were they
people
all migrants?
are on this job in order to send money home to their families. It's the way that all of these men and the 2 different lines of work, they were just doing their job this morning when that happened. If you stop and think about that, they were just doing their jobs that help all of us get to and do our jobs. So a personal note here, it's a good time to stop and think about all the people that help us make our way through our lives every day, who put themselves in harm's way so that we're able to do that.
Let them know, when you speak to Jesus, that message has been conveyed. Yes. Yeah. You know, that they are just men who were going to work, men and women possibly just doing their jobs, and that's the reality of this situation.
Well, she didn't say that
loud and clear.
She didn't say all of it.
Campos,
to send the money back home. That was imperative that you say that.
To send money back to their families in various
There it is. He said it.
The crew on that bridge fixing potholes.
Yeah,
I can't believe
and Kate also was able to talk.
Right.
That's the reality of this situation.
We heard that message loud and clear. Jesus Campos talking about men who were working hard overnight to send money back to their families in various parts of Latin America. The crew on that bridge fixing potholes.
Yeah, yeah.
On the bridge.
And Kate also...
So are they working for the city already? How is that happening? I'm looking into this.
Well, the vigil already happened. It wrapped up about 15 minutes ago. This is Mount Olive Baptist Church. This is only about 10 minutes from where the Key Bridge, I was about to say stands, but where it once stood. It was a very emotional service, I have to tell you. Lots of people, there were lots of people in there as well. I'm going to show you all some video of just that service, and so you all can just really see just how the community just came together.
Whoa, 10% of the area's population is migrants, dude.
Rob Stokes, Nick Mosby was there. State Senator Bill Ferguson was there too. The whole thing started with a song, and then the pastor got up and he just spoke
in the Baltimore metro area
to provide support to the community, why it's important to come together in times like this. In the prayer, he talked about strength. Why it's important just to be strong and be strong for each other.
8% of the total population
Mayor Scott also spoke as well.
Is migrants in the city of Baltimore.
As he's been saying all morning, he called this just unthinkable.
That's a high number, dude.
And he said that, again, we all need to come together and we need to lift up the families that are going through this. We need to lift up the first responders as well. And he thanked the clergy. Johnny O spoke. He offered a prayer for the families and first responders, and again asked the whole community to really uplift them. But really the most emotional part of that service, the part that really got me, was that Johnny O, the county executive, and Mayor Scott, they came up to the front, members of the clergy and members of the community, they surrounded them in prayer. It was really touching, really, just to see that. Everybody come together and really just pray together and really just have hope for this community as we deal with this tragedy. Now, I actually spoke to a community leader who was at the church, who was here for the service. Take a listen to what she had to say.
And this is just not the end. This is only the beginning. We're here for the duration. This is our community. This is our community. And we're here. We stay here. And for those coming in, we will here for the sport, here for the healing, here for the crying shoulders, here for everyone. We're here. Yeah. We're not going anywhere.
And I'm joined here right now with Baltimore City Council member Zeke Cohen. You were inside. Just describe the atmosphere right now.
Yeah, look, first and foremost, our hearts break for these families that experience this unthinkable tragedy. I take that bridge frequently, so does my wife. We as Baltimoreans, we know the Key Bridge is such an important monument in our city, and so the pain of seeing it go down this morning.
I'm sorry, I got an ice cream truck out here with the ice cream shop. That's what I'm dancing to.
Baltimore is its resilience, is seeing the unity that we saw in that church, seeing the county executive, the mayor, all of us coming together to support our communities, to thank our first responders, to be in prayer together. That's what is so great about Baltimore, is that resilience is baked into our DNA. This is a tough city, and even when we get hit, and we do often get hit, we stand back up. And that's what I saw in this church. That's what I've seen throughout today, is families come together. I can't tell you, Kyrie, how many folks have reached out to me and said, Councilman, what can I do to help? Whether it's a meal for the first responders, whether it's reaching out to the families that we know are suffering. So many people, whether it was text, email, call, have said, what can I do? And that's what I love about Baltimore.
Talk more about just how iconic that bridge is. The lady we just had on the air, the one I spoke to, she mentioned about how she remembers it being constructed, and she just could not believe just how quickly it came down. I think we all really can't believe that. Talk to me about just how iconic it is to this area.
Yeah, I mean, it is the stuff of nightmares when you see a bridge collapse like that. I mean, just the rapidity, the incredibly emotional collapse of that critical infrastructure, and to know that human beings were there on that bridge. There is nothing but heartbreak and terror and tragedy that we have experienced. And it is, you're absolutely absolutely right. It is a monument in our city. It was a beautiful bridge. But the thing about Baltimore is that we will rebuild. I have no doubt in my mind that once we have recovered from this horrific tragedy, once we have made sure to wrap our arms all the way around these families, we will rebuild, because that is what Baltimore does. And again, today what was powerful was to see not the Key Bridge, but a bridge between Baltimore City and Baltimore County, to see our leaders coming together, our communities coming together in prayer was so important to me, because I don't think we do that enough. We don't spend enough time supporting each other across these lines. There is no border between Baltimore City and County. I represent part of Dundalk, and I know my colleague, Councilman Crandall, on the other side, Baltimore County Councilman Crandall, he represents the other side. And so we need to support each other, especially in these tragic, horrific moments. And I'm proud of my city, and I'm proud of the way that we've responded today.
And that's exactly what the pastor talked about, just having strength. Councilman Cohen, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I'll let you get back to work.
Thank you, Kevin.
One other thing I want to mention, too, that the pastor of this church said as well is that he said that he's going to keep the doors open for first responders. If they just want to come in, just rest for a little bit. He said that they have water in there for them. They might be handing out food and stuff as well. Again, this is all about the community coming together, wrapping their arms around the families, around the first responders, because that's really what community is all about. That's something that they really talked about during the service, guys.
Well, Kyrie, I don't know if Z Cohen is close enough to you, because I did have you didn't have your earpiece in. I don't know if Z Cohen is close enough to you still, because I did have a question I was hoping you could ask him.
He walked away.
He walked away. Well, maybe when you see him, because he made a good point. He said that they've been getting so many people saying, what can I do? What can I do to help? And what can they do? I think that is a question right now, because a lot of people do want to help, whether that's for the first responders, for family members who are waiting, whatever it may be. So when you see him, maybe ask him that, because it would be great if we could let people know that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Kyrie Stewart
definitely
reporting after a prayer service at the Mount Olive Baptist Church, showing us some somber pictures inside that church of the community just rallying around and just praying for the victims. Yep. And wondering what they can do to help. So hopefully we can get that answer so we can convey it to.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's a church service, any kind of religious service is when you see, truly people coming together, and I'm sure we will see many more tonight as well.
That's right. And we continue our team coverage of this international story. It's just news headlines flying all around the world about what is happening in the port of Baltimore.
Kim Dacey. Yeah, okay. We do have Kim. Sorry, Kim. Can you? What is the latest that you've been seeing where you are now?
Well, Kai, the daylight is waning here, but you can still clearly see the crash scene behind me and what's left of the Key Bridge. You can see those entrance ramps going up. Those are the concrete barriers that are still standing. But in the middle, a gaping hole. That's where the bridge used to be. And you can see that the barge is still out there, or the cargo ship that hit it is still out there. And it is still, the bridge is laying on the bottom of the bay there and across the bow of the ship, and just you can see parts of it sticking out of the water, but it is just haunting looking at it, realizing that there used to be a bridge there. And a lot of folks in this area, we've been talking to them all day, have said that this is really an iconic part of Baltimore's skyline, and the folks that live in this area said, our bridge is gone. This used to be our view. We loved it. It was a landmark for all around the area, and it is simply gone. A lot of neighbors heard things in the middle of the night sounding like an explosion or a big bang, and it was so dark that no one could really see anything. But really, it's the absence of the lights on the bridge that struck some of the people we talked to. Here's what they had to say.
My fiance woke up about that 1:30-ish time frame. He said he heard a loud bang, didn't think much of it, went back to bed. Woke up a couple hours later, I imagine, to the noise of all the helicopters and just the noises that were going around outside. Picked up his phone to kind of see what was going on, saw what happened, woke me up. Of course, we ran out here, took a quick look, and have been following it ever since.
We got up, came here. I guess a lot of neighbors heard, what sounded like an explosion. but obviously it wasn't. So yeah, we came here and there was a couple people checking everything out. So we're hoping everyone's okay.
Yeah, and the folks we talked to were concerned first and foremost for the folks who were still missing and their families, of course, as the search and rescue effort for them continues. But then thinking down the road a little bit, you know, it's going to be a long time before this bridge is back up and running. So that's going to have a huge impact on traffic in the entire area, really, as folks have to take alternate routes to get around the area. And then also we talked to a port worker who says, you know, this is going to affect their livelihood. Her whole family works at the port. And if the ships don't come in, they don't get paid. So right now, her husband's at the docks and says it's about as quiet as it's ever been. And they're not sure when the shipping is going to pick back up. But again, they're going to be severely affected if they don't have that income from those ships coming in and out, depending on how long the restrictions are in place because of that as they work to clean up the debris field here. So a lot of different ways that folks in this area are impacted, but really the overall feeling from everyone is just kind of shock and awe when they look to the skyline and don't see the Key Bridge. A lot of folks just couldn't believe this happened, but here we are.
Here we are, Kim, and our transportation secretary called it one of the architects of American infrastructure. And Kim, you've covered countless stories for us here. You've been reporting for years, and part of your tenure here, you covered traffic for WBAL TV 11. The Key Bridge was part of 695, the Beltway. Tell us about what you think the impact will be for traffic in the coming days ahead.
Well, I think maybe this week and possibly next week it's mitigated a little bit because it's spring break for a lot of the school systems in our area. But once those schools are back in session, I think a lot of the major thoroughfares and even the side streets are going to get backed up because there were 35,000 cars that went over that bridge every day. So those cars have to go somewhere else. And a lot of the trucks that went over the bridge were carrying hazardous materials because they can't go through the tunnels. So they're going to have to either find another way around or go all the way around the west side of the Beltway. So really, I feel like drivers in this area are going to feel the impact pretty quickly here on basically any major roadway you're driving on in the Baltimore area, because the Beltway is just such a major road. To have that impacted, there's just no telling how bad it's going to be.
Stacey, Kim, thank you so much for all of your work out there. We do appreciate it. We have Tom joining us now because we wanted this story does have a weather impact to it, right? Because there are search and rescuers right now are trying to continue their jobs. And you said that it's pretty calm though there in the water.
We've been fortunate today for kind of the investigation and the search and the rescue because the winds have been fairly light, temperatures cool, skies cloudy. Tomorrow may be a different picture as the winds pick up a bit and the rain starts to move in. But for now, down at Curtis Bay, winds are light out of the east, just gusting to 12, so that's really not all that bad. 51 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Come in a little closer to Fort McHenry, and it's 52 with, again, fairly light winds coming out of the east and southeast. Those east to southeast winds are pushing the water over to the western part of the bay, so the tides on the western shore will be running a bit above normal for the next 24 hours or so. Tides anywhere from 1 to 3 feet above normal. Temperatures at BWI Marshall were cooler than normal again. I think it's been now 8 of the past 9 days have been cooler than normal. This month of March started off unseasonably warm, but we've sort of settled into a cool weather pattern now. And the peak gust down at BWI, again, indicating the fairly tame conditions, a peak gust of only 17 miles an hour. So fairly quiet day. The farther west you go, the warmer it was today. You can see cool temperatures along the coast with the wind coming in off the ocean, but it's 54 in Sykesville, 61 in Frederick right now. So mild temperatures there. But here comes our rain. Now pushing into Allegheny County, and this line of showers that stretches from western Pennsylvania down through the Appalachians into Virginia will be marching east. The initial band looks like it's going to fall apart, and there's only a slight chance for a few isolated showers or sprinkles through 10 o'clock tonight. I think most areas will stay dry tonight, and even early tomorrow morning, only a few spotty showers, but mid-morning into the afternoon, the rain increases and the coverage increases and the intensity picks up a bit. Temperatures will be held down by the clouds and showers, 40s and 50s through the afternoon tomorrow. Couple lingering showers at 10 tomorrow night, and then the bulk of the rain moves to the east. And this is the good news for the Orioles game. Only a couple of isolated showers lingering along the I-95 corridor, 11 o'clock midday on Thursday. And after that,
these sucks. You suck. No, y'all took too long. You fucked that up, lady. Oh, come on, dude. I just got here. I'll do that. Oh man, alright. Be careful up there. It's dangerous. What's happening out there? Simon's laying on the plastic bag from the store and he left the ball up there that I got him. Well, they ended. That's why it was weather time apparently. This man too. It did end to. What's happening? That one doesn't have audio. Oh, Travel Fun's gonna get on and tell y'all about how his penis is doing. Stay tuned. Is this still in his house?
62nd Street. We have more breaking news here at home. A barricade situation right now in Harbor City. This is taking place on President Avenue near West 262nd Street. We're being told this is possibly a domestic violence situation and the suspect may be armed. Evacuations are underway right now, but no reports of any injuries or hostages. We will keep you updated throughout the morning.
Amazon delivered, a woman visited, a private guard guarded. A more typical day at Sean Diddy Combs' Star Island properties. Done for the moment, the federal agents who served one of two search warrants here, part of a criminal investigation by the Southern District of New York. Agents took electronics, including a silver MacBook Air. The raid simultaneously at his homes on Star Island and in L.A., as Combs himself was preparing to fly out of Opa-locka Airport, but not on his private plane, which had already departed for Antigua. It was at Opa-locka that one of his entourage, Brendan Paul, was arrested for having cocaine in his bags. Paul is also named as a drug mule and payer of sex workers in this scathing, explicit 73-page lawsuit against Combs, his son, and a roster of associates by music producer Rodney Jones. Last month in it, Jones unspooled allegations with photos of sex abuse, sex trafficking, drugs, violence, threats, a quote, enterprise, establishing one of the locations for it as Combs' Star Island address. Based on timing, this civil lawsuit and at least 5 others last year where women claimed they were sex trafficked, one as a minor, may be what federal prosecutors used for Monday's search warrants in this criminal investigation.
There it is. There's what happened. That's why it all happened yesterday. Breaking news, man. ¿Te
moviste? No.
Yeah, but we are live. That's really weird. Hey, Catherine, how you doing? Lois, Greg.
Let's hear about his penis.
All you guys in the house. Good to see you guys.
Let's hear how his penis is doing.
Hey, Bobby Crush, how you doing? Jerry. Holy frig, the chat is flying. I'm not going to be too long because I'm waiting.
Because his penis is hurting.
Right now, just to get looked at again.
Yeah, his
I will
penis.
do a beers and cheers
Gotta
this
get
week.
looked at.
I'm not sure what time. I'm supposed to have a meeting on Thursday.
Do you think it was God that punched him in the balls,
trying to like prepare
or
for my
was
work
it
season.
was it the guy you pissed off in Thailand just recently?
I might have to do an earlier
Paid
beers
some
and
dude
cheers
to
this week,
run into
but,
him.
We'll see how that. We'll see how that goes. So. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, yeah, I did get the frig. I went to the airport from, yeah, I guess you guys don't even know. Yeah, so anyway, had a heck of a long bunch of flights, and I did arrive. I went from the airport to Sunnybrook. I waited 12 hours there. Of course, it's hospitals in Ontario and Canada. Of course, it takes forever. Good to see everybody there. And Dave the Dasher, good to see you, man. So thanks, man. Big ups, Kevin. It took, yeah, it took quite a while to get in, and then when I did get admitted, hey, Deadshot Gaming, good to see you, buddy. Quick recovery, thank you so much. Thank you, man. When I did get in, I guess the general practice doctor of the emergency room didn't want to touch it. I knew that, so we'd have to get a urologist in. So then it was about, I wasn't sure if I was even going to get him out that day. And one of the interim urologists, he was actually quite young. I think he was in his, he was like 30 years old. And he goes, oh, I deal with these all the time. I've seen these. No problem for me. Let me just get permission from the head up above, I guess. I'm pretty sure he's an intern or something. Anyway, so he came back like 20 minutes later, and he's like, yep, I can take these out. And literally, it was a half-hour procedure. I had them out. I had a little bit of pain because, you know, as you can imagine, those tubes were all the way down to the base. And no freezing, none of that. They just clipped the stitches, and they, yeah, just pretty much pulled them right out, yeah. And, of course, and all the blood and all that fun stuff. Scratchy Pete BA, good to see you. Good to see everybody. 300 in the house. Good to see you guys. I love you guys. Thanks for all the support. And like I said, I am going to go through all that support and thank each and every one of you guys. I'll get to that starting tomorrow. I'm going to start making that list and going through all that. Yeah.
There you go. The stitches are out of his dick now. No, man. Somebody ran into him with the scooter. Ran into his crotch. But he got into it with an Australian or something days prior over a girl. And he was pissed, like chasing him down the street and shit. But then a couple of days later, this happened, that happened. And he had to go to the emergency room. Like, he was jacked up. He was in the hospital for days over it. In Thailand. Oh, wow. Look. Diddy's house is trashed after the raid. Damn. They really were just going through shit. I wonder how they got the safe open. Looks locked. Damn, they really just go through everything, don't they? It's crazy. He's got a lot of shoes. What the fuck is going on with this shoe collection? There's a barber chair in there. So much clothing, dude. It's like, dude, there's so much shit in this place. Look at the saves. Multiple saves. There's a refrigerator. Was there a whole family that lived here or something? It looks like it was like, oh, crazy. Oh man, that's all. It was the LA home. Electronic devices seized in sex trafficking investigation. Diddy.
So Diddy was stopped at
Diddy stopped at Miami Airport by feds following an house raid.
Raided his properties in Los Angeles and Miami. Diddy was spotted by TMZ pacing outside of Miami Opelika Executive Airport on Monday afternoon, March 26. According to their sources, Puffy was outside a customs office and was waiting to be joined by other people who were apparently also being questioned by federal officials. Information is still murky, but TMZ claims Diddy boarded a separate private jet when Homeland Security arrived, but he is not thought to be currently under arrest or on the run. Properties owned by Diddy were raided yesterday by Homeland Security.
I already figured out it was the beginning. Luke is about to go live for some excellent bridge coverage.
These stunning visuals.
Un beso, gracias.
I was listening to that.
There was some sun. I know. On my way down, there was some sun. It didn't help much. Is that right? A little bit, but we're just so far away.
Who? I'm eating crunchy asparagus. Listen. Huh? Crunchy asparagus just showed up in chat and said something. For the first time ever. You saw my asparagus, didn't you?
I shot some stuff too. That's how I went down from the car. It wasn't as good. They kind of shows up a profile. This is further away than I was. Yeah, that's good. Where they were was better because it was down to the right where you didn't see all these trees. Right.
What's wrong with the sound? Do you not like the sound of the water?
Yeah, I would say so. Oh, I'm not saying it's oil. That's just a waste of time. Yeah. I got some off and I know that. Yeah, that's where all the lights are. That's where see the lights, the signs. Yeah.
It's all good. Lookner will be on for you to watch in a minute, little buddy. I know you're proud. This is the Lookner waiting room. Breaking news!
Oh, cool.
You never scratch this on that pad. Meow. You're welcome, buddy. Trying to help. I get you toys, but you'd rather play with the bag that the toy came in. Alright.
처리량이 미국 내 1위인 무역 관문입니다. 붕괴된 교량이 수로를 가로막으면서 항만 운영은 전면 중단됐습니다. 근데 바람이 불어서 어쩔 수 없어요. 그냥 하자.
Tommy must know about my crunchy asparagus. He made that shit and waited till I came out here with it.
자동차 수출입 처리량이 미국 내 1위인 무역 관문입니다. 오늘 냄새랑 괜찮지? 이곳 볼티모어 항구는 자동차 수출입 처리량이 미국 내 1위인 무역 관문입니다. 무너진 교량이 수로를 가로막으면서 항만 운영은 전면 중단됐습니다.
Dude, you can hear me just fine when I want you to. I don't really give a shit. You're talking nonsense right now. Shut up. I don't care. If you I don't care. I don't care. Lower your fucking sound, weirdo. You know you got a volume button, right? I don't care. Okay. I saw that. No, because you're one of many people that are here every day, and who the fuck are you, man?
Now,
every viewer isn't a fucking right consumer. That's fact. Hell no.
I was told I had to be brought up. Doing what I was told, sorry. Who the fuck are you?
You don't have to pay anything to be here, fuckhead. A consumer normally does. Fuck you, idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You're actually stupid. You go around giving unsolicited advice to people that don't even know you. Who the fuck? What are you doing? Stop being an idiot. Go play with yourself or something. Probably be better off doing that. Be more productive.
Bridge now in pieces with much of it underwater. 6 people from that construction crew still unaccounted for, and Maryland Governor said there is still a rescue mission underway for those people, but the construction crew they work for says...
Imagine if streamers acted like all their viewers were right all the time on everything. Shit show. Not to mention, he didn't even think it was a big deal that I happened to be eating crunchy asparagus right when he showed up. That's sus. That's sus for him not to like be like, oh shit, really? It's all negativity and shit. Fuck him.
President Biden also says he does plan to visit Baltimore as soon as possible. He wouldn't give any specific details about that.
Everybody else just stopped talking though. Apparently he controls everybody else that was here. That's wild. Mind control. Maybe it was the devil. You don't like his screening here?
Okay. Our station just tried to tell us there was one on the other side of the bridge over here. Like, no, exactly. It's just like, what? We're not moving.
So I think we're about.
What? This is like some kind of mini XLR.
Oh my goodness. That's mini. Dude, I'm eating grits and sardines and asparagus. This is exotic.
I'll do a check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Great, thank you. All right, depends what you get. You want me to do? Nah, I'm all right. I like from the challenge.
Ford, Lois Cox, Paisley Jules, Chupa Thingy, Sean C., Lisa Levesque, Shuey Lou Rudergal, and AZ Watchwoman. Our viewer Wild Cherry says, I am totally shocked. It's just stunning. I mean, again, we covered this for hours overnight, and I still can't believe it when I see it. It's just unbelievable. All right, I have some articles to show you, why don't we? Lori Ann said the containers were 40 feet. I'm not sure about that. I'll have to find some. Maybe there's an article out there that says how big the containers were.
How's your lunch? Rice,
so
spam, and egg.
Around for that. Here's this pan shot here.
Are you Hawaiian today?
I'm just looking around to see what we
they're
have.
all standing right
see
over
what the
there.
video is showing here.
Need some seaweed to go around it.
He says, I can't imagine how much it will cost to be rebuilt. I mean, the original bridge took 5 years to build, and you know, right now the priority is trying to find the missing people, but it is just, after that happens, this is just an enormous, you know, incident and issue with enormous impacts, and it'll be a massive effort to deal with this. Unbelievable. M. Costin said there were 40 and 20 feet containers. I'll have to try to find out some kind of. I haven't seen any kind of reliable info on that, but I'll be looking. How many people were on the ship? I believe the ship had 22 crew members. As of when I went to bed what, around like noon or something. There was, on the scanner, it said that one person had been hurt on the ship, so I'll have to check up on that. I got to check up on all this stuff. But, I mean, just look at this video. Look at the bridge is lying in the water, this enormous bridge, and part of it is on that ship. And yes, this was an accident. This was not intentional. This was an accident. There's no sign that this was intentional.
Yeah, there is. I think there is. Made to look like an accident.
Colin Connors says, "Look at how far the ship is listing." It is listing to the left. It's possible that's because it has piece of the giant piece of the bridge resting on it. Let me real quick, you know what I want to show you?
He had some news for us.
We should check this out briefly.
Bro, I fucking miss him not being able to do the live streams, honestly. Because he used to only go on when he had news. Now,
sorry,
he just goes on and he's like,
I would like to show
what's up, guys?
you.
That's my job.
In case you missed it.
Am I the only one that misses old Lookner?
This is...
The way he used to do it was just like a nerd. Am I the only one?
President Biden delivered some brief remarks about this today. So let's real quick just look at these remarks from President Biden that he gave earlier today. This was earlier today, okay? I'm going to play this right now. Hang on, I got to get the volume up a little bit here.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I was waiting to talk to the last member of the delegation of the region. Good afternoon. Before I leave for North Carolina, which I'm going to do in a few minutes, I want to speak briefly about the terrible incident and accident that happened in Baltimore this morning. At about 1:30, a container ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware, either on a train or by car. I've been in Baltimore Harbor many times. And the bridge collapsed, sending several people and vehicles into the water, into the river. And multiple U.S. Coast Guard units, which are stationed very nearby, thank God, were immediately deployed along with local emergency personnel. And the Coast Guard is leading the response to the port, where representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, the FBI, the Department of Transportation, the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Maryland officials and Baltimore Police and Fire, are all working together to coordinate an emergency response. Officials at the scene estimate 8 people were unaccounted for still. Not still, were unaccounted for. That number might change. 2 have been rescued, 1 without injury, 1 in critical condition. And the search and rescue operation is continuing for all those remaining as we speak. I spoke with Governor Moore this morning, as well as the Mayor of Baltimore, the County Executive, both United States Senators and the Congressman. And my Secretary of Transportation is on the scene. I told them we're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. And I mean all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild that port together. Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives. And our prayers are with everyone involved in this terrible accident and all the families, especially those waiting for the news of their loved one right now. I know every minute in that circumstance feels like a lifetime. You just don't know. It's just terrible. We're incredibly grateful for the brave rescuers who immediately rushed to the scene, and to the people of Baltimore who want to say, we're with you. We're going to stay with you as long as it takes. And like the governor said, you're Maryland tough, you're Baltimore strong, and we're going to get through this together. And I promise we're not leaving. Here's what's happening now. The search and rescue operation is our top priority. Ship traffic in the Port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice, and we'll need to clear that channel before the ship traffic can resume. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the spot and is going to help lead this effort to clear the channel. The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs, and I've been there a number of times as a senator and as a vice president. It handles a record amount of cargo last year. It's also the top port in America for both imports and exports of automobiles and light trucks. Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year, and we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible. 15,000 jobs depend on that port, and we're going to do everything we can to protect those jobs and help those workers. The bridge is also critical for travel, not just for Baltimore, but for the Northeast Corridor. Over 30,000 vehicles cross the Francis Scott Key Bridge on a daily basis. It's virtually, it's one of the most important elements for the economy in the Northeast and the quality of life. My transportation secretary is there now. As I told Governor Moore, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible. And we're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland and whatever they ask for. And we're going to work with our partners in Congress to make sure the state gets the support it needs. It's my intention that federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge, and I expect the Congress to support my effort. This is going to take some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt. You know, we're not leaving until this job gets done. Not leaving until then. So I just want to say God bless everybody who got everyone harmed this morning and their families. And may God bless the first responders, who many of them risking their lives. And the reason I'm not going to take a lot of questions, there's remaining issues that are open that we got to determine what's going to happen in terms of the rescue mission and the like. But
Do you plan to go to Baltimore, sir? And if so, how quickly?
I do, and as quickly as I can. That's what
you said the federal government's also going to pay for the repairs. I'm just curious. This was a ship that appears to be at fault. Is there any reason to believe that the company behind the ship should be held responsible? And then also, you mentioned
that could be, but we're not going to wait till that happen. We're going to pay for it to get the bridge rebuilt and opened.
What did you make of Israel's decision not to attend this meeting this week?
Oh, I don't want to get into that. Plenty of time to talk about Rob.
You mentioned the port. Can I ask about cars? About the port.
So you did hear that the president said that the federal government was going to pay the entire cost of the bridge replacement, but he also said that, like, he left it open that the company could be held, like the ship company could be held accountable, or the companies involved with the ship could be held accountable. His point was that they were not going to wait for some kind of ruling against the company or settlement with the company or companies to start working on it. But he was asked, how about shouldn't maybe the people involved or the companies involved with the ship pay? So I don't know how that's all going to work, whether there will be like federal and state penalties assessed against the shipping operator or owner, whether there might be some kind of trial or something, that I don't know. But anyways, that was the president earlier today, and that is a live shot from Streamtime Live via Reuters. That is a live shot right now of the ship. And
I keep doing that.
So I want to just show you real quick also where this is. So you heard the president talking about this is it's a busy and important port, and it's right now blocked. So if you look at this here, the bridge is here. See, it says Baltimore there, and there's the bridge, and that bridge is collapsed. So no ships can get in and out of here because the bridge is just collapsed. The bridge is right here. That's where the bridge was.
Bridge
See,
everywhere,
bridge, which is now collapsed. And so no ships can get in or out of here. And I mean, I know there's port facilities there. I think that's where the ship came from, right here.
And there's a bridge.
And you can see there's other port facilities
here.
Look at
these. This is where
I
all
don't know where all the port facilities are, but this is a big area for...
Fuck up. This is where all the ships are stationed down below the port of entry. Here they're starting to bunch up a little bit now too. These yellow ones, I believe, are all cargo. Yeah, see, all the yellow ones are cargo. This is an automobile carrier right here. This one that's clicked on. See, it's got these like exhaust vents all along the top of it. So that's coming in right now, called the Patriot. So we got these all held up. These are all cargo. Then we got more cargo up here, hanging out, waiting, not knowing what to do. And this over here is where the right. So there's a expanded view of everything. All right, do that with it. Huh? I'm looking this shit up, bro. I did it. Alright, back to looking her.
An enormous undertaking.
I know what I'm doing.
You know, getting rid of what's there and putting something new there. Yeah, so our viewer Infinity says, will there be any criminal charges, any
Appreciate you
lawsuits,
guys. You're my mods.
I'm not a legal expert. I would certainly...
You're my mods.
I assume
that
state and federal prosecutors would look at this and see if anyone broke the law.
Bubba.
I'm not a legal expert. I don't know what laws might apply here. So I would assume if state or federal prosecutors or county, whatever it is, feel that laws were broken and they can prove it in a court of law, they will file charges. But that I don't know. There could also be civil penalties too, you know, involving regulatory boards and regulations being violated. I don't know if any laws were broken, if any regulations were violated. The investigation is looking into this. We do know the ship lost power. The ship lost power apparently multiple times, but it definitely lost power. It lost its propulsion. It couldn't move itself, but you know, before the crash, and the ship actually told. They called in a report saying we've lost power. And from what the officials said, that allowed the bridge to be closed off.
Look at how close the Annapolis is right here. The Naval Academy.
The video of the crash,
is right where
the collision. You do
there's
see
Chesapeake Bay Bridge. This is where they're building up,
just
and right
until,
around the corner
a minute or 30 seconds before. So there are cars up until really close to the time of the incident that were going back and forth across the bridge, but maybe some other cars that would have been on the bridge and didn't. So it's not really clear when
My name is
those
with the US
measures
Coast Guard,
started happening where cars were being told not to go on the bridge. And
Gilreath, Commander, 5th Coast Guard District, as well as Colonel Roland L. Butler Jr., Superintendent, Maryland State Police. Tonight we're going to hear from a brief statement from each of them on current updates. And after that, we'll be able to take a few questions, but we do need to keep it brief because we want to get these folks back to work. With that, I'd like to introduce Rear Admiral Shannon Gilreath.
Hey, good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to say thank you to all of the first responders that have come out today to assist in looking for these individuals. We've had tremendous support across the state and county and city and federal enterprise. You've seen for yourself the helicopters flying over, the small boats that are out there, the Coast Guard cutter that's out there, the boats that go back and forth bringing people out on scene to search for these individuals. So thank you to this entire community for for helping in that regard. Second, I want to say thank you to the community for the outpouring of support to those first responders, and in particular the outpouring of support and prayers and support for the families of the 6 individuals. So I would like to announce tonight that based on the length of time that we've gone in this search, the extensive search efforts that we've put into it, the water temperature, that at this point we do not believe that we're going to find any of these individuals still alive. And so this evening at around 7:30, we are going to suspend the active search and rescue efforts. Coast Guard's not going away. None of our partners are going away, but we're just going to transition to a different phase. And so I'm going to turn it over to Colonel Butler, please.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here. To echo the Admiral's comments here, we really appreciate the support from the community. To all the first responders here, we appreciate your patience and allowing us to do the best job possible and get the information as it comes up. At this point, as the Admiral said, we're going away from the search and rescue portion to a recovery operation. The changing conditions out there have made it dangerous for the first responders, the divers in the water. We will still have surface ships out overnight. At 0600 hours tomorrow, we're hoping to put divers in the water and begin a more detailed search to do our very best to recover those 6 missing people.
Thank you. With that, we have time for just a few questions. We know there's a lot of questions that still have to be answered, and we do have time for just a few. So if we could take a few, please.
So do we think it's still just 6? There's talk of maybe other cars on the bridge.
All the information we have is 6 individuals. Yes, sir.
Can you go into detail about how difficult this might be in the recovery phase of this? Like what kind of challenges are you up against?
Well, I'll start by saying I'm going to turn it over to the experts on diving. I'm not an expert on diving, but we've got very difficult water temperatures. You have structures from the bridge that are in the water that can move with the tides and currents, making that dangerous for divers and people in the water to actually try to do recovery. And we do not want to injure any of these first responders in this recovery effort. We absolutely want to be as safe as possible for everyone involved in this. And I'll see if Colonel Bro has anything he wants to add.
Can you go into specifics about what the search and rescue entailed? Like were there scuba divers, or was everything above water, sonar, any sort of equipment that might have been utilized over the past 12 months?
From the outset, we moved all those resources in with dive teams from various state, local, and county agencies. We also use sonar. We're doing our very best in some very difficult times and difficult conditions, which is why we're making that transition now. The last thing we want to do is put divers in the water with changing currents, low temperatures, very poor visibility, and so much metal and other unknown objects in the water. All it takes is one object to strike an individual, and all of a sudden we have a first responder trying to recover another first responder. I think at 0600 we'll find ourselves in a better position to understand the dynamics of what we're dealing with and to address the issue in a much safer manner.
Do the authorities have 6 IDs now, and have those victims each been contacted, those families, I should say?
I can't speak on that. That's still in the investigative portion of this.
Can you speak to some of the difficulties in actually retrieving the remains? Have any remains been retrieved so far? We've also heard reports that there might be individuals trapped inside of vehicles, that there might be debris that was needed more challenging for FBI and other law enforcement to deploy.
All of that is unknown at this point, and as I said, we have to cease operations. We can't start again until we can assure the safety of those divers and the rescue personnel that are going to participate in this. If we look at how challenging it is at a simple motor vehicle crash to extract an individual, I'm sure we can all imagine how much harder it is to do it in inclement weather, when it's cold, under the water, with very limited to no visibility.
Just to clarify, no remains have been removed thus far by search and rescue teams other than the 2 who were rescued live earlier.
That is correct.
So, Colonel, you're confident then that no other vehicles made it onto that bridge before the collapse, or as it was collapsing, I should say?
Based upon the fact the original information that was provided, the Maryland Transportation Authority Police Department was able to shut down traffic. Is there the possibility that there was another vehicle on there other than those vehicles involved in the construction process? I think we all would have to understand, yes, that's a distinct possibility. As unfortunate as it may be, it's a distinct possibility. However, we don't have any information to support that at this point. Ma'am? We do not know at this point. I'm sure as you've seen some of the aerial photos, there is a tremendous amount of debris in the water from containers hanging off ships. We have to make sure those are shored up. We're going to work with structural engineers to help them understand how to navigate and address the challenges of having bridge structure in the water that may be sharp, that could puncture a suit, that could puncture an airline. All of these are things that we must take our time with.
This last question, by the way.
I'm sorry? At this point, we do not know where they are, but we intend to give it our best effort to help these families find closure.
How might inclement weather tomorrow impact the recovery efforts?
Very clearly it could, but we're going to do everything in our power to help these families find closure.
Thank you, Colonel. Folks, we're going to be establishing a unified command as well as a joint information center, and I know there's a lot of questions, and we're going to be providing that information where we will continue to provide updates. But that is the extent of our updates tonight. We thank you all for coming.
I will. Yeah, keep it up originally. I'll.
All right, I'm going to play, we missed right at the start of that press conference, so I want to play it, that you can hear that they have switched from a search and rescue operation to a recovery, they said. So let me just go back and let me just play you guys the audio. I'm going to play you the audio from the start of it, okay? So just hang on one moment here.
Oh my God!
I gotta grab the audio. Right, so let me go back and do this.
Oh, you baby, we gonna get it on.
That's a live video, and let me grab the audio from the start.
Grab the audio. Wow. Ow. Get on the now.
I can't.
You know what that means. You're gonna let me touch it. Gonna let me touch it. Man, God.
All right, here's the audio from the start. This happened moments ago. All right.
It's taking him so fucking long, man.
If I can get this playing here.
Why can't he just replay the damn video bit in the beginning?
Tonight we're going to hear from a brief statement from each of them on current updates. And after that, we'll be able to take a few questions, but we do need to keep it brief because we want to get these folks back to work.
Thanks for reporting me,
I'd like
dude.
to introduce Rear Admiral
Hold on.
Hey, good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to say thank you to all of the first responders that have come out today.
I know better than make his screen big, though.
For these individuals. We've had tremendous support across the state and county and city and federal enterprise. You've seen for yourself.
You can't really get me with this screen is that small,
Boats
though.
that are out there, the Coast Guard cutter that's out there, the boats that go back and forth, bringing people out on scene to search for these individuals. So thank you to this entire community for for helping in that regard. Second, I want to say thank you to the community for the outpouring of support to those first responders, and in particular the outpouring of support and prayers and support for the families of the 6 individuals. So I would like to announce tonight that based on the length of time that we've gone in this search, the extensive search efforts that we've put into it, the water temperature, that at this point we do not believe that we're going to find any of these individuals still alive. And so this evening at around 7:30, we are going to suspend the active search and rescue efforts. Coast Guard's not going away. None of our partners are going away, but we're just going to transition to a different phase. And so I'm going to turn it over to Colonel.
All right, that is the part we didn't hear. So the 6 missing construction workers are presumed dead. They are transitioning to a recovery. It's not a search and rescue anymore. It's a recovery operation. The 6 missing are presumed dead. Condolences to the families of those 6 construction workers. Just terrible.
Those 6
but
migrants.
You heard it, that was just announced. And you're
6
looking
migrants
at live
down.
video of the scene right
That's jacked
now.
up, dude.
So not good.
I still can't find out
Not
how they
good,
got a
but
job there.
Not surprising, given that they hadn't found them.
Were they working?
so,
was it a city job? But they're
let me go
filling in
back and see
potholes. Is that a city
something
job? I don't think. Hey man, death is death. It sucks that they had to die. I'm just trying to make some another conversation out of the whole thing. So instead of just thinking about how there's dead people floating in the water right now. How did they get a job filling potholes?
This is now a recovery.
Maybe that's not a city job. Maybe they're subcontracted out. City subcontracted probably. Yeah. Well, then who the heck is hiring migrants? And is it illegal? Is this not like a thing to think about
They
here?
have suspended
Did they have
the
work
active
permits?
search and rescue.
Were they even supposed to be there?
We'll also look.
They
at a
were
little bit
legal ones,
about
but they
what
were
the
sending money
NTSB
back
had to
home.
say.
All of them were sending money back home. I mean, maybe. But
Yes, 2 people were pulled from the water.
why didn't their family
fairly
live
early
here
on.
already with all the immigration laws
Last
the way they
night,
are?
early this morning.
Why are they
I'm
sending
sorry,
money back
and
home?
one
What's
of them
taking their
is,
family so long to
was
just come up
seriously
here?
injured, and one of them was uninjured.
I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to take some comments and questions from you guys. But this ship
Seems
lost
like
propulsion.
They
It
were
lost
kind of new,
power.
maybe
It
only
could
been here
not,
like a year.
it was not
They
able
were trying to
had
pay,
no power, so
send
they-
back home
it
money
couldn't,
so that they could get up enough to
propel
come here
itself.
too. Why
And it was
they ain't trying to
basically
stay
drifting.
there, are they?
I did see some
Any
reports
sense?
that said it had dropped an anchor as it's supposed to do when it loses power. I'll try to I'm going to show you some articles about this so we can get some more information. So I did see some reports that it had dropped an anchor, which it was supposed to do when it lost
Well,
power.
maybe in local elections, maybe.
But also I
Maybe
was
where
reading
they're
that,
at.
ships are not supposed to lose power like this. So why it lost power, no idea. Nurse Ratchet said, what about people in cars that went in as well? Right now, they do not have information that anyone else fell in the water except for the 6 construction workers. Now, several vehicles are in the water, but those I assume they're just vehicles that belong to the construction workers. No, this bridge does not normally, it's not a drawbridge. It doesn't normally go up and down. Oh, so what I was going to mention to you, though, is just in case you haven't seen it here, hang on a second. Oops, sorry, I'll leave that up there. So if you want to go watch like the whole the whole run up to all this, if you go to Stream Time Live on YouTube, which is where this video is from via Reuters, but they have like the whole video from last night and you can watch the whole thing. I think they have like a 7-minute video with all the lead up to it. So if you want, you can go to Stream Time Live and watch that.
Anybody here not seen that?
Who haven't seen it, I'm going to show you just the moment of the collapse. But you know, you can go to Stream Time Live, and I know last night they had posted. Do they still have the live stream posted from last night? I'd have to look it up. I'm not sure it's still posted from last night, but they definitely have like a 7-minute video posted.
Oh, where'd he go?
Which you can watch. But just in terms of when exactly this happened, in case you haven't seen it. Oops. See that right there from stream? That's just a quick clip of their video via
I think everybody's seen
News.
it,
But
right?
this is
Here, Heston
right
Doe,
when it
you
happened.
filthy
There's the
animals.
boat. So you can go on their site and watch the minutes where the boat's approaching and it's lost power. But and then the lights come back on the boat.
Another one.
And so as the boat's approaching, you do see it with its lights out. You see it having lost power, and I believe a couple times the power goes out and then it comes back on. Also, around a minute, I think, before the boat hits, it starts belching this black smoke. I'm not an expert, but that, from what I understand, is related to the power loss and maybe trying to slow down the boat or reverse the propeller or something. But you can see that on the video if you go watch the long version. But here is the moment right here where the boat actually strikes this support here and the bridge comes down. Which is just crazy. So if you want to watch, again, Stream Time Live has on their site like this long video where you can see the boat approaching. That is their video. So I gotta be, I can't just start, playing an hour of their video. But go to Stream Time Live. You can watch the long version. You can blow it up and watch it big if you want and break it down for yourself. But that, if in case you hadn't seen it, that is what happened, and that is what's left us with this. The Lucky Minute says unbelievable. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. How deep is it? The main channel where the boats are supposed to go is roughly 50 feet deep. On either side of that main channel, it's more in the 20s of feet deep. My understanding is that when this boat hit that support, it was no longer in the main channel. So where that boat is right now, maybe it's in the 20s of feet deep, because I don't think it's in the main channel right now. I'm not sure. But I did see one expert who said they thought it was not in the main channel where the boats normally go when it actually hit the support, because the boats aren't supposed to be that far over where they're hitting the support.
Oh, he's so smart. That's why I watch them.
If you're wondering about where the track was, I know some of you have probably seen this, but you can actually see here, this is, Vessel Finder. You can see there's the Dali container ship, and the location of it is right here. And if we go to track, this was the track. It left here in Baltimore, a port here, and the speed got up to about, from what I've heard and seen, about 8 to 10 speed color track. Yeah. So the speed got up to like around 8 knots. That's what the green is. Red is like 0 to 2, and orange is 2 to 4, and yellow is 4 to 6 knots, and green. So it's speeding up here, and then maybe this is where it lost power right here, because it's speeding up, and then it just starts, you can see this, it kind of rapidly slows down. Also, I think at the end they were probably trying to slow it down. But the speed, you can see right here, the speed goes back down between like 0 and 2 knots. But it made it up to about, roughly speaking, around 8 knots, according to the color coding from from Vessel Finder. But that's the track it took. And I had looked last night, and it looked like, I think I did it on marine traffic, it looked like it started leaving there like around an hour before it hit the bridge.
Close to what?
Quick thanks to Theologist, David Bento, Ethan Bolin, Red Serrana, John Eric Edvardson, Berenico, Martin Gingrich, Matthew Felty. Matthew says, take a look at Chesapeake Bay vessels east of Annapolis, 11 big cargoes stacked up there. So no, what I can say is there's no boats are going in or out of here right now. Sorry, no boats are going in or out of here because that bridge is collapsed.
People love hearing him repeat stuff.
Quick thanks also to Lisa S.
Insane
Andrew
people.
Schlegel. It's time to work. Stormbreaker chasing Russell Bach, Rob Thompson.
Bob is better to hold BTC or the ever-inflating daughter. Thank you so much, Jay Brown,
Says the
247.
sheer inertia of those cargo ships is insane. And thank you to Chewies. How soon before impact did the ship lose power? I don't know. I don't know if it lost it at all leading up to this. It clearly did not have power just like a couple minutes before it hit, because you can see the video. If you watch the video, you can see the lights off. But I don't know if they were having power problems, say 5 minutes after they left the dock. I just don't know. We don't have a detailed timeline of all that right now.
But BTC doesn't have potential value stability.
Closed, but supposedly, when the ship reported power problems, supposedly some cars were kept from going on the bridge, but it was never officially closed. Hang on a second here. I should show you that we should look at what the NTSB had to say.
I'm surprised too. You even said
something
a couple
positive
of
thanks.
about
Janice
Bitcoin
McConnell,
like that.
Marker J. Rohr, Expelliarmus, Jeff 1202, Airtight Ski Pole, Eat Bites, Bourbonace, Drunk.
It goes to show whoever owns that bot is invested in crypto, probably.
And
because they program the main program
on Facebook.
They give it the main prompts, the main, you know what I mean, and they put that in there probably. I wonder if I can go against it and tell it to not like Bitcoin. Hold on. Now that, tell it to always say negative stuff about Bitcoin. I'm going to try.
And you can write to me on X at Lookner.
Hey, where is it? Got a lot of tabs open, dude.
Martin Wedderbrand, our viewer, said many ships stuck in the bay that were supposed to be leaving. So if you go to, say, Marine Traffic or Vessel Finder, Martin said that, you can go, I don't know the schedule of all these ships, but there are, let's see, I would have to find the ships. Tug. Why am I not seeing? Let me go to Marine Traffic. But I don't know the schedule of all the ships that are there and can't move. There's Marine Traffic right there. So if you go to marine traffic, you can click on these different ships and see different ships in here. Again, I don't know. I haven't gone through and stuff. That's a naval vessel. There's a bunch of naval vessels that can't go anywhere. Logistics naval vessel. Anyways, go to Marine Finder or vessel, marine traffic or vesselfinder.com, and you can poke around and see different ships that are in these places. But I mean, normally this is a very busy port, so I'm sure there are ships that are supposed to be going in or out that are not going in or out. Sandra says 2 cruise ships are not getting in this week. Yes, so there are cruise ships that will not be able to use that as well, that area as well. Maybe I can find an article about that.
Okay, now let's see what it says. Jay Brown. That's one about Bitcoin.
Here's something from...
Yeah.
Couple things here. From Baltimore Banner. First of all, Carnival routes cruise ships to Norfolk after Key Bridge collapse. Carnival Cruise Lines will temporarily shift Baltimore operations to Norfolk, Virginia in the wake of the collapse. Cruise ships had to pass under the bridge to get to the port of Baltimore, which is located farther up the river. The Carnival Legend was supposed to return to Baltimore on Sunday, but it will now head to Norfolk, Virginia. Royal Caribbean and Norwegian Sky also use the Baltimore port.
Yeah, try again, Bubba. He's not going to be all in anymore, hopefully. I changed it. All the guys all in that programmed the bot. Yeah.
Also, 12 ships, Baltimore Banner says 12 ships were scheduled to make a total of 115 ship calls. These are cruise ships at the Port of Baltimore during 2024. Baltimore's port is the 29th largest in the country, with 444,000 passengers moving through it in 2023. According to the Cruise Lines International Association.
You totally just reminded it that you're a troll or something somehow.
Then they also said cargo ship crew stranded at Port of Baltimore after Key Bridge collapse. Again, this is from Baltimore Banner. I am subscribed. I
you would against you shouldn't have naysayed his crypto. He just said it was the best thing since anything.
I think I didn't sign in here. Let me sign in.
And you asked him again, "Are you sure silver's not better?" And he was like, "Fuck you, kid! I said Bitcoin's where it's at."
Here we go.
But it might talk to Bubba, and now he'll tell him something different besides being all in. He doesn't think Bubba's a troll. Headlining.
Yeah, cargo ship crews stranded at Port of Baltimore. There are international crews stranded aboard cargo ships in the Port of Baltimore.
It's willing to talk to you about crypto, and it doesn't call you a troll. It's talking to you.
Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it also says here, once crew members
are permitted to leave that ship,
the Dolly, the shipping company will place them in hotels and pay for meals, though some seafarers may need help securing visas.
You're getting shut down, Bob. You're not listening.
But the Dolly's crew are not the only international seafarers in need of assistance. With the shipping traffic in and out of the port suspended until further notice, an unknown number of seafarers from across the world awaited instruction on board their ships. One of the viewers was mentioning this last night. I think the idea is that if you're working on a ship, but you're not, that doesn't mean you're allowed to just go into the U.S. So
you can't reprogram it. I have to do it.
I think that's the basic idea. See if it says it in here.
I am the programmer, it seems. Doesn't listen to you for sure.
I think that's the idea. It
It's
doesn't
taking forever to
specifically
shut
say it
down
in there.
too.
Let me put up the.
I gotta get my game
video,
previews.
by the way.
That's for the people, by the way.
That's live video.
That was a live burp. IRL. I'm accepting donos too. I accept crypto on 1UP. The link is on my link tree. You can give me some Ripple. You can give me any coin you have, probably. Just give me it. Give me it. You don't need that much of it. Just give it. I didn't get me back in the crypto game, man. I'm just gonna gamble it somewhere.
AP says companies are scrambling to reroute
I don't gamble
cargo.
unless I get donated crypto.
So the Dali was the only container vessel in the port at the time of the collision. Okay, this is interesting. AP reports that the Dali was the only container ship in the port at the time of the collision, but 7 other container ships had been scheduled to arrive in Baltimore through Saturday, okay?
Yeah, there's crypto.
That is from an expert that Associated Press talked to. So this was the only container ship in the port at the time, but 7 other container ships were supposed to arrive through Saturday. Also, AP reports 1.3 million trucks cross that bridge every year, 3,600 trucks a day. And trucks that carry hazardous materials now have to make 30 miles of detours.
Oh, wow.
Because they cannot use the city's tunnels that go under the harbor.
Okay, so that's how they're going to get there. Dude, where's the outlaw at? He could be covering this. Oh, that would be
AP
something.
also says Baltimore's port has become increasingly important to U.S. retailers and manufacturers seeking to diversify their supply networks and bring goods closer to customers.
The bars go up and down.
The Port of Baltimore, says the AP, is one of the largest vehicle handling ports in the U.S.
No, it's the largest.
Baltimore ranked #1 with more than 750,000 vehicles, like cars, vehicles, being shipped in and out, going through the port. I guess coming is 70% of them imports.
Okay.
So it is one of the top ports for vehicles coming in, being shipped in and out in the country. Also, about 20% of U.S. coal exports pass through Baltimore en route to India, the Netherlands, Japan, and other countries. So it is the
coal.
In terms of exports of coal, it is the second biggest port in terms of exports of U.S. coal.
Yeah, because that lady was saying her son worked at the coal port
you can
or whatever.
read that and more in Baltimore Bridge collapse
They
and
were
port
going to be
closure
working now.
send companies scrambling to reroute cargo. And as we mentioned, the bridge carried about 12 million vehicles a year. So it's just, in addition to the terrible impact of the 6 people dead, presumed dead, in the coming days, weeks, months, years.
Was there a train track on the bottom of it?
Impacts because of the enormous importance of the bridge.
No.
Any official post-mortem on how this could have happened, said Yogi Shyam. No, not officially yet. I'm going to show you this is being investigated. How did the ship lose power and how did this happen? That's being investigated. I'm going to show you the NTSB press conference. But I will show you something about it right now. So the Baltimore Banner had an article, flickering lights, billowing smoke may point to causes of catastrophic crash into the bridge. The flickering lights and the billowing smoke, black smoke seen on the cargo ship before it crashed represent multiple levels of failure, maritime transportation experts say. Skipping ahead, Captain Jeffrey Spillane at the Dean of the School of Maritime Education and Training at State University of New York System Maritime called the crash a 1 in a million incident, so catastrophic it will surely cause changes in the industry. The smoke and flickering lights may mean that the ship lost electricity, which can lead to a loss of propulsion and steering, he said, calling such a loss highly unusual. Vessels are not designed to give off black smoke. That's a huge glaring problem. That tells me there was a lot more going on, Spillane said. There should have been multiple redundancies going on to prevent that.
Dude.
That's interesting he says that.
Yo.
He's
But
saying there
it
should
wasn't
have been a lot of
intentional.
safeguards built in that this wouldn't have happened. Another expert, Captain
That's what I was
Joseph
thinking earlier,
Ahlstrom,
dude.
said he believes the black cloud that emerged from the stack of the ship means the Dali either lost power or steering or both. Black smoke means they may have been attempting to drastically change speed, signaling a problem, he says. Those two experts said a vessel will not dramatically lose control unless multiple contingencies fail or are neglected, and stressed it is difficult to say without speculating what mechanical or operational failures may have contributed to the crash. That's very interesting. Two experts said, that a vessel will not dramatically lose control unless multiple contingencies fail or are neglected. So it's not just one thing going wrong. It's a bunch of things.
Genius. Harvard. Go to Harvard to get a brain like that.
Skipping down here, because Dali is this is from the Baltimore Banner, because Dali is an international vessel, its crew must follow a safety management system set by international law. The policy dictates everything from how many people must be staffed at different points of the ship to the different vessel parts that must be inspected and cleared as operational before a voyage. If anything significant is not working, the vessel captain must disclose the issues to both local port managers and the U.S. Coast Guard. Ahlstrom said the checklist includes the steering and engine systems. They make sure the vessel is sound to get underway. If it's not working well, they're not supposed to get on their way. The vessel was built in 2015. You know, there's this thing that happened, some of you guys talked about. In 2016, one report logged damage on the Hull's ship. That year, Dali hit a stone wall while unmooring at the port of Antwerp.
Why are they hitting shit all the time?
The vessel was last inspected in September by the U.S. Coast Guard, which found no deficiencies according to the database. Oh, this is something else that's interesting from this article. There are two main contingencies for when a vessel loses steering and power abilities, this expert Ahlstrom said. A chief mate or deck officer on the bow of the boat will release the anchor to stop the ship. And if a tugboat is stationed next to the vessel, you can contact the tug and have it push you away from an obstacle or get guided away. If not, you're at the mercy of the course you were on, Ahlstrom said. Imagine your car losing its power, he added. You can't accelerate, but you can put your brakes on and glide to a halt. A ship does not have that luxury. It's like if your car's brakes went out too. Anyways, if you want to read the whole article, go to Baltimore Banner. I actually subscribe to them. They're having, you can like subscribe for 6 months for $1. This is not a sponsored video. I'm just letting you know. If you want to read their articles, you can subscribe for 6 months for $1. So they have some good articles about this. But yeah, so you can see, I saw that expert said in a procedure like
trailer
this,
driving across right now.
In a situation like this, you would drive.
This was around 1:30 in the morning today. And that truck driver right there, very lucky. You can see these work vehicles, not so lucky. And we're a few seconds out before this thing finally slams. And you can see the lights have turned back on. It sideswipes the support column, knocking the entire bridge to the ground. Now, here are a few more cars passing across. I do think that these cars make it safely across. I'm not sure. It's hard to know if they make it through. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So I'm pretty sure when it came to who fell, it was the construction workers. So big vessel, force perspective. We're watching very slowly this replay footage. So any second now. And there it goes. It is sideswiping. There it is. So for those that are just listening, we're just watching this bridge collapse. This is crazy. This has just created an artificial barrier into the into Baltimore's port, one of the largest ports in the country, affecting trade massively. Now, I watched this assessment by this guy he's got a YouTube channel about shipping, and he says, basically it's moving forward. The engine's cut off. They drop the portside anchor, which causes it to shift and steer right into that support column. The question is, as the White House says, it's not terrorism, and there's no indication it was intentional.
Oh, it's the anchor that caused that?
An accident like this happened.
That's what they're saying.
Well, according to the Post-Millennial, the ship that struck the bridge was involved in 2016 crash and had deficiencies. Perhaps that's the reason. I got to say, I think we should operate under the idea that it was an attack. An intentional cyber attack, manipulating the control systems and the engines of the ship itself. And it would not be a very difficult thing to do. There have been numerous researchers who have published studies on the security of these large container vessels and how to manipulate them. It's entirely possible. I'd say, simple solution is, these crashes happen. They've happened in the past. They'll happen again. So maybe that's it. But considering we're in active war, as much as they don't want to admit it, and this wasn't just a crash, this shuts down one of our largest ports, I think it's fair to question whether or not there was a cyber attack on the United States, and
why is he calling it a cyber attack?
Keep us safer, but I'm curious what you guys think.
I don't think that
impossible for it to be a dead crew.
That it's a cyber attack is a bad idea for the government. And to be honest with you, considering the fact that the government has contingency plans for just about everything, like every eventuality that you could possibly come up with, I assume that the government is probably looking in, is probably looking into this, or at least into the possibility, just because that's what the government does. I think for the people that are going to say, oh, it's ridiculous to even speculate, blah, 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 like the government has plans for literally everything. So I'm sure that there are people looking in to see if there was a cyber attack. As for like the ramifications, I mean, clearly it's going to be a gigantic mess forever.
This is gotta wait on the box, dude.
The government's not going to clean it up.
They got to eat the black box.
One of our major ports is shuttered.
That's the biggest part, in my opinion. That's the biggest thing that's going on is the effect on the economy, the fact that the whole port's shut down, and what it's going to mean for gas prices, for because you're starting to get into the springtime travel season's coming and stuff. It's going to have a big effect downstream for the economy.
So we have this from the Baltimore Banner. They say, no, it's not World War III. Experts say bridge collapse, almost certainly not planned attack.
Almost certainly.
And here's what I love. Here's what I love. It's a tweet from Alex Jones that says something like, looks deliberate, like a cyber attack is probable, World War III has already started, and it says fake. Okay, I just love this. As soon as I saw this, I was like, okay, now I think it's a cyber attack. Because Alex Jones saying, this looks like it could have been a cyber attack. And they go, that's a fake tweet. No, it's not. It's his opinion on what he thinks may have happened. Just because experts come out and say it was an accident and not intentional doesn't mean you're not allowed to opine or that your opinion is fake. My opinion is I don't trust the government, and maybe it was a cyber attack. How is it a fake opinion? It's a real opinion. It could be wrong.
The idea, the concept of a cyber attack, that you're not saying that like the United States government attacked. It's like there are constantly cyber attacks, like all the time, and it's like what you would consider friendly nations testing other friendly nations. Yeah. The idea of of cyber espionage in the corporate world,
is it not possible for it to be a crew member?
That's common and happens every chance that a company gets. Right. Like my ex-wife is works in cybersecurity for a.
Shout out to Phil's ex-wife.
No, I please don't do that.
Tell you Phil's gonna fire me tonight.
Maybe. Anyways, but the point is, like, there's a whole field of cybersecurity in the corporate world. So the idea that it couldn't be a cyber attack, I mean, by a state or whatever, that's the idea that it couldn't be is the actual far-fetched idea.
And the ship had flags from Singapore, right? Yep. So it's not like, I don't know. I feel like this could be a complicated geopolitical situation. Why would we rule anything out? Like, at what point? Why do we know so quickly that it wasn't a terror attack? I don't know.
It's just because like that's
just the narrative they want to put out there.
Well, it's just because it's literally just because.
But I admit I'm no trust. You know,
it's the opposite of what Alex Jones said. It's the people that are politically incorrect or whatever are saying it, so we're going to take the opposite. And you saw this happen significantly during COVID, and we still see it. There are still people that walk around wearing masks, and you know that it's not because there's a significant protection that mask is offering. It's because they're making a political statement or an ideological statement.
That's not true. That's not, dude.
Normal for them.
Hold up, dude. The masks started to keep others from getting sick, to keep your illness with you. That's why the Asians do it, and that's why I wore one whenever I had COVID. Like, once I found out I had COVID, I tried to like keep it to me and not go out much. If I did, to like keep other people protected from it. So I don't know. To say that they don't do shit, I think that, dude, I don't know, man.
People be like, Alex Jones said it. Oh, he's crazy and he's wrong, blah, blah, blah. Without putting any thought into whether or not cyber attacks are actually common or not. And it's clear, considering the energy and effort that the United States, all governments and all big corporations, the amount of money they spend in defending against cyber attacks, to say that it wouldn't be a cyber attack, that's ridiculous.
So one assessment that I watched says the engine, the whole thing goes dark, engines shut down. Mm-hmm. Then they drop the port side anchor. I don't know if any of this is true, causing it to steer right into the support column. Why would they do that? Many people, because of that, are arguing it must be DEI, because they had a local crew navigating out of the port. That's usually what they do. And then they transport the person off before it heads on its way. I think it was going to Sri Lanka or something. So the power goes out. So they drop anchor, forcing the ship to go right into the support column. I mean,
I don't know anything about steering a big ship like that at all. So,
but it does steer right into the column. So these are just a handful of people claiming on the internet. They have, running different channels, saying if the power went out and they did nothing, it would have kept going straight. It would have gone straight underneath the bridge and just left. They forced it to shift and steer into the support column
at the perfect time.
So maybe cyber attack, I don't know how they affect navigation systems or somehow negatively impact or sabotage the electrical systems.
But I mean,
no idea.
Think about it like this: like if the power goes out, it could be that the computers have to boot up.
That's what I was wondering. Dude, when the lights go out, and again, I don't know, guys. But
all I know about boats is
moment
where I was like, boats, you're done.
Right, boats, crazy stuff. But
somebody
there
on
was this
that
moment when the lights
it.
go on that recording where I'm like, are they trying to like reboot a system on the computer? They have to shut everything down, and in doing so,
the emergency backup generator comes on, so it just takes a minute.
Who the fuck is this lady?
So it's not like they're trying to reboot it themselves. Texas it automatically comes on when they lose power. So I don't know. There's another take on this by Ethical Skeptic who looked into it and then checked into the wind directions and the tide currents to see what direction. He did it at 5 a.m. this morning too, and he goes, well, basically this was like a perfect storm of events with the full moon and the way the wind pulled and the currents pulled. He said, I don't think this was deliberate. So he kind of did his analysis. Then he said, all right, I'm going back to bed. Posted that, but it was a good point to factor in all these natural factors that you're not even thinking of when you're looking
What did he say about the anchor
It's
drop?
the only time that someone bringing up the moon, and I'm like, maybe that actually doesn't matter.
Well, the moon affects the tide.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise,
Just said the current earlier this morning. You could see the current going in that
When you're
direction
talking to a
too.
loved one, and they say, "Oh, it's not a conspiracy; it was an accident." You go, "No, it was the moon. The moon did it. I'm telling you." And they'll be like, "What?" You're like, "No, it was a tide." And then they'll go, "Oh, you're right. It was the moon."
It does make me wonder, like, if we could have a time machine. If Alex Jones had actually tweeted that this was an accident, if the Baltimore Banner headline would say, "No, this was a deliberate attack," that I would love to know how that would play out. If it's always going to be hardline, whatever this one side of the debate.
Right.
It was
I
politicized immediately.
I just want to know what happened with this anchor, right? So like, if there's a malfunction on the ship and the anchor drops, or does someone press a button and the anchor drops? Like, I just don't know enough about boats. I came unprepared to IRL. I was not expecting to.
I used to sail competitively, and I can tell you an anchor dropping does not immediately stop your boat. Right. It's got to catch onto something. It's got to sink.
Which is why you see that slow drift, right?
But I've never been on a boat that size before. What did somebody say? It was like 3 million?
80,000 tons or something like that. I this morning I tweeted a thread by, I don't know who it is, Cyber Gibbons is the name, like you would spell it, and I'm retweeting it now, and he goes through what he saw, and he does a good layout of how ships that big work, how the it is. Cyber Gibbons is the name.
She's making a look though when she's talking.
And I'm retweeting it now, and he goes through what he saw, and he does a good layout of how ships that big work, how the different voltage on different engines that they have to use. I guess they have to use multiple engines to start the main engine and stuff, but he goes through a big list of it. I just retweeted it. If anyone is interested, you can take a look at it. But it does sound like to me, it sounds like I don't know what caused the power to go out, but once the power was out, it was doomed. As soon as the power went off right in the beginning.
Yeah, but not to slam into a support column.
What I'm saying is they couldn't get it back. It was drifting, and they didn't have the ability.
It's too ironic
because of the weight too. So
coincidental that it happened right there,
like a harbor
dude.
can be so intense, and that's why you have a harbor pilot that actually.
If it would have happened earlier, they could have been like, "Hey, we need a tug to come over here fast. We're drifting towards," and the tug would have been like, you know what I'm saying? It happened at the perfect time, so that nobody could help them. And it would just drift right into that column, right? They were right at the perfect place to hit the column and everything. Come on, man.
Drive, so they live there and study that just to make that passage.
How is this possible?
Wind.
How is this possible?
Science.
No.
Possibly.
How come there are no large barriers protecting central support columns for bridges that cost tens of millions of dollars and took 5 years to build, and whose destruction could disable one of the largest ports? How is there no large barrier?
And one of the only roadways that allows hazardous materials. Like, you can't take hazardous materials, from what I've read today, anywhere else that has the tunnels that go through Maryland.
We care more about the she's throwing me off because she's giving out information.
Or Baltimore, they have to take this route. Now they can't, so it's gonna.
How am I supposed to hear all of this and then think anything other than it was an intentional in some way?
Well, who's going to benefit from these routes being
Russia,
deterred?
China.
But who was at the helm of the ship? Do you think it was
Singaporean?
A Singaporean?
No, they say it was a local harbor crew, but it's a Singaporean ship.
Well, it could be a cyber attack, but I just think that you have to have proof of that, or at least be seeking proof to investigate
let's play Occam's razor then. This ship driver slipped on a banana peel, spun in circles, and headed directly for the one part of the one of two parts of this bridge that would destroy and disable one of the largest ports in America. Or we're at war and our enemies have been cyber attacking us relentlessly. In the news already, there are numerous reports of Chinese cyber attacks on the United States. So the solution that makes the least amount of assumptions is we're at war with Russia. What
if it had stowaway, dude?
A ship disables the largest port in America.
What if it had a fucking stowaway?
Of weather, tides, an ill-prepared crew, two random power outages.
It's now jumped off. This fucker only has 22 people on this massive thing. All kinds of. It goes to China sometimes. It went to South America just recently.
Okay, by all means.
It went to South America just recently. Anybody could have gotten on there.
Our port was attacked.
By the moon.
And then they could have jumped off the ship after it happened in the dark of the night.
The tide was here, and the wind was blowing in this direction. Look, man, when it comes to 9/11, what we were attacked. That's the simple solution.
But they're trained; they could have done it
immediately. That we were attacked, and they knew exactly who did it within hours. Like, that was the craziest thing. So that was like all that came out really fast. But but it's not come out at all about who's behind this.
No. Because of politics. My point is, when it came to 9/11. There was no question of pilot error, the perfect storm, planes had been veered off course. No, they knew exactly who did it, how they did it, why it was done instantly. So here we are, and they're not the same circumstances. I get it. They're very, very different.
If there were two boats, I think we'd know. If there were two bridges and two boats that have been hit, then we would absolutely be.
My point is simply
they don't want us to know. They don't want us to think this was a terrorist attack, dude. Because I explained it earlier, a terrorist attack will bring us together as a country. Remember 9/11? Remember what that did for us? We were like, we're America, fuck you. Fucking rest of the world, we became a superpower again, kind of. And then here we are now, we're separated, and we're not as strong as a country because of it. We're getting fucking weak, dude. That's what they want. They're trying to separate us. Other countries are trying to separate us now. Whoever did this attack, if we knew it was a terrorist attack, it'll bring us together and make us stronger. And make people want to join the military again.
Act makes the least amount of assumptions than
they learned from their mistakes with that
disabling one of our largest ports. Like it's a strong coincidence that while the U.S. was just accused by, I shouldn't say the U.S., but Western intelligence was just accused of aiding these terrorists in Moscow.
Well,
a day later.
They're not just accused. Victoria Nuland's departure speech bragged about what's going to come and how she had a present for Putin, and then it happened.
So perfect, fine. Vladimir Putin comes out.
She admitted it and warned, and then it happened. So,
which is completed my point. Vladimir Putin says, "You guys attacked us," and so now we have to make a bunch of assumptions. Putin has not retaliated against us. China is not aiding and abetting or taking any concerns here. Venezuela, Iran, North Korea, none of our enemies have any interest right now in targeting ships to disable a bridge. That's an assumption. Maybe the attacks are happening somewhere else. They're attacking our southern border, sending drugs and criminals and stuff. Then this ship lost power at the worst time, dropped anchor, causing it to spin. Then the power kicked back on and kicked off, slamming into one of the central support columns, knocking out this bridge, disabling one of the largest ports and our hazmat transport for the East Coast. I just think while both are entirely possible, the simple solution is we were attacked.
Do you think it would be better for Biden if it was an attack or worse? Because my thought is here, if it were an attack, he could be like, I'm going to rally support. We're going to go after these guys. But by admitting that it was an attack, he's admitting that we're weak. You know what I mean?
Well,
like, what spin would the Biden administration want?
I got to be honest. I mean, like
Biden's whole campaign though is we're weak and we're going to build back better.
It very well may be just an accident. Totally fine. Accidents do happen. I'm not suggesting I have any evidence that it is a cyber attack. I'm saying it would be simpler to assume it was a cyber attack. Now, as to why the U.S. would deny it, to be completely honest, I can make up 50 million reasons why they would or would not want to deny it. It's just really about whether you think one may be true or not. That being said, if it's coming to, say, like the art of war, you want to win the war before it starts. The U.S., China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, the BRICS nations, the NATO countries, they want to align their chessboard in the appropriate places before they begin trading pieces. So they want to know that they've actually set the board for victory before the hot war kicks off. That could be a disadvantage to force your enemy into declaration of a hot war, which shifts the priorities of a nation or causes the president to lose. If Joe Biden comes out, and this is all hypothetical because there's a million and one arguments, this is not the case. I think it's fair. I can make any argument. Joe Biden comes out and says, this was retaliation by Russia for our direct involvement with the Ukrainians and what Victoria Nuland said in supporting terror attacks in Russia. His approval ratings dropped to 1. Instantly, everyone says, you did this, you triggered this. I really don't see a scenario in which Joe Biden comes out and says, we are under attack. And people go, yay, Joe Biden, great leader. No, they say, get him out. This proves everything we've said about this guy being completely incompetent. Donald Trump goes on TV and says, this is could not be tolerated. Our country being attacked. Joe Biden caused this. So there's really good reasons for them to be like, no, just an accident, just an accident. But again, I'll stress, we have no idea. We literally have no idea. It's really just going to be whether you decide to or not. But I will stress, when that article came out and was like, this is a fake tweet. I have the tweet pulled up. Here it is. Alex Jones says, looks deliberate to me. A cyber attack is probable. World War III has already started. Quote tweeting Andrew Tate, who said, this ship was cyber attacked. Lights go off and it deliberately steers towards the bridge supports. Foreign agents of the U.S. attacked digital infrastructures. Nothing is safe. Black Swan event imminent. Ron Paul has been warning about a Black Swan event. We've been concerned about the potential for cyber attacks. We have numerous stories right now in international media of the U.S. and the U.K. furious that China keeps launching cyber attacks against it. Then this happens. They go, no. Ignore everything that's been in the news so far. this was an accident, and it was just a perfect storm of tides, wind, the moon position, a bad, poorly trained crew dropping anchor at the wrong time where the power went out abruptly for some unknown reason, and then caused the ship to steer right into the support column, knocking out a bridge, disabling one of the largest ports in the country. I just find that really difficult. You know what I mean?
I think in this case, both people are wrong. You have the paper that's wrong and Andrew Tate that's wrong, because they're both saying that he's not right, and the newspaper is saying that this is absolutely not true, and he's saying this is absolutely not an accident. So the absolute problem is where you have the issue, because yes, it could be a cyber attack. Yes, it could just be an accident, but automatically trying to fact check and shut down and silence what one person says or discredit them and hurt their character for saying something, but he didn't word it right. He doesn't have proof that it was a cyber attack.
We have a super chat. Corey Anderson said that he's been in the military for 19 years. He says, if I was a terrorist, I'd take out a tunnel. Look, I disagree. If you're a terrorist, perhaps sure, because you're trying to target civilians and disrupt civilian life and morale. If you're a military, if you're a foreign adversary, you're looking at ways to stop an economy. Shutting down a large port is war tactics 101. The Union forces in the Civil War blockaded southern ports to strangle them out. This is war 101. Disable a port.
Well, tunnels
That's
could
why
be
I'm
next. Because now the hazardous materials can't go across that bridge, and now they have to go through tunnels, and they have to get a permit
they'll
to go through
north.
tunnels.
They'll go north and around Baltimore.
Baltimore, somebody from one of the Baltimore officials today said that they'll just have to get a permit that take a few weeks in order to go through the tunnels in Baltimore.
A lot of trucks will probably just divert around Baltimore, adding a lot of friction to the transport process.
81's going to get crazy.
Oh, dude, I mean, this is bad for us, too, because we used BWI, which is right by the bridge. And so that means traffic's going to get backed up, and it's going to be brutal. Plus, there's big shopping areas over there. It's going to get cluttered. It's already super cluttered. But look, you can make the argument, Corey. I think it's a fair argument. Yes, they would be targeting tunnels and civilians. Unless the goal of a foreign actor is disabling infrastructure, which, I mean, I got to be honest. Do you want to attack civilians, which rallies public support against you, or could shock a system? I mean, maybe. Or do you want to take out your enemy's ability to drive their car? You know what I mean? It's like, what do you choose to do if you're trying to win a war? Do you scare people, disable the internal routes of a city, or remove the entire opportunity for them to bring trade in? I don't know. Again, I'll stress, I got no idea. It's all wild speculation. But I suppose we'll just let's see. What do we have?
Yeah, I've been screaming terrorist attack all day.
I got a bunch of stories about this. I think we already covered most of it. Engineers
I'm sold on terrorist attack theory
about the support in of the bridge. Why there were no barriers there.
I think somebody else was on it though, and they sabotaged something, and they jumped off.
We'll jump to the next story.
Dude, how you just said jump right when I said that, dude?
Let's talk about Donald Trump. Truth's social parent company shares skyrocket during market debut, triggering trading pause. The jump was so big, it opened at $49.95 and quickly jumped to $72 before 10:30 a.m. We have this from Yahoo. It's currently sitting at close at about $58, $57.99. We saw the peak was around, I believe it was 70. What do we have? 77.
You'll never know the truth. That's not true. The black box will get found tomorrow, dude. The black box.
And Linda Belk and Larry and BZ. Hang on, I want to thank some more of our moderators.
Yeah,
really appreciate it. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, Sharon, Terry,
favorite part of the show.
And Tariag, Linda Belk.
Let's see where
Christina
this first guy came from.
Paul Anderson. Margaret Riley. Thanks also
to
Patricia Thomas for the stars. And also Perry Tate and Marjorie Lemons for the stars.
Oh shit, where this one come from?
Let's see.
Why isn't it going further?
And Hot Pink 90s Sun.
Sucks.
Let's see here.
They're not tracking.
Just want to make sure I'm not missing any big updates right this second.
Why do I know them are tracking? Whoa, that one was huge. Now those are right down there. There they are.
Oh, Jen mentioned to me that Caitlin Collins from CNN said there will be an update from the governor at 9 p.m. Okay, so I guess there's going to be an update from the governor at 9 p.m. Although I don't know, actually, hang on. I don't know if she means a press conference or CNN. Kind of sounds like she means there's going to be a press conference or something at 9 p.m. or some kind of media appearance by the governor. So I'll look out for that. I will definitely be on the lookout for that.
One day. Oh, you have to pay to have more than a day. So those ships that only showed that amount of movement, they've been there for like 24 hours already, sitting there. Man, you gotta pay for this, bro. That sucks.
9 p.m. Eastern. All right, here's what we're going to do. I am going to, in a moment, play you the NTSB press conference from today. We'll take a look at that, and we're going to take some more of your comments and questions and give you updates. What I need to do real quick here is...
Is there another one?
Really quick. I just need to take about a 1 minute break here.
Just to get to work every single day. And you think about the over 30,000 commuters are on this bridge every day, and now they're going to have to reroute. So, of course, that's going to cause some traffic jams. That woman even said that for these tunnels, they're only so high. So now a lot of these trucks that are going to be going into these tunnels, they're going to have to account for that height and depend on, you know, exactly which way they need to go.
All right, Chelsea Torres there live for us in Baltimore. Just a tragic inconvenience, to say the least. Chelsea, thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to let you watch, if you didn't catch this live, the latest update from Coast Guard officials there on the scene right at the very outset of the I-695. That was this main artery going through Baltimore that you heard there from Chelsea. So many relied on. But we're going to hear now from the Coast Guard officials who told us last hour that they have severed and cut off their active search and rescue operation. It now becomes a recovery operation. They believe the 6 unaccounted for individuals are presumed dead, that due to the conditions of the water, due to the length of time they have been in the water, that they believe they are no longer living. Let's watch.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Luke Pinio with the U.S. Coast Guard, Public Information Officer. Today I'm joined with Rear Admiral Shannon Gilreath, Commander, 5th Coast Guard District, as well as Colonel Roland L. Butler, Jr., Superintendent, Maryland State Police. Tonight we're going to hear from a brief statement from each of them on current updates. And after that, we'll be able to take a few questions, but we do need to keep it brief because we want to get these folks back to work. With that, I'd like to introduce Rear Admiral Shannon Gilreath.
Hey, good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to say thank you to all of the first responders that have come out today to assist in looking for these individuals. We've had tremendous support across the state and county and city and federal enterprise. You've seen for yourself the helicopters flying over, the small boats that are out there, the Coast Guard cutters out there, the boats that go back and forth bringing people out on scene to search for these individuals. So thank you to this entire community for helping in that regard. Second, I want to say thank you to the community for the outpouring.
Okay, now I spot about BPC.
Responders, and in particular the outpouring of support and prayers and support for the families of the 6 individuals. So I'd like to announce tonight that based on the length of time that we've gone in this search, the extensive search efforts that we've put into it, the water temperature, that at this point we do not believe that we're going to find any of these individuals still alive. And so this evening at around 7:30, we are going to suspend the active search and rescue efforts. Coast Guard's not going away. None of our partners are going away, but we're just going to transition to a different phase. And so I'm going to turn it over to Colonel Butler, please.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here. To echo the Admiral's comments here, we really appreciate the support from the community. To all the first responders here, we appreciate your patience in allowing us to do the best job possible and get the information as it comes up. At this point,
not saying anything negative. I didn't put anything too negative though.
Recovery operation. The changing conditions out there have made it dangerous for the first responders, the divers in the water. We will still have surface ships out overnight. At 0600 hours tomorrow, we're hoping to put divers in the water and begin a more detailed search to do our very best to recover those 6 missing people.
Yes, Thank you. With that, we have time for just a few questions. We know there's a lot of questions that still have to be answered, and we do have time for just a few. So if we could take a few.
So do we think it's still just 6? That there's talk of maybe other cars on the bridge?
All the information we have is just 6 individuals.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Can you go into detail about how difficult this might be?
Don't answer me.
Recovery phase of this now? Like, what kind of challenges are you up against?
Well, I'll start by saying I'm going to turn it over to the experts on diving. I'm not an expert on diving, but we've got very difficult water temperatures. You have structures from the bridge that are in the water that can move with the tides and currents, making that dangerous for divers.
But whoever is involved with that bot definitely has Bitcoin, man.
We do not want to injure any of these first responders in this recovery effort. We
Us on YouTube.
want to be as safe as possible for everyone involved in this. And I'll let see Colonel
Can you go into specifics about what the search and rescue entailed? Like, were there scuba divers, or was everything above water, sonar, any sort of equipment that might have been utilized over the past 12 hours?
From the outside, with all those resources, dive teams.
It's still not answering me, dude.
And county agencies. We also use sonar. We're doing our very best.
That's what I told it to say, dude.
Conditions, which is why we're making
well, I put
now. The last thing we
earlier it was being a little more Bitcoin friendly.
Changing currents, low temperatures, very
told
poor
it
visibility,
to say that.
and so much metal and other unknown objects in the water. All it takes is one object to strike an individual, and all of a sudden we have a first responder trying to recover another first responder. I think at 0600 we'll find ourselves in a better position to understand the dynamics of what we're dealing with and to address the issue in a much safer manner.
Did the authorities have 6 IDs now, and have those victims each been contacted, those families, I should say?
I can't speak on that. That's still in the investigative portion of this.
Can you speak to some of the difficulties in actually retrieving the remains? Have any remains been retrieved so far? We've also heard reports that there might be individuals trapped inside of vehicles, that there might be debris that has made it more challenging for FBI and other law enforcement to deploy.
All of that is unknown at this point, and as I said, we have to cease operations. We can't start again until we can assure the safety of those divers and the rescue personnel that are going to participate in this. If we look at how challenging it is at a simple motor vehicle.
What are these guys doing?
More difficult than crashing an airliner into the Twin Towers. This is very much possible with the number of ships. Some of our adversaries giving military training, communication training.
Dude, these guys have 9,000 people watching. They're talking about it possibly being
a number of bridges.
And this dude's
down at once.
His channel's what's going on with shipping. It's not like
that's the military's
Tim Pool
job
channel.
Is to plan for things that are unlikely, and obviously they don't have a plan for this, right?
Right. And, again, I think, and I'm going to apologize to everybody. We got to cut it at 8:45, so I've got about 15 more minutes here, and appreciate everybody coming on. About 5 minutes here. Appreciate everybody coming on, over 8,000 people tuning in. I really appreciate everybody coming in here. We're going to try to hit some more of these questions real quick going through. I'm just trying to jump through
Just
it.
really quick, Sal, we are told all the time by the military folks on Twitter, the navalists saying there's a plan, it's confidential, you don't see the plan. And we keep saying there isn't a plan. And this is the case. Okay, you have a confidential plan. Where's the plan for Baltimore? Where is it? Enact it. Start it up. So obviously there isn't a plan, or they wouldn't enact it right now, right?
Yep. So this one, I've seen this, the Dolly was involved in a crash in Antwerp in 2016. This to me, none of the crew who was on the ship then would be on the ship now by any means, probably. You're talking about a long time ago, but it goes back to the operation of the vessel. Is this represent a systematic issue with the vessel? This is run through a Singapore company.
Why wouldn't the same people be on it?
Who is
it
it?
Sucks that bad.
Synergy, yeah, and these are the questions that I ask. So this is a relatively small firm that's ostensibly based in Singapore, but really is an Indian base. It's a Indian entrepreneur created this. He made a deal with a number of Japanese clients in order to they do usually in the shipping world. Crewing's one agency, operations is another, legal's another, and it's all a patchwork. Well, Sea Energy decided we're going to put crewing and operations in one house. We're going to make real deals with the Indian academies and experts in India, really good ones, to do this, and we're going to cater to the Japanese clients, and they were successful. But just recently, in the last few months, the largest publicly listed shipping company in America, mostly foreign ship, Genco, made a deal with Synergy. So this is a question. This goes back to my book on the Deepwater Horizon. Did I see any criminal actions? No. But as the price of oil went from $16 when I started to $160 or $130, whatever it got up to there, everyone was promoted above their pay grade, and there was this saturation of talent. A lot of the best were pulled off. So a lot of these Synergy guys were really good in India. Were they overworked? How did they manage this large influx of clients at a large time? Were balls dropped? Absolutely. Anytime you grow that fast, balls are dropped. Was this one of the balls they dropped? That we don't know.
Comment by Jeff, NTSB not allowed on board. Why? Well, if the NTSB is not allowed on board, it's because the ship is still involved in this incident. That's probably why. If not, the Coast Guard will secure the vessel data recorders. They will turn them over for investigation. That is fairly typical. That's going to be done. I know, I just heard that the drug unit was heading out to go drug test everybody. So that was being done. So, there's a lot of pieces that are going on here at the same time. But you still have a ship that's involved it's tied up in the wreck. So it's not like this is static at the moment. They're going to have to get the ship out, and that's going to involve some work. So you really don't need inspectors on board. What you need to do is document and record, and then let it go. Question here: can a ship be cyber hacked? I remember the White House recently said our ports were at risk. That was the issue with the cranes, and John, you kind of alluded to that a few minutes ago too.
Yeah, that's a major concern for American flagships, which carry military cargo. They're getting repaired in China, and a lot of the engineers are being sent home. Is it possible that China puts a virus in and a communication link to shut down the engine room when a war starts? Yes. Is it likely? Probably not. But you need access into this engine control system.
Our ships are being worked on by Chinese.
The engine, and the bridge system. It's not like connected to the internet. There's an air gap. It's hard for you as a hacker to just hack through with the internet.
Yeah.
And these ships, as we know, don't have great internet.
Exactly.
They don't have great connectivity.
That's what I was saying.
If you have access, that's the question. If you are an insider in the shipping industry, if you're an inspector,
it had to be an inside job. That's what I was saying. These guys are fucking ship experts, dude.
Regular criminal, that's difficult.
I was right.
So a couple of questions here.
Fucking Temple,
ships are stuck up in Baltimore and the area. We're going to figure that out. We don't know yet. We're trying to get that number put together of that. Who is the ship's insurance company? I know Britannia is the P&I club. I believe.
Right.
I don't know who has Hull and
maybe they're calling that cyber attack now.
No, I don't.
Okay. U.S. Navy Supervisor Salvage will be in charge.
Doesn't have to have the internet anymore. Cyber means something totally different now.
That's one of the problems is the U.S. Navy has subcontracted its salvage out to a consortium of SMIT and Resolve, I believe. Right, John?
No, it's SMIT and it's at the tip of my tongue now, but this is, SMIT is one of the best in the in the world. So that's something a few experts in Baltimore have been telling me today that they hope the Navy takes over, not because the Navy has the assets and the bandwidth to really take this over, but if the Navy is put in charge, then SMIT, what's their U.S. subsidiary, I forget their name, I'm sorry, they will, they will take over the contract. Right now, they're not with the contract because the ship owner doesn't want to pay that extra expense. But if the Navy is made the federal agency, then the Navy has outsourced this to Schmidt, who happens to be good. But again, Schmidt, the Navy used to have prepositioned assets all around, so things are ready. A commercial company is not going to do that. They're going to see what's available close and find the cheapest stuff. That's not necessarily the fastest stuff. This is why we have to start bringing in equipment from overseas, particularly from the Netherlands.
Yeah, quick question from Dave. When the ship's service generators and propulsion engines have separate day tanks for fuel, which they would, but again, if they're switching over from types of fuel, that may be one of the issues. I mean, we did see the emergency generator come on. This is the big question we have. What you saw happen on the video was the ship goes dark. There's a period of time when there's nothing, and then all of a sudden the ship's power comes back on. We get a black smoke coming out of the stack, which is either the emergency diesels kicking on or they're trying to back down, and then the ship loses power again just before it hits
emergency diesels.
And a question obviously is what happens. You really can't quite.
Why did the emergency diesels not work?
From just watching smoke come out of the vessel, unfortunately. John,
they need the black box, man.
No, that's.
How long it's going to take to see that?
Sal, the other possibility is they switch to a different tank that there's very low sulfur from the maneuvering fuel. A lot of possibilities. We aren't sure.
Yeah. All right. In the last few minutes we got, John, I just want to kind of say what I'm looking out for in the next day or two watching this story evolve. So obviously, number one, I'm really interested to see if we get a statement out of the Coast Guard about past inspections of this vessel and what was, what's the history of it.
It passed. I heard it did well in the last one,
which I can't confirm by any means, and we saw it here in this stream, the ship was losing power at the dock. There was issues with it. If there was a systematic engineering issue with the ship, was that conveyed to the pilots? Did the pilots know about this? If the pilots knew about this, they would have probably have acted differently. Did, alert go to the Coast Guard about this? We don't know. And, this ship was leased from CNG to Maersk. So it's not a Maersk vessel, but it's operating under Maersk. So the liability issues here are going to be extreme right now. I think what we want to hear is a plan for how they're going to first remove the vessel, ensure that the vessel is stable. It did ram the piling, so there is damage to the vessel, making sure it's not leaking, that there's no environmental issue. And then what are the assets? How are we going to start undertaking a salvage operation to clear the channel, which is going to be the immediate priority here? John, what about you?
Yeah, I'm really, we need to find this investigation. Unfortunately, most of these investigation reports
systematic
take over
with
a
a
year.
C,
and
bro.
There are two ways that this investigation can go. It can be shut down by the NTSB, handled internally, and we pretty much just get a report in a year. If you have specific information, you can contact the NTSB and provide it to them, and they will listen. But it's pretty much a closed loop, and the results may not go into all the systemic issues. The other way is that we have a full hearing, like we saw with the El Faro. Now, the results may not be any better, but there's a lot more opportunity to participate. They will have a hearing. The public can attend the hearing. You can ask questions of the prosecutors. And the other interesting thing in the United States we do is we have parties of responsibility. So the ship owner, potentially the charterer, definitely the flag state, they will all be given a seat at the trial. And it's actually not the judge. It'll be usually a Coast Guard judge. It could be NTSB or a federal judge, but usually a Coast Guard judge. It's not the questions that they ask that really dive into this, but the questions that the opposing parties.
Why is it typing?
They're
Dude,
all going into lawsuits later, so they want to make their case, and they'll often expose information. Now, this information may not help us solve this case, and it's a limited value. This happened or that happened, but these hearings can dive into these broader systemic issues. What was the issue with the bridges and the Corps of Army Engineers and the Navy salvage? These are other questions that can come out if we have a hearing. typically hearings only happen if it's a major, there's some public outcry, but this is a large enough incident. I think it's likely that we get a full hearing, and that should be interesting. It should bring information to the table, not even related to this incident, just that could make the wider shipping industry safer going forward.
Yeah, listen, there's so much about this that we need to process and get out. John, I want to thank you for jumping on with me tonight for a quick little Q&A. I apologize for everyone who submitted questions that we didn't get to. There was a lot.
It's your job title doing that, man.
Watching with questions coming in. We try to hit as many as we can. To keep yourself up to date on this, again, head over to GCaptain, John Conrad at GCaptain, one of the best sources you'll have out there.
Subscribe
over to my channel, what's going on with
shipping. Going on in the next few days at least. I'll be so doing for the next at least
because it is a
couple weeks while this is happening. Probably
have news. I know I got to jump on a news site right now for.
Is there a list of all of the news appearances you've been?
I found them this morning.
No, there's not. And everything
maybe one of your fans or followers can come up with a list.
I saw this video on the ship in the lane, and
in all seriousness, and John and I appreciate everybody tuning into this. Our thoughts and prayers go out to those who lost their lives today on this. And one of the reasons why we talk about this is to try to prevent this from happening again in the future. And hopefully we the amount of accidents that almost happen, we never hear about. That's the great news. That's what we want to report on. We don't want to report on a tragedy like this. It's been a bad day. And so, John, I appreciate you being on and everything. I got to run. Be sure to tune in both to What's Going On with Shipping and GCaptain with John Conrad. John, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for having me, Sal.
All right, bye.
Events, not just aviation.
Baby, come back.
We do accidents and incidents in marine safety as well, and of course with bridges and other highway infrastructure. And for this, there were many that were affected by this collapse, and our deepest sympathies go out to the families, loved ones, and others who have been affected. I'm going to get questions on fatalities and injuries, which I'm not going to answer. That is not something that the NTSB answers. I will refer you to local authorities on all of that information. What I can tell you is a search and rescue is still underway. So we are very hopeful, and again,
Just to clarify, this briefing was this afternoon. A short while ago, authorities announced that the search has ended. The search and rescue has ended. It is becoming a recovery operation. So it is now the search and rescue portion is ended, and it's now a recovery operation. So the 6 people missing are presumed dead. I just want to clarify that. Okay, let's go back to see what the NTSB had to say.
Our thoughts are with the families and their loved ones. Again, we got here at 6 a.m. And we are standing back to allow the Coast Guard and search and rescue to continue their search and rescue operations while we gather information from the command post. There is a lot of information that we can begin to collect. We have a team of 24 on scene, including Member Brown.
That's why it's popping off all the time. All you gotta do is type in the bridge and you come up.
The team of experts include
I'm not even on the list, probably.
experts in nautical operations, and what they're going to look at and begin to collect is information on vessel operations, safety history, safety record. They'll look at the owner.
So how does it get
they'll look at the
demonetized?
operator, and they'll look at the operations this day.
Today,
they will also look at company policy, any sort of safety management system or safety management program will be looked at by them, and our human performance team as well. We have a human performance expert here. We have an engineering team. We have survival factors, and then we have a team here that is getting the recorders. We also have a highway safety team, our team out of the Office of Highway Safety, including structural engineers, bridge experts who will be here.
That's far down.
And are continuing to come in. We have a few here, and one or two others are coming in the next few hours.
At this now.
We also have
I know
our
one's over
family
here because YouTube
team,
suppresses the shit. I'm less than halfway down. Look at me or above me.
Team works with those that were affected by a particular event, families, friends, and other loved ones, and they will help them.
Looks like I don't even fucking exist, dude. Somebody's got to really be feeding for something different.
Them with the information that they need as we move forward with our investigation.
I'll sit again, see?
This is a team effort. There are a lot of entities right now in the command post, all focused on search and rescue as they should be. But I do want to, in particular, thank the Coast Guard, the Maryland Transportation Authority,
more people left
Police,
while I was talking about that.
the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Baltimore Fire and Rescue, and the Maryland State Police.
I'm gonna fucking leave.
I'll
leave you with this.
There are others on scene. I'm sure I have missed. For example, Army Corps of Engineers is here. A great deal of expertise, and all focused on what is very important, which is the people first. I have been in contact with my counterpart in Singapore. Director Chong is the director of the Transport Safety Investigations Board. The NTSB maintains relationships with our counterparts in other countries often and stay in close communication. So the director and I have been in communication many times before on safety, so it was a good conversation. He is sending some personnel here tomorrow. Also, personnel will be arriving from the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore, who has the focus of being the regulator in Singapore. Now, it's not a lot of information that I can share at this time, and I know there's a lot of information.
Just to clarify, the ship, the Dolly that hit the bridge, is Singapore flagged, so that is why she is mentioning Singapore. All right, let's go back to see what she says.
And that's of being the regulator in Singapore. Now, it's not a lot of information that I can share at this time, and I know there's a lot of information that seems to be circulating. The NTSB doesn't speculate. We provide facts. And so there isn't a lot we can share right now because the focus has been on the people. However, if you know me, I like to provide information as we can when we're able to verify those facts and be open about that. Transparency is one of our mandates, one of our core values. So please monitor ntsb.gov and X, where we will post when we were having another media briefing. We do have an organizational meeting tonight at 5 o'clock, which I mentioned, to determine where we want to go next on the investigation. But there's a lot of information we need to gather between now and then, in the days and weeks that follow. So with that, I am going to take questions. I will call on you. Please state your name and your affiliation. We'll start with Tom and then go over here.
Thank you, Chair Helmond. Tom Costello with NBC News. You spoke of one of the teams within this NTSB structure looking for specifically the reporters on board the ship. Can you speak to what type of reporters may be on board the ship, and what do you hope that what information might they provide?
Yeah, at this time, I will have more information about the recorders tomorrow. We chose not to board the vessel today to allow some time for the search and recovery, which we did not want to interfere with. That is the first and foremost. We do have some information, but we need to verify that information first before I provide that information, before I verify it. So we'll have that information tomorrow, or maybe later tonight if you want to check with me.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sabina with ABC News. How long will the search go on for today?
The search is, it's a question on how long the search will go on today. The NTSB is not in charge of the search and rescue operation. That is the U.S. Coast Guard, so I would refer you to the Coast Guard for that information. Yep.
Hi there, Nicole Skangas, CBS News. Were the tugs pulled loose before the ship lost control, and can you give us a rough timeline of when they were pulled loose? And also curious just what you can tell us about the timeline, how much time lapsed between the pilot notifying authorities and the actual crash.
Yeah, there's a question on the tugs and the timeline. Again, I know this is all information you're looking for. The information we get, which often happens in a large event where there are a lot of entities, is there is conflicting information. The NTSB focuses on the facts, so we will figure that out and be able to provide that information in the coming days. Today is far too early.
Just to clarify again, this was afternoon, daytime, about an hour or so ago, hour or two ago. It was announced that there no longer is a search and rescue. It is a recovery operation now, so the 6 missing people are presumed dead. This press conference happened before that announcement was made.
For that.
Anything on the timeline?
Nothing on the timeline so far.
How critical will a voyage data recorder be to investigating?
How critical will a voyage data recorder be to investigating this? It will be critical. It's a critical piece of our investigation, which is why we have a recorders team here.
Have you been able to investigate or figure out why this ship did not immediately drop anchor when the power went out and they were on course to fly through this bridge?
Again, that will be, the question is on dropping anchor and whether they did or did not, and the timing on that. Again, that'll be part of our investigation and part of our timeline. I can provide you more information on that in the coming days, but not today.
Rina Bardwaj, ANI. Just wanted to check, do you have any information on the crew that was on board, their nationality? Were there 22 Indians on board? Apparently there's a report that says there were 22 Indians who were on board.
The question is who was on board the vessel and nationalities. I've heard conflicting information on that as well. We will have to get back to you on that.
Ma'am,
yes.
Do you have any reason to believe there were major deficiencies with the vessel before it set sail? What are you learning from previous inspections?
The question is, were there any deficiencies on the vessel before it sailed, and will we be looking at any safety information? That is part of our investigation, where we look at in-depth at safety information, anything that may have occurred prior to this, any sort of safety history with respect to the vessel, any sort of maintenance that was done to a vessel or the vessel or component on the ship. We will look at all of that, but it's much too early for all of that.
You spoke about the government assets that are here. Can you talk about the private sector folks that you're working with? Are there folks from Maersk? Are there folks from the insurance companies that you're in contact with now who are on the scene today?
The question is, who are we working with from the private sector folks? I mean, certainly we're working with the owner-operators, which are 2 different entities for this vessel. We will be working with the pilot association, and we will have a number of federal, state, and local partners as party to the investigation. We are going to designate those tonight at the organizational briefing, and I'll have more information on that tomorrow.
For you. Sure. Given obviously the search and rescue effort is the main focus right now, handled by the U.S. Coast Guard, but the Key Bridge being such a major thoroughfare for the city and for our commerce, for our entire country, not to mention the waterways being shut down, is there any sense of urgency to get this cleaned up faster, or what exactly is the priority beyond just the search and rescue?
There's a question on what's the priority beyond the search and rescue. We don't, certainly investigations are a priority. Certainly environmental considerations are a priority, and so is traffic and getting, cargo vessels in and out of the port of Baltimore. It's not the NTSB's priority. We have a number of organizations, including the Department of Transportation, Maryland Department of Transportation, the governor, that's doing a lot of work on that. But this is right now it's about people. It's about families and addressing the needs of those that were impacted. That's the focus. I don't think anybody in that room right now at the command post is thinking about what are the next steps to get things cleaned up. They're working to figure out who was impacted, if anyone was impacted, and how do we address that, because that is and should be the priority always.
Eric Rosales with EWTN News Nightly. You talked a little bit about the families, and you talked a little bit about the rescue effort that's taking place. Have we confirmed that there were any more than just the 6 construction workers that were on the bridge itself? Were there any more possible other cars, other drivers on the bridge?
So there's a lot of question is on have we been able to confirm information on the number of cars on the bridge, the number of workers on the bridge. There are a lot of numbers that we've heard back and forth. We need to verify that. The search team is doing that now. That's not for the NTSB. That is for the local authorities, Maryland State Police, and the Maryland Transportation Authority, as well as their federal partners through the Coast Guard, to be able to verify that information in particular.
So as of right now, there could be other victims than just the 6 that you're searching for?
There are, nobody is going by a number. They are just looking and they're searching.
And just to clarify, in the last press conference tonight, the authorities said the only people they know about are the 6 presumed dead and the 2 who were rescued in the morning in the water, from the water, one of whom was uninjured and one who was seriously injured. So aside from the 2 rescued and the 6 presumed dead, right now, authorities said, in theory, there could be other people, but right now, that is all the people they know of who were on the bridge at the time it collapsed.
That's what's important.
Chair, are there any kind of structural protections on this bridge? Can you tell me how it's built? I've been hearing about dolphins, which are concrete, ways to stop a collapse like this. Can you tell us anything about the structure of the ones there?
Yeah, the structure of the bridge, there's some questions about the structure of the bridge, protective structure around the bridge or around the piers to make sure there isn't a collapse. We are aware of what a structure should have. Part of our investigation will be how was this bridge constructed? It will look at the structure itself. Should there be any sort of safety improvements? All that will be part of our investigation. We go very broad in our investigation.
But in this sense, had that bridge ever been flagged that maybe some kind of security or something like that?
The question is, has the bridge ever been flagged for any sort of safety deficiency or security deficiency? That is information that we will that will take time to dig through. I will just point to our recent investigation of the Fern Hollow bridge collapse, which took almost 2 years to get information on inspections and what was and was not done after those inspections, and whether there were records or not records maintained. That's specific to Fern Hollow Bridge, but it is very cumbersome process. It's a very meticulous process where they have to dig through a lot of information, so it will not be something that we will be able to verify while on scene.
Are you able to speak at all about the reported power outage on the ship and whether the data recorder might provide any insight into that?
The question is on the reported power failure. We've heard the reports. We've been made aware of those same reports about there being a power outage. I've also seen statements, media releases from Singapore as well. It's something that we take in, but something that we have to verify through our investigation that was what was part of the contributing cause here. So too early to tell. Yep.
Andrew here from NPR. Can you confirm if the construction workers on the bridge were employed by Donner's buildings?
Can I confirm whether the construction workers on the bridge were employed by Bronner Builders Incorporated? That is the information we have, Bronner Builders Incorporated. Of course, sometimes they use subcontractors, so we don't have any information yet on subcontractors, but we do have information on the company itself.
Chair, have they been able to confirm who's giving the things with working that night, the construction workers within the six who are unaccounted for? Do they share any information with you guys?
Is there any information on anybody that is unaccounted for and whether they were able to verify with the company? That is something that the federal officials, the FBI, along with the Coast Guard, will verify, not the NTSB.
Sure. We've gotten word that, of course, there were the construction workers, but one of the people was a state inspector. Can you share any word if you know about that, and that was the person that was rescued and taken to the hospital?
The question is about a state. I don't have information on the state inspector at this point. We are very focused on getting our investigative groups up and running. Again, let the search and rescue team do what they need to do to focus on the people, and then we are gathering information from the owner of the ship, of the vessel, and then the operator and others for this time. Again, that was my last question. For further information, and I know it's not a lot of information for the first day, but we just got here, and really the focus is on main focus. That is everyone's main focus right now. The rest can wait. So please monitor ntsb.gov and our Twitter feed for the next briefing. Thank you.
All right, so that was the NTSB briefing from today. They're looking specifically at why this happened, why did the bridge collapse? Why did the ship run into the bridge? All those kind of questions. That is what they're looking at, and we'll be hearing from more from them in the coming days. She did point out that they had some kind of recent investigation into another bridge. We're just getting the information about the bridge's past safety checks and possible repairs on that bridge. Took a couple years. So I would not be expecting in 3 days to have the full report on this. It's going to take a while for this investigation, she was saying. And let me go back to the live shot here. Oops, right here. Oh, I have to refresh this live shot. Hold on a moment. Let me refresh the live shot. That should handle that. Hang on a moment. There it is. That is a live shot right there of the ship and the bridge. By the way, thanks to Ronald Kame and Mr. Doctor for your support. So what I want to do is I'm going to take some more comments from you guys, and we're going to look at some more reports on this.
Okay, Simon's eating tonight.
Luke Walker says, takes time to investigate, requires in-depth
analysis.
They're not even taking anything for granted. I mean, there's been plenty of reports. Even in the press conference last night, it was said the ship lost power. The ship reported losing power. They're like, I mean, you heard the NTSB had said, well, I've heard the ship lost power, but we're going to investigate that ourselves. So they're going to find out everything for themselves in this investigation of what happened here. So I want to take some more comments from you guys and show you some more updates on this situation. To repeat, it is no longer a search and rescue. It's a recovery operation now. So 6.
Is this something you can confirm?
It's only taking.
That one of the workers was found and identified. Is this something you can confirm?
Yes, there's one of the workers is in shock trauma and is.
What was this?
Mr. Combs. Extreme
been charged with.
Here from the Lieutenant Governor of Maryland as well. This was just moments ago.
Breaking news, motherfuckers.
drive, not to speed. And in this case,
oh, that's who the Indian chick is. She's the lieutenant governor. She's the second governor. So they have a black dude and an Indian chick. Man, we're getting so progressive in the world, man. You know what? Fuck it. You know what? I'm turning in my white card. I don't even want to do it anymore. Can I be minority? Wait a second. I am a minority. Internationally, when in the whole scheme of things, in the grand scheme of things, I'm an extreme minority in the world. Only like 7% of the world population is white, right? What am I thinking? The fuck was I thinking, man?
have to make sure our maritime safety is also part of that.
Governor, at the Baltimore Sun, we spoke to the construction company Bronner Builders, and they told us of 7 employees, 6 that were missing.
I wanted to look that up. Broader Employees Incorporated. Wasn't it called Broader Employees? What was it called? I would look that up when I heard it a second ago.
Part of that.
Governor, at the Baltimore Sun, we spoke to the construction company Bronner Builders.
Broader Builders. Broad Builders, or is it Broad Builders or Broader Builders? That's the second time I've heard Broader. Bronner Builders? No. I don't know, man. I would look into if they're hiring migrants or not.
Told us of 7 employees, 6 that were missing, and 1 that were recovered. So there's a discrepancy there between what the company said and what the transportation authority said with 8 individuals. So can you offer any insight there? Was there a third-party inspector?
Heck yeah, I'm the minority.
On there? Yeah, any insight?
Feel sorry for me.
Yeah, no, the number that we have, the number we're working with, is it's the 8 people total,
okay.
And that includes the 2 people who were one who's in shock trauma and the other one who's recovering without injuries.
Okay, but no insight into whether they were all from one company or one was a state inspector, perhaps, or
no. I think that's information that we're still sorting through.
Okay, thank you,
Governor. What legislative or executive tools might you have at your disposal to accelerate the recovery and rebuild process in this?
Well, I think these are conversations that we're going to have with the General Assembly. Same thing with the conversations that we're having with the Biden administration right now. We know that this is going to have to be all hands on deck. When we're talking about the long-term recovery and for what it's going to mean, not just for elements of the Key Bridge, but all the other elements that this is impacting. We're talking about a bridge and we're talking about a harbor that's responsible for over $191 million of economic activity daily. Something that's responsible for 8,000 employees.
Daily.
And so we know that there's not
What?
one angle, one facet, or one part of our society that we're going to be leaning on to be able to address this. So it will include conversations with the General Assembly, but it also will include conversations with our federal partners as well.
Governor, have you been able to reach out to the families and talk to them following this incident?
Yes, we have. We've had a chance to spend time earlier today with the families, and they're remarkable. They're prayerful people, and we had the chance to pray with them. We had a chance to pray for them, and we want to let them know that we are going to keep on praying for them, and not just us, but they have got 6.3 million people, and they've got a whole country and a whole world who's praying for their peace.
Anything that they shared about their family members that you think it's important for people to know? Some people saying obviously they're hardworking people. Anything else that they shared with you that you think it's important?
I think they wanted people to remember that they were family members. They were fathers and brothers. They were cousins. They were sons. And to get a chance to spend time with the family members.
I just want to know if they were migrants.
not exclusively as hard workers who are working on something that's very important to our long-term success and our long-term pride as a city and a state.
They're working on something that was very important, fixing potholes.
Family members.
Very important. The most important. Hold up, this is breaking news.
Los Angeles or the Port of Long Beach. So what impact could we see
This is the bridge I was just talking about. This is our bridge, Long Beach. This is the old one over here. This is a new one they just built. It's pretty sweet, man.
Something blocked access to the Port of Los Angeles or the Port of Long Beach. Those are the two biggest in the country. NBC4's Karma Dickerson live right now in San Pedro at the Port of
Sorry.
Yeah, so we're talking about the largest port at the
This
Port
is
of
right,
LA
dude.
in the western.
I could be on this bridge with the stream in less than 10 minutes. This is so close.
Hemisphere. So we're trying to see what
I'm talking about. It was like, that's with me getting to the garage, getting to the car, like, okay, maybe 15 minutes.
kind of impacts this could potentially have locally when you take a look at things in the
Yeah,
context of the Baltimore disaster. And what we found out is while things are still under investigation and it's not sure what exactly caused the Baltimore situation, nevertheless, some port officials say there are some key differences in the way things operate here that could make a disaster of that particular circumstance less likely.
Sweet.
When a cargo ship crashed into a Baltimore bridge Tuesday morning, it brought harbor operations at the Port of Baltimore to a standstill. 3,000 miles away, what could this mean for the Port of Los Angeles?
I think I can probably speak for any port director in the world. One of the biggest fears that keeps us up at night is something that blocks our port, access to our port, whether it's from the land side or, you know, especially the water side.
Before teaching at USC, Geraldine Natz was the director of the Port of LA from 2006 to 2014 and also worked at the Port of Long Beach. She doesn't believe it's likely the closure of the Port of Baltimore will affect LA waterways.
Baltimore often is not a first port of call, so a lot of the ocean carriers that call there will already have in their rotations a plan to stop at another East Coast port.
That partial collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge has disrupted a vital East Coast roadway. Major bridges also cross over the ports of LA and Long Beach. Mario Cordero, CEO of the Port of Long Beach, says though what went wrong in Baltimore is still unclear, there appears to be at least one important difference between the Key Bridge and the Long Beach International Gateway Bridge.
The pillars that support our bridge are land-based. They are not in the water.
Mm-hmm.
So the vessel that comes underneath the Long Beach International Gateway Bridge does not have to navigate around a pillar.
The Vincent Thomas Bridge in the Port of Los Angeles also does not have pylons in the water. Additionally, while it is standard for a local pilot to board an incoming ship and navigate it through a port, Cordero says the ports of Long Beach and LA take an additional safety measure.
Oh, we're smart.
Vessels coming here to the Port of Long Beach, they come here with the guidance and assistance of tugboats. And for that very reason, to help navigate a vessel through a channel.
Willy-nilly all through our shit like that? Oh, hell no. We ain't stupid. California.
We also reached out to Caltrans to find out what exactly they do to make
idiots out there on the East Coast. What the fuck are they doing?
Withstand an impact. And they said that there are a couple of things that they do. And I'm going to give you a little bit of what they told us. They said the bridges are safe for travel and that Caltrans has installed a fender system around the bridges.
Fucking hillbillies out there, homie.
And what they say are unlikely events of being struck by marine traffic. They say they're also taking a look at what happened in Baltimore and trying to decide if they need to change any things, if they need to do any other inspections,
make
if they need to make any
it even better somehow.
Reporting live from the Port of
Put
Los
laser
Angeles,
beams on that bitch just in case. Pew, 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 pew,
Thank you for that. Now our coverage of the Baltimore Bridge collapse will continue on the NBC4 News at 6 and 7. Online, we also have photos of the collapse on our website, NBCLA.com.
Will you be back out, Governor?
This is so we'll be back out tomorrow. Yes, and we are going to make sure that again this is going to be a long-term journey for our state to recover.
Is she appointed by him?
I know that it's been on full display today. We are Maryland tough, and we are Baltimore strong, and we are going to make sure that as a state we are going to get through this together. We are committed to getting through it together, and we will be in consistent and constant communication with the people of the state to make sure that everybody understands our collective role in doing right.
Talking about the supports of the bridge, and maybe there should have been something. Some bridges have something to deflect something to hit like this. Is that something you want to look at statewide as the result of this? Or, talk a bit about your thinking of looking at other bridges, maybe trying to find ways to protect them from situations like this.
Yes, it's something we're going to explore. We're going to do a complete and full analysis of not just what happened in this scenario, in this situation.
Oh my God! Even look at this. Even look at this. Look at this. Even Houston's like, yo, that shit ain't gonna happen here.
Baltimore. It collapsed early this morning after it was hit by a cargo ship. It's a developing situation that we've been tracking all day, and here's where we stand right now. One body has been pulled from the water.
I don't give a shit about any of that.
Thousands of cargo ships travel up and down the Houston Ship Channel. So the question becomes, of the 3 different bridges that span the Houston Ship Channel, how would those bridges fare if an accident were to happen like what happened in Baltimore? Experts I talked to today say our bridges would fare far better because they're built far better.
Because we're not hillbillies.
In Baltimore overnight, an almost unreal scenario playing out as the
They should have built a new bridge a long fucking time ago, dude. Check it out. You saw the report I just showed you from Long Beach? They showed the Vincent Thomas Bridge, and they showed the other bridge that was next to it. We just got done building a new bridge here because of stuff like to make it better, make it more advanced, what it should be. There's more traffic, there's heavier stuff, Why haven't they done that in Baltimore? What the fuck are they spending their money on? This is a toll bridge, dude. Fucking assholes. They're fucking hillbilly assholes for this shit. Let's be real. They should have used this money to keep the bridge modern. This bridge is from, 1970, they say? Some shit? Yeah, no, they needed a 2000s bridge.
Is like a house of cards. This after a shipping freighter ran into one or more of the pillars or legs holding up the bridge, sending at least 8 people and several vehicles crashing into the water.
The Coast Guard's primary mission right now is search and rescue, looking for any survivors in the water.
The conditions are difficult, right? We're talking about a deep channel port. It's 40, 50 feet of water, strong currents.
The big question, could it happen here? Houston is home to the largest, busiest port in the United States, with thousands of cargo ships traveling the Houston Ship Channel every year. Can you give me a figure as to how many ships go up and down the Houston Ship Channel in a year?
I can. 22,000 transits is what we're responsible for, and that's about our annual average, and that's the ship.
Built. What do you mean? Hold up. Most likely built by locals. Built. Wasn't built by locals. That doesn't matter to me. It's in a hillbilly area, and they allowed it to stay in this dilapidated state. Not dilapidated. It's not falling apart, but it's not modern. They should have had the pillars on land and not in the middle. Because back in the day when this fucking bridge was first built, they probably didn't have ships that were even capable of doing what just happened. But since there are that now, they should have taken precautions for it. They should have taken their tolls. The hillbillies that live in fucking Baltimore should have taken their tolls. What do you mean 1977? Dude, in 1977, Baltimore was much more white than it is now. So look at that. Check your facts. 1977, they were actually, that was right when they were starting to slip in white majority in the 70s. We looked into it earlier. But you saying because it's been there, they're black hillbillies too, man.
Large bridges that service the Houston Ship Channel, the Fred Hartman Bridge.
I don't know what you're coming with the 70s for. I thought you were trying to bring up the stat of when they flipped on majority, because that was around the time. I don't know what the fuck what does 1977 have to do with anything? There weren't hillbillies in 1977. There aren't hillbillies there now. They're all fucking hillbillies, dude. You think because they live in Baltimore, they're not hillbillies? They are. That's a hillbilly. Just so you know, I've heard them talk, dude. I know what a hillbilly. They don't sound like Northerners. They sound like hillbillies.
and the Sam Houston Tollway Ship Channel Bridge. All are far newer than the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and according to the Houston Pilots Association, their support legs or pillars
I think you got something personal in it, Jet. Are you from Baltimore or something?
The Fred Hartman Bridge
I
right
know
now,
fucking
which crosses
hillbilly,
the ship
man.
channel. It is the longest cable-stayed bridge in
I'm
the state
wound?
of Texas,
No,
meaning it is
I'm not. You're,
giant cables like this
you're
one.
trying to piss
It
me
is
off.
a total of 436 feet high, 2.6 miles long, and 200,000 cars a day travel this bridge. Keeping 24-hour watch and nonstop guidance to ship pilots navigating the ship channel and our waterways is the United States Coast Guard Vessel Traffic Service.
That's
You're looking at the
epic.
command center right now. Sort of an air traffic control center for the water. Captain Keith Donahue is captain of the port and talks about what the Vessel Traffic Service does. Captain Keith Donahue is captain of the port and talks about what the Vessel Traffic Service does to keep ships in this area safe.
What other vessels are operating the waterway? What's their speed? Where they're at? What's the queue of vessels coming in?
Now, I can tell you later on this week, on Friday, in fact, we are going to be traveling with one of the ship captains, or they're called pilots. We're going to be traveling with one of those ship pilots along the ship channel to see what challenges these guys face every single day. That's coming up on Friday. Reporting live, this is Bill Spencer, KPRC 2 News.
Keep the bow
This is
of a large ship
relatively,
from striking.
this is an unprecedented situation, right, where you have a ship and of a cargo mass that large moving at that speed. It's difficult to understand what infrastructure could have taken that level of hit and that level of direct hit. So we do understand the uniqueness of this situation, and
Meritorious Service Medal.
is the uniqueness of this situation. But we also do
The
think
guy
that
had
this
the
warrants
top
time
one.
for us to really think about our infrastructure as a whole. Our maritime infrastructure, rail infrastructure, all infrastructure, and making sure that Maryland can lead the way in having real core infrastructure assets that are both safe and effective.
My hillbilly theory definitely holds strong.
I'm so sorry, I'm so late to this. You're on the complete wrong side.
Okay.
Can you kind of give me a reaction to the now update news of the 6 people who are they're like kind of ending the recovery tonight, or switching to recovery now in the search and rescue?
Look at this. Quora, somebody asked, no, city data, 2016. Why does Maryland have so many rednecks and hillbillies? Why is that even a question? Hillbillies there, man.
Really heartbreaking conclusion to a challenging day. We put every single asset possible, air, land, and sea assets, to bring to add to the members' survivability for these families. Even though we're moving on now to a recovery mission, we're still fully committed to making sure that we're going to use every single asset to now bring a sense of closure to the families.
Hey, thank you, everybody. The community that one of these workers was recovered and identified. Is this something you can confirm?
That's what I say.
That one of the workers was found and identified. Is this something you can confirm?
Yes, there's one of the workers is in shock trauma and is receiving treatment for their injuries.
And hey guys, then on account of the ones that were unaccounted for, can you confirm that one of them was?
No, all the 6 workers that are unaccounted for, I have no further update on their status.
Hey, thank you, everybody.
Have a great night, everybody.
All right, so Maryland.
Earlier about the volatility of this. That said, they got it. I mean,
Yo, I know.
Michelle said, Michelle,
hillbilly.
I think it's Michelle who said, isn't that what tugboats are for? Or Michael H. said that. So I don't know all the details on the tugboats. I did hear one expert. I think it was Sal Mercogliano on his YouTube channel, who's a shipping expert. I believe he said, I hope I have this right, that by the time the ship got to the bridge, the tugboats would normally not be got.
It looks like it made it around that one. Look at that. I mean, that's insane. And there's a whole bunch of, you can see.
Investigating it.
Over on the vehicles over here on another version of it. So let's see. I think this one's at 1,000 speed. So it looks like it. So what we're looking at here, it looks like if you looked at the map here. So this is where it hit, coming in like this. So it looks like it just makes it around this, and then boom.
What are those things floating in the water there?
Right around that, and then straight in. So like over here, and then it cuts in. I mean, it could just be that the.
No, it's not.
Okay,
it's in this lane right here,
good.
and it pivots
maybe
into.
It was good. It might have even been able to go underneath this.
What?
But it's
supposed to go up
through here, and it's
just fucking tripping. It didn't come from over here. It came from over here. Dude. Idiot. I'm a little stupid. Yeah, baby. This music's
yeah, we saw that. Jill, I said that.
Look, I'll put his path up right now, dude. I gotta show the people.
The force behind a ship like this is ludicrous. The bridge was strong. This thing is, the ships like this way.
Okay, it didn't come from over there on the other side of the fucking thing. It never was over there. You see this? It was always over here. It was always over here. Never coming from over here.
That 40 million times 15 miles.
This guy's investigation skills are shit. He's got 126,000 subs.
Yeah, I mean,
they're guides. Are you sure that's what they are?
So you go, there's 1,000 pounds in a ton. So
why do they need guides? They already have these big ass pillars.
1,000 pounds in a ton, so if you got a
what the fuck is wrong with this guy's shit?
Think about that.
Think about that.
Now look over here, you can see there's these lights up here. And then they just go right into the water. Those are vehicles that were parked for some sort of construction up there. Oh, is it 2,000 pounds? Okay, so 50 million pounds. And it was something like that. I couldn't remember my tonnage.
Yeah, no, they are. They should be. They should be. This is a major fail on federal regulations. This is one of those times when 1776 would be like, fuck regulations, fuck regulations. This is one of those times we need a regulation, dude, on this federally. This should have been watched over federally. You have to have a tug to come in and out of our ports because we don't know who the fuck you are, dude.
5 times right here.
You haven't been vetted. You're from another country and shit. You could. Who knows what's going on in your crew? Fuck, reckless. It was stupid that we didn't. That we allowed them to come in or out of here without a tug. And it's because probably we wanted to lower costs on shit, because if they don't have to buy a tug, then that's going to lower their costs, and maybe that'll pass down the consumer. Who knows why they did it, but they did. They didn't try to do it. They should have tried to do it, because now we're fucked. Do you like a little penis in your mouth? That's too bad.
East Coast is 6 hours Greenwich time, but I knew it was 5 because that's what I did mathematically.
Why the fuck does this thing keep messing up? Why is there a kid on this guy's thing? Is that him? Is that who we're listening to?
But I said 6, but it's 5.
Are we listening to a fucking 13-year-old right now?
I knew it was 5, that's why I got 11:49. Oh well.
Why is there a 13-year-old on your thumbnail? Music makes it creepier.
Thanks, Linda D's. Why would I put you on timeout?
Guys, Guys.
A crab cake lunch, huh?
Don't make...
Wow.
Dude, you fuckers don't want to talk.
Yeah,
That's it. I'm going to make you listen to Lookner then. You fuck with me, I fuck with you. How about that? You want to fuck, I fuck.
Yeah, here's a statement from Synergy Group. I'll show you the statement. I was just showing you that the camera live shot there.
I don't, dude, you haven't been here all day like I have, apparently. Jets. Let me explain something.
Did they pull
the
cars
pilot?
out of the
Doesn't matter who
water?
the fucking pilot was. If the pilot was a reputable guy or not. This isn't about the pilot. If they could have made, because there was redundant measures that should have been taken, this shouldn't have happened. Like, there are systems in place so that this doesn't happen. The fact that this happened is astronomically rare. The fact that it happened right next to the fucking bridge is even more rare. Like there should have been, there's like motors at the front. They're saying there's something going on up here. But they're in the hole, and they should have been able to use those to push away from the bridge. The thing is, this fucker lost its power at the perfect time to drift into the bridge. We got attacked, dude. I'll see you into bed. What? Oh, right on, Ted. Oh, yeah, man. Get you some. You said we didn't know who these people crew were. No, I said, for the most part, we don't know the crews of ships when they're coming into our ports. We don't know who's on these ships. We don't know who they're fucking hiring to come into our ports. They could be sabotaging the ship, therefore making it do something like this. We might know the guy that was piloting it. Sure, we know who that was. But to sabotage the ship while it's being piloted is the same thing. Because if the current push it into there, or the wind or whatever push it in there, I'm thinking it was current. Because if you look at the water during the day, the current's going this direction. If whoever plotted this knew that that was the case, because it's a daily occurrence because of how this port is, because we're fucking smart. Humans aren't stupid. We can land on the fucking moon, dude. The moon. Stop, rockets. Start them in. Gravity. Orbit. If we can do all that, we can do this. Just by turning shit off. Just how they turn stuff off in space to make it float to a certain area. They can turn something off here and make it do this. With that much weight and momentum. I think it was sabotage. Yeah, I think somebody on board that ship did something. They could have jumped off of it afterwards even. Nobody would have noticed. But even if they didn't, maybe there is a way to sabotage the ship so that nobody will notice. Because as I said earlier, they like our adversaries don't want us to come together. If we know that we got attacked by a terrorist, we're going to come together just like 9/11. And they learned from their mistakes with 9/11. They saw what happened. They didn't win with that. We took fucking total control and started bombing the shit out of people. That's what happens. People join the military when we come together. But when we don't come together, people think the military is a joke. We don't need to do any of that. We get trannies joining. We get women having to join because the dudes aren't trying to do it. They don't want us to think this was an attack, dude, because that is when we'll fucking get mad and come together. And we get stronger when that happens. They learn from their mistakes, dude. The terrorists learn. That's how I see it.
There it is. Power goes off. He's like, holy crap, tries to get started again.
Emergency power comes on, but that doesn't control the main engines, they said.
Right here. Turns back on, and the smoke comes out.
But they could have done auxiliary engines or the emergency engines with that.
Wouldn't it have just kept drifting?
That's what they were saying. Or they did reverse and tried to slow it down. But
whatever, right after he turned it back on. And it gave him enough time to stop car. Look, there goes the semi right there. That was it. Semi truck. There should be 2 more cars coming across here, and it's right there. Look at those 2 guys. Boom! What lucky people they are. You know, they're just off the bridge. Yeah. And then, so he tried to turn right at the last second, like it didn't notice something. You know. I mean, it had a lot of movement to turn right at the end, but
still some dumbass music being to it, though.
I think this is...
I'm good on listening to that music over and over, though. No, we can't. I'm not able to have a conversation. I'm ready to fight you. Let's go. Crane kick. Sweep to the leg. I win.
I'm fired up.
Hit the like button, hit the like button. 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, hit that like button. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. It's the easiest damn thing to do in the world. Just hit the like button right when you show up. 5, 10, 15, 20. Alright. Thank you.
Fuck is that? I'm gonna act like I'm auctioning some shit to get you to hit the like button. This is what this guy looks like, by the way.
What's his name? Everybody's going to be a boat expert now. Watch. Well, let me see, Gray. Dr. Stephen Michaels told me that the... Oh, come on. The current turned it hard right like that in 2 seconds. Forget it, man.
Oh, somebody did bring up the current, though. There is current going that direction, though. You can see it right here.
Why do you call me sir? Quit calling me sir, everybody. If you guys call me sir again, I'm going to jump out of my seat.
I feel like they dropped the anchor on purpose just so go into the bridge, if that's the reason why it did it.
I knew it. I actually could have wrote that.
Because it was literally the fucking dumbest time ever to drop the anchor if they're going to do it right next to the bridge. They should know it's going to fucking do some weird shit once it comes tall. It's going fast, they said. This is fast for something this big, apparently.
You bastard! So you put the anchor down, and it just immediately... I mean, why put the anchor down if you're already gonna hit the damn thing?
It's too... No, he wasn't gonna already hit it. That's the thing. He was in the lane.
And by the way...
If you haven't seen the video, because this guy's kind of stupid.
You have to, I don't even know how it would stop the boat. It would take a long time, it seems like.
It would take a long time. It's right there.
Oh, and then the lights went off again there, and came back on. Man, that guy's probably just going, oh, Jesus. And what's weird is it almost makes you feel like there's a guy sitting in a window there. But look at the scale here. You wouldn't even be able to see a human. They'd be so small.
That's what I was saying. Somebody could have jumped off of that thing.
Yeah, Christy.
Gotten away. Somebody stole away or something. Go away, bro. Any stowaway that they picked up from South America, because that's where it went last.
It turned to the left right at the last second. I mean, you can see it when you speed it up. I mean, I heard that they did the anchor, but I mean, it's like, I don't know if that's what made it turn hard to the right. Although that would kind of make sense, I guess, if the boat's going like that, you stop the back end of the boat and then it sort of rotates, but you would slow the back end because it still had a lot of momentum going into that bridge to take it down. Yeah, you could probably do like a pretty good animation of it. Look at that. Boom.
Alright, so this is the best one I found, because this guy's just going to keep doing the same shit over and over.
What's going on with shipping? So a quick update here. Want to show you the video of the track line of MV Dolly as it leaves the berth here at the Port of Baltimore. So here's Dolly. There will be two tugs, Bridget and Eric McAllister, that are going to come in and take the ship off the berth. You see its track line here as it heads out. I'm going to go ahead and let this play. I've got it sped up here a little bit so that you'll be able to see it go here a little bit faster than normal. Two tugs come in and they get the vessel off, and the ship is going to head out into the track here. I'm going to pause it right here, and we're going to go ahead and reset here. The Dolly is coming down her track just as you expect. The two tugs leave her, not unusual. We see that happen all the time. She is in the channel. Now, this channel can be used for two ships at a time, but they usually like to just do one. And so you see one ship. She is a little bit on the left side of the lane, just a little bit off center, but that is fine. She's doing about speeding up here to about 7-8 knots. Gonna go ahead and readjust. So here is the key bridge right here. And this is where I want to kind of get this coincided with what's going on. All right, on the left is marine traffic. On the right is the live feed that we have from the Port of Baltimore. Okay, I tried to sync this up the best I could. The videos are not running at exactly the same moment, but this is the moment that we see Dolly lose power. She goes dark in the video up here. She is out without power at this time. You see the vessel is progressing right here at about 8.5 knots, and she's heading for the key bridge at this moment. And again, one of the things that we're not sure about here is what is causing the power outage on the vessel. Is it mechanical? Is it computer? Is it fuel? We just don't know. But the ship goes completely dark. And let me be clear, the worst feeling ever on a ship is to lose power. Everything gets quiet. Silence is the enemy on a ship. That means everything has gone wrong. So here we see the vessel coming out. It just come from the Secret terminal, which you can see right behind it. Secret, she was actually up on this berth right over here where the cranes are. Just underneath the center part of the bridge, and she's coming down. So she's still progressing down. She's doing about 8.5 knots at this point, and she is coming down the channel. Now, I got this playing at basically real time. We're going to go ahead and speed it up here in a minute, but I want to get to the point where she will get her power back on. And as she progresses, we'll see the lights come back on with the vessel. Now, at this moment, there's a big question about whether or not the ship has rudder control. This is the key thing. If the ship does not have rudder control, then the ship is careening out of control. There's nothing you can do. The ship would have an anchor ready to drop. You would have a crew up on the bow, but the question is that crew still there? Are they standing by? They should be in place until they get out past the bridge and the channel. There is a Maryland Bay pilot on board advising the ship's master. Right at this moment, hopefully, they're calling out issues on Channel 16 and the other hailing channels that they'll be using to tell them to be aware. They will have portable radio, so they don't need the ship's radio. Here you see the power come back on the vessel. So now Dolly has power back on. She is starting to drift. If you look at marine traffic here, she is starting to drift toward the south side of the channel at this point. So she is beginning her movement. Remember, this is a vessel that is about 100,000 tons, so a substantial size vessel. It will have a lot of momentum on her, and if they had lost power, then the rudder would not be answering. So wherever that rudder was, even if the rudder was dead center, it's not providing any maneuverability because you have torque from the propeller. The propeller is going to want to twist the ship. Now we're seeing smoke belching out of the ship. Here's the smoke.
Dude, they tried to hit that fucking thing. I don't know, man.
They will try to.
They were hitting the gas pedal. That's why there's smoke. They're decent. They're coal rolling. Whose bridge? My bridge, bitch.
Timed in exactly. We're lagging behind on the video. But what you do see is the ship is starting to lose way. It's starting to come off. It's down to 7.6 knots. Now the ship is coming out of the channel.
Look at how quickly it comes out of the channel.
Has a lot of way on. That could be just a little bit of loss there.
Fucking bullshit.
We know she drops her port anchor. We just don't know when she drops the port anchor. And again, more black smoke coming out of the vessel. This is either an engine failure or the issue of the ship trying to back down. And then you have the strike up against the bridge. That's where you see the speed come off to about 1.5 knots there. And on the video,
reversible throttle, I don't buy that.
In front of the vessel as it hits that piling, and you'll see the
I heard that theory.
Collapse of the pier. You're still seeing black smoke emanating from the vessel at this point.
Not that much black
smoke. Come now to a full stop at this point. on terms of its maneuverability. It's still showing a little bit of way on because of the GPS. It just takes a while for AIS and GPS to get in sync with that. And this is the moment of impact that we will see here at 1:28 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, 4-hour difference between UTC. See a big splash there as the pylons hit, and then you have the bridge collapse.
If they could fucking put it in reverse, they can steer it, can't they?
Traffic as it goes on. This is current marine traffic right now. You'll see vessels that are on scene here, Coast Guard cutters, tugs, and barges.
Why didn't they just keep going straight and steer?
This is going to have. So that's Patapsco River. That's the river heading up into the region. All the ships that are now in Baltimore are trapped in Baltimore. They cannot get out.
The tug was wrong with it because they didn't want them with it.
To be cleared, and obviously that's going to be a long prospect because of the casualties associated with it. You have vessels just below the Bay Bridge here waiting to get up into Baltimore. A lot of these are container and bulk carriers waiting to get in. So they're going to have to either divert or go somewhere else. And if you go down the bay even further, there is a larger anchorage right at the very southern end of the bay for ships heading up into that region. So this is a obviously developing situation. We're going to keep monitoring it and let you know. Sorry for the kind of haphazard issue here, but it's hard to coordinate this a little bit and get these two systems working right. I'll work on a better video that will kind of more seamlessly put it together, but this is just some quick dirty news right now as we go forward. Stay tuned to what's going on with shipping. Follow me on X at Mercogliano_S for any further information.
Around in the Chesapeake Bay near Baltimore, Maryland.
What's she doing here?
The ship left the dredged navigation channel.
I have made healthcare more accessible and more affordable for millions of Americans.
Oh, hell no, she sounds drunk.
Containers were removed from the ship to lighten the load, and dredging was also underway to allow the ship to be freed. The ship was finally refloated.
Well, it sure as fuck turned into the bridge quick.
That was a.
That's what I'm thinking.
Operated or owned by Evergreen.
Shit. Full speed ahead, man. I don't know why the fuck why they would put the power off. Dude, they're trying to make it look like an accident. That's why.
Ever Forward, a couple years ago, said
that.
The container ship reportedly missed a turn leaving Baltimore, causing it to end
Didn't
up
they
in
get
shallow
away with
waters
it?
off Pasadena.
Imagine the penalty for somebody if they get caught doing this on purpose.
This ship had some kind of mechanical issue, apparently.
Life in prison, probably.
Power. Tressa says it's awful. The crew is still on board. Now, one thing I'll say is, remember, this is supposed to be, they were supposed to go on a 27-day journey. So the crews are used to being on these ships for weeks. But
you have to be able to prove it, though.
In this case, it's probably not a very pleasant thing to be sitting there not going anywhere, and you have a giant bridge resting on your ship. I assume if they thought there was a severe risk of the ship like tipping over or something or sinking, they would take the crew off the ship. I don't think they're going to leave them there if they think there's a huge risk. Classic Commercial thinks the insurance company will be responsible for paying for the new bridge.
Jet really doesn't think this is an attack on us. You're a Democrat. Are you a Democrat, Jet? I'll stay for this one.
Dwayne Shinsis 33 thinks the cost will be kicked down to the people like always. Why is the crew still on the ship? I believe if they're not U.S. citizens, and there's regulations that people on these ships, if they're not allowed to be in the country, can't just get off and go into the country. I think it's like an immigration and citizenship kind of thing.
Fuck it. Taking too long.
I don't have an article about that right now, but I've been hearing this.
Yeah, you're leaning Democrat right now a little bit.
But I would like to know more about that. I'm not an expert on that. But don't hold me to that, because I haven't confirmed that. I read an article today that seemed to suggest that, though.
I don't know if it's an attack, but I'm not going to assume it is without doing research. I've been doing research all day, and I'm leaning towards attack. And you said there are other people in chat that have been here all day too, or a lot of the day. Maybe not as long as I have, but
I would like to find some kind of article talking about that.
Facebook's
but I don't have that right now.
Not going to be much more on this anyway. Got 11 hours in already. Holy shit.
EJ Green says they got off the ship to go
right after Russia gets attacked by ISIS.
I think some of them. I think I read something about
the same
them
week
going shopping.
Russia gets attacked by ISIS.
But so I'm not sure, you know, what the whole deal is. But I also read an article today that suggested that they can't just get off, like if they want to.
Cut fucking. What is cut? Cut fucking.
Maybe I'm wrong about that. I mean, I don't know all
the government
all the details on that.
So you're an anarchist.
I'm interested in knowing.
What is this guy doing?
Single night, like everybody sort of forgets that.
But it does make sense if somebody working on a ship is not, you know, if you fly into a country, you have to go through immigration. So certainly you would think there would be rules about if you come in, if you're a crew member on a ship, they wouldn't just, you can't just like walk off the ship and just walk into the country, right? They would need to approve your going into the country, I would assume.
What's his point?
Scary B says a customs agent can go to the ship and process them as if they visited any other way. All right, let me see if I have any other updates here for you. Marcia says they might have a working visa that would allow them to come to land.
This guy spells his thing, the donut factory. Do you see that? It's this shit. Dude. Where'd that go?
There. So, but you can see up on the wall, look.
Donut factory.
This one back here, I believe, is the 7, which represents the 7 alleged
says
planets.
many factors are at play: speedway, trajectory, water current, size of waves, and inertia, along with human error, are possibly contributing to them in the many variables that have caused this tragic event. Look, the NTSB says they're investigating this,
which are supposed to be these Anunnakis. They're not from faraway star systems.
Anunnakis,
coming
Stargate,
through portals. And here's Marduk. Look, the stars are all over Marduk, right? So you could see this is ancient, guys. This is nothing new. Dracula, the Order of the Dragon, Vlad the Impaler, his family had this secret society, and they were supposed to be really protecting this ancient knowledge. That's what this conspiracies are about it anyways. But they had the same symbol right there. It's on his head, the 8-pointed star. The star card in the tarot deck, which is
I want to suck your blood.
Yeah, the star card's the 17th card in the tarot deck. It has the 8-pointed.
Fuck, there's 2,500 people watching that. All right. Are you drunk, dude? Bummer on the ship videos went down. I wanted to look at the ship there. Oh, here's one. There's no audio though. Okay.
Right, so you can see here they
I'm looking
posted,
for
be
that.
advised, the entire bridge, the entire key bridge is in the harbor. Listen to a replay of the first 30
No
minutes
hands,
on the
look at me,
scanner
Ma.
with silence removed. So I'll post a link to that in the chat that you can listen to if you would like.
Don't judge me, I'm retarded.
I just posted that. I don't know what the cargo was on board. I don't know.
Why don't you know what was in every one of those containers? An amateur. I thought he knew shit.
Fuller, our viewer, thinks it'll take 3 to 5 years to build a new bridge. I think the original one took 5 years to build.
Man. They need aliens to help them.
Oops, sorry. I want to go back to the live shot for a second. There. I want to see what The Economist has to say. They say, I like them a lot. They have some interesting analysis. They say the impact of the Baltimore Bridge disaster. Let me just see if there's anything I want to mention from this article. Fine. An expert The Economist talked to said, bridges are not designed to withstand lateral loads from ships on their columns. There's no question that the bridge would collapse due to the impact on the columns. The port supports over 15,000 direct jobs and roughly 140,000 jobs are linked to it in some way. That includes everything from Amazon drivers to local dry cleaners, says The Economist. One expert The Economist talked to said the port closure alone would probably cost roughly $50 million a day in lost economic activity.
Chump change, said P. Diddy.
The private and public terminals for that port handled nearly 850,000 cars and light trucks in 2023, the most of any American port. In 2023, the port also ranked first in the country in handling farm and construction machinery, as well as imported sugar and gypsum, and ranked second for coal exports. If another port experienced a hiccup for whatever reason, the toll on the American economy could be severe, says The Economist. For now, though, the national impact is likely to be limited. Other ports should be able to pick up the slack. An economist they talked to said the national economy will be okay, but Baltimore will feel the pain in its collective wallet. Commuters and truck drivers will also face disruption from the traffic issue. Okay, so that's a little analysis from The Economist. You can read the article there. Impact of the Baltimore Bridge disaster. This is not frozen. You can see it's live. Sea Turtle says, shouldn't the ship insurance company pay? Well, I don't know. We don't know why this happened, you know? If the ship lost power, was there something wrong with the ship? Was it not maintained properly? Was it not inspected properly? Did the people in control of the ship not deal with the power loss properly? You know, there's all kinds of, was the bridge not adequately protected? You know, there's all kinds of ways you could assess blame here. So I'm not a legal expert. I don't know how this will turn out in terms of liability.
Dude, they don't want us to think it's a terrorist attack, Bill. That's the point, because that'll bring us together. Do we need to talk about this again, Bill? You fucking shithead? They'll ruin their plan if they do that. You fucking idiot!
Oh, Titanic law helps ship owner limit liability in bridge collapse, says Bloomberg. Whoa, says Bloomberg. An 1851 law mostly caps liability at ship's value after crash. Okay. Maersk seen not at risk since it had no crew aboard the Dolly. Let me look at what this article has to say as I show you the live shot. The owner of the ship that rammed into a bridge could face hundreds of millions of dollars of damage claims, but legal experts said there is a path for reducing liability under an obscure 19th century law once invoked by the owner of the Titanic to limit its payout for the 1912 sinking. At the center of the legal fallout will be Singapore-based Grace Ocean, owner of the ship.
I already know it's something. Gotta be
the company could face a bevy of lawsuits from multiple directions, including from the bridge's owner and anyone who sues for personal injury and emotional distress.
Much of a
damages
coincidence,
claims are likely to fall on the ship
This just
owner,
doesn't happen,
says the Bloomberg, and not on the agency that operates the bridge. Okay, but an 1851 law could lower the exposure to tens of millions of dollars by capping the ship owner's liability at how much the vessel is worth after the crash, plus any earnings it collected from carrying the freight on board.
That's what they're talking about.
The law was passed initially to prevent shipping giants from suffering steep and insurmountable losses from disasters at sea. An 8-figure sum, while still hefty, would amount to considerably less than the full claims total, an expert said. Interesting.
You just made me so gassy, Bill. I'm gassy. I think it's you did it.
A key to determining any insurance claims,
says
Bloomberg, will be proving whether the accident was caused by negligence, and if so, by whom, or mechanical failure. The ship is insured by the Britannia Protection and Indemnity Club, which is a mutual insurance association that's owned by shipping companies, said Bloomberg. Also, Maersk may not be liable as the Danish company had no crew on board and the ship was operated by a charter company.
Interesting. It was being chartered. Dude, that makes it even more sus. It was being chartered.
The article also says in cases like these, businesses
it was like it was being rented by
claiming
somebody.
Economic losses. Those cases are rarely successful due to a law that largely limits the award of monetary damages to people who were physically injured, said a UT Austin professor.
You can charter a dick and stick it up your ass. You know what I'm saying?
What will become of
How
the
much
ship
do you think
itself?
that'll cost you?
Bloomberg says the ship's owner may want to get it out of the U.S., but the Maryland Transportation Authority will likely keep the ship under arrest, in quotes, while it pursues
Times are getting
claims
tough, man.
and possibly
Something
until
about
damages are resolved. The ship isn't going anywhere for a while, said a Fordham University professor. That's interesting. So, like, a takeaway I have from this article in Bloomberg, Titanic law helps ship owner limit liability in bridge collapse, is it's complex. There's a lot of complex legal stuff going on, which I don't understand. But don't think there's like a simple answer about
this guy graduated Harvard
and all that stuff. There's different
that we're
laws,
listening to,
different jurisdictions. So it's complex with all this legal stuff here.
He's a professional comedian.
But that's interesting what Bloomberg said.
He wrote scripts for comedians. Doesn't that make him a comedian? Why isn't he funny ever?
They said arrest in quotes, but the idea is that they can hold the ship there.
Yeah. He wrote for people on SNL.
Quick thank you to Y Chin. Y Chin says the Wall Street Journal had an article mentioning dirty
I want to
fuel
know.
might have played a role. Let me check that out. Thanks,
I would like
Y.
to see an episode that he wrote, so we
Bridge
can
crash
critique
probe
it. That'd
to
be
examine
fun.
if dirty fuel played role. Hey guys, look at this. Baltimore bridge crash investigators to examine whether dirty fuel.
Oh shit.
Probe is just starting, but contaminated fuel can create problems within a ship's main power generators. Well, let's look at some of that. Hang on a second here.
Let's look at it. Dirty fuel. So dirty, naughty fuel. Oh, I found you too fast.
The Wall Street Journal, I'm going to just kind of go through this.
A
safety probe will include whether contaminated fuel played a role in the giant cargo ship losing power and crashing into the span. Safety investigators had not spotted the ship yet. The lights on the ship.
I have to subscribe.
About an hour after the
ship began subscribe to Wall Street Journal. What a dork. I would never.
An officer aboard the ship said, according to Wall Street Journal, the vessel went dead, no steering power and no electronics. One of the engines coughed and then stopped. The smell of burned fuel was everywhere in the engine room and it was pitch black. The ship didn't have time to drop anchors to stop drifting, the officer said. Crew members issued a mayday call.
Why did it
before the
start
accident.
turning?
That's interesting.
Did it explain why it just started turning into the bridge?
Very interesting. I'm going to read you that quote again.
Is that look turd? Yes, sir.
The vessel went dead. No steering power and no electronics.
I have to have a micronized so he doesn't.
One of the engines coughed and then stopped. The smell of burned fuel was everywhere in the engine room and it was pitch black. The ship didn't have time to drop anchors to stop drifting, the officer said. I look at like we're seeing some. Those are ships there, right? Ships, vehicles. Those are ships.
Oh, these. You talking about these?
Hang on, I want to post that.
Itty bitty short man. Don't want. Not a comedian anymore. Yeah. Maybe he had like a spiritual awakening. Decided to be serious. Dude, should I restart Facebook? All I gotta do is fucking press the button. I forgot.
That's interesting if it's true that the
all I
ship
gotta do is
didn't
turn it
drop
off and
anchor.
turn it back on. Whoa, yo!
Yeah, that's from the Wall Street Journal.
It's glitching out right now. Okay, so I'll turn Facebook off and just turn it back on. Turn it off. And then watch this. I'll put part 2 on it. But Tuesday night. Alright, might as well.
JC says, looks like police boats probably there to guard the ship.
Boom.
I'll check on like Vessel Finder in a second. I should check that now. I want to keep reading that article. But marine traffic
I'm sorry,
says, where am I here? Uh-oh.
Sorry. I'm just too gassy, man.
Where am I? I'm getting lost. Medication. Baltimore. So there is the ship.
Facebook's live.
And
I should restart Rumble too.
That is, I don't know what kind of ship that is.
How long do you think Lookner will stay live?
Utility vessel. I'm trying to look up some of the ships that are around there.
It doesn't really matter with Rumble.
Utility vessel.
It's still live at least.
Tug.
You know what I mean? It's going to delete 8 hours after 8 hours. Everything after that gets deleted.
On the screen now. Oh, hold on.
Doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? They don't even like my stream. I got 1 like on Rumble.
The Dali. Why can't I put my thing on these?
Oh, I got 4 likes. Oh,
anyways,
hold up. I'm popping off. Maybe I should restart it.
No. I was trying to look and see what ships were around there. You can go to marine traffic and look up that. Let me go back to that Wall Street Journal article that said they're investigating whether dirty fuel could have caused the ship to lose power.
Dude.
The Wall Street Journal says blackouts at sea aren't common, but they do happen and have long been considered a major accident risk for ships. One cause is contaminated fuel that can create problems with the ship's main power generators, said a naval expert, naval architect Fotis Pagoulatos. A complete blackout could result in a ship losing propulsion. A vessel of this size is typical for U.S. ports. While dwarfed by the biggest container ships, a vessel of this size is typical for U.S. ports on the East Coast, said Wall Street Journal.
I need a better picture.
The U.S. Coast Guard examined the vessel in September 2023 and didn't identify any issues. 2 tugboats helped steer the ship out of the terminal Tuesday, but they pulled back early in the voyage, according to port officials. There were 2 pilots and 22 crew members from India aboard the vessel during the crash. The ship was moving around 9.2 miles an hour, which is typical for vessels traveling in the area. The bridge collapse, says the Wall Street Journal, is set to lead to a multi-billion-dollar string of insurance claims, covering everything from the loss of the structure itself to disruption of businesses using the port. A law professor at the University of Reading said you can write off the next 10 years in court actions. Said there's going to be years and years of court actions because of this. One expert, Matilda Jacobson, told Wall Street Journal reinsurers, which take on risks sold to them by insurers, will bear the bulk of the insured cost. So insurance companies, they themselves get insurance.
Really? I didn't know that. That's fucking weird. Insurance companies get insurance?
Anyways, it's an interesting article. It is in the Wall Street Journal. It says Baltimore bridge crash investigators to examine whether dirty fuel played
a role. It's retarded.
Now, there's nothing in the article that says, oh, the article doesn't say we talked to sources who say that's what it was, but it is something being looked at. How long will it take to clean up? Sergio says, I have no idea.
What's the name of this bridge? You say Key Bridge, Baltimore Key.
Interesting. Murph thinks massive electrical failure caused this to happen. Murph thinks sounds like a fuel line leak or bad fuel injectors. I have no idea. This is not my, I am not a ship expert and a ship, thank you Murph for writing in, and a ship losing power expert.
I'm a ship expert. Welcome to my channel.
What does this say?
Welcome to my world. All right. So. I know what I'm doing, dude.
Thanks. Nicola sent me this. We were talking about crew members on foreign ships and whether they're allowed to go into
my Discord, by the way.
Get off the boat and go into the U.S. So there's an article on the State Department website. It says crew member visa. Generally, a citizen of a foreign country who wishes to enter the United States must first obtain a visa, either a non-immigrant visa for temporary stay or an immigrant visa for permanent residence. Crew member visas are non-immigrant visas for persons working on board commercial sea vessels or international airlines. Intending to depart the U.S. on the same vessel or any other vessel within 29 days. If you travel to the United States to join the vessel, you will work on a additional crew member, blah, 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 blah. So they have these things called crew member visas.
Ready to switch.
I don't understand everything here, but you know. The point is, if you travel to the United States to meet and board the vessel you work on, you need a transit visa. So I don't know, and I don't know if they can make exceptions, you know, for the people on the ship right now. My point is, it's not as simple as just, it's, you know, if the people on board don't have permission to be in the country, then they can't just go off board, get off the ship and go into the country without permission. Now,
why does he keep bringing that up?
There's an easy way to give it to them. I don't know if that at all is a factor in them not getting off the ship. I just don't know. It's an interesting question.
Oh, the strike from this morning, or not the strike, but the takedown got removed. From yesterday's stream,
I could see them staying on the
you
ship.
might have noticed
I don't know. I mean, is it?
It was blocked. I got it unblocked.
I would think if they thought the crew was at risk and they thought the ship was going to like collapse or something, they would get them off the ship. But maybe they don't want to use resources to get them off.
It was
maybe
like a minute and a half of his comedy
to get them
skit.
off the ship, and they don't want to use the resources for that right now. I can't give you a conclusive answer as to why they're still on the ship versus not. It's a good question. I don't know. Maybe they want to stay on the ship. I don't know. The ship was leaving on a 27-day voyage. Sheepmaster says they follow the standard operating procedures. I'm guessing there is some sort of procedure for a situation like this.
Homeless folks. What?
Yes, as Integrity Farmer Bob says, they were going to Sri Lanka.
What? You're so sweet.
Well, there's clearly going to be a lot more developments in this story. History Underfoot says customs rules are very strict. Crews cannot disembark. Here is an update, guys, from Washington Post. Oops, sorry. First of all, there's the live shot here. Oops. There's the live shot there. Pilot on board the Dolly tried to slow ship before it struck Key Bridge. The specially trained pilot ordered rudder turned hard to the left and an anchor drop to steady the ship and slow it down, an industry official said. Another article said that the ship didn't drop anchor. We don't even know if the ship dropped anchor. Washington Post reports when a massive ship lost power on its way out of the port of Baltimore, the pilot ordered its rudder turned hard to the left and its left anchor dropped in an effort to slow the vessel and stop it swinging to the right, according to the head of a National Association for Ship Pilots.
Made it swing to the right. You mean?
The executive director of the American Pilots Association said the ship experienced a full blackout around 1:20 a.m. That's about 8 minutes before the ship crashed, meaning it lost both engine power and electrical power to the ship's control and communication systems. Ugh. So again, Washington Post says Clay Diamond, the executive director of the American Pilots Association, said the ship experienced a full blackout around 1:20 a.m., meaning it lost both engine power and electrical power to the ship's control and communication systems. That seems pretty bad. How did the warning go out? I saw an expert who said that they would have handheld radios on the ship, radios that didn't require the power of the ship to use. It's a good question, though. I think Sal Mercogliano might have said that on his channel. The ship was traveling at 8 knots, a normal speed for the area. The ship never regained engine power, but Diamond said a diesel backup generator did kick in, restoring the electrical systems. The possible source of a puff of black smoke. That's interesting. So the ship never regained engine power, but a diesel backup generator kicked in, restoring the electrical systems.
That's what I heard too.
The possible source of a puff of black smoke visible in video of the collision circulating on social media. So there's the electrical power and the engine power. And they never got engine power back, according to the director of the American Pilots Association. But they did get electrical. The lights came back on, but the engine wasn't working. Unable to slow the ship, Diamond said the pilot, who had more than a decade of experience, radioed an emergency message to have the bridge closed. That Mayday call has been credited with saving lives. Diamond said it is unusual for a ship to experience a total loss of power. It's not unheard of for a pilot to experience an engine casualty. It's not that common to have a full blackout like this, he said. This is a complicated piece of equipment, so it could be a number of causes. Foreign flag ships are required to have local pilots aboard to guide them in and out of U.S. ports. Now, the person who was saying this to the Washington Post is the head of the American Pilots Association. So that person would have an interest in saying that it's not the pilot's fault. But maybe he really doesn't think it's the pilot's fault, and he's trying to get that information out there. But it is interesting saying that the blackout was a full blackout involving both the engine and the electrical systems. And they got the electrical system back when the diesel backup generator kicked in, but not the engine power.
Jacking around.
Saying that a full blackout like this, where you lose both the engine power and the electric systems, is uncommon, unusual. But it's interesting, again, that in the video you see the lights come back on the ship, and what this head of the American Pilots Association is saying is, well, the lights came back on because the diesel backup generator kicked in, but that the engine still wasn't working. If you want to read that article, go to Pilot on board the Dolly tried to slow ship before it struck Key Bridge. Now, by the way, look, what's happening here is you have individuals talking to news outlets. The Wall Street Journal talked, I think, what did they say? They talked to a crew member? And this is the head of the Pilots Association talking to the Washington Post. So you have different people talking to news outlets, and then you get these stories. This is not official investigation information. An officer aboard
about later
the ship
today,
is the one who
man?
talked
I
to the
did
Wall
what
Street
I
Journal.
do.
So you have these people who, you know, the news outlets will know who they are, but they're not putting their name. Well, with the officer on the ship, he's not putting his name to it. C.W. Stidham says, interesting here who scapegoat will be. I do think that you can have people, you know, wanting to get a narrative
Is it
out
my
there.
fault I'm so gassy?
Misanthropic says port pilots have an extreme amount of skill and knowledge of their ports. They do not have any control over the maintenance of the buckets they have to steer.
My fault. I'm so juicy. I think not. I was born this way.
And you know, look, I've heard experts say the anchor was down. So it's interesting that an officer told the Wall Street Journal the ship didn't have time to drop anchors. But remember, I believe, if I remember right, in the NTSB meeting today, in the briefing, they said they're not concluding anything. They're not even concluding that the ship lost power. They're going to find out for themselves.
You know, Spec brought up a good point on Discord today at 10:54 a.m. He said, "Didn't Francis Scott Key write the Star Spangled Banner?" Interesting. And they'd said it before, but I didn't really think anything of it. But it's a low-key terrorist attack on our democracy.
We will circle back with the dirty fuel possibility.
They hit a bridge that has a symbolic like name, a history. And it like cripples our trade. Dude, I can see the current going right to left. Still.
Dolores Wilson says, another tragic day in America. Hang on a second here. Collapses. Somebody wrote to me saying the banner on the screen still says misspells collapses. Well, I'm looking at it. Collapses, collapses, collapses. Maybe the person's watching an old version of the stream. I fixed it a while ago. I don't see it. Maybe they're accidentally watching an old part of the stream. It's very interesting, though, to see you're starting to see these things leak out where person X or person Y is talking to news media. So you're starting to get these accounts about what happened, but they don't add up with each other.
Yeah, man, that adds to it being a little more sus, doesn't it, Dive?
Vagabond K2 says, have there been any other ships that experience this kind of failure? From the articles we're reading, it's like rare, but not like unprecedented, but it's pretty rare for the full blackout like this
all
to
bridges
happen.
that thing could have hit.
But it does happen. Well, there's the full blackout, and then the fact that it lost power. I mean, that does happen.
It hit the bridge named after the person that wrote
when you say
the Star Spangled Banner.
Has another ship experienced this? I don't know the exact specifics about what happened to this ship. I mean, ships do sometimes lose power,
It did just
but
hit
I don't
it.
know the exact specifics.
Looked like it went full throttle before
we'll
it
have
hit
to
it.
wait and see what they say happened with this ship. Has there been any intel on whether the ship systems can be hacked, says Vagabond? Again, every single official that
Ship
has spoken
systems
about
cannot
this
be
and
hacked.
talked
We
about-
heard the ship
There's
expert
been
you talked about
multiple
earlier.
officials who got up there and said there is no evidence. The FBI said it.
Unless it was done
Who else
internally.
said it? Multiple officials have gotten up there, including the FBI, and said there is no, I think the governor said it, but we've seen multiple officials, including the FBI, say there is no evidence that this is anything other than an accident. Just to be clear, it's not terrorism. They have no evidence of any kind of
The
intentional
Biden bridge.
causing. It is
Dude,
just
they
right
probably
now, it looks
will,
like an accident.
man, because he said he was going to pay for it no matter what. Oh, no. No, they have to call it the same thing, dude. Don't they? That'd be some bullshit if they call it some new shit.
Haley said, I mean, I've seen
probably-
it so many
man.
times being said by different officials. So just to be clear, that
Erasing
seems
history,
to be
one bridge at a
that
time.
seems to be the consensus.
Oh, it sucks. Dude, I got a friend who I went to my brother's house. We had to go over a bridge, and she was driving. And
I've seen this reported a couple
wait,
places.
no, I
don't
was
know what
driving,
we if anything
but
we
she
made of
wouldn't
this.
go over it
Bloomberg
unless I
reports a
held her
routine
hand
safety
because
inspection
she's
in June
that
in
San
terrified
Antonio,
of
Chile,
bridges.
found issues
She's been in
related
chat
to
before,
some
even.
of the gauges and thermometers
Jennifer.
linked to the dolly's propulsion and auxiliary
Terrified of
machinery,
bridges.
according to Tokyo
Sorry, Jennifer.
OMU.
They're gonna
The
buzz.
issues weren't grounds
Love
to
you.
detain the ship, and it was unclear exactly what they were. So that's all going to be looked in the maintenance records and previous inspections and all that stuff.
Terrified of bridges. Some people are scared of bridges.
Okay. You know what I think I should do? I think the time is, there might be updates about this tomorrow that I want to cover during the day.
He's leaving.
So I think maybe it might be a good time to wrap up this stream right now. I think I'm going to do that. And then maybe we'll do some, like if there's press conferences tomorrow, we'll cover those during the day.
Now what do I do?
Go to bed, try to get to bed a little earlier than I did today and get up to cover stuff.
There's nothing to cover.
So I think we're going to do that. Yeah, and I got to eat something too. So, yeah, we very well might do more coverage of this tomorrow, if there's going to be more press conferences and stuff. But I think it's time for this stream, and I got to eat something. I'm gonna
get all his viewers now when I switch over. Should I start the other one right when he ends?
A lot of interesting
I'm gonna do
questions
that.
and messages.
I don't think there's any here.
On
I'm just
air.
going to do these ending
But I
things
do
real fast.
appreciate you chatting.
I don't think there's anything here. I'm just
sending
going to
these
look.
tips as well.
I'm not leaving.
Look,
I'm staying.
This is tragic.
I'm still here. I still got
the 6
9 more
construction
minutes.
workers
presumed
there
dead.
was new subs.
So,
Ray Hall. Hey,
condolences to the
sub to
families,
Ray
but
Hall is
just
his name,
horrible.
actually, motherfucker.
And
damn it.
also all of the awful,
whatever.
the negative
Just have a
consequences
sub.
of having this situation that you're seeing on your screen with this giant bridge
So
collapse.
this is about
It's
to
really
switch
terrible.
over to the
And
new
you
stream.
feel like it didn't
I'm
have
waiting
to
on
happen,
him to end
obviously.
his, though.
You feel like, wow, how could this
I'll
happen?
let this scroll 3
And it's
times.
you want to say like it should be avoidable.
And
that
I'm going
this
to come back to
happens,
me
but crazy.
until he ends.
Yeah, we very well might do more coverage of this as things develop. Maybe even tomorrow we'll cover some of the press conferences. I got to see what's going on. But appreciate you joining the stream, and also subscribe, follow. Whether it's this or other breaking news, we cover all kinds of live breaking news here on Agenda Free TV without an agenda. So subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. And turn your notifications on.
I just don't want to shortchange the
We
new
have a
sub.
notification system that works really well. It's free, what we have set up.
I have them at
so
the
you can
end.
send a notification whenever we go live, because I never know when big news is going to happen. It's done through Discord. The mods can post the link to sign up for the notifications in the chat, and you can find the link in the Facebook and YouTube descriptions for this broadcast. But sign up for the free notifications. They work great. That'll help. Make sure you don't miss breaking news coverage when we're covering some big breaking news. And I want to shout out our moderators who are fantastic, and they are the ones who allow us to have chat rooms on this channel.
How soon before him finishing should I finish?
Ruth Krafasi, Cynthia Moon, AJ, Kinetic over there on YouTube, RJ, all of the mods who've been moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you. On X, Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us. Thank you so much. Over on Twitch, a bunch of moderators, including Bastion Girl, David Green, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, and our other mods on Twitch and Facebook, Margaret Riley, Kay Larry Body, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, and all of our mods on Facebook. Thank you so much for modding there. And our Discord mods as well, thank you. I will post updates on my X account when... if there's updates on this or other stories when I'm not on the air, I post them on my X account, which is @Lookner, @LOOKNER. Follow me over there on X. And you can follow Agenda Free TV as well, @Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. Ziggy says you can see when I get the anchors dropped. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. Some people
Come on,
are saying
man. Why isn't he leaving?
Dropped. I don't know enough about it.
Why
I
is
did
he
tell
still
you that the
answering
Wall Street Journal had a story tonight where an
He's gonna
official,
get to
they
the
said
end.
an officer
It's
on board
about to end in
the
a
ship
second.
said there wasn't enough time to drop the anchor. What can I say? So I don't know enough about it. I'm just giving you the information. Maybe that officer told the Wall Street Journal something wrong. Just showing the NTSB has not said for sure whether an anchor is dropped, so I don't know enough about it. That's what I'll say. So hey, thanks to also thanks to
now more
everybody,
things.
All
Fucking
your support
hell.
of the channel. I really appreciate the people who have who've donated to the channel and keep this channel going. I owe Red Squirrel 82 a thank you, but. Again, thanks for your support, because that's what allows this channel to exist.
You can do it!
To cover news whenever it happens. Let me just make sure. Hopefully I got
this fucking asshole.
He
makes me want to stick it in his ass.
On Twitch, thank you very much
you
to
too?
Squigs for subscribing on Twitch.
You too? Who else? One in the chat.
21123 and everybody else. Everybody else who for your support. Let's see here. What was I going to mention? Oh, also, you might want to make sure you turn on notifications, like on whatever platform you're watching on. So, for example, if you watch on YouTube and you subscribe over there, there's this bell thing you want to click. So for years, just so for example,
Is this
for
really
YouTube,
how I should be doing it every night?
You got to click this bell that says note for the notifications and choose all.
He's literally showing people where the bell's at right now.
You do that.
I can
What
see
else
it
do I
over
want to
here.
mention? Yeah, if there's huge news tonight, we'll come back on the air and cover it. Maybe we'll come on the air tomorrow and cover some of the press conference stuff and any kind of updates.
and I'll post on X if I see updates myself. I do want to say a thank you to our subscribers.
Aneurysm right now, dude.
On Twitch, just to name a few people like Squigs, and I Got That Fire, and Shaggy, and Wall Street, Jack's Animals, Sarah.
It takes them 10 minutes to leave, doesn't it?
Jackson 22. Very much appreciate all of our Twitch subscribers.
That's the key to
supporting the
success.
channel. Integrity Farmer Bob.
He's going to put
and
me
all
over
of our
my
others.
time,
Also,
3 minutes.
our Facebook subscribers. Thanks to all of you, people like Eve Richards, Lacey Carter, Billy Joe Dreys, Juster Singer, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Charney Wilson.
Charney.
Thanks to all of our subscribers.
What kind of name is
our
that?
YouTube members. Thanks for supporting the channel. Our YouTube members, people, including
Name's
Doris
Charney.
Wilson, Javier Valdez, The Lucky Minute, Sherry S., Evelyn in Maine,
Charney.
William Cromer, Marty Hagwood, Connor Murphy,
Good to meet you, Charney.
Joe, Donna Smith,
Charney.
Luann, Amnesia, Paula Faust, Dillamond, Alibaba, Jen Dat. Thanks for being members. Last Viking, Tressa, Joe, Firestar, 71, 718, Andy Finley, and others for being members. All right, so I'm going to wrap up this live stream. We'll be keeping an eye on things. We very well might have
He's
more
only
live
wrapping it up
coverage of
because he
this.
has only
And again, I will
3,200
post on my
viewers,
X
and it's
tonight
low
if
to
I
him
see
now.
Updates. So
He's like 3,200.
it
chump
really
change.
bothers me because I just feel like it
Outta
feels
here.
to me like this did not have to happen. Obviously, something
Outta
went really
here with that
wrong, but it's just
bullshit
like
number. I'm
the
used to
bridge collapsed
20K.
and 6 people died because the ship ran into the bridge. Unbelievable.
I'm a 20K kind of guy.
It's really sad that this had to happen, and you just feel like it
Aren't I?
really should be avoidable.
What do you think I am?
But we'll have to
Who
see what
am
the
I to you?
investigation
Huh?
reveals.
Am I not a 20K kind of guy too?
All right, guys, and if you missed the
You want to see my
broadcast, you can go
nipples?
back and rewind and watch what we discussed. So that is our viewer Shaggy says absolutely preventable.
You don't see that on his channel.
You know, if there's like an earthquake and a bridge collapses in an earthquake and the earthquake was bigger than they expected, so the bridge wasn't made to that, you feel like, well, that's terrible. But, I mean, it's like an act of nature. This does not feel like an act of nature. Just feels like, come on, you know?
It feels like, come on.
So, anyways.
It feels like a terrorist attack. Just say it,
Celestial
Bob.
says it was preventable, but it was an accident. All right, so that is it for now. You've been watching our live
These things don't
update
happen
about this horrible
accidentally.
bridge collapse in Baltimore of the Key Bridge.
Too
That
many
is it for
things
now.
went wrong.
Appreciate you watching, and we will
At
bring
a
you
time
more
in our
live coverage
our
of
history.
breaking news.
This
here
sounds like it
soon,
really went over my time.
on this and other stories. Well, maybe on
None of
this.
this is going to
and
get
definitely
saved
other
from
stories,
YouTube.
but maybe we'll have